Chapter 1 Kaleidoscope The Second Ninja World War Konoha Year 32 Konoha Year 37 Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade battled Hanzo of the Salamander, earning the title the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. Jiraiya took in Yahiko and his companions, discovering Nagato's Rinnegan. Tsunade deciphered Kyo's poison. Chiyo engaged in combat with Hanzo of the Salamander. Konoha's White Fang, Sakumo Hatake, earned his fame by slaying the parents of Sasori. Senju Rope Tree fell victim to an explosive tag trap and perished when the body was discovered. The internal organs were. In Konoha Year 32, the war was still in its early stages. The Land of Rain was at war with the Land of Fire, Konoha versus Mangekyō, on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. In a hidden cavern, a wounded Uchiha Chentian, approximately 20 years of age, lay against the wall, gazing at his unconscious teammates on the ground beside him. Born in Konoha Year 10, Uchiha Chentian was a year older than the legendary Three Ninjas Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, graduated a year ahead of them. Despite this, Uchiha Chentian's abilities in the Ninja Academy were merely average, rendering him somewhat inconspicuous within the Uchiha clan. Damn, this battlefield. Observing his two teammates lying unconscious on the ground, Uchiha Chentian couldn't help but curse. In the next moment, his gaze shifted, and the blood-red hue in his pupils surged, instantly enveloping his entire iris. The tomo began to spin 1, 2, 3, 4, forming a mesmerizing whirlpool. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. The four tomo fused into a triangular Sharingan. After 22 years, I have finally awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It is time to leave Konoha. Uchiha Chentian murmured to himself. Born in Konoha Year 10, Uchiha Chentian was now 22 years old. His father hailed from the Uchiha clan, while his mother was from the Senju clan. However, at the tender age of 7, he lost both parents during the First Ninja War. Having knowledge of the unfolding narrative, Uchiha Chentian never displayed exceptional talent in his youth and received little recognition from his clan, compounded by his mixed Senju bloodline. Thus, he was compelled to conceal his true abilities. Although Konoha was co-founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans, following the death of the Second Hokage, the present Konoha was no longer under Senju influence, nor did it belong to the Uchiha. Especially now, Konoha regarded the Uchiha clan with suspicion. It is known that in the anime, only Sasuke from the Uchiha clan survived in the end. Even with the Senju bloodline coursing through him, Uchiha Chentian had to deliberately mask his prowess. Despite possessing the blood of both the Senju and Uchiha clans, Uchiha Chentian's innate talents were not inferior to those of Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, perhaps even surpassing them. Generally speaking, members of the Uchiha clan, even those of ordinary status, are discouraged from intermarrying with outsiders, save for the Senju clan. However, even such unions are confined to the common members of both clans. Uchiha Chentian's parents were both ninjas, and it is noteworthy that there has been only one instance since the founding of Konoha where mere chunin from the Uchiha clan have attained such a distinction. Although Uchiha Chentian bears the Uchiha surname, he does not reside within the Uchiha clan, but rather among the Senju. As a result of being a hybrid of both clans, he has faced disdain from some members of the Senju. Yet, with the passage of time, many from his Senju have perished in battle or integrated into civilian life, shedding the Senju name, allowing Uchiha Chentian's life to gradually return to normalcy. To conceal his extraordinary gifts that surpass even those of the first Hokage and Madara, Uchiha Chentian has chosen to exhibit only his prowess in physical combat, while his ninjutsu skills barely exceed those of the initial Naruto, achieving merely a passing grade. In pursuit of mastering the 8 gates, Uchiha Chentian sought the tutelage of Might Guy, which consequently allowed Guy to ascend to Jonin status before his untimely demise. On the battlefield, Chentian managed to injure 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, achieving renown in the ninja world despite not activating the 8 gates. He triumphed over 4 of them even after opening the 7th gate. Currently, Uchiha Chentian has cultivated the 8 gates to the 6th gate, the Gate of Joy, rivaling the prowess of Might Guy upon his debut, equating him to an elite Jonin. The ranks of ninjas, from lowest to highest, are categorized as follows. Genin, Genin, Elite Genin. Chunin, Chunin, Elite Chunin. Yonin, Special Yonin, Yonin, Elite Yonin. Ordinary Kage level. Sannin, the elderly 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, among others. Elite Peak Kage level. The youthful 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 4th Hokage, the 3rd Raikage, Hanzo, and the 9-tailed beasts. At this juncture, Uchiha Chentian's Sharingan has evolved into the Mangekyō Sharingan, awakening the ability known as Myriad Paths. In his intense yearning for a unique advantage akin to that of a protagonist from another world, Uchiha Chentian unlocked the auxiliary abilities of his Sharingan. This revelation left him somewhat speechless. The capabilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan are determined by the deepest desires of the wielder, reminiscent of Obito, who awakened his Mangekyō upon witnessing Rin's demise. Seeking to escape the despair of that reality by creating a personal space unique to him, present, Uchiha Chentian fervently wishes for a golden finger of his own, akin to those who traverse worlds. His myriad paths ability permits him to draw foundational aspects from all things. The more profound the foundation he extracts, the greater his strength becomes, increasingly intricate and formidable. Moreover, he can observe the trajectory of another's growth process, such as when training in the Great Fireball technique. Though it is merely a crank ninjutsu, Uchiha Chentian discerns the pivotal moments that amplify its potency. Additionally, he contemplates Orochimaru's human experiments, recognizing that Orochimaru must conduct countless trials to decipher the wood release contained within the cells of Senju Hashirama. In the realm of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chentian possesses the extraordinary ability to discern the success rates of various experiments through the use of the myriad paths, showcasing the profound terror of this technique. While it lacks direct offensive capabilities, its utility far surpasses that of countless powers, including the eternal Sharingan and the reincarnation eye. Uchiha Chentian's attention then turned to his two companions. One was Hinata Hanliang, a branch member of the Hyuga clan, and the other was his fellow clansman, Uchiha Mutian. Hinata Hanliang. Chakra, 30 points. Age, 20 years. Bloodline, Otsutsuki Yuin Bloodline 10, Caged Bird. Ninjutsu, Kaiten, Shadow Clone Technique, Body Flicker Technique. Projectile Technique, Gentle Fist, 36 palms, Strength, Chunin. Uchiha Mutian. Bloodline, Otsutsuki Yuin Bloodline 10, Sharingan 2 Tomo. Ninjutsu, Crank Great Fireball Technique, Crank Water Dragon Technique, Crank Fire Dragon. Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Projectile Technique. Strength, Chunin. Otsutsuki Bloodline, 5 for 1 Tomo Sharingan, 10 for 2 Tomo, 20 for 3 Tomo, 40 for Mangekyō, 60 for Eternal Mangekyō, 80 for a single Rinnegan, 90 for a pair of Rinnegan. 100 for the embodiment of the Otsutsuki state. Hinata Hanliang's Byakugan had been restricted by the Caged Bird seal, with the methods to unlock it being 1. Seal the brain to disable the Byakugan and lift the Caged Bird. 2. Absorb the chakra of the Caged Bird with immense strength, though this process may take considerable time. 3. Evolve the Otsutsuki bloodline to level 80 to break the Caged Bird. Numerous methods to unravel the Byakugan's Caged Bird appeared in Uchiha Chentian's mind. Chapter 2. The Power of Otsutsuki. After reviewing the character information of his two teammates, Uchiha Chentian turned his gaze upon himself. Chakra, 550 points. Age, 21 years. Bloodline, Otsutsuki Yuin Bloodline 50. Kekkei Jinkai, Mangekyō Sharingan. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, 8 Gates Crank. Great Fireball Technique, Crank Phoenix Fire Technique, Rank Great Dragon Fire Technique, a rank Chidori, a rank Spiraling Sphere, Medical Ninjutsu, Healing Palm Technique. Taijutsu, Jonin. Strength, Cage Level. Through his calculations, Uchiha Chentian deduced that a Genin possesses between 5 to 10 points of chakra, a Chunin between 20 to 50 points, a Special Jonin 100 points, and an Elite Jonin 200 points. Cage Level chakra is 500, Peak Cage Level is 700, Super Kage is 2,000, and the 6 paths level reaches 20,000 points. However, individual recovery rates vary, and chakra merely signifies quantity, not combat prowess. At the 6 paths level, chakra becomes less relevant otherwise. Any tailed beast could easily surpass a 6 paths expert. Yet, the reality is that even a Super Kage can effortlessly suppress the 9 tails. The 8 gates have been opened to the 5th gate, the Door of Dying, accelerating cellular function and enhancing one's strength and speed, resulting in a reddened body due to increased blood flow. Modification, replace cellular function with chakra, allowing the 5th gate to be maintained in a constant state post-activation. Medical Ninjutsu. Healing Palm Technique can evolve into the Super Healing Palm Technique, enhancing healing speed to 10 times that of its predecessor. Never did I imagine that my Uchiha bloodline has reached level 50, perhaps due to a natural awakening that has allowed my lineage to surpass external forces and stimulate the awakening of the Uchiha, muttered Uchiha Chentian to himself. Mangekyō. The mere thought of the abilities awakened by his Mangekyō Sharingan filled Uchiha Chentian with exhilaration. His gaze then fell upon his two teammates, still unconscious. It seems I must find a suitable place to thoroughly study the capabilities of Mangekyō. Chentian pondered inwardly. In the 33rd year of Konoha, Uchiha Chentian single-handedly battled 3,000 ninjas on the battlefield using the sixth gate of the 8 gates of Dunja, magic dragon facing the peacock. Ultimately, he managed to escape from Hanzo, who dubbed him the magic dragon of Konoha, earning him renown throughout the ninja world, while simultaneously instilling a sense of apprehension in Konoha's higher-ups. The only solace for the third Hokage and Danzo was that Uchiha Chentian was not adept at ninjutsu and had a strained relationship with the Uchiha clan, as well as a closer affiliation with the legendary Sannin. His lack of proficiency in ninjutsu implied that he was unlikely to have a connection with the fourth Hokage. Chentian paid little heed to the thoughts of Konoha's elite, as he was preoccupied with conducting various experiments. In the 34th year of Konoha, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade engaged in a fierce battle against Hanzo the Salamander. Although they were ultimately defeated, Hanzo recognized them as the three Sannin of Konoha. By this time, Chentian had already awakened his Mangekyō for 2 years. Within a concealed underground laboratory in the Land of Fire, an array of sophisticated instruments and countless glass containers were present. Each of these containers housed some Sharingan, some Byakugan, and others containing the cells of Hashirama Senju, as well as cells from the Uzumaki clan. However, all of these were mere clones. In Chentian's view, whether it be Byakugan, Sharingan, or the wood release of Hashirama Senju, they merely represented different forms of power. What is a bloodline limit, after all, but a legacy of the strength inherited from one's predecessors? Hence the term bloodline limit. Chapter 3. Byakugan. The power of the Sage of Six Paths was attained through his own cultivation. Having reached an elevated realm, his strength was encoded within his genetic makeup. Both the Uchiha and Senju clans, as well as the Uzumaki clan, are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, which is why they can inherit his power. Possessing the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths allows them to inherit various aspects of his strength, thus resulting in the distinct characteristics of the three clans. This raises an intriguing question. If the Sage of Six Paths cultivated his power independently, might I not also be capable of doing so? Outsiders, even if they were to acquire a Sharingan or Byakugan, cannot fully harness the power within, as it incessantly drains their chakra. This occurs because their bloodlines lack the chakra associated with these dojutsu. However, if I can master the chakra associated with these powers, does that imply that I, not being a member of the Hinata clan, could also wield the Byakugan? This notion was not merely a conjecture of Uchiha Chentian, it was confirmed through the evolution derived from Mandao. This place is the culmination of Uchiha Chentian's efforts. Over the past 2 years, designed to harness the power of the Byakugan and the wood release of Senju Hashirama, as well as the vast chakra reserves inherent in the Uzumaki clan. Merging the bloodline limits of these three clans. When these bloodline powers are amalgamated, they will transform into the formidable Great Divine Wood power. Although merely a branch of the Great Divine Wood clan, it embodies a sophisticated force that rivals Sage abilities. Should he succeed, Uchiha Chentian harbors doubts about whether he will evolve into the Great Divine Wood itself. However, he cannot ascertain if he possesses the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, as not every incarnation of the Great Divine would wield such power and Uchiha Chentian's evolution is a result of synthesizing various forces. With the capability of myriad paths, his research in human anatomy has surpassed Orochimaru within a mere 2 years. Unlike Orochimaru, whose knowledge accumulates through relentless study, Uchiha Chentian discerns results with a single glance, thereby eclipsing Orochimaru in this regard. Currently, Uchiha Chentian's Great Divine Wood bloodline has reached a level of 60. His Mangekyō Sharingan, while not the eternal Mangekyō obtained after eye replacement, does not suffer from blindness due to overuse. It has evolved into a Favetamo Mangekyō. His bloodline is far more advanced than that of the Uchiha clan members who have regressed to the point of needing eye replacements, now rivaling that of Indra. Moreover, his dual eyes can interchange between Byakugan and Sharingan, akin to the Otsutsuki clan's abilities, albeit at a superior level. His chakra has ascended to the Super Shadow level, surpassing 2,000 points. Pressure. A flash of white light emanated from Uchiha Chentian's eyes, which instantly transformed into Byakugan, that a formidable chakra burst forth, obliterating all experimental subjects present. Is this truly Byakugan? It resembles the Rinnegan. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan provides a 360 field of view, allowing for the perception of chakra within a 1-kilometer radius, showcasing strong insight, but lacking offensive ocular techniques. It seems my Byakugan has evolved to a level comparable to that of the Sharingan. Uchiha Chentian remarked with a smile that it appears it is time to depart from Konoha. He mused, weary of the battlefield and the covert power struggles among Konoha's upper echelons. Growing up in such a tumultuous environment has become a significant burden for Uchiha Chentian. He now comprehends why Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara united to establish Konoha, only for Madara to depart due to their divergent philosophies. Presently, the so-called Will of Fire, where the leaves dance, the fire continues to thrive. The flames will perpetually illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves, has devolved into a mere pretext for the upper echelons of Konoha to vie for power. Chapter 4. The battlefield concludes. The Konoha of today is not the same as that during the era of the first and second Hokage. The Will of Fire is but a ruse employed by the higher-ups to engage in their power struggles. Although the second Hokage harbored a disdain for the Uchiha clan, he was not as overtly adversarial towards them as the third Hokage, at the very least. His actions were motivated by a desire to protect Konoha. While it may seem that Danzo was instigating troubles with the Uchiha, it would be naive to presume that he acted without the tacit support of the third Hokage behind the scenes. God of Thunder. In the next moment, Uchiha Chentian cast a glance at the laboratory he had painstakingly developed over the past 2 years. His Byakugan swiftly transformed into the Mangekyō Sharingan, and in an instant, 2 streams of terrifying chakra erupted from his eyes. The laboratory was engulfed in a tempest of purple lightning, obliterating everything within its confines. The God of Thunder, a devastating torrent of violet lightning, possessing unparalleled speed and defensive capabilities. This technique envelopes the user in a protective shroud, representing Uchiha Chentian's latest ocular jutsu that in the year 37 of the Leaf Village. Kakashi Hatake, having slain the parents of Sasori, earned the illustrious title of Konoha's White Fang, becoming renowned throughout the land. At this juncture, Kakashi's renown rivaled that of the third Hokage, and he was heralded as the potential fourth Hokage. If fate were to remain unchanged, Kakashi would undoubtedly ascend to this esteemed position. The Second Great Ninja War was nearing its conclusion. If my deductions are accurate, my rather unfortunate cousin, Senju Shu, will meet his end in a trap laden with explosive tags, resulting in his demise. By the time his body is discovered, his innards will have been entirely hollowed out. In Chentian's mind, he pondered that although he was unaware of the precise moment when Senju Rope Tree perished during the Second Shinobi World War, within the narrative, it was only after Hatake Sakumo earned the title of Konoha's White Fang that Senju Rope Tree fell victim to treachery. Uchiha Chentian's maternal grandfather is a cousin of Senju Hashirama. Although the relationship has somewhat distanced by the time of Uchiha Chentian's generation, they remain distant relatives, especially considering the dwindling numbers of the Senju clan. Moreover, Uchiha Chentian resides with his mother's family, the Senju clan, fostering a bond with Tsunade and Sasuke that transcends mere kinship. Sasuke has always regarded Uchiha Chentian as a brother, unaffected by the latter's Uchiha surname. Boom. At the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, thick smoke envelopes the landscape, with the cracked earth soaked in the blood of fallen ninjas. Charred tree trunks and shattered corpses litter the ground. Sasuke, what brings you here? Were you not instructed to remain behind? Orochimaru, still a strikingly handsome youth at this stage, stands atop a slope, surveying the battlefield strewn with bodies, addressing Sasuke with a hint of exasperation. We of Konoha have already triumphed. The battle is nearly over. Why should I not be here? Sasuke retorts nonchalantly. Nonsense. Though the battle may be concluding, who knows if the enemy will strike again? Return at once, Sasuke. A beautiful and mature woman commands, her voice resonating with authority. This woman, Tsunade, possesses long, light yellow hair typically styled in a high ponytail. A blue-purple seal mark adorns her forehead, complemented by delicate light yellow eyebrows, bright brown eyes, and soft red lips. With her fair skin and voluptuous figure, she epitomizes beauty and strength, clad in a tea-green long coat edged with black, a loose sleeveless garment reminiscent of a kimono, and deep blue capri pants, secured with a black sash at her waist. How can I return just because you say so? That would be utterly humiliating. Sasuke exclaims defiantly, leaping onto a 20-meter-high tree. Sasuke, come back. Tsunade's voice booms, echoing throughout the Konoha ninja base, causing the ninjas to suspect an assault from the Rain Village. The force of her voice startles Sasuke, prompting him to turn and flee, inadvertently heading towards the Rain Village's position. Just as Sasuke has sprinted 100 meters and leaps onto a towering tree, it suddenly ignites with a crimson glow, revealing countless explosive tags adorning its trunk, easily exceeding 100. Sasuke, get away from there. Orochimaru's anxious voice pierces through the chaos. No. Tsunade and Orochimaru transformed into fleeting shadows, hurtling towards the rope tree almost simultaneously. Generally, the speed of a low-ranking ninja is twice that of an ordinary person. while the elite ranks soared to dozens of times that of a mere genin. Although the 100-meter distance would be but a fleeting second for Tsunade and Orochimaru. By the time they realized something was amiss with the rope tree, more than 2 seconds had already elapsed. During those 2 seconds, the explosive tags had detonated. Boom. The thunderous explosion instantly shattered the towering 100-meter tree into fragments, creating a dazzling display of fiery sparks reminiscent of electric arcs. The blast unleashed a towering inferno, resembling a mushroom cloud, with shockwaves radiating outward, annihilating everything in their path. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru were momentarily paralyzed, particularly Tsunade, whose legs buckled beneath her as she collapsed. Unable to fathom that her younger brother had perished in such a horrifying manner before her eyes. How had the battlefield descended into such chaos that it allowed a mere 12-year-old child to be thrust into the fray? The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated behind Orochimaru and Tsunade. Almost simultaneously, Tsunade and Orochimaru turned around to see a man suspended in the air, cradling a child. He was clad in dark attire, draped with an ancient-style white haori. A white obi secured a katana at his side, while his long, dark hair billowed in the wind. And his garments fluttered gracefully. "Cousin, you startled me. I thought I was doomed," Shinshu exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed as something fell to the ground. "Ouch. That hurt. Sister, even if I don't get blown to bits, I might just be knocked out by your punch," Shinshu said, somewhat disheveled as he rose from the ground. "Get back immediately. I told you not to step onto the battlefield. If it weren't for Chentian just now, you would have been obliterated," Tsunade admonished after catching her breath. "How peculiar. How did the ninjas from the Land of Rain manage to deploy so many explosive tags here? Not to mention, a ceasefire is already in effect. Even if it weren't, what could their purpose possibly be?" Orochimaru remarked with intrigue. "That's quite simple. Really, it must be that old schemer, Danzo. When I arrived, I saw several root ninjas lurking about. It's highly likely that he orchestrated this. The Rain ninjas had long since retreated, and even if they hadn't, executing such a plan wouldn't be easy." Uchiha Chentian spoke thoughtfully. "What? Danzo actually dared to kill my brother. But what could have motivated such an act?" Tsunade exclaimed in fury. Chapter 6. The Legendary 3 Ninjas. It must be for the first Hokages would release, after all. Moku is the sole inheritor of the first would release, and he is indeed the grandson of the first. However, even if he were to acquire the would release, what would it matter? Not everyone possesses the capability to become a god of shinobi like the first Hokage. Uchiha Chentian spoke thoughtfully. In his perspective, although Yamato possessed the would release technique, he paled in comparison to Shinja Hashirama. Furthermore, although Danzo ultimately gained control over the would release due to the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells, his usage was far from casual. The 11 Sharingan implanted in his right arm harbored immense spiritual energy, necessitating the cells of Hashirama to amplify his physical energy for balance. Consequently, his would release could only be executed through his right arm, and he struggled to maintain stable control over Hashirama's cells. That scoundrel, Tsunade, filled with rage, struck the ground, creating a pit several meters wide before the onlookers. Though furious, she understood that without evidence, she had no means to confront Danzo. Moreover, with Shinsuke still alive, even in the event of his demise, she could do nothing against Danzo without proof. What happened? Is there an enemy attacking? At that moment, a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, descended from the sky. Adorning his forehead was a headband inscribed with the character for oil. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist, and beneath his eyes lay a red mark that elongated with his growth, clothed in a red outer garment over a brown tunic. He wore wooden sandals and armored gauntlets on his arms. It was Jiraiya, accompanied by his disciple Minato Namikaze and his disciple's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, who approached Uchiha Chentian and the others. At this time, Kushina had yet to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In the storyline, Kushina would only assume the role of the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki upon the impending death of the first host, Mito Uzumaki. Uchiha Chentian surmised that this moment was nearing, likely just a few days after their return to Konoha. Consider them foes. The Rain Shinobi have already retreated from the front lines. Let us return to Konoha first and discuss matters there. With that, Uchiha Chentian vanished in an instant before the 3 shinobi. "What incredible body flicker technique!" exclaimed Kushina, her eyes filled with admiration. "That is not the body flicker technique. It is Lord Chentian's sheer physical speed," Minato marveled. "Since the onset of the Second Shinobi World War, he has become increasingly enigmatic," Jiraiya remarked with a hint of resignation. Moreover, his prowess has become quite extraordinary. I sense that even if compared to Master Hiruzen, he would be on equal footing. Orochimaru licked his lips and then commented, "It's fortunate he lacks the Sharingan. If he possessed it, not even Hanzo would stand a chance against him." Jiraiya replied, "Is it true he lacks the Sharingan? Or is it merely dormant, concealed from view?" Within Orochimaru's heart, he mused silently. Although his disciple, Ju, and his dear friend, Cat Dian, remained alive, he had not witnessed their demise, which prevented him from succumbing to darkness. He refrained from blindly believing in ninjutsu and power, nor did he disregard the intrinsic value of life. Yet, he harbored delusions of developing a technique for immortality to transform the world, all while forsaking and sacrificing the lives of others, leading to a warped psyche. Despite frequently feeling lost due to the disrespect for life he observed in the ravages of war, his current mindset remained relatively stable. Chapter 7. The dual opening of Byakugan and Mangekyō in the shadowy depths of Konoha's basement, a root ninja knelt with an expressionless gaze. Lord Danzo. It has been confirmed that during Uchiha Kaitenshi's battle with Hans, he did not employ the Sharingan but utilized taijutsu to evade Hans's grasp. The emotionless ninja reported. He achieved a level of strength equivalent to that of a Kage without the Sharingan? If he were to awaken it, would he not be able to contend with Hans? And he is merely in his 20s? Shimura Danzo suddenly interjected, his one-eyed visage casting an ominous and ferocious shadow. Moreover, Senju Ju was saved by Uchiha Kaitenshi. I should have eliminated Uchiha Kaitenshi back then. Danzo's voice echoed with rage, heavy breaths punctuating his words. At that moment, a ninja from the Yamanaka clan appeared before Shimura Danzo in an instant. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Kaitenshi is attempting to leave Konoha with Uchiha Mokyuten, Hinata Hanari, and the 2 children from the Hige clan, along with 3 other Uchiha youths. What? Haha. Uchiha Kaitenshi, I was just contemplating how to eliminate you. Are you courting death? Danzo laughed loudly. Meanwhile, at the gates of Konoha, a throng had gathered. And standing directly opposite Uchiha Kaitenshi were the ninjas of the Hige clan. Hige Tenjin, Hige Hyman, Hige Takashi, Hige Irika, Hige Nichiji, Hige Nichise, and several other jonin formed a formidable blockade at the entrance. Hige clan leader, are you intending to lead your clan against us? Uchiha Chentian gazed at Hyuga Tenrin with a sly smile. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi had yet to ascend to the position of clan leader of the Hyuga clan. Enough with the trivialities. How did you manage to free the caged bird of Hinata Hanliang? Hyuga Tenrin exclaimed with palpable anger directed at Uchiha Chentian. Oh, you mean the slave curse mark? That's quite simple. My Byakugan surpasses yours in sophistication, Uchiha Chentian retorted, as his eyes swiftly transformed into a pair of Byakugan, shimmering with a hint of blue light, emanating an overwhelming ocular power. The Byakugan. This is impossible. You lack the bloodline of my clan. How could you possess the Byakugan? Hyuga Tenrin exclaimed in disbelief. If Uchiha Chentian had merely transferred their clan's Byakugan, it would not have astonished him greatly. However, a transferred Byakugan cannot be deactivated. It can only maintain its state for an extended period. In contrast, Uchiha Chentian's current condition clearly allowed him to activate and deactivate it at will, and its purity appeared to surpass that of his own Byakugan. How could this not astound him? The Byakugan is merely a manifestation of power, as long as one masters the chakra and the operational procedures associated with it. Anyone's eyes can be transformed into the Byakugan, much like the Sharingan. Uchiha Chentian spoke, as his pale eyes swiftly transformed into a deep crimson hue. The Tomo began to manifest one by one, first 1, then 2, 3, 4, and 5, spinning incessantly like a whirlwind of flames. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The 5 Tomo united to form a pentagonal Sharingan. In that instant, everyone present was taken aback. Had Uchiha Chentian merely awakened the Sharingan, even if it were the Mangekyō Sharingan, they would not have been overly astonished. However, the ability to seamlessly switch between the Sharingan and the Byakugan left them utterly bewildered. Some even questioned whether they had fallen victim to an illusion. Throughout history, they had never heard of anyone possessing both the Byakugan and Sharingan simultaneously, especially not the Mangekyō Sharingan. Chapter 8. Susanoo. How could this be? A Mangekyō with 5 Tomo, was this truly the fabled eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? The Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Tenfu, gazed in astonishment at the eyes of Uchiha Chentian. Not to mention the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. He had yet to even awaken the regular Mangekyō. Yet, here stood a clan member, long forsaken by the Uchiha, who had unlocked the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. This revelation stirred within Uchiha band Tenfu not only surprise, but also a profound envy and discontent. How could one who had been cast aside possess eyes of such superior caliber, surpassing even those of a clan leader? It was utterly astonishing. Goodness! This old fox had concealed his true power far too well. I always suspected that this anomaly must possess the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. While everyone was momentarily stunned by Uchiha Chentian's possession of both the Byakugan and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the question arose, Uchiha Chentian, have you betrayed Konoha by departing with so many? As the words of Shimura Danzo echoed, the call to eliminate the rogue ninja Uchiha Chentian resonated through the air. Uchiha Chentian felt his body rendered immobile, as a ninja from the foundation deftly ensnared his shadow with an elongated tendril of darkness. Could it be the Nara clan's secret shadow neck-binding technique? Uchiha Chentian murmured to himself, invoking the water release, great waterfall technique, and the fire release, head hardening technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique, and fire release. Phoenix flower technique followed in rapid succession. Countless B-rank ninjutsu surged toward Uchiha Chentian. Shimura Danzo, cease your actions. Jiraiya bellowed furiously at Shimura Danzo. The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, had just arrived on the scene, witnessing Danzo commanding rude operatives to assault Uchiha Chentian. This was a grave predicament. Jiraiya thought to himself. Boom, boom. As massive fireballs measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter, 10-meter-high boulders, and 20-meter-long water dragons hurtled toward Uchiha Chentian. A colossal skeletal structure suddenly manifested around him. Susanoo. With each resounding explosion, the ninjutsu struck just as the Susanoo took shape, causing the gigantic skeleton to rapidly sprout countless forms resembling muscle tissue. At the moment a humanoid figure emerged, armor appeared simultaneously. As the armor materialized, a towering armored deity, 50 meters tall, materialized before the astonished onlookers. Uchiha Chentian stood alongside Hinata Hualing, Uchiha Mutian, and others within the colossal form of the war god. With a thunderous roar, the armored warrior brandished his great sword, striking like lightning at the ninja who had just attacked him. What? Susanoo! Shimura Danzo exclaimed in astonishment. A-level secret technique, iron insect technique. A ninja from the Oil Woman clan rapidly formed hand seals, causing the poisonous insects that covered her body to stir into frenzied motion. In an instant, a giant insect, 3 meters in size, enveloped the body of this Oil Woman ninja. With a deafening crash, the Oil Woman ninja was hurled to the ground, falling heavily and losing consciousness. While she was fortunate, the other root ninjas were not so lucky. 3 jonin, 10 special jonin, and an additional 20 to 30 chunin were all obliterated in an instant by a single strike from Susanoo. A massive scar, stretching over 100 meters, marred the ground. Fortunately, this occurred near the outskirts of the village, where few villagers resided. Otherwise, hundreds, if not thousands, would have perished at the hands of Uchiha Chentian. Danzo, are you courting death? Uchiha Chentian gazed coldly at Shimura Danzo, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Chapter 9, The Sage Land of the Ninja World. Uchiha Chentian, cease this at once. Are you intent on annihilating the entire Konoha? At that moment, the third Hokage, Mito Gatekeeper, and Tsunade, along with the other 2 legendary Sannin, arrived, and nearly all the high-ranking officials of Konoha had congregated at the village gates. It was astonishing that the third Hokage, that cunning old fox, had chosen now to appear. In the heart of Uchiha Chentian, he mused, Lord Third, such inquiries should be directed towards that scoundrel Danzo. All I desired was to embark on a journey, yet this rogue accuses me of betraying Konoha and assaults me without discernment. Were it not for my considerable strength, I would have perished at his hands long ago. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian gradually retracted his Susanoo, his dual tomo eye swiftly transforming into Byakugan. Just as Shimura Danzo was about to unleash his fury upon being labeled a scoundrel, he suddenly heard Uchiha Chentian utter 4 formidable words, Byakugan, pressure. An overwhelming force instantaneously descended upon Danzo, forcing him to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as his body was pressed into the earth. Danzo felt as though an immense mountain were crushing his shoulders, the terrifying gravity injuring him severely. Given his prior wounds from the Second Great Ninja War, Danzo's strength had already diminished to that of a shadow-level ninja and elite Jonin, and he had yet to fully recover. How could he withstand the pressure of Byakugan, which had reached the threshold of super shadow level? Uchiha Chentian, enough. The third Hokage could no longer restrain himself, his voice a stern reprimand directed at Uchiha Chentian. Though he was largely astonished by Chentian's prowess, Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I harbor no intent to kill him. I merely wish for him to be silenced. Uchiha Chentian smiled at the third Hokage, who took a deep breath, gazing at his longtime friend, who appeared to be on the brink of death. Uchiha Chentian, have you truly ventured outside the village merely for leisure? The third Hokage observed Hinata Hualing and Uchiha Mutian, along with a group laden with numerous bags, suggesting that they were in the midst of relocation. After all, Konoha is the product of the collaboration between my two esteemed grandfathers. To claim that I betrayed Konoha would be a misrepresentation. If anything, it is Konoha that has forsaken me. It can be asserted that even if the Hokage were to betray Konoha, I, Uchiha Chentian, shall remain steadfast in my loyalty to the village. Uchiha Chentian's words rendered everyone speechless. Though undeniably brazen, they held a kernel of truth. Were any other Uchiha or Senju clan members to utter such a statement, they would have long since faced the wrath of the third Hokage. However, Uchiha Chentian, endowed with both status and strength, stood above all save for Sh and Tsunade. In the hierarchy of power, even the third Hokage could not compare to Uchiha Chentian. Presently, only Sh and Tsunade, alongside Uchiha Chentian, shared a relationship closely entwined with the founders of Konoha. Uchiha Chentian, what on earth are you scheming? Tsunade exclaimed, having grown up alongside him. She possessed an intimate understanding of his character, and the sight of him accompanied by a multitude of bags suggested that he was more likely relocating than merely embarking on a journey. While the Hokage refrained from questioning Uchiha Chentian due to his formidable power, Tsunade was unafraid to confront him. Haha, it's nothing of great consequence. I merely heard that the shinobi world is home to 3 sacred lands, and I thought to create the foremost sacred ground in the world of shinobi for a bit of recreation. Uchiha Chentian spoke with a smile. Chapter 10, The Malevolent Uchiha. Tsunade, Shikamaru, and Mito Minin were taken aback, especially the 2 Hokage advisors, Tsunade, Shikamaru, and Mito Minin. Tsunade Shikamaru exclaimed in anger, Uchiha Chentian, while you purport to establish a sanctuary for the ninja world, you are clearly nurturing a rogue ninja who does not belong to Konoha. Indeed, Uchiha Chentian, do you aspire to become a rogue ninja? As expected, the words of the second Hokage ring true. Uchiha are inherently malevolent. As Mito Minion's words fell, the third Hokage silently feared the implications. Are the Uchiha truly born of evil? Uchiha Chentian let out a disdainful scoff as his eyes instantaneously transformed into the Byakugan, the veins around them becoming pronounced. An overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon Tsurun Koshun and Mito Minin, as if a colossal weight had been placed upon them. Thud. The sound of a heavy object striking the ground echoed, causing the bodies of Tsurun Koshun and Mito Minin to sink deeply, as if crushed by an immense boulder. I am conversing with Lord Hokage. What relevance do you two possess in this matter? The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated in the ears of the gathered crowd, plunging the atmosphere into an inexplicable sense of oppression. Observing how effortlessly Uchiha Chentian subdued the 2 elite jonin, the third Hokage's countenance turned ashen. However, the second Hokage was not mistaken. The Uchiha clan indeed possesses an inherent malevolence. This is attributed to their profound emotional capacity, which surpasses that of ordinary individuals. When love is lost, a unique chakra surges within them, manifesting in a transformation of their visual perception, commonly referred to as opening their eyes. Although the activation of the Sharingan significantly amplifies their chakra and power, it also incites an overwhelming hatred upon witnessing the demise of their most cherished ones, leading to a drastic shift in their mentality. I refer to this phenomenon as the inner demon. Once afflicted by this inner demon, even the most benevolent individual may become ruthless and vengeful. Thus, the more innocent and naive an Uchiha is, the greater their potential for power upon awakening their eyes after succumbing to darkness. This is precisely why the second Hokage labeled the Uchiha as innately malevolent. Yet, should one conquer their inner demon, the outcome can be entirely different. The true strength of the Uchiha lies in the naturally awakened Sharingan, untainted by external stimuli. A power that far exceeds even the strongest of shinobi, rivaling that of the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara. I, Uchiha Chentian, embody this naturally awakened Sharingan. From an early age, I possessed a single Tomo Sharingan. Such an awakening is rare, shared only with my ancestor Indra. Legend holds that Indra was born with a 3-Tomo Sharingan and the ability to manifest the complete Susanoo. Though I may not match my ancestor Indra, I am certainly incomparable to the lesser Uchiha. Not even Uchiha Madara can surpass me. The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated in the ears of all those present. Is it a naturally born Sharingan? Uchiha Tenfu muttered to himself. Well, enough of this idle chatter. Hokage, we shall take our leave. With that, Uchiha Chentian strode out of Konoha before the crowd. Half an hour later, he called out, "Come forth, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru." As the words of Uchiha Chentian echoed, Tsunade and her companions leapt down from a towering tree. "Chentian, I have heard from Minato that you severed the tail of the Nine Tails. You haven't killed it, have you?" Jiraiya inquired of Uchiha Chentian. "Not killed, but its strength has certainly diminished, which is also for Kushina's benefit. The Nine Tails is far too powerful. Given Kushina's current strength as a Chunin, she is utterly incapable of containing it." Uchiha Chentian chuckled. Chapter 11. The Land of Water. "Humph, Chentian. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. Previously, when the Nine Tails resided within Granny Mito, you hesitated to take action. Now that Granny Mito has just sealed the Nine Tails within Kushina, you swiftly sever one of its tails. This is clearly for your own benefit." Tsunade retorted with a disdainful scoff. Haha. Uchiha Chentian offered an awkward smile, choosing not to elaborate further. From the moment he unlocked his Mangekyō Sharingan, he had already set his sights on the Nine Tails. However, due to the creature residing within Naruto Uzumaki, he hesitated to take action. Growing up among the Senju clan, Uchiha was treated by Naruto as if he were his own grandson, never considered an outsider. Thus, the thought of harming Naruto truly troubled Uchiha Chentian. "Chentian, you intend to create a sanctuary within the ninja world with just these two nin by your side? Surely, you jest," Orochimaru inquired with intrigue. "Haha. You shall see in due time. Perhaps, you might even join us then," Chentian replied with a hint of mystery. Uchiha Chentian gazed at Orochimaru with a seemingly enigmatic smile. "Will I come?" Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Chentian with a face full of questions, struggling to comprehend the true meaning behind his words. "Chentian, you can't be serious. Do you genuinely aspire to create the foremost sacred place in the ninja world?" Jiraiya inquired, his skepticism evident. "With my kaleidoscopic Sharingan and advanced Byakugan, my current strength rivals that of the first Hokage and Madara in their prime. Even Hanzo would not pose a challenge for me, if I so desired. Unifying the entire ninja world would be but a trivial endeavor. However, I detest war. I wish to achieve peace through my own means." Uchiha Chentian spoke thoughtfully. "Is true peace truly attainable?" Tsunade expressed her skepticism. "While eternal peace may indeed be an impossibility, the prospect of enduring tranquility is not without its potential for realization. In due time, you shall come to understand." Uchiha Chentian did not elaborate much. Discussing extensively with the three legendary ninjas seemed futile, especially considering that even the god of ninjas, the first Hokage, could not accomplish certain feats. To claim one can achieve what even the most revered cannot would surely be perceived as mere boastfulness. Although he had grown up amidst the chaos of a tumultuous era, Uchiha Chentian had never truly acclimated to such a lifestyle. With the memories of his past life, he had been raised in a realm devoid of battlefields. Even after residing in Konoha for over 20 years, he struggled to adapt to this existence. The narrow-mindedness of the will of fire in Konoha, which relied on the burning of new sprouts to illuminate the decaying hierarchy, only intensified his weariness. Having not engaged in lengthy conversations with Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, Uchiha Chentian set off towards the Land of Water, accompanied by Hinata Hanliang, Uchiha Mutian, and their respective siblings. The five great nations, particularly the Hokage's realm, were indeed peculiar. While it appeared that the daimyo governed the nations, in reality, it was the five Kages who wielded true power, with the daimyo overseeing the economy and the Kage commanding the military forces. The Land of Water, home to the enigmatic Kirigakure, lay shrouded in thick mists, ranking just below Konoha and Sunagakure in size among the hidden villages. As an island nation, it was surrounded by seas teeming with a rich variety of marine life. The most formidable ninjas within its borders were the Mizukage and the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Although the land area of the Land of Water was not as extensive as that of the other 4 nations, its surrounding seas made it vast beyond comparison. This was the very reason Uchiha Chentian sought to journey to the Land of Water. Chapter 12. The 7 Ninja Swordsman Captain. Why choose to go to the Land of Water instead of the smaller nations? Uchiha Mutant inquired with curiosity. When I mention my intention to journey to the Land of Water, I refer to the vast ocean. As an island nation, the Land of Water is surrounded by seas on all sides, boasts a flourishing fishing industry, and is abundant in various types of marine life. Most importantly, it is sufficiently expansive. Uchiha Chentian chuckled. Who goes there? Show yourself. At that moment, Hinata Hualing coldly rebuked, hurling a shuriken with precision. with her Byakugan. She possessed a panoramic view of her surroundings, detecting the intruder from a considerable distance before he even approached. "Oh, so you can see me." It turns out to be the Byakugan of Konoha. A robust man with a bun hairstyle gruffly exclaimed. Towering over 2 meters, his gaze roved over Uchiha Chentian, Hinata Walling, and Uchiha Mutien, while he completely disregarded the 4 children, none older than 10. "You dare to venture out of Konoha with those children? Do you fancy yourself a J-Nin? When did Konoha's Ch-Nin become so arrogant?" The portly man scoffed. "Tifu demon, silence. Watch out for the Konoha dragon." A bloodied figure, wielding an enormous sword, admonished sharply, his gaze fixed warily on Uchiha Chentian. Uchiha Muten awakened his Tutomo Sharingan, his gaze fixating upon the 2 individuals before him. Memories flooded back of the name they had just mentioned, alongside the 5 figures standing behind them. The pufferfish demon. Could it be the one from Suigetsu's clan? And that broken blade? Be cautious, Hualing. They are the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Muten's pupils suddenly constricted, and his entire body tensed up. The rotund figure with the bun hairstyle chuckled ominously. "It appears you recognize us." "Ha. Indeed, we are the 7 ninja swordsmen. And it seems we are quite renowned." The portly man beamed with delight. Although Muten had surmised their identity as the 7 ninja swordsmen, he still hesitated to confirm it. Upon hearing their own admission, he could not help but draw a sharp breath. The 7 ninja swordsmen, legendary figures, were said to be the elite of the Mist Village, each possessing strength that rivaled that of high-ranking jonin. Moreover, each was equipped with a blade tailored to their unique jutsu, and when united, they could vanquish any shadow-level adversary, easily laying waste to an entire nation. The 7 ninja swordsmen answered solely to the Mizukage and routinely undertook the most challenging missions. Uchiha Muten whispered to Hyuga Walling, expressing his concerns about the impending trouble, uncertain whether their captain could contend with the 7 adversaries. Hyuga Walling's expression reflected a hint of despair as she remarked, despite witnessing Uchiha Chentian effortlessly subduing the likes of Tsuji Kamaru and Mido Menka, along with the formidable elite jonin, Danzo, not to mention the towering Susanoo standing 50 meters tall. Yet, now they faced the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, leaving her with lingering doubts. After all, the renown of the 7 ninja swordsmen eclipsed even that of Uchiha Chentian. The original 7 ninja swordsmen comprised the likes of Kisame Hashigaki, and others. And in the narrative, they were reduced to 3 by Might Guy, with 4 perishing in the fray. However, the tale had shifted, depicting Might Guy injuring 4 of them, thus elevating his status to that of a distinguished jonin in Konoha. "The Konoha dragon, you say? Today, I shall transform you from a dragon into a mere reptile," Kuri Asanuma declared, a frenzied smile gracing his features. "The humiliation you inflicted upon me in the past shall be repaid tenfold today. This is going to be quite the spectacle." Tsukasa Ye grinned wickedly. "While the 3 of us may not match Uchiha Chentian, with 7 on our side, even the Hokage could find himself vanquished," Wori Shimachi chuckled. "Have you finished speaking?" With a calm demeanor, Uchiha Chentian addressed the 7 ninja swordsmen. Chapter 13, The Great Battle. "Now that we have finished our words, let us dance together." A terrifying aura erupted from Uchiha Chentian, his eyes transforming into a pair of Byakugan, shimmering with hints of blue light, emanating an overwhelming power. "What? Impossible. How could the Byakugan possess such capabilities?" exclaimed Kiba Shirzong, feeling himself crushed to the ground by an overwhelming force. Although each member of the 7 ninja swordsmen was a skilled ninja, they excelled primarily in physical combat, their physical strength surpassing that of the elderly trio, including Danzo, while Kiba Shirzong, Suigetsu Hzuki, Kurama Shiranui, and the others were indeed pressed down by Uchiha Chentian's Byakugan techniques. They did not suffer the same severe injuries as Danzo's group. They still retained some capacity for movement. Of course, this was also due to Uchiha Chentian not exerting his full strength. In contrast, when facing Danzo and his companions, Chentian showed no mercy. "Oh, you can still stand." Uchiha Chentian gazed in astonishment at the 7 ninja swordsmen. Was it the unique abilities of the swords that shielded them from a portion of the Byakugan's ocular prowess? Uchiha Chentian murmured to himself, completely disregarding the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. How infuriating it is to be looked down upon. Suig Watermelon, gritting his teeth, cast a resentful glance at Uchiha Chentian. The 7 exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they unleashed their most formidable jutsu in unison. Water Release, Great Exploding Water Dragon. Thousand Needle Jutsu, Longsword Technique. Earth Spider Stitching, Exploding Blade Technique. Death from the Heavens, Water Release, Exploding Water Wave, Longsword Technique. Azure Water Tomb, Lightning Release, Thunder Fang. Boom. Countless jutsu struck Uchiha Chentian and his companions as a massive river descended from the heavens, completely submerging them all. 10 explosions, akin to water mines, resonated through the air, enveloping a 100-meter radius in a thick cloud of smoke. He must be dead, Tong Xiaoyebren said uncertainly. No, his chakra has not diminished at all. In fact, it is growing even stronger, Suig Watermelon remarked solemnly. A terrifying aura emanated from Uchiha Chentian, as immense chakra formed a humanoid figure surrounding all of them. A colossal crimson skeleton rose into the air, resembling a giant skeleton, appearing before the 7 ninja swordsmen. Is this the legendary Susanoo? Papazi Zong exclaimed in astonishment. Heavens! What terrifying chakra! His chakra level is nearly comparable to that of a tailed beast, exclaimed Hai Shalia in shock. Comparable to a tailed beast? Even a tailed beast pales in comparison to him. Suig Watermelon cried out. Uchiha Chentian's Susanoo continued to transform, with veins and flesh sprouting on its skeletal surface. Now adorned in the armor of the Tengu, complete with a lower body and legs, wielding a massive longsword. If the first form of Susanoo stood at a mere 50 meters, its current form surpassed 100 meters. We must flee quickly, Wooly Shinhachi exclaimed in a panic. No sooner had his words fallen than the third form of Susanoo raised its longsword, swinging it towards the 7. Boom. A terrifying shockwave sent everything within hundreds of meters flying. Did it only hit 2 of them? Uchiha Chentian gazed upon the long, 1,000-meter scar etched into the ground, as well as the distant figures of the 7 ninja swordsmen, now reduced to merely 5. 5 ninjas, clad in remarkably peculiar attire, fixated their unwavering stares on the colossal figure in the distance, none daring to advance. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Chentian commanded the Susanoo, forming a hand seal with a single hand. A colossal fireball, stretching 100 meters in length, erupted from the mouth of the Susanoo. Although the great fireball technique is merely a C-rank ninjutsu, in the hands of Uchiha Chentian, it was nearly indistinguishable from an S-rank technique, given the sheer size of the fireball. Chapter 14. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. 4 dead, 3 escaped with a resounding boom. The ground erupted in flames, resembling a volcanic eruption. A towering inferno surged hundreds of meters into the sky, transforming the area into a sea of fire, while the earth caved in, leaving behind a massive crater. At this moment, the 7 ninja swordsmen had dwindled to merely 3 survivors. Those who perished beneath the oppressive gaze of Uchiha Chentian and his Susanoo included the long sword, Stitch Needle Kurasame, the dull blade, Dagari Takusa, and the explosive blade, Hibiki Munashii, along with the first master of the twin blades, Hiramiki. The 3 who managed to flee were the owner of the broken blade, Decapitation Great Sword, Pai Pasherzong, the owner of the great blade, Sharkskin, Suka Yamagawa, and the owner of the thunder blade, Fang, Haichi Thunder Fang. Pai Pasherzong, Suka Yamagawa, and Haichi Thunder Fang had escaped to a distance of several dozen kilometers, their hearts racing as they gazed up at the giant in the sky. The youth in the heavens regarded them with an indifferent gaze, his expression devoid of emotion, emanating a chilling aura. Could he be the legendary Uchiha Madara? Haichi Thunder Fang spoke with a tremor in his voice, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. No, he is certainly not Uchiha Madara. Even if Madara were still alive, how much power could he possibly wield now? Pai Pasherzong, drenched in sweat, felt his body tremble. In less than 5 seconds, the 7 ninja swordsmen had been reduced to 3. None could withstand a single strike unscathed. A peculiar humming resonated through the surrounding space, emanating from the powerful chakra radiating from Uchiha Chentian. The chakra rippled outward like waves in water, gradually spreading throughout the vicinity. Run! Feeling the overwhelming strength of Uchiha Chentian's chakra intensifying, Suka Yamagawa shouted, transforming into a blur as he dashed into the distance, simultaneously creating several shadow clones to escape in various directions. The illustrious 7 ninja swordsmen, renowned throughout the ninja world, could scarcely fathom that their demise would come at the hands of the Konoha demon dragon. Their harrowing experience validated a saying, it is better to face the Hokage of Konoha than to confront the Konoha demon dragon. What? Chentian has encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen. Why aren't you going to assist him? There is still time to inform me, Tsunade exclaimed, her expression charged with urgency, unable to restrain herself as she struck Jiraiya with a punch. The tremendous force sent him flying over 100 meters, crashing through countless trees along the way. Ah, how painful it is, old man. Why couldn't you let me finish my words? Jiraiya cried out, lying on the ground in agony. Fortunately, his martial arts were commendable, Otherwise, a single blow from Tsunade could have left him severely injured or even dead. Tsunade, do not proceed. The battle has concluded. The 7 ninja swordsmen have already been defeated by Chentian. At that moment, Orochimaru's voice echoed. What? The 7 ninja swordsmen have all been vanquished by him? Tsunade's astonished voice traveled from several hundred meters away. Moreover, according to the intel from the Umbu, only 3 of the 7 remain. And the entire confrontation lasted no more than 10 seconds, Orochimaru stated calmly, though the slight tremor of his body betrayed his inner turmoil. Tsunade fell silent. It was not just her. Even Orochimaru and Jiraiya shared a similar sense of unease. Even if the 3 of them had teamed up, it was unlikely they could have achieved such a remarkable victory over the 7 ninja swordsmen as Chentian had. Chapter 15. Renowned worldwide, the Hidden Cloud Village. A formidable stronghold perched beyond the Sea of Clouds is situated in the Land of Lightning, atop a snow-capped mountain. What? The 7 ninja swordsmen have been reduced to just 3 by the Konoha dragon? Exclaimed the third Raikage, in astonishment. Each of the 7 ninja swordsmen was an elite jonin, equipped with unique and powerful blades. Even the third Raikage himself would struggle to defeat them single-handedly. Let alone kill 4 of them. Such a feat would be nearly impossible unless they chose not to flee. Damn it. Konoha has already produced a god of the ninja world. Must another arise now? The third Raikage scolded in anger. Although a previous alliance had been forged between the second Raikage and the second Hokage, it did not imply that the third Raikage would forever acquiesce to the Fire Nation's dominance over the most prosperous lands. He still harbored thoughts of launching an attack against the Land of Fire. However, the legendary White Fang of Konoha, the 3 Sannin, and the formidable Konoha dragon had all gained notoriety throughout the ninja world, compelling him to abandon such notions. Lord Second, while the Konoha dragon is indeed powerful, he is currently at odds with the Hokage and encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen only upon leaving Konoha. An Umbu captain from the Hidden Cloud Village informed the second Raikage. Is that so? The third Raikage replied with a composed demeanor. The Hidden Sand Village, located in the Land of Wind, is characterized by its harsh, sand-laden environment, which serves as an excellent breeding ground for cultivating ninjas. A middle-aged man with deep blue hair and yellow eyes, clad in blue Kazekage attire, gazed out the window. He was the third Kazekage. Once again, it is Konoha. Why do all the geniuses seem to emerge from there? The third Kazekage spoke with a face full of reluctance. It seems we must swiftly launch an assault on Konoha. Otherwise, by the time Uchiha Chentian matures to the strength of Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, our son Mangekyō will have no chance of rising again. Fortunately, Uchiha Chentian currently finds himself at odds with the leaders of Konoha. By the time he returns, I shall have already conquered the Land of Fire, the third Kazekage confidently declared. As the most formidable Kazekage in history, he possessed the authority to make such claims. And his aim was merely to seize half of the Land of Fire's territory, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Konoha. In the Land of Earth, Iwagakure, the village is encircled by natural fortifications, renowned for its impregnable defenses. Comprising numerous towering cliffs, it serves as a covert stronghold, boasting geographical advantages that render it difficult for enemies to breach its walls. However, this same isolation complicates communication with the outside world. A venerable man clad in a tight-fitting crimson combat suit, adorned with green layered armor on his shoulders and chest, hovered in midair. He was the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, an expert in earth-based ninjutsu, capable of wielding dust release, a technique surpassing the limits of bloodline abilities. He was also one of the few ninjas among the 5 great nations who could fly. Another Uchiha? Uchiha Madara has already perished, yet now we have another Uchiha Chentian. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, scowled in discontent. After a moment, his expression began to normalize. However, the one who should be most troubled now is probably the Mizukage. Haha. In the Land of Water, Kirigakure, the ninja village shrouded in thick mist. Useless, all of you are useless. The 7 of you allowed one Uchiha Chentian to slay 4 of your number. You call yourselves the 7 ninja swordsmen. Perhaps you should rename yourselves the 7 useless blades instead. The third Mizukage seethed, his voice echoing throughout the high halls of the Mizukage's residence. Chapter 16. The Demon God of the Ninja World. The third Mizukage glared at the 3 remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen before him, his fury rendering him at a loss for words, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Uchiha Chentian, you say? Relay my orders, from now on. Should we encounter the Konoha dragon, we may opt to withdraw from the engagement. Though filled with rage, the third Mizukage did not lose his composure at the demise of the 7 ninja swordsmen. After taking a deep breath, he regained his calm and began issuing commands. He understood that this was not the time for vengeance against Uchiha Chentian. Not only was he unaware of Chentian's current whereabouts, but even if he did know, he lacked the strength to confront him. 40 years into the era of Konoha, it had been 3 years since Uchiha Chentian departed from the village. 3 years prior, he had gained renown across the ninja world for severely injuring the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, it was 2 years ago that Uchiha Chentian truly made a name for himself when he single-handedly challenged the entire land of water. The third Mizukage had inflicted heavy injuries upon Chentian, yet all the ninjas of the Mist Village fell before Chentian's towering Susanoo, which stood 100 meters high. With a Byakugan-esque pressure on one side and an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan on the other, he summoned numerous Susanoo clones. Although many were merely for show, only 3 possessed true combat capability. Yet the sight of those towering Susanoo forms left the ninjas of the Mist Village in sheer terror. Ultimately, the third Mizukage was left with no choice but to concede, ceding a portion of the land of water, located at the intersection with the other 4 nations, to Uchiha Chentian. Fortunately, Chentian bore no intent to kill. He merely incapacitated the Mist ninjas, sparing their lives. Or else the third Mizukage's negotiations would have been far more difficult. In the end, Uchiha Chentian earned a new title, the Demon God of the Ninja World. This moniker spread throughout the ninja realm from the Land of Water, placing him on par with the god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju. Over the course of these 3 years, Uchiha Chentian sought out the 9-tailed beasts annually, siphoning considerable chakra from them each time, all within their limits. Though he operated in secrecy, some powerful Jinchuriki, such as the future 4th Raikage, Killer Bee, became aware of his actions. Yet Chentian managed to ensnare them within his Tsukuyami. As for his motives in collecting tailed beast chakra, it was not to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The might of the 10 Tails, while formidable and comparable to that of the Sage of 6 Paths, was not truly his strength. It was merely the chakra of the 10 Tails, which could at most grant him a fleeting semblance of the Sage's power. Uchiha Chentian's primary goal was to obtain chakra fruits. When discussing chakra, one must reference the great Tsutsuki Kagaya and the 3 great sages, while others, such as the Sage of 6 Paths, Hagoromo Tsutsuki, and his brothers, Azura and Indra, also belonged to the Tsutsuki clan. They ultimately succumbed to mortality, achieving nothing more than the longevity of spirit and chakra. In contrast, Kagaya achieved her immortality through consuming chakra fruits and absorbing natural chakra, a feat shared by the great Tsutsuki. The 3 great sages, too, extended their lives through the mastery of Senjutsu in the absorption of natural chakra, though they fell short compared to Kagaya, who had consumed the chakra fruit. Chapter 17. Chakra Fruits in Uchiha Chentian's perspective. Chakra is derived from the energy within one's own cells. Excessive consumption of cells would undoubtedly compromise longevity, which explains why few ninja live beyond a century. Most perish in their 30s or 40s, with those surpassing 40 being exceedingly rare. Chentian viewed natural chakra as akin to the spiritual energy of his previous life, nourishing the body and offering a continuous replenishment, thereby enhancing longevity. Chakra fruits, akin to life-giving elixirs, possess effects reminiscent of divine ginseng and other miraculous substances. Over the past 3 years, after cultivating the God Tree seeds, Chentian's tree now yields 3 chakra fruits annually. Each fruit can awaken an ordinary individual's Mangekyō Sharingan or Byakugan, provided their body can withstand the power of the chakra fruit. An ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan may evolve into an eternal Mangekyō with just 1 fruit. Yet evolving an eternal Mangekyō into a Rinnegan would require approximately 10 chakra fruits. It appears that I must wait another 2 years to fully evolve both of my eyes into Rinnegan. Uchiha Chentian murmured to himself, adjusting his bangs to obscure his right eye. The Rinnegan. The Rinnegan, revered as the eye that governs life and death, is the ultimate ocular technique derived from the chakra fruit of the divine tree. Possessors of the Rinnegan command the forces of yin and yang, embodying at least 6 distinct chakra transformations, endowing them with extraordinary abilities. They can manifest as deities of creation, possessing the power to forge worlds, or as harbingers of destruction, capable of annihilation. Presently, Uchiha Chentian's strength is akin to that of the Rinnegan Sasuke from the latter stages of the Shinobi War, standing at the precipice of the 6 paths. However, in a confrontation, he could easily overpower 2 Sasukes due to his extensive repertoire of skills. Having evolved techniques such as Amaterasu, Kamui, and those of Obito and Madara through his myriad of abilities. Sage Realm. In the village of Uchiha Chentian, it was not referred to as Sien Village, but rather named Sien-di. At this moment, three future formidable figures arrived, or rather two. The founding members of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, had just departed from Jiraiya, their ages merely 12, possessing the strength of Nin, while Nagato, when utilizing the Rinnegan, could be deemed an elite Nin. Although the trio did not possess the prowess of Kakashi, who was already a Nin at 12, they would eventually far surpass him, the wielder of the Sharingan. Is this truly CND? How prosperous! How beautiful! So many people, despite having heard of CND's renown. Yahiko and his companions were utterly astonished upon their arrival. Multicolored lights hung everywhere. Even though it was night, the streets were illuminated as brightly as day. Stalls selling various goods and snacks lined the pathways, and the buildings, though only 2 to 4 stories high, were constructed of concrete. Unlike the wooden structures typical of the countryside, which were predominantly found in the residences of the nobility, the townsfolk donned new garments as they strolled through the streets, each face adorned with a joyful smile. In stark contrast to the worn clothes of Nagato and his companions, they appeared somewhat shabby, reminiscent of 3 country bumpkins venturing into the city. Moreover, they gazed upon an array of items they had never heard of or seen before: ice cream, sausages, candied hawthorns, beef offal, stinky tofu, and other delectable snacks. The enticing aromas of these treats irresistibly beckoned the 3, who had not eaten in some time, compelling them to advance further. Ah, young friends, would you care to try our specialty beef offal? It is prepared with spices personally crafted by Lord Xian. Chapter 18. The Eye of Reincarnation. A middle-aged man with crimson hair smiled at Nagato and his companions. The Second Shinobi World War occurred in the 32nd and 37th years of Konoha, while the Third Shinobi World War took place in the 45th and 48th years of Konoha. Shortly after the onset of the Second Shinobi World War, the Uzumaki clan faced annihilation. The Third Hokage's failure to rescue them was not due to a lack of willingness, but rather a matter of inability. The Hidden Cloud Village had abducted the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina Uzumaki, shortly after her arrival in the village, and it was ultimately the skilled seducer, Minato Namikaze, who saved her. From this, one can deduce that the Uzumaki clan was likely exterminated between the 36th and 37th years of Konoha, a time frame that is not readily available online, hence the personal conjecture. The Hokage's inability to intervene during the clan's demise raises questions about the Third Hokage's intentions. At that time, Konoha was besieged on all sides, rendering any potential rescue impossible. However, after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, the Third Hokage only sent for Kushina Uzumaki, allowing the remaining members of the Uzumaki clan to perish. This raises suspicions about whether the Third Hokage deliberately allowed the clan to face extinction. Uchiha Chentian found it hard to believe that Konoha, with its might, could not save the other Uzumaki members. Ultimately, it appeared to be a matter of self-interest. Even if the Uzumaki nation had fallen, their clan's total eradication seemed excessive. After all, bringing the Uzumaki clan back to Konoha would necessitate a division of interests, which the other clans would naturally oppose. The vendor selling beef offal was of the Uzumaki clan. Following the establishment of the Holy Land of Sages, Uchiha Chentian had brought back numerous members of the Uzumaki clan from various regions of the ninja world. The nation of the Land of Whirlpools had recently been destroyed, yet a significant number of clan members were still alive, far from the point in the narrative where the Uzumaki clan had nearly vanished. The Holy Land of Sages was once a small nation adjacent to the Land of Water, its size lesser than that of Konoha itself. Although it bore the name of a sage, the strength of its sage shadow was merely that of a particularly skilled jonin. 3 years prior, the nation was plagued by dire poverty, with the streets littered with the starving dead and a disheartening survival rate among newborns. The common folk were frail and often succumbed to illness without treatment. Fields lay fallow, and the populace was displaced, with corpses strewn across the land. Coupled with rogue ninjas who frequently pillaged the hidden sage village, the citizens of the Land of Sages endured unspeakable hardships. However, everything changed upon Uchiha Chentian's arrival. Roads were repaired, houses constructed, and fields cultivated. In just 3 years, the Land of Sages was transformed into a veritable paradise. How much for a bowl? Nagato could not help but inquire, as the aroma wafting from the steaming bowl of beef offal was irresistibly enticing. 50 ryo for a bowl. Then I shall have 3 bowls, please. Soon, Nagato presented 3 coins, with 50 taels roughly equivalent to 5 yuan from Uchiha Chentian's previous life. He handed the other 2 bowls to Konan and Yahiko. The aroma was something he had never encountered before. Yahiko's pupils widened in astonishment. The scent made him salivate uncontrollably, and he promptly opened his mouth to indulge. This is simply delectable, Conan exclaimed with excitement. 10 minutes later, each of the trio had devoured 4 or 5 bowls. Little one, you must be part of our Uzumaki clan, the beef offal vendor remarked kindly, noticing Nagato's crimson hair. Halfway, I inherit my bloodline from my mother, Fusong, and bear my father's surname, Ayase. Thus, I do not carry the Uzumaki name, Nagato replied, lifting his gaze to the vendor. Those eyes, the Rinnegan. It was only then that the vendor realized Nagato's eyes resembled those of Uchiha Chentian, albeit Chentian possessed but one, while Nagato had a pair. Heavens! You possess the same eyes as Lord Sage. The vendor exclaimed in disbelief. Oh, does the sage of the Holy Land also share eyes like Nagato's? Yahiko inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Lord Sage has one such eye. I must say, your fortune is remarkable. You have arrived in our sacred land. Had you ventured to another country, encountering those who recognize this eye as the Rinnegan, you would likely have faced grave danger, the vendor stated earnestly, casting a serious glance at the trio. It was nighttime, and he had not initially noticed that Nagato's eyes were the Rinnegan. The expressions of Yahiko and Conan shifted. Although they had previously endured scorn and ridicule due to Nagato's eyes, only Jiraiya had truly recognized their significance. Chapter 19, Capturing White Zetsu Alive. Thus, they had not paid much heed to it, considering the myriad of eye types in this world. However, now even a street vendor could discern that Nagato's eyes were the Rinnegan. If others were to learn that he possessed the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, Nagato would be in peril. The gravity of the situation finally dawned upon the trio. Uzumaki Fingguang, bring me a bowl of beef noodle soup, extra spicy. At that moment, a voice interrupted their thoughts. Ah, Lord Sage. Perfect timing. A boy with eyes just like yours has arrived. The mesmerizing scenery of the vortex captivated Nagato, who gazed at Uchiha Chentian with profound admiration. Before him stood a young man, approximately 185 centimeters tall, clad in a flowing white coat adorned with 6 black tomo symbols on his chest and a striking red vortex emblem on his back. Below this, a grid of 9 tomo was arranged meticulously, 3 in each row. His long bangs obscured his right eye, revealing the Rinnegan. Such an overwhelming chakra. Nagato's Rinnegan discerned the terrifying chakra pulsating within Uchiha Chentian, which could only be described as monstrous. His gaze was fixated intently on Chentian, his body trembling with trepidation. Oh! Yahiko, Conan, Nagato? Aren't you all with Jiraiya? How did you come to be here? Uchiha Chentian expressed his surprise, feeling the gaze upon him. He turned to look at Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, 2 men and 1 woman, particularly noting the distinct Rinnegan possessed by Nagato, although he had encountered it only once before. The sight of the Rinnegan immediately led Uchiha Chentian to recognize him as the future leader of Akatsuki. Why, you are Senior Chentian, Conan said, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Yes, it is indeed I. Uchiha Chentian nodded thoughtfully. Could it be that you, Chentian Senpai, are the legendary demon god of the ninja world, the esteemed sage of the Holy Land? Yahiko exclaimed in astonishment. Well, it seems that might be the case. However, I must inquire, how did Jiraiya manage to instruct you? Nagato, why do you not cover your eyes with anything? Uchiha Chentian gazed at Nagato, who unabashedly displayed his Rinnegan, and reproached him. I am sorry. I assumed no one would recognize it. Nagato replied with a hint of embarrassment. By the way, Senior, how did you come to possess the Rinnegan? I recall that when I last saw you, you did not have it. Nagato inquired with curiosity. It appears you are unaware. Chentian responded. It seems even Jiraiya is oblivious to this fact. The Rinnegan is the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan. The ordinary Sharingan progresses from the single tomo to the double tomo, then the triple tomo, followed by the Mangekyō Sharingan, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and finally culminates in the Rinnegan. Uchiha Chentian spoke. Let us converse elsewhere. With a fleeting glance at Vortex Fingguang, he beckoned. Vortex Fingguang, caught in an awkward smile, chose silence. It was not fear of revealing too much to Vortex Fingguang that restrained him, but rather an awareness of his own limitations. Knowing too much could be detrimental. It is akin to an ordinary person suddenly learning that their nation might engage in war with another, potentially threatening their homeland. Such knowledge would indeed be a source of constant anxiety. Not long after Uchiha Chentian departed with Yahiko and the others, another voice echoed. Byakugan, pressing force. A swirling white vortex, reminiscent of a whirlpool, was forcibly transformed into a humanoid shape. Is this a manifestation of white Zetsu? Just what I needed, one more specimen for my experiments. Uchiha Chentian's clone murmured to himself. In the realm of the sages, Uchiha Chentian had indeed manifested numerous clones. Chapter 20, The Nagato Trio. The clones simultaneously assumed the roles of the administrative minister overseeing affairs in the Sage Realm, the head of the Umbu, the Minister of Police, the Director of Intelligence, the Education Commissioner, the Health Minister, and the President of the Academy of Sciences, embodying all 7 prestigious positions. Although Uchiha Muka and Hyuga Hanling have offered considerable assistance, they still fall short in managing numerous matters effectively. Over the span of 3 years, they have indeed matured significantly. However, they remain slightly unprepared for Uchiha Chentian to entrust them with certain responsibilities entirely. Nagato, you are not a member of the Uchiha clan, are you? Uchiha Chentian addressed Nagato. Nagato nodded, perplexed by Chentian's inquiry. It is understandable, for although you possess the Uzumaki lineage, even if it were to manifest a return to ancestral traits awakening the Uchiha's bloodline limit, it would at most result in the activation of a single Tomo Sharingan, rather than the most exalted Rinnegan. Furthermore, the usage of your Rinnegan undoubtedly imposes a significant burden each time, does it not? Uchiha Chentian gazed at Nagato, whose pupils quivered slightly in astonishment. He was perplexed by how Uchiha Chentian had acquired such knowledge. How do you know? Nagato exclaimed in surprise. It's quite simple, really. Perhaps your eyes do not belong to you. Rather, the individual behind this has exerted considerable effort to manipulate them. It seems there are numerous secrets intertwined within this matter. Uchiha Chentian spoke in his laboratory, unperturbed by the thought of his words reaching either Kurizetsu or Shirazetsu. Were my eyes not a part of me from birth? Such a notion is indeed fanciful. Let us not even delve into the intricate genetic composition of the human body. Consider, for instance, the Jinchuriki of Konoha. Upon their birth, they bear the tailed beast sealed within them. Yet they claim to have possessed the beast from the outset, while they are utterly incapable of harnessing its formidable power. Do you truly believe that? I do not, Yahiko replied. But this is the sage's eye. How could anyone entrust such a crucial artifact to Nagato, especially without his knowledge? Yahiko inquired, perplexed. Nothing is impossible, regardless of the truth. You must all keep a firm understanding in your hearts. Uchiha Chentian advised. Indeed, I understand. Nagato's brow furrowed slightly as he nodded. Can you assist us, Senior Chentian? Conan suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. The Rinnegan is a formidable power, and those who possess such eyes are far beyond their capabilities. Even with the might of the 5 Kage, they would be powerless against such an opponent. Only someone like Uchiha Chentian, a figure of legendary stature, renowned alongside the Sage of the 6 Paths, possesses the ability to aid them. The ninja world is fraught with peril and treachery. For orphans like them, there exists little regard for their lives. They had thought that having recently become nin and possessing some means of self-preservation would suffice. Yet now they found themselves under the scrutiny of a being surpassing even the Kage level. Naturally, this filled them with trepidation. The encounter with someone capable of offering assistance heightened their anxiety. Rest assured, as long as Nagato has yet to fulfill his ambitions, that individual should not harm him. Your singular hope lies in your growth. Hasten to gain strength. Now that you are aware of these matters, at least you have a foundation to build upon. Once you have matured, should he attempt to scheme against you, it will not be so easily accomplished. However, until you reach the level of a Kage, it is prudent to keep your Rinnegan concealed. If you ever find yourselves in peril, invoke my name. I trust that many in the ninja world will grant you leniency out of respect for me. Yet, I sincerely hope it does not come to that. For one's own power is the most reliable safeguard. Uchiha Chentian addressed the trio. I understand, replied Nagato earnestly. Chapter 21, The Demonic War of the Ninja World. It turns out that the Rinnegan is the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's ocular bloodline. Now, apart from you, esteemed elder, who else from the Uchiha lineage might possess the Rinnegan? Yahiko stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. Regrettably, Yahiko is only around 11 or 12 years old and lacks a comprehensive understanding of much of the ninja world's history. Perhaps in a few years, he might even speculate about Uchiha Madara. Curious to know? Then you must seek the answers yourself. Uchiha Chentian chuckled. Oh, does the elder know who that person is? Shaonin exclaimed in surprise. I cannot be certain it is him, for he has been absent for quite some time. However, the likelihood is substantial. Uchiha Chentian, a descendant of Izuna, has truly astonished me with his remarkable growth. An elderly man, nearly reduced to mere skin and bones, severed the nourishment tubes from his back, enveloping himself in the swathes of white zetsu. He clenched his fist. His strength had diminished to a third of its former glory. Yet, despite the challenge posed by Uchiha Chentian, who had just ascended to the status of a super shinobi, he felt confident that he was sufficient to confront him. Should Uchiha Madara become aware that Uchiha Chentian had awakened a Rinnegan, it would surely instill a sense of trepidation within him. Uchiha Chentian, allow me to ascertain if you possess the merit to dance alongside me. Uchiha Madara smiled confidently. As a fellow super shinobi, he understood that an immense chasm existed even between Jonin and elite Jonin. With years of battle-hardened experience, he was resolute in his belief that he could easily overcome a younger generation. His intention was not to kill Uchiha Chentian but to defeat him. 3 days later, Nagato and his companions did not linger long in the Holy Land of Sages. After their departure, Uchiha Chentian continued his daily tasks, which involved scouting the village's surroundings, training, and researching plans for construction and scientific advancement. Having adapted to a structured routine over time, the village had become quite stable, with its population swelling to over 10,000. Most of the inhabitants were refugees from villages ravaged by war, while only a few, such as members of the Uzumaki clan and other rare bloodline users, were personally brought back by Uchiha Chentian. Suddenly, Uchiha Chentian sensed a powerful chakra rapidly approaching, a force comparable only to that of a tailed beast. The ominous aura suggested that the newcomer bore ill intentions. In the next moment, Chentian's eyes swiftly transformed into a pair of Byakugan, shimmering with a hint of blue light, emanating a formidable ocular power. It was Uchiha Madara. What brought him here? Hadn't Nagato already departed? Uchiha Chentian spoke in a hushed tone. At this moment, 10 kilometers away, stood a figure clad in a form-fitting black battle suit, adorned with layers of crimson armor. On his back rested the legendary flame fan of the Uchiha clan, crafted from the branches of the divine tree. Renowned for its exceptional durability and the unique ability to reflect an opponent's ninjutsu back upon them, coupled with his aged visage and the iconic three-tomo Sharingan. He exuded an aura of immense chakra. Even though Uchiha Chentian had never laid eyes upon the true form of Uchiha Madara, he could unmistakably identify him as the legendary figure, the Shura of the ninja world. Without hesitation, Uchiha Chentian transformed his Byakugan into the Rinnegan, his right eye assuming the distinct purple, six-tomo form of the Rinnegan. Utilizing the power of the Rinnegan, he opened a portal to an alternate dimension, teleporting directly before Uchiha Madara. The moment Uchiha Chentian made his appearance, he instantly engaged in combat with Uchiha Madara. Clang! Whoosh! In his confrontation with Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Chentian relied solely on taijutsu, forcing the elderly Madara to retreat repeatedly. Such formidable physique. My own aging body pales in comparison. The three-tomo Sharingan began to spin. Fire release. Great fireball. The air became instantly heated. Uchiha Madara unleashed a vast expanse of flames before him, reminiscent of the ocean, stretching over 100 meters in length and moving with such swiftness that evasion proved exceedingly difficult. The colossal super-large Rasen Shuriken. Uchiha Chentian instantaneously concentrated a vast amount of chakra in his hand, which flowed in irregular directions while being compressed. Within moments, he formed a chakra sphere of 10 meters in diameter and hurled it forward, extinguishing all flames in an instant. What is this? A ninjutsu without hand seals. And yet he has not even utilized the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara was taken aback. At that moment, Uchiha Chentian's voice resonated once more. Chidori Sharp Spear. He concentrated a high-density electric chakra into his hands, generating a terrifying current that emitted a cacophony akin to the cries of 1,000 birds. This energy transformed into the form of a spear, launching itself toward Uchiha Madara in an instant. Although its power did not quite match that of the Chidori, its range was formidable. A wound appeared on Uchiha Madara's chest, pierced through, with blood splattering forth. Incredible. Not even the Rinnegan could save you. Truly remarkable, my junior. It took me decades to awaken a pair of Rinnegan. Yet you have astonishingly evolved your Sharingan into Rinnegan in such a brief period. It is simply unbelievable. Uchiha Madara gazed at Uchiha Chentian suspended in midair. His eyes filled with astonishment as he spoke. I never anticipated that the legendary Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, still lives. Indeed. Nagato's Rinnegan has been transferred to you. It is truly disheartening. You would rather bestow the Rinnegan upon an outsider than grant it to your own kin. By familial ties. You should be regarded as my great-grandfather. Uchiha Chentian feigned a semblance of envy and jealousy as he spoke. Heh, what do you know, my junior? However, what truly astonishes me is your ability to evolve a mere Sharingan directly into the Rinnegan during the process of eye transplantation. That revelation leaves me quite astounded. It appears that the inscriptions on our family stone tablet are not entirely accurate, yet they hold some truth. After all, The first generation of Uchiha ancestors was able to possess an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan without the need for eye exchange. So it is not entirely surprising that other Uchihas could achieve the same feat. It seems you have indeed uncovered the secret to evolving the Mangekyō Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Madara spoke calmly, yet turmoil raged within him. Outwardly, he appeared merely more taciturn than usual. If Uchiha Chentian had merely evolved his Sharingan into an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan without changing eyes, it might not have astonished him too greatly, for he understood that transferring Hashirama's cells could facilitate such an evolution, much like how he had transformed his own eternal Mangekyō Sharingan into a Rinnegan by consuming a piece of Hashirama's flesh. However, the sheer speed at which Uchiha Chentian acquired the Rinnegan, even if it were but a single eye, left him utterly astounded. Even the fact that Uchiha Chentian possessed the Byakugan had not elicited such a reaction from him. The mesmerizing three-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Madara spun with fervor. The Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song Technique. A formidable amalgamation of the D-rank Jutsu, Great Dragon Fire Technique, and Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, now wielded power akin to that of an S-rank Forbidden Technique. For serpentine flames, each stretching 100 meters, surged forth from every direction towards Uchiha Chentian, leaving no apparent avenue for evasion. Chapter 22, The Conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War. With a thunderous roar, a colossal crimson skeleton ascended, taking the form of a giant skeletal figure that loomed before Uchiha Chentian. Truly remarkable. Such prowess is befitting of a demigod in the ninja realm. The sheer might of two C-rank jutsu is astonishing. At this moment, Uchiha Chentian was compelled to summon his Mangekyō. While he could indeed withstand the assault without resorting to the Mangekyō, it was evident that employing it would allow him to defend effortlessly. Why then should he endure the burden of resistance? Following his battle with Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Chentian gained insight into his own capabilities. In the absence of the Rinnegan and Mangekyō, his strength was somewhat inferior to that of Madara, particularly since he had not yet activated the 8 gates. Fabled warrior of the ninja realm, you possess the merit to dance before this deity. Uchiha Chentian chuckled. In the next moment, intricate veins and flesh rapidly emerged on the surface of the skull, clad in the armor of the Yatagarasu. The lower half of its body and its feet materialized, wielding a formidable long blade. This was the third form of Susanoo. Sharingan. Susanoo, third form. The Sharingan of Uchiha Madara spun wildly. Even though it was merely a three-tomo Sharingan, it had once transcended to the level of the Rinnegan. The ocular power that remained within him was sufficient to enable the manifestation of Susanoo using just the three-tomo Sharingan. A colossal ancient war deity, towering at a height of 100 meters, emerged, clad in azure armor and wielding dual blades, gazing intently at Uchiha Chentian. It is truly impressive that even a mere kaleidoscopic Sharingan can summon such a formidable Susanoo. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Chentian exclaimed in astonishment. To think he would use my own words. This junior is truly remarkable. Uchiha Madara gazed upon Uchiha Chentian's Susanoo and proclaimed, "Then let us dance together." Uchiha Madara let out a tremendous roar. The resounding clash of blades echoed through the air, accompanied by the relentless sounds of explosions. A vacuum formed across the battlefield, spanning 1,000 meters, as countless gargantuan craters, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, emerged from the ground. The two titans collided once more. Boom. A colossal noise erupted as two distinct forces collided, resulting in an explosion that scattered a multitude of sparks, which cascaded down to the earth, igniting a sea of flames. The entire battlefield, within a 10,000-meter radius, was engulfed in fire. The fierce combat between the two drew the attention of the entire land of water. Boom. Madara Susanoo, embodying the god of war, delivered a mighty blow, striking the face of Chentian's Raijin with immense force, sending the transformed Raijin crashing heavily to the ground. The confrontation, originally characterized by the clash of swords, had now escalated into a brutal melee. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan in Uchiha Chentian's left eye ignited, and from his Susanoo's left hand emerged a 5-clawed thunder dragon, which instantly pierced through Madara's divine form. Uchiha Madara spat out a mouthful of blood. His aged and frail body proved to be too strained in the end. No more games. 8 gates release. Towards the peacock. Susanoo. The Mangekyō Sharingan of Uchiha Chentian whirled into action, enveloping the entire Raijin in a crimson aura fueled by the power of the 8 gates. The strength of the Raijin surged exponentially, delivering a devastating blow to the god of war, transforming into a colossal peacock that soared into the heavens, carrying the deity with it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Terrifying projectiles rained down upon the peacock, shaking the very earth, as clouds of dust billowed forth amidst the cacophony of explosions. Cough, cough. I have underestimated this descendant. Not far from Raijin, the figure of Madara re-emerged, unscathed and whole, save for one eye now closed. Only Madara was aware of how narrowly he had escaped death. Had it not been for the unique ultimate forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi, which transformed all negative battle information, including his own demise, into a mere dream, while manifesting favorable battle information into reality, he would have succumbed. Moreover, even his Rinnegan had not been employed. My body was on the verge of collapse. It is truly lamentable. It seems I must return and redesign my strategy. As he spoke, Madara's figure began to gradually fade away. Is that so? Surely, he cannot be dead. He must still possess a Sharingan and has likely utilized Izanagi. The towering figure of Raijin slowly vanished from sight, and Uchiha Chentian descended to the ground. Facing Madara with equal strength, Uchiha Chentian was utterly defeated, completely overwhelmed in their confrontation. In the realm of Susanoo, he was far inferior to Madara. If Madara were at his peak, Chentian would stand no chance unless he activated the seventh gate combined with the Rinnegan. The clash between Chentian and Madara sent shockwaves throughout the entire shinobi world, flattening the land for miles around. Though none could ascertain the identity of Chentian's opponent, the renown of the shinobi god had eclipsed that of a demigod. For even demigods lacked such destructive power. In the year 44 of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi was born. In the year 45 of Konoha, the disappearance of the third Kazekage left Sunagakure in disarray, allowing the militaristic land of lightning to seize the opportunity to invade the land of wind, declaring war upon the lands of earth and fire. The Wagakure and Konohagakure engaged in fierce conflict. Thus began the Third Shinobi World War, fueled by a myriad of bizarre reasons, or perhaps none at all, as they simply engaged in battle without provocation. This left Uchiha Chentian awestruck and wary of the world's capacity for modification. Even with individuals like himself emerging, the trajectory of the world gradually reverted. In the year 46 of Konoha, the name of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, resonated throughout the shinobi world. In the year 47 of Konoha, Kakashi attained the rank of Jonin, leading a team comprised of Rin and Obito. In the year 48 of Konoha, the Battle of the Kamui Bridge unfolded. The higher-ups of Konoha commanded Minato to lead his team, Kakashi Hitaki, Rin Noira, and Obito Uchiha, to sabotage the enemy's supply route at the Kamui Bridge, the sacred land of sages. It has been quite exhausting to seek you out, little sister. Uchiha Chentian gazed upon the girl who had brought him back to life, Lin, a mere 11 years of age. She possessed a mane of short brown hair and large, deep brown eyes, complemented by crimson knee-high stockings and adorned with red bracelets. Her face bore 2 delicate purple markings. Am I not dead? How could I possibly be here? Is this truly the Pure Land? Lin rose from the bed, her gaze wandering in confusion around her surroundings. Indeed, you are correct. This is the Pure Land. Congratulations on your arrival at the sacred realm of the immortals. Uchiha Chentian chuckled. Following the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, under the condition of concessions made by Konohagakure, a peace treaty was established between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Rock Village, in order to honor the sacrifices of the Leaf Ninjas during the war. And compelled by the pressures from the higher echelons of Konoha, the third Hokage voluntarily resigned from his position. He appointed the illustrious Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, as the fourth Hokage of the Land of Fire's Hidden Leaf Village. Is this truly the Holy Village? Uchiha Itachi gazed in astonishment at the bustling streets. Stalls selling goods and snacks lined the thoroughfare, and the buildings, albeit only 2 to 4 stories high, were all constructed of concrete. It was well understood that such residences were typically reserved for the affluent, yet here they sprawled in abundance. Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Chapter 23, Itachi's Apprenticeship. The streets were filled with townsfolk clad in new garments, each visage adorned with a joyful smile. When I first arrived, I too wore a similar expression. Uchiha Fugaku's expression appeared remarkably calm, suggesting that he frequented this place often. Itachi Uchiha nodded, his gaze filled with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. Father, is Lord Chentian truly that formidable? Itachi Uchiha inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Itachi. You must remember that Lord Chentian is currently the most formidable ninja in the shinobi world. Renowned as the demon god of the ninja realm, the only one who can be deemed his equal is the first Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku spoke earnestly to the 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi. Itachi Uchiha nodded. Although he was relatively young, he exhibited a maturity far beyond that of his peers. akin to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Approximately half an hour had passed. Uchiha Fugaku finally arrived at the chairman's office with Uchiha Itachi. A series of knocks echoed through the room. "Come in." "Oh, what brings you here?" "Fugaku clan leader, what is the purpose of your visit?" Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan and the chief of the Konoha police force. Uchiha Chentian reclined upon the sofa, his brow slightly furrowed, perplexed as to why Uchiha Fugaku had brought a child along. Although he referred to Uchiha Fugaku as the clan leader, there was not a trace of reverence in Chentian's tone, as if addressing an ordinary individual. "Lord Chentian, this is my son, Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Fugaku spoke respectfully to Uchiha Chentian. "Uchiha Itachi?" Itachi Uchiha is a legendary figure within the realm of Naruto. Amidst the turmoil of the Uchiha clan's coup, Itachi, serving as a B-ranked member of the Konoha Umbu, received orders to thwart this insurrection. His chosen course of action was to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, sparing only his younger brother, Sasuke. The innocent, from the elderly to women and children, met their demise at Itachi's hands. In the aftermath, the third Hokage's investigation revealed that the eyes of the Uchiha clan members had been removed, a mere act to deprive Danzo of his power. Sasuke, as Itachi's sibling, raises the question of whether he differs from the other children of the Uchiha clan. Other children, perhaps younger and more innocent, including even the speechless infants, evoke a sense of profound tragedy in Itachi's choices. One might argue that his selfishness weighs heavily upon him, leading to grievous sins. Obito, the masked man, was a companion Itachi sought. Obito, having lost all sanity, was willing to kill his own master and destroy the world, rendering the lives of mere clan members insignificant. Yet, it would be unjust to label Itachi's actions as entirely right or wrong. It can be said that he was loyal to the village, but he failed the innocent elders, women, and children of the Uchiha clan. Another perspective suggests that Itachi possessed a grand vision, unwilling to sacrifice the village's interests for the sake of clan or personal reasons. However, his decision stemmed from a profound understanding that if the Uchiha clan were to instigate a civil war, victory would elude them. In such a scenario, not only would the clan face total annihilation, but the village itself would suffer irreparable harm. Although the Uchiha clan is indeed an exceptional lineage, one must not overlook the presence of other families within the Hidden Leaf village. The Sarutobi clan, the Nara clan, and the Hyuga clan, among others, will undoubtedly unite to suppress any actions taken by the Uchiha. Furthermore, the village has long been aware of the potential for upheaval from the Uchiha clan and has made preparations accordingly. The Uchiha clan has lost the initiative to act and finds itself at a disadvantage in overall strength. How can they possibly contend with Konoha? After much contemplation, Itachi, in order to protect his younger brother Sasuke and preserve the village's power, is compelled to assume this ignoble role, marking his own divine battle, the god of Itachi. However, anime is but a narrative. At that time, how old was Itachi? To single-handedly annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, one must ponder the likelihood of having no assistance behind the scenes. Did you really travel such a distance merely to see me? Uchiha Chentian speaks of the way. I wish for Lord Chentian to take Itachi as his disciple. Uchiha Fugaku, feeling somewhat apprehensive, addressed Uchiha Chentian. He harbored a lingering fear that Uchiha Chentian might decline his request. Although Uchiha Chentian belonged to the Uchiha clan, he had not spent his formative years within its confines. In fact, he had endured his fair share of bullying during his childhood. Uchiha Fugaku was acutely aware that Uchiha Sasuke harbored no affection for him. Indeed, if the entire Uchiha clan were to be annihilated, Uchiha Shinsuke might even find pleasure in it. He distinctly recalled that the previous generation's Uchiha clan leader had not fallen in battle but had nearly been slain by Uchiha Shinsuke himself. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the legendary Sannin, Uchiha Shinsuke could have become the very embodiment of his father's nemesis. Throughout the years, Uchiha Fugaku had diligently endeavored to cultivate a cordial relationship with Uchiha Shinsuke. Within the entire Uchiha clan, apart from the ordinary members, only Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shinsuke had engaged in any meaningful discourse. Although their acquaintance was not particularly intimate, it was certainly more substantial than that shared with other members of the clan. At present, Uchiha Fugaku was acutely cognizant of the escalating tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha, exacerbated by the clandestine machinations of the Akatsuki under Danzo's shadowy influence. Since the demise of the first and second Hokage, the Uchiha clan's position had grown increasingly precarious, beset by the exclusion and oppression perpetrated by the Konoha F4, particularly by Danzo himself. While the second Hokage harbored biases against the Uchiha, he at least exhibited a semblance of fairness in certain matters, a courtesy that had been undermined largely due to the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. This situation had only served to amplify the discontent among the clan members, giving rise to an ever louder chorus of dissent. Although Fugaku Uchiha serves as the leader of the Uchiha clan, a significant portion of the clan's power lies beyond his control, rendering him utterly incapable of averting this impending coup. This circumstance elucidates Fugaku's earnest efforts to cultivate a favorable relationship with Shin Uchiha. He is acutely aware that, should the coup fail, the higher echelons of Konoha would hesitate to eradicate the Uchiha clan, especially in light of Shin's influence. Meanwhile, Shin is deep in contemplation, while Fugaku gazes at him with a face etched in anxiety. It is worth noting that Naruto is replete with strikingly similar narratives, where many masters find themselves betrayed by their own disciples. For instance, Kakashi inadvertently revealed information regarding his master's impending parenthood, which led to Obito's attack on Konoha during a moment when the Nine-Tailed Seal was at its most vulnerable, ultimately resulting in the tragic demise of the Minato and Kushina. Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, did not directly slay his master but is nonetheless complicit in his death. Sasuke, in his pursuit of unparalleled power, chose to forsake Konoha and seek Orochimaru as a mentor, only to ultimately defeat him when Orochimaru attempted to seize his body, thus betraying his own teacher. Nagato, a pupil of Jiraiya, also played a role in the demise of his master, employing his controlled pain to orchestrate the fatal encounter. History, it seems, is invariably echoed, as every remarkable master is destined to encounter a treacherous apprentice. Upon reflecting on this, Uchiha Chentian spoke, "I refuse." Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Fugaku's expression fell into one of profound disappointment. Yet, in the next moment, Uchiha Chentian's statement ignited a spark of excitement within Uchiha Fugaku. "Although I will not take Itachi as my disciple, I may consider guiding him in ninjutsu." Chapter 24, The Chaos of the Nine Tails. Uchiha Chentian gazed at the 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi and exclaimed, "How wonderful!" Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed with excitement, "Itachi, do not hesitate to kneel." "Yes, father." Uchiha Itachi nodded and knelt down on both feet. "I have met the teacher. All right, rise. While I have consented to instruct you in ninjutsu, I cannot accept you as my disciple. At this moment, you do not possess the qualifications." Uchiha Chentian spoke, "Indeed, master. I shall endeavor with utmost diligence." Itachi Uchiha spoke earnestly. Uchiha Chentian, in the 48th year of Konoha, shortly after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, Minato Namikaze ascended to the position of the 4th Hokage. Naruto was born in the 48th year of Konoha, the same year Minato met his demise. According to information available, Minato passed away at the age of 24, which implies he was born in the 24th or 25th year of Konoha. Regardless, Naruto was born in the 49th year of Konoha, and it is as I say. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi remained in the realm of sages, honing his ninjutsu skills. Thus began Itachi's nightmarish existence. A year later, "Keep going, Itachi. Just a little longer and you'll reach Konoha. Hurry. Have you not eaten? Konoha is just ahead. Do you plan to spend the night in the wilderness?" Uchiha Chentian reclined on the cart, calling out to the person trailing behind at a leisurely pace. A year had passed, and Uchiha Itachi had grown significantly. Throughout this year, Uchiha Chentian had not imparted many ninjutsu techniques to Uchiha Itachi. Instead, he prioritized physical training. For the premature refinement of chakra from the body cells could prove detrimental to one's health. The untimely demise of Uchiha Itachi was not solely attributable to the Mangekyō Sharingan. Rather, it was significantly influenced by the pathological consequences of extracting chakra from his physical cells at an early age. Upon hearing the urging of Uchiha Chentian, Uchiha Itachi clenched his teeth, took several deep breaths, and began to quicken his pace. Uchiha Chentian nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing Itachi's acceleration. Itachi was burdened with additional weight. Otherwise, he would not be so fatigued. He bore a weight of 50 pounds on his legs. One might think that 50 pounds is a considerable load for a 6-year-old child, yet it is essential to recognize that Itachi has already attained the rank of a genin, rendering such a weight relatively light for him. Furthermore, individuals capable of channeling chakra often possess a strength that surpasses the average. This weight was meticulously calibrated by Uchiha Chentian to suit Itachi's physique, ensuring optimal training benefits without hindering his physical development. It is worth noting that at a similar age, Might Guy and Rock Lee carried loads that were double that of Itachi's. By the way, Itachi, has your younger brother Sasuke been born yet? Uchiha Chentian inquired curiously of Uchiha Itachi. Master, Sasuke was born 3 months ago. Itachi Uchiha replied, it seems the time is drawing near. Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. He was aware that Sasuke was just a few months older than him, but he could not ascertain the exact difference. He merely speculated it would not exceed 6 months. Teacher, when will it be about time? Uchiha Itachi found himself perplexed by Uchiha Chentian's words. Just as Uchiha Chentian was contemplating a casual excuse to deflect the conversation, a subtle furrow formed on his brow. Approximately 20 to 30 kilometers away, he sensed a chakra that transcended even that of a Kage. The right eye of Uchiha Chentian manifests in the form of a purple, 6-tomo Rinnegan, with the pupil widening dramatically. A portal of black circular space emerges before Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, the vision through the portal reveals Konoha, where a colossal beast, the Ninetales, with 9 swaying tails, wreaks havoc. The immense fox roars in fury, its tails thrashing wildly, obliterating everything in its vicinity. The pattern in its eyes resembles a kaleidoscope, with 3 tomo encircled by a ring. Before Uchiha Itachi can comprehend the unfolding events, he is seized by Uchiha Chentian and propelled into the dimensional portal. This is Konoha. In a moment of astonishment, Uchiha Itachi found himself transported from a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers back to Konoha. Upon recently discovering that he was in Konoha, Uchiha Itachi sensed a tailed beast bomb, measuring 10 meters in diameter, approaching him with a terrifying aura. 8 Gates Fist Technique. Magic Dragon. Uchiha Chentian unleashed a powerful punch, compressing the air before releasing it in a dramatic expansion. The resulting air cannon took the form of a formidable black, 5-clawed dragon, its immense force effortlessly dispersing the tailed beast ball. The 8 Gates Fist is a martial technique derived from the 8 gates of the Uchiha lineage, perfected through countless trials. Itachi, go assist the other villagers. With these words, Uchiha Chentian swiftly positioned himself atop the Ninetales' head. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage was engaged in a fierce battle alongside Mangekyō, who had not succumbed to the perils of the 8 gates. In this moment, the 3rd Hokage's strength was not at its zenith, and Mangekyō had not activated the 8 gates. Although they were gaining the upper hand, their efforts proved futile against the relentless destruction wrought by the Ninetales. Cease your rampage, Ninetales, he declared, his voice resonating through the chaos. The eyes of Uchiha Chentian transformed into the Byakugan, exuding an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, that terrifying ocular power forced the Ninetales to bow down. Once again, it is you. At this moment, although the Ninetales had been awakened by Uchiha Chentian, possibly due to the 4th Hokage's influence, it gazed at him with a look of sheer terror. It distinctly remembered how Uchiha Chentian would drain its chakra almost every year, completely depleting it. While the chakra of the tailed beasts is said to be boundless, it is not truly infinite. Rather, their regenerative capacity far exceeds their consumption. Thus, it is termed limitless chakra. However, Uchiha Chentian's formidable absorption nearly drained the Ninetales dry. Even though the Ninetales would recover swiftly, how could this not instill fear within it? Indeed, it is I. Kurama, we meet again. Uchiha Chentian gazed at the Ninetales with a smile upon his face. Yet, in the eyes of the beast, it appeared as a devil's grin. Ha ha, the proud dragon god of Konoha, you have finally returned. Mangekyō could not contain his tears of joy. Witnessing a grown man weep with such profound emotion stirred an involuntary shiver down Chentian's spine, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze, feigning ignorance of Mangekyō's presence. 3rd Hokage, the Ninetales is currently immobilized. You and Mangekyō should console the villagers, while I assist the 4th. With that, Uchiha Chentian vanished in a flash of space-time manipulation. A mere glance was sufficient to subdue the Ninetales. It was astonishing how much Chentian had grown. The legends were indeed true. His strength now rivaled that of the 1st Hokage, as the 3rd Hokage reflected with a sense of awe. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze was engaged in battle with Obito. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato appeared behind Obito, unleashing a colossal Rasengan that struck the latter. The attack left a mark of the Flying Thunder God upon Obito's body. Although wounded, Obito did not sustain significant injury and swiftly leaped onto a 10-meter-high boulder. Truly, the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash. It seems one must never underestimate you in battle. Obito mocked Minato with a cold sneer. Uchiha Obito. Minato gritted his teeth, fixating his gaze fiercely upon the masked figure. The presence of Obito was a painful reminder of his wife, Kushina, whose life force had been severely depleted during the Ninetales rampage. Instigated by Obito, had she not given birth to Naruto, perhaps she could have been resealed. but the frailty of her body post-delivery rendered it incapable of containing the nine tails any longer. This naturally fueled Minato's deep-seated animosity towards Obito. At that moment, Uchiha Chentian reappeared. "So, it is you who are here." Uchiha Chentian appeared beside Kushina, simultaneously aiding her in restoring her body while observing Madara and Minato. "What? Uchiha Chentian?" Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of Uchiha Chentian, the masked man, confronted by his former idol, wasted no time and executed a kamui, vanishing in an instant. His form transformed into a specter, seamlessly entering the realm of the kamui space. Uchiha Chentian. Namake's Minato. Minato never anticipated that Uchiha Madara, who claimed to be the Shura of the ninja world, would flee at the mere sight of Uchiha Chentian. Even if Chentian is the demonic deity of the ninja realm, it seems implausible that the legendary Madara would retreat without engaging in battle. It appears that Madara must have informed Obito of my possession of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Chentian contemplated deeply. Had he only possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, he believed that Obito might have lingered a moment longer to exchange a few blows before making his escape. However, endowed with the Rinnegan and accompanied by the fourth Hokage, Minato, it was only natural for him to flee, even with kamui at his disposal. Obito could not guarantee a successful retreat. Naruto, do not be picky. Consume your meals heartily and grow swiftly. Remember to bathe regularly and warm yourself with a soak. Moreover, refrain from staying up late. Ensure you secure ample rest, Kushina said, cradling Naruto in her arms, laughing and crying simultaneously, while Chentian had restored her physical form. The vitality of life was not something he could so easily mend. Suddenly, the Nine Tails was drawn here by Obito's kamui. Upon witnessing the Nine Tails' arrival, Minato executed the dead demon-consuming seal, sealing the Nine Tailsine chakra within his own body. "Damn it, Minato. You lunatic, release me at once," Obito exclaimed, feeling bewildered. He had been brought here in a daze, and, before he could grasp the situation, found himself cleaved in two by Minato's seal. It was no wonder the Nine Tails was infuriated. The dead demon-consuming seal binds the user to a contract with the Shinigami, selling their soul, upon consuming the target's soul. The user's soul is also destined to be devoured, resulting in an eternal cycle of hatred and conflict between their spirits within the Shinigami's realm, forever denied rebirth. Meanwhile, the Yang Chakra was sealed within Naruto. This sudden maneuver left Chentian utterly astonished. "Fool, I never claimed I couldn't save Kushina. Why must you court death so recklessly?" Upon witnessing Minato use the 8 trigram seal to bind the Nine Tails Yang Chakra to Naruto's body, Chentian could no longer contain his frustration and burst into expletives. At that moment, Minato grew flustered. He had not anticipated that Chentian could indeed save Kushina. Had he known, he would have sealed the Nine Tails within himself rather than sacrificing his life to split it in two. Naturally, he wished to survive. "Indeed, Minato, you scoundrel. Why did you not allow Lord Chentian to finish his words, subjecting our child to such burdens?" As the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina was acutely aware of the sacrifices required to bear such a beast. "I truly am at a loss with you." Uchiha Chentian was left in bewilderment, pondering whether it was the formidable restorative power of this world, or simply that Minato was indeed a fool. "Oh, Minato, if you were to perish, I would not wish to live either." Kushina lamented through her tears. This was truly a headache. Witnessing this, Chentian found himself at a loss for words. Just then, a fearsome specter, brandishing a knife in its mouth, emerged, poised to claim Minato's soul. The right eye of Uchiha Chentian manifests in the form of a purple, 6-tomo Rinnegan, with its pupils widening intensely. The Rinnegan, along with the Shiki F gene, has severed the pact between the Shinigami and the caster, who now gazes upon Uchiha Chentian with a terrifying glare. Although the contract has been annulled, the Shinigami appears unwilling to depart so easily. "Are you unwilling to concede?" The Rinnegan ignites, and black flames instantly materialize beside the Shinigami. "Cursed human, I await you in the Pure Land." With that, the Shinigami lets out a harrowing scream before vanishing entirely. The burning of souls is one of the ocular techniques unique to Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan, specifically devised for combating souls. This truly is troublesome. Uchiha Chentian gazed upon the weary figure of Minato. Although the Shinigami had not claimed him, Minato had just engaged in a fierce battle with the Nine Tails, subsequently confronted Obito, and now had employed both the Shiki F gene and the 8 trigram seal. The fact that he had endured thus far surpassed even the current 5 Kage. It was remarkable that his life force had not been entirely depleted. Even if the Shinigami had spared him, he would inevitably succumb to age or be drawn to the Pure Land. With a wry smile, Minato acknowledged the toll of using both the Shiki F gene and the 8 trigrams seal simultaneously, which had drained his chakra and vitality. It appeared that the only recourse left was to seal them away, as life force could only be gradually restored, unlike the body which healed more readily. If you have anything to convey, do so with haste to Naruto. You have merely half an hour remaining. It will take at least a decade of slumber to regain your vitality. Uchiha Chentian spoke. Thank you, Lord Chentian. Minato expressed his gratitude towards Uchiha Chentian. You're most welcome. I promised Granny Mito to look after Kushina, and I shall endeavor to fulfill that promise. Uchiha Chentian spoke calmly. Half an hour later, utilizing the power of the Rinnegan, he employed the life-restoring technique on Kushina and Minato once more. Subsequently, he sealed their bodies and placed them within his own dimension. The Rinnegan's power could only be used once every 3 days, and it would take approximately 10 years to fully restore their vitality. Chentian. Lord Chentian. Kakashi gazed at Uchiha Chentian, holding Naruto in his arms. His dear friend Obito had perished in battle. Rin had compelled him to take her life. And now his mentor Minato was also gone. Kakashi's heart was in turmoil. What are you daydreaming about? Your little Rin is not dead. The 4th Hokage and Kushina merely need to rest for a while. Well, it won't be for long, just 10 years at most. Now, stop dawdling. Take good care of Naruto. I will return to see him when I can. With that, Chentian gently placed Naruto into Kakashi's embrace. Chapter 26. The sage body of Ashura. Uchiha Chentian made his way to the ancestral grounds of the Senju clan, returning to his old abode. Although he had not engaged in any battles, the repeated utilization of his Rinnegan had taken its toll. Even though his chakra was comparable to that of tailed beasts, the consumption of the Rinnegan was exceedingly burdensome. It was reasonable to understand why the young Sasuke could casually revert his Rinnegan to ordinary eyes, despite a reduction in strength. It underscored the significant drain of the Rinnegan's power. A month had passed since the Ninetales rampage. During this time, whenever possible, Chentian would interact with the still infant Naruto. Alongside mentoring Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi, and Might Guy, 3 ninjas with the potential to become Super Shadows. Under Chentian's special instructions, each of the trio was to allocate some time to accompany Naruto. Presently, with his presence, Naruto would consume expired milk and formula that were no longer available. Should Danzo be scheming in the shadows, Chentian would utilize the Mangekyō Sharingan sealed within Uchiha Itachi to give Danzo a month-long reading. Chentian had now departed from Konoha, choosing to leave alone without taking Uchiha Itachi with him. In the 50th year of Konoha, Tsunade brought Sh to the Sage Realm. In the 51st year, Tsunade was together with Uchiha Chentian, the details of their union being unworthy of narration. By the 52nd year, Orochimaru, in pursuit of mastering more powerful techniques, including forbidden jutsu, was inspired by Kakashi's transplantation of Uchiha eyes to consider body transplants. This ambition led him to delve into forbidden techniques and conduct numerous human experiments, which ultimately caught the attention of the 3rd Hokage. Despite attempts to halt him, Orochimaru ultimately betrayed Konoha, evolving from Orochimaru to Snake Lady. In the same year, the first child of Uchiha Chentian and Tsunade was born, named Uchiha Senju, with Uchiha as the surname and Senju as the given name. The events of the 52nd year saw Konoha, for years after the war, finally signing a peace treaty with the Hidden Cloud village. However, the Hidden Cloud seized the opportunity to infiltrate Konoha and steal the Byakugan. The mission's executor, a Hidden Cloud ninja, was slain by Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi, which prompted the Hidden Cloud to extort Konoha through war. Just as Niji's father, Hyuga Hayashi, was about to perish for Hayashi's actions, Hinata Hanabi appeared, wielding shadow-level power that allowed her to openly slay 2 Hidden Cloud ninjas on the spot. Begone, Hinata Hanabi uttered coldly, instantly commanding the scene. Her overwhelming presence and the potent chakra radiating from her instilled fear in all the Hidden Cloud ninjas. The once arrogant ninjas of the Hidden Cloud village surrendered in defeat. At this moment, the Cloud Ninja recalled that although the 4th Hokage had perished and Orochimaru had fled, and despite the 3rd Hokage's advanced age and the significant decline in Konoha's strength, an even more formidable presence loomed in the ninja world, Uchiha Chentian. Even though Uchiha Chentian was seldom present in Konoha, his comrades, Hinata Hualing and Uchiha Muhua, frequently returned to the village. Currently, Hinata Hualing and Uchiha Muhua had ascended to the rank of Kage. This farce came to an end with the appearance of Hinata Hualing and Uchiha Muhua. In the year 53 of Konoha, Kisame acquired Samahata and joined Akatsuki. In the year 54 of Konoha, Uchiha Chentian's eyes have transcended into the Rinnegan. Adorned with a mesmerizing pattern reminiscent of the Six Paths, emanating an intimidating ocular power from his violet, six-tomo Rinnegan, his Byakugan has transformed into a celestial blue hue, evolving into the Rebirth Eye. Over the span of 14 years, the divine tree within Chentian's realm has borne a total of 42 chakra fruits, more than half of which have been consumed by Uchiha Chentian himself. The remaining fruits have been carefully stored away. Furthermore, Hinata Hualing and Uchiha Mutian have ascended to the level of Kage, largely due to their consumption of the chakra fruits. Uchiha Chentian glanced at his character attributes. Chakra, 20,000 points. Age, 44 years. Bloodline, Otsutsuki Yui Bloodline, 90. D-Jutsu, Rinnegan, Rebirth Eye. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, 8 gates. C-Rank Fireball Technique, C-Rank Phoenix Fire Technique. B-Rank Great Dragon Fire Technique, A-Rank Chidori, A-Rank Spiraling Sphere, Medical Ninjutsu, Healing Palm Technique. Rinnegan, Soul Burn, Corpse Demon Sealing Technique, Life Restoration, Space-Time Ninjutsu. Taijutsu, Super Shadow. Ninjutsu, Six Paths Overall Combat Power, comparable to Obito in the Six Paths were it not for the Rebirth Eye. Uchiha Chentian's strength would merely equate to that of a peak Madara possessing the Rinnegan. However, with the power of the Rebirth Eye, he reaches the level of Six Paths Obito. Should his bloodline attain full potential, Uchiha Chentian might very well transform into a being of Otsutsuki. As he pondered, Uchiha Chentian reclined on the sofa, resting. At that moment, Tsunade returned from outside. Initially infuriated due to Chentian's insistence on her carrying Senju, her ire began to dissipate as she observed him, unknowingly asleep on the sofa. Gradually calming down, Tsunade approached Chentian's sofa, her gaze fixed upon his handsome visage. Momentarily lost in thought, though she remained unaware of Chentian's endeavors over the years, it was evident that despite possessing the foremost strength in the ninja world, he continued to diligently train. With her heart settling, Tsunade placed her hand on Chentian's forehead. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, meeting Tsunade's gaze as she rested her hand upon him. A gentle smile graced his lips as he embraced her, pressing a soft kiss against her. A look of bliss illuminated Tsunade's face. "Have you awakened? If so, let's take Senju out for some fun," she said, glancing at Uchiha Chentian. "Isn't there still SHT? Let him assist as well." Uchiha Chentian chuckled. "Shushu, that lad has been led astray by Jiraiya. I fear he might lead Senju down the same path." The mere mention of Shushu soured Tsunade's mood. "You haven't lost another wager, have you? I suspect it is Shushu who is avoiding you, fearing you might ask to borrow money again, rather than your reluctance to entrust Senju to his care." Uchiha Chentian smiled and remarked, "Humph. I shall undoubtedly reclaim victory next time." Tsunade replied with displeasure, "Today happens to be Valentine's Day, and I have prepared a gift for you." Uchiha Chentian inquired of Tsunade. "What gift?" Tsunade responded with curiosity. Uchiha Chentian smiled faintly, a fruit the size of an apple appearing in his hand. "What is this?" Tsunade was taken aback, sensing the immense chakra emanating from this peculiar fruit. "This is a chakra fruit, capable of enhancing the awakening of bloodline limits. Cultivated from the chakra of a tailed beast. Upon consuming it, you might just awaken the sage body of Ashura." Uchiha Chentian spoke. "The sage body of Ashura? Who is Ashura?" Tsunade inquired, perplexed. Otsutsuki Ashura is the son of the sage of Six Paths, and he is also the younger brother of our Uchiha ancestor, Otsutsuki Indra. Thus, he is the progenitor of your Senju clan. The first Hokage inherited his sage body. Chapter 27, Super Shadow and the Six Paths. If you consume this chakra fruit, although you may not reach Ashura's level, there remains a glimmer of hope to awaken the bloodline limit akin to that of the first Hokage. Ultimately, whether you can attain the same level as the first Hokage will depend on your own efforts. Uchiha Chentian remarked that the formidable strength of Senju Hashirama is not solely attributed to his lineage as a descendant of Ashura. While bloodlines may delineate the upper limits of an individual's potential in this world, it is personal talent that determines the lower bounds. Characters such as Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui exemplify this notion. Each possesses a uniquely exceptional talent. Although bloodlines may impose certain constraints, their remarkable abilities far surpass these limitations. For instance, when it comes to innate talent, Itachi undeniably eclipses Sasuke, as he adeptly wields a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan with unparalleled finesse. In contrast, Sasuke's combat prowess is predominantly reliant on a singular Mangekyō, and within a mere few days of activation, he has already suffered significant detriment to his vision. Had it not been for his fortuitous enhancements, he would have met an untimely end. Furthermore, Uchiha Sasuke's strength lies not solely in his ocular prowess, but rather in his mastery of body flicker techniques. Were it not for his unique ability, Kodo Amatsukami, his body flicker technique would surpass that of the Mangekyō. Additionally, Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, became a Nin at 6, and ascended to Nin by 12. Had it not been for the limitations imposed by his Sharingan, Kakashi would have exhibited strength rivaling that of a Kage during Naruto's graduation period, rather than merely being classified as an elite Nin. Thus, one should venture forth and test their own mettle. Uchiha Chentian Dao. Without the slightest hesitation, Tsunade cast a curious glance at the chakra fruit before consuming it. The fruit melted in her mouth, its flavor reminiscent of ordinary fruits. Suddenly, Tsunade's body radiated a brilliant light as the power of the chakra fruit began to enhance her physique, significantly increasing her chakra reserves, almost to the level of a tailed beast. Her skin improved, vitality surged, and she sensed that even upon releasing the In seal, she would remain youthful in appearance. The In seal, an S-rank ninjutsu, manifested a diamond-shaped mark upon her forehead, finely tuning her chakra to achieve instantaneous healing, augmented assault, and heightened speed. A skilled practitioner could employ the low output and fine-tuning of chakra within the Byakugan seal to maintain a youthful visage and enhance physical functions, preserving them in peak condition. Upon releasing the In seal, the accumulated chakra would be liberated, though her body would revert to its original form. Would release, advent of the wooden realm. Tsunade struck her hands against the ground, unleashing a surge of formidable chakra. Instantly, a tree several meters tall sprouted from the earth. Though it paled in comparison to Hashirama Senju's would release, it was significantly larger than any she had previously conjured, although it did not rival her grandfather's would release. Tsunade felt confident that given time, she too could attain his remarkable prowess. With a smile, she remarked, "Indeed, after a while, once you master the would release techniques, your strength should reach the level of a Kage." Uchiha Chentian chuckled, "Super Shadow, a power that surpasses even that of the shadows. But how exactly do you define the strength of a super shadow?" Tsunade inquired with curiosity. "A super shadow, you say? If an individual can single-handedly confront the 5 shadows, then their might can be deemed as super shadow. Take Hans, for instance. He once battled against the 3 Sannin and emerged with the upper hand. His strength can barely be classified as super shadow. Furthermore, your grandfather, Hashirama Senju, could contend with 2 or 3 Hans." Uchiha Chentian pondered for a moment before speaking. The title of Hokage is merely a designation. In reality, it signifies strength only slightly superior to that of an elite Jonin. In Chentian's perspective, true shadow-level combat prowess could potentially rival that of 2 Kakashi, who is regarded as the pinnacle among elite Jonin. And what of the Sage of 6 Paths? I often hear you mention the prowess of the 6 Paths. The strength of the 6 Paths far exceeds that of the Kage, doesn't it? Tsunade inquired. Ah, the Sage of 6 Paths? The combat capabilities of the 6 Paths are exponentially greater than that of a Kage. One Sage of 6 Paths could likely contend with an entire group of Kages. Uchiha Chentian contemplated the existence of a singular entity capable of subduing all. Even the enhanced Sasuke's Naruto duo, who could merely engage him in battle, yet ultimately fall short. Surely, you jest. How could such a being possibly exist? Tsunade expressed her skepticism. The forebears of the Senju clan, Ashura, and Indra, the progenitor of the Uchiha, alongside the Sage of 6 Paths, each possessed the might of the 6 Paths, as do I in the present. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian's eyes transformed into a pair of violet, 6-pointed Rinnegan. His Rinnegan allowed him to manipulate its appearance akin to the Sharingan, appearing as ordinary eyes when not in use. 2 Rinnegan? Tsunade gasped, sensing an overwhelming chakra emanating from Uchiha Chentian, far surpassing that of even the strongest Kage. To her astonishment, she realized that Uchiha Chentian's right eye had reverted to a normal state, having independently evolved the other into a Rinnegan, granting him control over the form of his eyes. Shall we test the power of these eyes? Uchiha Chentian chuckled. It matters not. In the past, even when you possessed but a single Rinnegan, the combined might of the 3 sages was insufficient to match you. Now that you wield a pair, the disparity has only magnified. There is simply no contest. Tsunade shook her head in response, expressing her reluctance. Although she yearned to test her current strength, she preferred to refrain from battling Uchiha Chentian until she had fully mastered the would-release techniques. I must now be the strongest among the 3 sages. Tsunade remarked with a smile. Itachi, what is this? Uchiha Chentian beheld the now 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi, who had once only reached his waist but had grown to a height of 158 centimeters. Presently, Uchiha Itachi possessed the combat prowess of an elite genin. Master, I implore you, say Brother Sasuke. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi stood before Uchiha Chentian, carrying a young man who was taller than himself by a head. The young man stood at 180 centimeters. Clad in a dark high-neck short-sleeve shirt adorned with triangular protective gear, paired with matching trousers and leg wrappings, the Uchiha clan emblem emblazoned on the back of his attire. Uchiha Sasuke, currently the strongest of the young Uchiha generation, valiantly faced off against Danzo and the root ninjas alone. Had it not been for the interference from Danzo's subordinates, which distracted Sasuke, he would not have fallen victim to Danzo's successful ambush through his Anaji. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke clung to life by a thread, his eyes streaming with blood, one having been taken by Danzo, while the other was bestowed upon Uchiha Itachi, due to poisoning and severe injuries. Coupled with his attempt to end his own life by drowning, had Itachi not utilized the power of his Rinnegan to bring him to the realm of sages, Sasuke would have perished within 10 minutes. In Chapter 28, the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, it is fortunate that help arrived swiftly. Had it been delayed by another 10 minutes, the young man would have succumbed. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian placed his palm upon the bloodied form of Uchiha Sasuke, his hand radiating a golden natural chakra. A powerful surge of chakra rapidly began to heal Sasuke's body. To assist completely is to deliver one to their final resting place. While at it, let us restore your eyes as well. With that, Uchiha Chentian placed his hands over Sasuke's eyes. The power of yin-yang release commencing the duplication of Sasuke's eyes, with the yang release revitalizing their vitality. Yin-yang release, a secret technique of the 6 paths that can create life from the void. Yin release can form substance from the formless, while yang release imbues life into the formed substance. Is this a pure land? Uchiha Sasuke rose weakly. Although his wounds had healed, he felt utterly drained and would require some time to regain his strength. No, this is the realm of the sages. Uchiha Itachi smiled gently at Uchiha Sasuke and remarked, although I have replicated your eyes using the techniques of yin and yang release, they no longer possess the power of the Sharingan. To restore them to their former glory, we must start anew. Uchiha Chentian spoke calmly. Fortunately, you still have another Sharingan in my possession. I shall retrieve your eye from Danzo when I return to the village. Uchiha Itachi spoke with a tone imbued with a chilling aura. Even before awakening his Mangekyō Sharingan, his prowess was already on par with that of an elite genin. Now, having unlocked the full potential of the Mangekyō, even a typical Kage would struggle to match his strength. He is likely somewhat superior to the pinnacle of Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and directly stated, no, Itachi. The discord between the village and our clan has intensified. If you were to approach Danzo, it would likely lead to our clan declaring war on Konoha. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Uchiha Itachi hesitated, grappling with the duality of his role as a high-ranking member of Konoha and a double agent from the Uchiha clan, which began to weigh heavily on him. At that moment, Uchiha Chisen interjected, it's quite simple, really. We should first eliminate those arrogant individuals within the Uchiha who are eager to instigate a coup, and then deal with Danzo. This plan is far preferable to the catastrophic outcome of a failed coup leading to our clan's annihilation. He continued, otherwise, even if the Uchiha were to miraculously succeed in a rebellion, the 4 surrounding great nations would come to seize the crumbling remnants of Konoha, and in the end, the Uchiha would still face extinction. However, if we pursue this course of action, Itachi, you would be branded as a traitor to the Uchiha. I cannot agree to this. Even if I become a pariah of the Uchiha, it is a burden I must bear. Uchiha Sasuke rose with excitement, addressing Uchiha Itachi. Brother Sasuke, without the Mangekyō Sharingan, how much stronger are you compared to an elite Jonin? Keep in mind that the 3 elders of our clan possess the strength of elite Jonin. At this moment, only I am capable of undertaking this task, and I am a disciple of the ninja world's demigod. Even if I were to become a rogue ninja of Konoha, the higher-ups would not dare to lay a lethal hand upon me. Uchiha Itachi chuckled. Uchiha Sasuke fell into silence, acknowledging the profound wisdom in Uchiha Itachi's words. At present, he truly lacked the necessary strength, and even if he were to attain it, the formidable Konoha F4 could very well eliminate him. Furthermore, numerous unforeseen developments were likely to arise during this process. The rigid and arrogant elders could perish without consequence. At the very least, it would allow the remaining Uchiha clan members to coexist peacefully with the village. Itachi, You may seek the assistance of your father. Uchiha Chentian let out a cold snort and remarked, Itachi Uchiha nodded. By the way, your brother Sasuke possesses a commendable lineage when you take a life. Perhaps you could provoke him a little. Who knows, it might just awaken his Sharingan. Uchiha Chentian smiled at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi. If possible, Uchiha Itachi actually wishes that his younger brother Sasuke had never awakened the Sharingan. Witnessing Itachi's expression of brotherly affection, Uchiha Chentian felt compelled to divulge his plans to Itachi. On December 30th, in the year 55 of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi slays Sasuke, annihilates the entire clan, encounters the masked man, and joins Akatsuki. Itachi, what exactly are you doing? Uchiha Fugaku gazed furiously at Uchiha Itachi, who was mercilessly slaughtering their clan. Unperturbed by Fugaku's reaction, Itachi swiftly activated his Mangekyō Sharingan and unleashed an illusion upon him. Mangekyō. Tsukuyomi. Fugaku's movements faltered, and he came to a standstill. When he finally regained his senses, he looked at Uchiha Itachi with a face full of despair. Is this truly the only way it must be? Uchiha Itachi nodded and said, This is what the teacher mentioned. Only in this manner can we ensure harmonious coexistence between our clansmen and the village. Father, could you assist me? The Mangekyō? Uchiha Fugaku gazed into Itachi's eyes, and in the next moment, his own eyes glowed a crimson hue, transforming into the Mangekyō. Leave the elders to me. You should have no issues with the others, Fugaku remarked calmly. Certainly, Itachi affirmed with a nod. Thus began the night of the massacre. Within 3 hours, nearly all the Uchiha of Ch rank and above had met their demise at the hands of Itachi. Suddenly, the door to Sasuke's room was flung open, and a beautiful young woman entered. Mother, why did you come in without knocking again? Sasuke exclaimed. His face flushed with embarrassment as he was in the midst of changing his clothes. Hige, it seems our Sasuke has grown up. He can even feel shy now. Uchiha Makoto revealed a gentle smile as she spoke. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a sudden uproar erupted outside. What is happening out there? Sasuke inquired with curiosity. Makoto also felt puzzled. She rose from her seat and walked outside, only to witness Fugaku lying on the ground, struck down by Itachi. Blood pooling around him. Clad in blood-stained attire and wielding a long blade, Itachi stood ominously beside Fugaku. Itachi Uchiha, have you lost your mind? Do you intend to murder your own father? Without a moment's hesitation, Makoto dashed forward. No. Upon hearing Makoto's voice, Sasuke hurriedly sprang to his feet and rushed outside. To his horror, he saw Itachi raise his sword, poised to strike Makoto. Sasuke shouted. As he attempted to rush to her aid, it was tragically too late. Itachi's blade mercilessly struck down Makoto, who had fallen beside Fugaku. Kaleidoscope. Tsukuyomi. What Sasuke witnessed was a blend of reality and illusion. A mirage within a genjutsu. The initial scene was indeed real, but Makoto had not been slain by Itachi. Sasuke's eyes manifested a single tomo as the Sharingan began to awaken. Why would you do this? Upon the awakening of his Sharingan, Sasuke delivered a powerful punch to Itachi. Yet, Itachi did not evade. He merely regarded Sasuke with cold indifference. Do you not understand? The ambitions of the Uchiha clan are far too great. For the stability of the village, I had no choice but to act. Itachi spoke with a chilling calmness. My foolish brother, if it were not for your eyes, I would have already sent you to join our parents. As he spoke, the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan spun rapidly. Kaleidoscope. Tsukuyomi. Sasuke was once again ensnared in the illusion, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 29. Naruto and Sasuke's graduation. When Uchiha Sasuke awoke, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. His father Fugaku and mother Makoto were situated in the adjacent bed. Upon seeing Sasuke regain consciousness, Fugaku's face turned pale as he looked at his son, a strained smile gracing his lips. You are awake, Sasuke, relieved to see both his parents alive. Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. What about my brother? Upon hearing Sasuke's question, Fugaku's expression shifted dramatically, his voice laced with anger as he replied. From this moment on, that beast is no longer your brother. Itachi Uchiha not only killed Sasuke for the sake of power, but he also nearly took your mother's life. Even I came perilously close to falling victim to his hand. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan is now but a shadow of its former self, nearly obliterated by that beast. And the situation resembles that of a clan extermination. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Sasuke's eyes instantly turned a fiery red. Father, I vow to slay that man and avenge our kin, Sasuke declared through clenched teeth. Then show me, Fugaku replied coldly. On the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, 6 years have since elapsed. In the year 60 of Konoha, Naruto graduated with the ninja identification number 012607, while Sasuke's was 012606. Within the Konoha classroom, 3 young adolescents, aged around 11 or 12, sat together, one with golden locks, another with raven hair, and the last with pink tresses, a duo of boys and a girl. They awaited the arrival of their leading genin. Who would have thought we would be in the same team, Sasuke-kun? The pink-haired Sakura addressed the aloof boy with dark hair. Humph, I'd rather not be teamed up with the arrogant Sasuke, Naruto, the boy with golden hair retorted with a scoff. Sakura, tell Naruto to keep his distance from Sasuke, she demanded, raising her voice towards him. Upon hearing Sakura's admonition, which urged him to maintain distance from Sasuke, Naruto's previously joyous demeanor soured. However, in the next moment, an idea struck him. He dashed to the door and placed a chalk eraser above it. Haha. He chuckled mischievously, returning to his seat. What are you doing, Naruto? Sakura inquired, puzzled. It's his fault for being late. Naruto responded with a sly grin. Just wait until you get scolded. I want to come to your aid, Sakura warned. Though her inner thoughts contradicted her words. Unlike the ordinary villagers who harbored intense disdain for Naruto, she did not consider him a friend. Despite not reaching the same depths of animosity. Such a fool. As if a genin would fall for such a childish trap. Uchiha Sasuke remarked with an air of aloofness. However, at that moment, footsteps echoed in the ears of the trio. And they beheld a young man with silver hair fall into Naruto's trap. Ha ha ha, you fell for it. Even a genin would be ensnared by my trap, Naruto chuckled. Kakashi, the elite genin of the Hidden Leaf Village, possessed long white hair and wore a black mask. Previously, his left eye had been obscured by his forehead protector. But now both of his eyes were visible. His Sharingan had been sealed by Uchiha Chentian, and it would only transform during battle. He donned a tight black combat uniform complemented by green genin armor, with the red emblem of the Uzumaki clan etched on his shoulders and back. When he smiled, his eyes curved into crescent moons. Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, became a chunin at 6, and attained the rank of special genin at 12. In the year 060 of the Hidden Leaf, Naruto and his companions graduated at the age of 12, while Sasuke was the same age and Kakashi was 26. I'm sorry, Sensei. I was just about to stop him, but then you showed up, Haruno Sakura said, her face etched with concern, though inwardly she thought, this is wonderful. I hope the genin gets angry and expels Naruto, then I can team up with Sasuke. Is this truly a genin? Sasuke mused inwardly. At that moment, Naruto was chuckling as he leaned on the table. When he opened his eyes to look at Kakashi, he was taken aback. Kakashi, is that you? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Oh, I didn't expect it to be you, Naruto. I never thought I would be your team leader, Kakashi replied calmly, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Kakashi, who graduated at 5, became a chunin at 6, and a special genin at 12, had now ascended to elite genin status. He had once survived 10 minutes against the 4th Hokage, ultimately being defeated. But it was said that Kakashi's strength had reached the level of a Kage, known as the copy ninja with the Sharingan. He was also referred to as the Silver Fang of Konoha and the strongest genin of the village. However, it appeared to Sasuke that this was mere deception. Well said, Sasuke. You truly understand me. However, your first impression of me, Kakashi pondered for a moment before continuing, is rather poor, quite bothersome, especially you, Naruto. Even after all this time, you remain so childish. Humph. Naruto and Sasuke scoffed in unison, falling silent. Meanwhile, although Sakura said nothing outwardly, she incessantly blamed Naruto in her heart. A few minutes later, they arrived at a forest park, a typical training ground for other ninjas. All right. Now it's time for each of you to introduce yourselves, Kakashi announced. What is there to introduce? Haven't we known each other for quite some time? Naruto inquired. Sasuke nodded, recalling that Kakashi, in his former role as the captain of the Umbu, had a commendable rapport with Uchiha Itachi, who was once under his command. Sasuke was also familiar with Kakashi, as Itachi often took him to see Naruto, thus establishing their acquaintance. Well, perhaps we should discuss our preferences, dislikes, and aspirations, Kakashi suggested. I think it would be best if you spoke first, teacher, Sakura interjected. I know. His name is Kakashi, and his dream is to bring that person back. Naruto chimed in eagerly. Naruto Uzumaki, be quiet. I will speak for myself. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I prefer not to disclose what I like or dislike. As for my dreams, I have many, but there is one that weighs heavily on my mind, Kakashi mused, his expression shifting to one of intensity. I wish to bring back a friend. At these words, Kakashi's gaze sharpened. A friend? Could it be Uchiha Itachi? Naruto pondered, scratching his head and cautiously glancing at Sasuke. I will not allow you to bring that man back. Even if you do, it will only be his lifeless body, Sasuke retorted coldly. Haha, you misunderstand. The friend I wish to bring back is not Uchiha Itachi. It is, in fact, you Sasuke. It is quite a challenge to eliminate Uchiha Itachi, at least. The current you would find it exceedingly difficult, Kakashi remarked. I will definitely kill that man. Sasuke retorted angrily upon hearing Kakashi's assertion of his inability. Haha, is that so? Then give it your all. Kakashi replied with a smile. In Chapter 30, The Demon of the Bloody Mist, true to the storyline. Although Naruto and Sasuke possess greater strength than depicted, Kakashi too exhibits enhanced prowess. During the bell test, they each fought individually and ultimately faced defeat. However, Sasuke came to realize that their teacher sought to instill a spirit of teamwork, leading him to break Kakashi's rules by feeding Naruto, which ultimately allowed them to pass the survival test. Conversely, Sakura's performance fell short, as her abilities paled in comparison to Naruto and Sasuke, resulting in a significantly poorer display than in the original narrative. Once the trio officially became Genin, they engaged primarily in D-rank missions, such as pet retrieval and river cleaning. Yet, when they began their first C-rank mission, a new member joined their Team 7. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, isn't it customary to have teams of 3? Who is he? Naruto inquired curiously, eyeing a boy who stood half a head shorter than himself. Before them appeared a youth clad in a white coat, adorned with 4 black tomo symbols on his chest, a red whirlpool emblem on his back, and 6 tomo arranged in a grid pattern beneath, 3 in each row. His short black hair framing his face. Uchiha Senju made his debut in the Konoha village in the 51st year, currently at the tender age of 9. He is the progeny of the formidable Uchiha Chentian, a deity within the ninja world. His prowess is that of a nin, possessing the bloodline limits of the 2 tomo Sharingan and Byakugan. Greetings, you must be Sasuke and Naruto, along with Haruno Sakura. My name is Uchiha Senju, and I'm a nin temporarily assigned to your Team 7, Senju proclaimed with a smile. What? A 9-year-old nin? Moreover, you belong to the same clan as that guy Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. How is this possible? The Uchiha clan no longer boasts any newly minted nin or genin. Who are your parents? Why have I never encountered you before? Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. I hail from the sage land of the ninja world, belonging to the illustrious Uchiha clan of that realm. It is quite natural that you have not encountered me before. Uchiha Chikage smiled gently, opting not to disclose the identities of his parents, fearing that revealing such information might alarm Naruto and Sasuke. A person 3 years my junior possesses strength that rivals my own, and furthermore, he belongs to my clan. Were we of the same age? Would that not imply I am inferior to him? Sasuke felt a pang of resentment, but a sense of equilibrium washed over him upon recalling that Uchiha Chikage hailed from the revered land of the shinobi. Indeed, under the tutelage of that esteemed figure, attaining the rank of nin was hardly remarkable. That man, at Sasuke's age, was also a nin. If only I could receive guidance from Uchiha Chentian, I would undoubtedly surpass that man, Sasuke mused to himself. Naruto and Sasuke, both nin, exhibited strength exceeding the narrative's portrayal. At merely 9 years old, one could say that he is not merely 3 years my junior. Achieving nin status at such a young age is truly a testament to his genius. Nevertheless, though I am currently a genin, my prowess is not to be underestimated. Naruto, while surprised, maintained a carefree demeanor, chuckling as he spoke. How has he trained? It is one thing for Naruto to surpass me, but I find it disheartening to be outmatched by someone younger. Sakura Haruno silently chuckled at the irony of the situation. At that moment, Kakashi arrived. Ah, Chikage, you've made it. Everyone's gathered, so let us set forth. Kakashi chimed in unexpectedly, addressing the 4. Naruto and the others had accepted a C-rank mission to escort the builder Tazuna back to his homeland. Upon seeing a group of children assigned to protect him, Tazuna expressed his dissatisfaction. Can these little kids truly safeguard me? What? How dare you underestimate us? We are ninjas. Naruto retorted, immediately feeling indignant. Naruto, perhaps it would be wise to temper your remarks, Sasuke advised. Rest assured, Mr. Tazuna, you may harbor doubts about us, but you must have heard of Kakashi, the Leaf Silver Fang, and an elite jonin, Uchiha Chikage interjected, smiling at Tazuna after silencing Naruto. Is he truly the legendary Silver Fang of the Leaf? Tazuna inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Indeed, he is Kakashi Hitaki. known as the Silver Fang of the Leaf, the wielder of the Sharingan, and the copy ninja. Should he be unable to assist you in your mission, then no one can guarantee your safe return home. Uchiha Senju smiled and said, well, very well. Dazna's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he regarded Uchiha Senju's smile, which hinted at deeper meanings. He began to doubt whether his thoughts had been laid bare. Mr. Dazna, unless you have any further inquiries, shall we set forth? Kakashi remarked, not dwelling on the matter. Yes, indeed, let us depart. Dazna nodded affirmatively. Senju, I truly did not anticipate this. Lady Tsunade would permit you to leave the land of the sages. Kakashi said with a grin directed at Senju. It is unavoidable. My father once stated, a greenhouse cannot nurture a mighty eagle. Without enduring tempests, how could one behold the rainbow? The eagle soaring in the heavens has weathered countless falls from cliffs, forging its wings to glide through the skies. Thus, I have been dispatched to Konohagakure by my father. To be candid, I suspect they fear that I might intrude upon their world of two. Uchiha Senju expressed a sense of resignation, remarking, haha, perhaps. Kakashi responded with a smile. A few days later, he exclaimed, ah, is this not the rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist, Zabuza Momochi? It seems this mission has escalated beyond a mere C rank. It has likely risen to S rank. Kakashi observed a young man perched upon a tree with an air of tranquility. A rogue ninja? How audacious to regard us with such disdain. Naruto mused inwardly. Naruto, you and the others step back, Kakashi instructed earnestly. Despite his enhanced prowess compared to the original narrative, he understood the gravity of facing Zabuza, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. He recognized that history has seen elite Jonin fall to shadow-level adversaries. Why should we retreat? No matter how formidable he is but one man, Naruto queried. Perplexed, Zabuza, one of the second batch of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Land of Water, was the second wielder of the sword known as the Kubikirib Ch. His ability to wield this blade with ease, combined with his ruthless demeanor, earned him the moniker of the Demon of the Hidden Mist. His volatile nature rendered him uncontrollable. And during his tenure with the assassination unit, he had eliminated countless significant figures using the silent killing technique. Disillusioned by the village's tyranny, he attempted to assassinate the 4th Mizukage, but after failing, he fled the village and became a rogue ninja. Uchiha Senju spoke calmly. Yet his gaze towards Momochi Zabuza flickered with a hint of trepidation. Although there were numerous elite jonin in the land of the sages and a considerable number of shadow-level ninjas, the current Zabuza was beyond his capability to confront. It seems you have done your homework, Senju. Everyone knows the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kakashi remarked with a smile. It is not as if my impression is particularly profound. After all, 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were slain by the demon god of the ninja world with a mere glance, Senju chuckled. Chapter 31, The Secrets of Taijutsu. The Roar of the Dragon. Little brat, you certainly know a lot, but I am not to be compared with those worthless fools, Zabuza retorted coldly. While the words of Senju and Kakashi were harsh, Zabuza believed that the defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen at the hands of the demon god was not a source of shame, especially considering that the current demon god was universally recognized as the strongest in the ninja world. At this point, Zabuza's gaze fell upon Kakashi, in his eyes. Only Kakashi posed a genuine threat, while the others were easily disposable. Hatake Kakashi, the Silver Fang of Konoha, renowned as the strongest jonin of the Land of Fire. He is the man who has copied over 1,000 jutsu, the copy ninja, Sharingan Kakashi, Zabuza spoke, astonished. You even know who I am. Yet you dare to obstruct me? Kakashi replied calmly. Haha. Zabuza sneered coldly. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Zabuza formed hand seals and exclaimed sharply. Instantly, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings within 100 meters, and Zabuza vanished from his location. When he next appeared, he was already before Naruto, Sasuke, and Senju. Shadow clone technique. Naruto formed hand seals, and in an instant, hundreds of shadow clones surged towards Zabuza, encircling him completely. With a swift motion, Zabuza struck with his sword, instantly taking down 20 to 30 of Naruto's shadow clones. C-rank fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke expelled a massive fireball, its range altered by the amount of chakra, directly aimed at Zabuza. Super large Rasen Shuriken. Uchiha Senju's dual eyes manifested the double Tomo Sharingan, channeling an immense chakra equivalent to the full power of a Ch-nin into his hands. The chakra flowed incessantly in irregular directions, compressed into a sphere of 2 to 3 meters in diameter, which he hurled forward. The ninjutsu of Senju, Naruto, and Sasuke struck Zabuza. It was a water clone. Senju exclaimed. Is that the double Tomo Sharingan? Sasuke gasped, his gaze fixed upon Shinja's Sharingan, while his own was merely a single tomo. I must reach the sage's realm, Sasuke resolutely affirmed within himself. 3ch Nin? It seems I underestimated you. Zabuza exclaimed in astonishment. Zabuza initiated the body flicker technique, swiftly moving through the mist, his figure vanishing once more. This is bad. I can't see where he is, Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, he has 5 meters to your left. Senju's Sharingan transformed rapidly into Byakugan, a flash of white light illuminating his eyes. Byakugan, Naruto uttered in disbelief. Fool, now is not the time for panic, Sasuke shouted, delivering a kick that sent Naruto flying. A 1-meter-long water blade descended from where Naruto had stood, creating a large pit over 2 meters deep. Although Sasuke was equally astonished by Shinja's Byakugan, he maintained a cooler composure compared to Naruto. Ah, come on, Sasuke, that was too harsh. Naruto groaned as he rose. Clutching his injured face, a cold sweat trickling down, he had narrowly escaped death. Water release, water prison technique. Zabuza's true form formed hand seals, ensnaring Kakashi within a watery cage. The overwhelming chakra rendered Kakashi immobile, preventing him from forming seals or escaping. You seem rather unconcerned for their safety, Zabuza remarked, puzzled. Kakashi merely regarded Zabuza with calm indifference, devoid of any panic. You underestimate Naruto and the others far too much. As those words left his lips, Zabuza's expression shifted, sensing that his clone had been defeated. Byakugan? Sharingan? These little freaks. Zabuza gritted his teeth, uttering, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza dismissed his concerns, resolved to eliminate Kakashi first, then pursue the other 3. He unleashed an advanced water release ninjutsu unique to the Hidden Mist Village. A torrent of chakra surged into the water, transforming it into a dragon over 10 meters long that surged toward Kakashi. S-Class Lightning Release, Twin Lightning Strike. Kakashi's hands morphed into blades, crackling with purple electricity, the sound echoing like the cries of 1,000 birds. 2 colossal bolts of lightning erupted from his hands. Boom. In an instant, the technique of Suer no Jutsu was shattered. Suiton, Deifubutsu. Zabuza's hands formed seals once more, conjuring a colossal torrent of water akin to a great waterfall that surged towards Kakashi. Simultaneously, Zabuza's complexion turned pale. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. With the SS rank technique, Kakashi manifested a shuriken with one hand, infusing it with lightning chakra, which instantly multiplied into a multitude of shurikens, creating a net-like formation. Each shuriken split into thousands. Zabuza's great waterfall technique was effortlessly dispelled by Kakashi's SS rank ninjutsu, and he was struck in the process. Zabuza collapsed, smoke billowing from his body, blood spilling from his mouth. Utilizing the secrets of taijutsu, Kakashi unleashed a purple electric dragon, charging towards Zabuza. The sound of a tremendous explosion echoed. Zabuza found himself unable to form seals, overwhelmed by the assault as the dragon struck him. His face twisted in terror as he gazed at Kakashi, disbelief washing over him. Could it be that he had been so effortlessly bested? The Sharingan proved futile. Was this truly his defeat? He lay on the ground, gravely wounded. Well done, Naruto Sasuke. And Senju, your teamwork was commendable. Sakura, though slightly lacking as a medical ninja, you managed not to hinder your comrades, which is commendable in itself. Kakashi remarked with a narrowed gaze and a smile. Wow, how impressive. Is this the power of a jonin? Sakura exclaimed, astonished by the devastated scene within 100 meters. Zabuza is also a jonin, yet Kakashi defeated him so easily? Sasuke mused in surprise. Perhaps it is not that Zabuza is weak, but rather that Kakashi is extraordinarily strong. However, in a comparison between Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha, who truly reigns supreme, Sasuke contemplated, his gaze fixed upon the relaxed visage of Kakashi. At that moment, White, disguised as a member of the Mist's Umbu, appeared, inserting 2 needles into Zabuza's neck, rendering him in a state of suspended animation, and took him away under the pretense of handling a corpse. Kakashi did not intervene, for he sought to utilize White's assistance in training Naruto and the others. Currently, aside from Sakura, who remained a mere genin, Naruto and Sasuke, as well as their companion, possessed the strength of Ch Nin. When united, they could easily overpower even a typical special J-Nin. Only a ninja of Zabuza's elite J-Nin caliber could provide them with the rigorous training they required. With Kakashi deliberately easing the circumstances, the ensuing events unfolded much like the original narrative. Naruto, through his signature verbal prowess, recounted White's loyalty and camaraderie towards Zabuza, evoking tears from the iron-willed man, for White was more than just a tool to him. Subsequently, Zabuza employed a kunai borrowed from Naruto, biting down on it as he charged at Gato, carving a bloody path with that singular kunai. Even in his grievous state, nearing death, Zabuza proved capable of slaughtering numerous ordinary foes, sending Gato straight to the depths of hell. On the return journey, he succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss, collapsing on the road. In his final moments, Zabuza requested Kakashi to bring him to White, to which Kakashi acquiesced. Snow began to fall from the heavens, as if White were weeping for Zabuza. Beside White, Zabuza expressed his deep yearning to accompany her to the same realm, and Kakashi assured him that his dream would indeed be realized. Meanwhile, Kakashi remarked that this was the poignant conclusion of a man who fought valiantly for survival. Chapter 32. Orochimaru. A month had elapsed since the tumultuous mission involving Zabuza. During this time, Naruto and his companions had undertaken numerous tasks, yet none could compare to Zabuza's exploits. Kakashi was now leading Naruto, Sasuke, Sasuke, and Sakura back to the village, as the four had largely mastered the techniques of tree climbing and water walking. Thus, Kakashi prepared to impart the art of ninjutsu to them. Sakura, your innate talent for chakra control is remarkable. You are particularly suited for learning medical ninjutsu and immense strength. Although I am not proficient in such arts, I possess a basic understanding. Once you have mastered these, should the opportunity arise, I shall introduce you to Lady Tsunade, Kakashi stated. Lady Tsunade? Could she be one of the legendary Sannin? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, she is one of the Sannin. Kakashi affirmed with a nod, then turned to Sasuke, saying, Sasuke, with your Sharingan, you are well suited to practice my lightning release techniques. As he spoke, purple sparks danced upon Kakashi's left hand, producing a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds in song. Raikiri, S-rank ninjutsu, Chidori. In the distance, a towering tree, several meters high, suddenly vanished into nothingness. Was this a technique without hand seals? Sasuke pondered, recalling the formidable power of Raikiri he had witnessed during Kakashi's battle with Zabuza. Indeed, this is the no-hand seal S-rank ninjutsu taught to me by Lord Chentian, Kakashi declared. And what about you, Naruto? Lord Jiraiya has already imparted his ninjutsu to you, so I have nothing further to teach in that regard. Instead, I shall instruct you in the secrets of taijutsu, the 8 forms of the demon dragon. With that, Kakashi unleashed a powerful punch, the ensuing wave of force morphing into countless majestic fish that leaped forth like arrows, propelling through the air before transforming into a fish dragon that struck a large tree. Boom! Yet another tree was obliterated. The 8 forms of the demon dragon comprise 8 techniques. The first form, carp leaping over the dragon gate, Jinin. The second form, dragon roaring, Chunin. The third form, divine dragon surfacing, Jonin. The fourth form, flying dragon in the heavens, elite Jonin. The fifth form, reckless dragon regret, shadow level. The sixth form, twin dragons drawing water, half-step super shadow level. The seventh form, black dragon battling the heavens, super shadow. And the eighth form, demon dragon wagging its tail, 6 paths. Taijutsu can be that powerful, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. In the original storyline, Naruto was destitute and utterly alone, surviving on meager aid from Konoha, subsisting on expired instant noodles and milk, barely scraping by, his situation worse than that of orphans in an orphanage. However, the Naruto of the present had been nurtured by Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Might Guy from a young age. Though he sometimes felt lonely due to the scarcity of peers to play with, his life was infinitely better than in the original narrative. He had already mastered techniques like Shadow Clone and Rasengan. This was why Kakashi claimed there was little left to teach Naruto. Hiki, as for the 8 forms of the demon dragon, I have only reached the 5th form, reckless dragon regret. I heard from Lord Chentian that mastering the 7th form to its fullest would grant one power rivaling that of the first Hokage. Kakashi remarked with a smile. Can I also practice it? Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement at Kakashi's words. You all can. But how far you advance depends on your own efforts. While the 8 forms of the demon dragon do not impose high requirements on a ninja's innate talent, meaning even ordinary individuals can learn them, most can barely master the first form, carp leaping over the dragon gate, to the level of a genin. Currently, aside from Lord Chentian, only Might Guy and his predecessor, Might Due, have mastered the 6th form, twin dragons drawing water, and I can only just manage the 5th form, Kakashi explained. Is that so? Does that mean I can also cultivate the 8 forms of the demon dragon? Sakura exclaimed joyfully. Indeed. Kakashi nodded, his gaze shifting towards Senju. And what about you, Senju? I have nothing more to teach you. You have already mastered my ninjutsu. What you lack now is merely combat experience, Kakashi stated. Yes, I understand. Senju nodded. Then let us commence our training, Kakashi declared. A year later, in the 61st year of Konoha, the Chunin exams commenced. In the realm of the ninja, the ground trembled as the snake lady bent low, slamming her hands onto the earth. Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath, and countless rocks were propelled into the air, forming 3 towering gates, each 10 meters high, that encircled Uchiha Chentian in a triangular formation. This was the A-rank ninjutsu, the Serpent's Embrace. At the same moment, an innumerable horde of serpents surged toward Uchiha Chentian. The 8th form of the dragon's wrath, the divine dragon, emerges from the sea. Uchiha Chentian unleashed his fists, transforming them into 2 rampaging divine dragons that crashed violently against the Rashomon Gate. Boom! The 3 towering gates, standing 10 meters high, were instantly obliterated. The 4th technique. Dragon soars in the sky. A 10-meter-long golden dragon erupted from Uchiha Chentian, roaring as it ascended into the heavens, annihilating all serpents in its path. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, every serpent was destroyed, yet the dragon remained, hurtling towards the serpent lady. What? The serpent lady gasped in astonishment. A-rank ninjutsu, the battle of 10,000 snakes. With a clap of her hands, dark, ink-like serpents surged forth from the ground, manifesting in the hundreds as they launched towards the golden dragon, creating a chilling sound as they tore through the air. The clash of dragons and snakes resonated as the ground shattered beneath them, an endless blaze of fire soaring into the sky, akin to a soaring dragon traversing the realms. Is this still mere physical combat? The serpent lady was astonished, yet her expression remained composed. She licked her parched lips and remarked, "Still, you do not wield the Rinnegan? Truly, you are the demonic god of the ninja world, Uchiha Chentian. But your ease will not last much longer. Oh? Do you intend to employ the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation? I hope the one you resurrect this time does not disappoint me. But Orochimaru, or rather, now you are the serpent lady, do you not consider Jiraiya at all? I believe you two would make quite the pair. Ha, ha ha." The resonant voice of Uchiha Chentian echoed through the expanse of heaven and earth. Upon hearing Chentian's words, Orochimaru's expression darkened immediately. Ever since he had assumed a female form, Uchiha Chentian had incessantly teased him about Jiraiya. With swift hand seals, Orochimaru forcefully struck the ground. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. The earth trembled as a grand coffin emerged rapidly. Upon this upright coffin, the character for one was inscribed. Soon after, a second coffin ascended swiftly, bearing the character for 2. How peculiar! Am I not in the Pure Land? Have I been resurrected once more? Chapter 33, The Battle of the First and Second Hokage. No, this technique is the impure world reincarnation. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, gazed at his hands with curiosity. In no time, 2 men clad in Hokage cloaks appeared before Uchiha Chentian. It seems that this impure world reincarnation was Orochimaru's first attempt to summon the first and second Hokage. It has been a long time, esteemed first and second Hokage. Uchiha Chentian smiled as he gazed at the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. You are the grandson of Ratian, the little rascal Uchiha Chentian. I never expected you to have grown so much. Senju Tobarama crossed his arms, his eyes filled with ambivalence. He had always harbored a disdain for the Uchiha clan, believing there was not a single good person among them. Yet, when it came to Uchiha Chentian, he felt a complex blend of emotions, unsure whether to dislike or admire him. This was why, during Chentian's stay in the Senju ancestral land, Tobarama neither hindered nor approved of it, treating him as if he were invisible. Haha, so it's you. Little Tian, you've grown so much. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. Little Tian. Tian. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Uchiha Chentian felt a twinge of helplessness. Little Tian. I heard from Uchiha Madara that you were the one who killed him. No wonder I never saw him around when I died. It turns out that fellow had been lurking in the shadows, surviving. Madara's ambitions are quite formidable. However, it is indeed strange. I recall you were unable to practice ninjutsu. How is it that your taijutsu has become powerful enough to slay Uchiha Madara? Impressive, Hashirama remarked with a smile. In those days, Uchiha Chentian's presence in the Senju ancestral land was largely due to Hashirama's formidable influence, which quelled the other Senju clan members. Otherwise, Chentian would have been expelled long ago. Humph, who knows how much power Uchiha Madara had attained by then. It is hardly surprising that he was killed by this boy, Tobarama said coldly. Did I really kill Uchiha Madara? He must have died of old age. I remember he had already fled. Hadn't he? Uchiha Chentian furrowed his brows slightly, perplexed. Is this enough? Do you all treat me as if I am invisible? At that moment, Orochimaru formed hand seals. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama momentarily froze, being compelled by Orochimaru to engage in combat against Uchiha Chentian. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Would release, would dragon technique? The two initiated their assault with A-rank ninjutsu. Although classified as A-rank, its potency rivaled that of S-rank techniques. A water dragon and a wood dragon, each stretching over 100 meters, surged forth to attack Uchiha Chentian. The angry dragon repents, the twin dragons draw water. A formidable aura emanated from Uchiha Chentian, surging with a violent force that swept through the air like a tempest of destruction. His palm struck fiercely, manifesting a colossal wave of chakra that transformed into a golden 1,000-meter-long, 5-clawed dragon, soaring majestically through the void, its body adorned with shimmering golden scales. Within his golden eyes flickered terrifying sparks of electric golden flames, instilling an unparalleled sense of oppression. Countless branches of lightning danced around him, radiating an overwhelming presence akin to that of a tailed beast, saturating the atmosphere with an aura of dread. With a fearsome roar, the very winds and clouds shifted in hue. Two titanic forces collided with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of energy capable of obliterating all in its path. The earth trembled slightly, as if on the verge of rupture. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air. The wooden dragon and fire dragon were instantaneously dispersed amidst the chaos. Haha. The mastery of physical techniques can be honed to such an extent. Little Tian, you are the first ninja I have encountered whose physical prowess has reached the level of a Kage, laughed Senju Hashirama, before slamming his hands onto the ground, exclaiming, "Would release, birth of the tree world." The earth split open, and countless roots surged forth as if a horde of serpents had been unleashed, advancing towards the 5-clawed golden dragon. A myriad of intertwining roots and chaotic trunks swiftly enveloped the dragon. Then, an explosion resounded. Boom! The sky echoed with the thunderous sound, as roaring thunder shook the heavens and a hurricane howled fiercely. In a fierce clash of hand-to-hand combat between Uchiha Chentian and Senju Tobarama, neither employed ninjutsu. They exchanged blows, parrying each other's strikes, until both landed heavy punches to each other's faces, their heads snapping to the side, the imprints of their fists evident on their cheeks. After a brief pause in midair, they resumed their ferocious assault. The sound of fists colliding echoed, bang, 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 as countless exchanges unfolded. Uchiha Chentian possessed a formidable physique, capable of enduring greater punishment, while Senju Tobarama, renowned as the fastest ninja in the shinobi world, could match Chentian's speed but fell short in strength and physical resilience. Had it not been for his wealth of battle experience, he might have been incapacitated long ago. With a surge of power, he invoked the 8 gates, enveloping himself in a crimson aura. Uchiha Chentian's strength surged once more, delivering a punch towards Senju Tobarama, the immense force morphing into a colossal peacock, soaring through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying peacock descended with a resounding impact, shaking the earth and sending dust swirling amidst continuous explosions. This young man's martial prowess was astonishingly formidable. In the midst of this, Senju Tobarama launched a shuriken, instantly vanishing from sight. Tobarama believed that even if they could only exert 20 to 30% of their full strength, such power was not easily managed by an ordinary Kage-level ninja. Especially when combined with Hashirama's strength, they could easily contend with even the mightiest of super Kage-level opponents. Against someone like Hanzo the Salamander, they would undoubtedly dominate. As the dust gradually settled, the silhouettes of Uchiha Chentian, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Orochimaru emerged. Truly, the gods of the shinobi world and the fastest ninja, even in the state of impure world reincarnation, retained a strength that, while only at 20 to 30% of their peak, far surpassed that of Hanzo the Salamander when united. Uchiha Chentian spoke. Uchiha Chentian, have you awakened the Sharingan? At that moment, Senju Tobarama inquired coldly. The Sharingan? I do not possess that, but I do have the Rinnegan. As he spoke, a ripple-like pattern emerged in Uchiha Chentian's eyes, emanating a terrifying ocular power, revealing a pair of purple Rinnegan adorned with 6 tomo. What? The sage? The sage's eye. Both Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama were taken aback. First Hokage. Second Hokage, shall we test the power of the Rinnegan? Uchiha Chentian declared. Earth-grasping heavenly star. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Chentian emitted an immense amount of ocular power. As he concentrated his chakra into a dense black sphere, this sphere swiftly ascended into the air, initiating a widespread attraction of all surrounding objects. Chapter 34. Otsutsuki Urashiki, what is happening? Exclaimed Orochimaru, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobarama in unison, as they sensed a formidable gravitational force pulling them in. The ground began to fracture, disintegrating into countless rocks of varying sizes, which soared towards the heavens. Soon, a colossal floating meteorite materialized. "Is it the fault of that massive stone?" Hashirama cried out, acutely aware that the overwhelming attraction was intensifying, compelling the three of them toward the meteorite against their will. With a firm voice, Hashirama commanded, "Would release, divine trees." Crack, crack, crack. Countless enormous trees emerged in the sky, striking the gigantic meteorite. Boom. The meteorite shattered significantly, yet remained unaffected, its gravitational pull growing even stronger. Would release, birth of the trees. Hashirama clapped his hands once more. The earth split open as innumerable roots slithered out, surrounding the three of them like a swarm of serpents. "This body is far too weak. It cannot unleash my true potential. My wood-release techniques can hardly endure for long," Hashirama lamented, shaking his head. "Brother, I have a plan. We can use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape," Tobirama suggested. "Forget it. Perhaps we should indeed retreat. Even if we leave, what then? In our current states, we are no match for him. From our recent encounter, I believe you can see that the boy, Chentian, has been holding back. Even without the Rinnegan, he could defeat us using merely taijutsu. The only difference would be that it would not be as effortless," Hashirama reflected thoughtfully. "Humph." Tobirama scoffed, remaining silent, as he understood the truth in Hashirama's words. "Little snake, we are departing. May you fend for yourself." Hashirama laughed heartily, releasing the impure world reincarnation, causing their forms to disintegrate into dust scattered across the cosmos. In the absence of Orochimaru's active control through seals, Hashirama and Tobirama, with their formidable strengths, could autonomously terminate the impure world reincarnation. Witnessing this, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically as he saw the first and second Hokage fleeing. "Uchiha Chentian, enough. I concede," he shouted, following the release of the Earthburst star. "Oh, has it ended so swiftly? Do you not intend to summon a few more shadows? I have heard that numerous tombs of shadows have been plundered recently. And that individual must be you, am I correct?" Uchiha Chentian gazed at Orochimaru with a profound look. "Huh, you still cannot hide from me. The first and second Hokage are no match for you. So what purpose would it serve to summon other shadows through the Edo Tensei?" Orochimaru replied helplessly. He was acutely aware of Chentian's formidable strength, yet he never anticipated it would reach such extraordinary heights. It is well known that the power of the deceased summoned through the Edo Tensei, when willingly cooperating with the summoner, far exceeds that of those who are forcefully controlled. The first and second Hokage had just willingly engaged in battle against Uchiha Chentian at Orochimaru's behest, yet what astonished Orochimaru was that Chentian, after employing the Rinnegan, had repelled both the first and second Hokage with a single move. Reflecting on this, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intense fascination, fixating intently on Chentian's Rinnegan. It was the fabled Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, far more alluring than the Hashirama cells steeped in nutrient solution. Though Orochimaru appeared quite deranged at present, his rationality remained intact, and he remained remarkably composed. Deep down, he understood that Chentian could overpower him in the combined might of the first and second Hokage even without the Rinnegan. Should he choose to utilize the Rinnegan, he would likely be obliterated in an instant. "Orochimaru, cease regarding me with such eyes. Ever since you acquired a new body, you have grown increasingly monstrous," Uchiha Chentian remarked with a hint of irritation. "If you genuinely seek immortality, it is not merely a matter of exchanging bodies. The most effective method involves integrating Hashirama's cells or even more advanced Sage of the Six Paths cells into your being, allowing yourself to evolve into a Sage of the Six Paths. Only by absorbing natural chakra can one attain true immortality." Uchiha Chentian addressed Orochimaru, inquiring, "Is it true that the cells of the Tsutsuki clan are superior to those of the first Hokage's sage body?" Orochimaru was taken aback, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the ancestors of the Uchiha and Senju clans were the offspring of the Sage of Six Paths, while the bloodline of the first Hokage merely approximated that of the sage. Thus, one must ponder whether the Sage of Six Paths possessed a physique of greater refinement than that of Hashirama. The sage is also known by the name Tsutsuki Kagaya, yet the Tsutsuki cells I refer to are not those of the sage, but rather the genuine, pure-blooded Tsutsuki. It is worth noting that the Sage of Six Paths and the progenitor of the Hyuga clan, Tsutsuki Himura, were born from the union of Kagaya Tsutsuki and a terrestrial man, thereby inheriting a portion of human blood. This explains why the longevity of the Sage of Six Paths exceeds that of an ordinary individual by only a modest margin. True pure-blooded Sutsuki are said to possess lifespans extending over a millennium. Uchiha Chentian calmly addressed Orochimaru. The words of Uchiha Chentian plunged Orochimaru into deep contemplation. No one was more devoted to the pursuit of science and immortality than he. Therefore, when it came to renowned bloodline limits such as those of the Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga clans, he believed that no one, apart from Uchiha Chentian, could understand them better than he. In Orochimaru's eyes, the body of the Sage of Six Paths was the most perfect form available. However, he was taken aback to realize that even the sage was merely a half-blood. And above him existed an even higher form of physique. A body that could live for a millennium was nothing short of Orochimaru's dream. Although it may not equate to true immortality, for him, it represented a semblance of eternal life. Thus, how could he acquire the cells of the Otsutsuki? Orochimaru gazed at Uchiha Chentian with a fervent longing. Soon, my Rinnegan foresaw that in the coming months, a celestial being named Kagaya Otsutsuki will arrive in the shinobi world. If one could sever one of his hands, it would likely yield his cells. However, that individual possesses formidable strength, and defeating him will not be an easy endeavor. Uchiha Chentian spoke with a grave expression. In terms of narrative, the strength of Otsutsuki Urashiki fluctuates, capable of defeating the adult Sasuke with the Rinnegan and Jiraiya at his peak. Yet at times vulnerable enough to be vanquished by the combined efforts of Boruto and young Naruto using the Super Spiral Shuriken. However, this is reality, not mere animation. According to his calculations, Otsutsuki Urashiki's power should be comparable to that of the Sage of Six Paths Obito, while the strength of the adult Sasuke aligns with the combined prowess of young Naruto and Sasuke. Yet, without the Rinnegan, in a taijutsu confrontation, Otsutsuki Urashiki might still find himself outmatched by Jiraiya. It would not be surprising if he were to fall to the Super Spiral Shuriken crafted by Boruto and young Naruto due to his overconfidence. Chapter 35, The Chunin Exams Otsutsuki Urashiki, is it? It seems my plan must commence without delay. The current Konoha is afflicted, to restore its health. The decayed roots must be severed, Orochimaru remarked with a sardonic smile. However, Chentian-kun, surely you would not hinder me. Orochimaru continued with a grin. What a jest. If you could obliterate all of Konoha, I would actually rejoice. In that case, I could recreate a new Konoha. However, be forewarned, you must not eliminate Jiraiya and Tsunade, for they would unite to bring about your demise. Uchiha Chentian scoffed coldly. He was acutely aware of Orochimaru's intentions, which were nothing more than a desire to assassinate the third Hokage and subsequently appoint a fifth Hokage, with Tsunade being the most suitable candidate for that role. Orochimaru's sinister smile remained unspoken. As the favored disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was once regarded as a potential fourth Hokage. However, the harrowing trauma of war led him down a twisted psychological path, pursuing immortality at the cost of abducting children from neighboring villages for inhumane experiments. Despite his malevolent actions, Orochimaru harbored genuine feelings for the third Hokage. His motivation to eliminate Hiruzen stemmed from a profound unwillingness to witness his beloved mentor perish in the decay of Konoha. He would rather bear the infamy of a parricide than allow his teacher to fade away unnoticed, aiming instead to orchestrate a grand funeral that would immortalize Hiruzen as a hero safeguarding the village. This narrative would transform the once hidden darkness of a ninja's brutal endeavors into a celebrated legacy, shining brightly under the sun as a noble profession. In Orochimaru's eyes, Konoha was his territory. Even as a rogue ninja, he would prefer to annihilate the village himself rather than allow another to do so. This sentiment explains why, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, he summoned the four Hokages using the reanimation jutsu to confront Uchiha Madara. It is akin to the notion that one may destroy their own possessions, yet remains displeased if they are damaged or discarded by others. At this moment, with merely a day remaining until the Chunin exams, a figure clad in black, adorned with a uniquely shaped black hat and painted with violet markings, arrogantly declared, "You dare obstruct my path, little brat?" As he grasped Konohamaru by the collar. "Kanjiro, cease your antics in Konoha, or you'll face the consequences," warned a girl carrying a large fan on her back. "Hey, you scoundrel, which village do you hail from? Do you think you can bully the weak?" With that, Naruto charged at Kanjiro. After several exchanges, Naruto, now possessing Chunin level strength, effortlessly rescued Konohamaru from Kanjiro's grasp. Impressive. It seems Konoha's genin are not as feeble as I presumed, Kanjiro sneered, narrowing his eyes at Naruto, unwilling to accept his own inferiority in this encounter. Determined to reclaim his pride, Kanjiro lunged at Naruto once more. However, as he did so, a stone projectile shot towards him like a rocket, slicing through his hand. Outsiders dare to intrude upon Konoha? Then do not provoke trouble. In the words of Uchiha Senju, a powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. Moreover, you are neither a powerful dragon, nor is Konoha merely a local snake. It is a great dragon. Sasuke perched upon a tree, his expression cold as he regarded Kanjiro, Gaara, and Temari. Wow, Sasuke, he is so handsome, Sakura exclaimed, her eyes brimming with adoration. He truly is striking, Temari mused, captivated by Sasuke's presence. Meanwhile, Naruto grumbled internally. Damn it, that guy Sasuke is trying to act cool again, that arrogant fool. You are Uchiha Sasuke, aren't you? You dared to ambush me just now. I was careless and did not evade. Kanjiro glared at Sasuke, humiliated by being injured by a mere stone. Kanjiro, you're becoming increasingly weak. To be so easily harmed by a stone, it is truly disgraceful. If you continue to bring shame upon our village, I will end you. A child with red hair and a kanji for love emblazoned on his forehead stood upside down on a tree, his aura radiating menace as he scrutinized Sasuke. So, you are the esteemed Uchiha Sasuke? Very well. I wonder if you possess the qualifications to call yourself the second Uchiha Chentian. Gaara glared at Sasuke with murderous intent. You may attempt to ascertain my qualifications, but it is not for you to decide, Sasuke replied coldly. Ha ha, is that so? Then I shall show you whether I possess such qualifications. Gaara laughed maniacally as his chakra surged ominously. Although Uchiha Chentian sought out other tailed beasts annually to extract their chakra, allowing Gaara to sleep soundly during that time, it does not imply that he was unscathed by the influence of one-tail's chakra. Stop it, Gaara, calm down, Temari exclaimed. The chakra of a tailed beast host is indeed terrifying. Calmly, Sasuke spoke, his double tomo Sharingan locking onto Gaara with a penetrating gaze. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, an undercurrent of trepidation coursed through him. He understood all too well that should Gaara unleash his chakra, he would stand no chance. In the next moment, Gaara launched a massive spear of sand toward Sasuke with ferocity. Double thunderclap technique. Sasuke bellowed, his hands transforming into lethal blades, crackling with violet lightning. The sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds in song. 2 colossal bolts of lightning erupted from his hands. The collision of the lightning and the sand spear resulted in a fierce clash, each force striving to negate the other, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Despite both employing S-rank ninjutsu, the prowess displayed by Sasuke far surpassed that of Kakashi. Nevertheless, the destructive power still eclipsed that of the majority of Chunin. Haha. Uchiha Sasuke is indeed formidable, a worthy scion of the demon of the ninja world, Gaara cackled, his right hand morphing into a colossal grasp formed of earth and sand. Half of his face was now a visage of sand, adorned with a pointed horn atop his head, while his left eye was veined with blood, harboring a star-shaped pupil. Secret art of Taijutsu. 8 forms of the demon dragon, carp leaping over the dragon gate. Sasuke became a blur, delivering a punch that unleashed a powerful shockwave, manifesting as countless large fish shooting forth like arrows. Sasuke's right hand plunged deep into Gaara's shoulder, protected by sand, blood splattering onto his hand. Do you wish to continue? Sasuke intoned coldly. Chapter 36. 12 young warriors. Suddenly, Sasuke's expression shifted, retracting his left hand swiftly while retreating with great haste. However, he was a moment too late, as he was struck by a barrage of sharp sand projectiles. His right arm was pierced, and his Sharingan remained fixed on Gaara. I will kill you, he seethed. Gaara, now increasingly terrifying, radiated a chakra aura that surpassed that of a Chunin and rivaled some Jonin, growing ever more potent. A Jinchuriki was dispatched from Sunagakure to participate in the Chunin exams, indicating that this round would be far more intense than before. Be quiet, kid, Kakashi remarked as he materialized behind Gaara. In an instant, Gaara fell unconscious. Kakashi, flipping through a book in his hand, furrowed his brow moments later. The aura emanating from the unconscious Gaara had intensified to an alarming degree. It's over. It's coming. That monster is about to emerge. Kankuro retreated in fear. Gaara, tormented by the dread that the monster within him would seize control of his mind, had suffered from insomnia since childhood. Sleep meant the One-Tail would awaken. It's your fault for knocking Gaara out. He cannot afford to sleep, or else the One-Tail will escape, Temari exclaimed angrily at Kakashi. Is that so? Kakashi mused, retracting the love letter. He understood the gravity of the situation should the One-Tail manifest in Konoha. The ensuing chaos would rival that of the Nine Tails, undoubtedly resulting in numerous villagers meeting their demise amidst the rampage. With their Byakugan and Mangekyō Sharingan activated, Hinata Hanabi and Uchiha Mutant stood atop separate rooftops. Hanabi donned a flowing, tattered skirt complemented by a long-sleeved, cross-collared top, the voluminous sleeves accentuating her elegant and statuesque figure. Exuding an air of grace, her Byakugan shimmered with a faint blue glow, while Uchiha Mutant wore a black high-collared long-sleeve shirt paired with black shorts. Adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem on his back, his eyes, a quartet of interlinked tomo, flickered with an infernal intensity. In the next moment, the tailed beast chakra within Gaara receded like a tide. The advanced Byakugan and Mangekyō Sharingan are also present. Surely that pervert is not too far from here. A massive, rotund raccoon within Gaara's consciousness remarked, its golden pupils filled with fear and apprehension. Take him away. For now, the one tail should remain dormant. Uchiha Mutant spoke, his kaleidoscopic eyes reverting to their ordinary form. Kankuro swiftly hoisted Gaara and Temari onto his back, vanishing from the sight of Naruto and the others. It has been a long time, and handling, Uncle Mutant. Uchiha Chisho chuckled. Oh, Senju. When did you arrive in Konoha? Why have you not come to visit us? Uchiha Mutant gazed at Uchiha Senju, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Indeed, has it truly been merely 6 months since we last met? It seems you have all forgotten about me. Hinata Hanliang replied with a smile. Not at all. I have only recently arrived in Konoha. And I was unaware that you were also here. I had assumed you were still in the land of the sages. Uchiha Chien smiled and said, Oh, Sister Hualing. It seems you all know each other. Naruto remarked with a hint of surprise in his laughter. Aunt Hualing and Uncle Mutian are my father's comrades. So it is only natural that we are acquainted. Uchiha Senju chuckled softly. Uchiha Sasuke observed the scene before him, initially focusing on Uchiha Mutant. Yet he refrained from uttering a word and silently moved to the other side. Sasuke, where are you going? Sakura inquired with curiosity. Training. Uchiha Sasuke replied. The group did not converse for long before the time for the Nin exams arrived. Senju, are you not participating in the Nin exams? Naruto inquired as he walked alongside Uchiha Senju toward the examination venue. Did I not mention it before? I have long since attained the rank of Nin. Albeit not as one from Konoha. Uchiha Chentian replied. Just as Naruto approached the base of the examination building, he and his companion spotted someone obstructing Sasuke and Sakura's path. Sakura, please go out with me. A boy clad in a tight green outfit, with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, bent forward. His face flushed as he confessed his feelings to Sakura. Lee? What is this? This guy is actually confessing to Sakura. How splendid. And she has rejected him. At this moment, Naruto had become acquainted with Rock Lee earlier than in the original storyline. However, how is it that he is also participating in the Chunin exams? Could it be that Taijutsu practitioners can qualify as Chunin? Oh, wait. My guy became a Jonin through Taijutsu. Naruto pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. Your eyebrows are too thick. They are not my type. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakura firmly declined, her gaze discreetly darting towards Sasuke, anxious about any potential misunderstandings. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke remained entirely indifferent to the unfolding situation. Uchiha Sasuke gazed at Lee, gradually recalling their days at the Ninja Academy when he often observed Lee in secret. At the academy, Lee lacked ninjutsu and genjutsu, and he possessed no innate special abilities, yet he exhibited an indomitable spirit, training tirelessly from dawn until dusk, exerting efforts many times greater than his peers. Such a remarkable individual could hardly escape Sasuke's notice. What piqued Sasuke's interest the most was that Lee had been taken under the wing of the illustrious Might Guy, becoming his personal disciple, and had been training rigorously under him for quite some time. After being rejected by Sakura, Lee's expression turned notably despondent. However, he quickly regained his confidence. Lifting his gaze abruptly, tears brimming in his eyes as he clenched his fists and declared, It's all right, Sakura, though you have turned me down this time. It has made me aware of my own shortcomings. I shall train even harder to become a man worthy of you. Oh my. Could this be what Teacher Guy referred to as youth? As he spoke with increasing fervor, he momentarily forgot that his two teammates stood behind him. Oh heavens. How did I end up with such teammates? Tintin, shielding her eyes with her hands, was exasperated, her head filled with dark lines of frustration. Beside her stood another youthful boy with sleek black hair and a refined visage, crossing his arms in silent disbelief. He turned away, unwilling to witness Lee's exuberance. His eyes resembled those of Hinata, and bore a striking similarity to the Byakugan of the Senju clan. Naruto, intrigued, fixed his gaze upon the boy's eyes, marveling at their lack of scara. Fool, what do you mean they're similar? These are Byakugan, all right. Uchiha Senju sighed helplessly. In the world of shinobi, only the Hyuga clan possesses such eyes. Chapter 37. The Chunin exam commences. Unlike theirs, which are purely white, your Byakugan possesses a hint of blue radiance. Naruto declared earnestly. Well, if you notice that, it might be that my Byakugan is superior to theirs. Uchiha Senju did not anticipate that Naruto would observe so keenly. This compelled him to glance at Naruto once more. In his view, although Naruto typically reacted somewhat sluggishly, he exhibited remarkable intelligence in matters of greater significance compared to others. Just then, a series of barks echoed through the air. Naruto, Senju, and the others turned to see who was approaching. It was Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka, the illustrious 12 of Konoha had gathered. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Hinata greeted, her shyness evident as she spoke with a timid tone. Ah. It's Hinata. Good morning, Naruto replied with a smile. Ah. Naruto-kun is smiling at me. This is so wonderful. Hinata's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, nearly overwhelmed by her emotions. However, Naruto's attention did not linger excessively on her. At that moment, Neji Hyuga turned his gaze towards them. Despite his usual cold demeanor akin to Sasuke, he offered Hinata a gentle nod and a smile, saying, "Long time no see. Lady Hinata." Hinata's delicate face brightened with a smile in response. "Long time no see, Neji and I. Thanks to the intervention of Hanabi Hyuga, Neji's father, Hiashi Hyuga, had not perished, and the caged bird seal upon Neji's forehead had been lifted. Consequently, Neji bore no animosity towards Hinata, as he did not blame her for his father's death." Neji smiled and then shifted his gaze to Sasuke Uchiha. "Is this the first genius of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke?" Neji remarked, his tone laced with provocation. The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan both took pride in their lineage, and their esteemed status was undeniably tied to their respective bloodline limits. Yet, the debate over whether the Byakugan or Sharingan held greater power has persisted since the Warring States period. At times, the Hyuga clan would overshadow the Uchiha, while at other times, the Uchiha would eclipse the Hyuga. However, following the birth of Madara Uchiha, the Uchiha clan's reputation has consistently surpassed that of the Hyuga. In recent years, the Uchiha clan suffered near annihilation at the hands of Itachi Uchiha, while the emergence of Hanabi Hyuga, a powerful Byakugan user, allowed the Hyuga clan to restore much of its former glory. Their standing among the clans in the ninja world has significantly improved. And while the previous generation of Hyuga was not a match for the Uchiha, the new generation of Hyuga can be considered on equal footing with the Uchiha. As a new generation prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Neji was naturally compared to Sasuke. "What is the matter? Do you wish to spar?" Uchiha Sasuke's gaze fell upon Hyuga Neji, his expression icy as he spoke. Hyuga Neji remained silent, his eyes radiating an immense chakra, with the veins on either side of his face prominently bulging, lending him an air of ferocity. Uchiha Sasuke did not show any signs of weakness either. Coldly fixing his gaze upon Hyuga Neji, his eyes spinning wildly as two tomo materialized in each of his eyes. 1 month prior, he had upgraded to Sharingan, and now, an invisible clash of formidable chakra equivalent to that of a nin erupted between them, stirring up a fierce wind around them. The rivalry between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, both renowned for their ocular prowess, has persisted for countless years. While the Uchiha have often held the upper hand, the Hyuga clan has also produced prodigies who have surpassed their Uchiha counterparts. And today was no exception. Shall we fight? Let us do so. I harbor no reservations about defeating you, a Uchiha genius. This era is dictated by me, Hyuga Neji, he declared with a chilling resolve. Is that so? Not every member of your clan possesses the same awakening of the new Byakugan technique as Hinata Hanabi. At least from my perspective, you pale in comparison to her. Do not presume that escaping the cage of a bird renders you a genius of the Hyuga. Perhaps, to those of higher esteem, you are merely a fortunate subordinate. Uchiha Sasuke retorted coldly, suppressing his fury at the mention of Itachi Uchiha. Currently, Sasuke's animosity towards Itachi was not as consuming as depicted in the original narrative. Thus, he did not succumb to madness at the mere utterance of Itachi's name. Instead, he yearned to surpass Itachi and bring him back to apologize to his father, mother, and other clan members. Huh, and what of it? Hyuga Neji laughed in anger, preparing to assume the stance of the 8 trigrams fist. Uchiha Sasuke is not mistaken. Although he has liberated the caged bird, in the eyes of those from the main branch, he remains merely a fortunate member of the lower branch. Despite the fact that the Hyuga clan has long since abolished the distinctions between the main and branch families. Centuries of ingrained customs and traditions cannot be altered in just a few short years. Hey, you two should refrain from speaking too much. The Chunin exams are about to commence. Any grievances can be settled during the assessment. Indeed, Engaging in conflict now will only lead to premature disqualification. Tintin, Lee, Naruto, and the other members of Team 12 hurriedly stepped forward to intervene between Sasuke and Neji. Realizing that a confrontation was futile, Neji Hyuga acknowledged the futility of the situation. I hope you don't find yourself eliminated in the first round. After delivering his harsh words, Neji turned and walked away. You too, Uchiha Sasuke remarked with a cold expression. Fortunately, they did not engage in combat. I certainly do not wish to be eliminated before even beginning the Chunin exam. Naruto sighed in relief and exclaimed, haha. Uchiha Chiho smiled quietly without uttering a word. Soon enough, the Chunin examination commenced. Inuzuka Kiba's canine companion, Akamaru, was sneakily glancing at others' papers. Gaara utilized his sand to form a pair of eyes, directly surveying the answers of his peers. Yamanaka Shino, disguised as a small insect, discreetly observed the responses of others. Kankuro employed his puppet to simulate an examiner, guiding him to the restroom where he could leisurely copy answers. Hyuga Hinata relied solely on her own efforts. Upon returning from the restroom, Kankuro provided Temari with a set of answers. Uzumaki Naruto refrained from cheating, submitting a blank paper, as he had successfully completed the last question. Yamanaka Ino's consciousness momentarily inhabited Haruno Sakura's body, allowing her to directly view Sakura's exam paper. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan emulated the writing actions of others. Nara Shikamaru did not participate, yet it was implied that Yamanaka Ino possessed him to accomplish this task. Haruno Sakura performed the task independently, as did Akimichi Choji. Hyuga Niji's Byakugan enabled him to see through others' papers. Tisen Shinobi discerned what others were writing by listening to the sounds of their pens. In Chapter 38, during the Eight Gates formation, Rock Lee battled Gaara, while Tintin manipulated the mirrors on the ceiling with her pen to reflect others' papers. Rock Lee often allowed the mirrors to hover above his head for a moment. The first round of the Chunin exam closely resembled the original storyline. In the confrontation between Sasuke Uchiha and the armored red figure, victory belonged to Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki triumphed over Inuzuka Kiba, while Hinata Hyuga faced Neji Hyuga, with Neji emerging victorious, though Hinata sustained no severe injuries. Neji was subsequently defeated by the Kyuubi-empowered Naruto. Days swiftly passed, and the Chunin exams in Konoha approached their conclusion. Lee engaged in battle with Gaara. In the arena, Lee surged forward, executing the Leaf Hurricane. With a powerful kick aimed at Gaara, Lee spun his body rapidly, unleashing another Leaf Hurricane, creating a sound of explosive air. Yet, Gaara's sand shielded him from the onslaught. Boom, boom. Countless grains of sand swirled within Gaara's gourd, forming barriers to intercept all of Lee's attacks. Eighth gate, open. Rest gate, Lee shouted, his body erupting with formidable chakra. Since the onset of the match, Gaara had been on the defensive, his form carving long scratches across the arena floor. Dust billowing beneath him. The cacophony of sounds erupted around Gaara, who grew increasingly frantic, unable to perceive Lee's speed, relying solely on the instinctive defense of his sand. Yet, the limitations of his sand became apparent. Even if it could withstand initial strikes, it could not keep pace with the accelerating ferocity of Lee's assaults. As a result, Lee's blows began to inch ever closer to Gaara's form. Finally, with a resounding impact, Lee landed a punch squarely upon Gaara's face, causing clumps of sand to cascade from Gaara's visage. What? Lee exclaimed in shock, retreating swiftly. Gaara's face contorted into a mad grin. With a sinister chuckle, Gaara formed hand seals, his gourd sand swirling, transforming into a colossal hand reaching for Lee. Dragon of the Abyss, Roaring Serpent. Lee unleashed two green dragons with his fists, crashing into the giant hand. A tremendous explosion ensued, scattering the hand into particles. Well done, Lee, Might Guy exclaimed, giving Lee a thumbs up. Lee must still be carrying weights, right? Kakashi inquired, glancing at Guy. Indeed, I've always had him wear them, but it seems the time has come for him to remove them. Guy nodded, sensing Gaara's chakra growing increasingly potent. Initially, Gaara could not match Lee's speed, but now he had the opportunity to retaliate. Coupled with the seemingly endless chakra akin to that of a tailed beast, if the battle prolonged, Lee would eventually succumb to exhaustion. Lee, unleash your youth, Guy commanded with a wave of his right hand, urging Lee to shed his burdens. Yes. Crash. Two immense plumes of smoke ascended, as Xiao Li swiftly removed all the weights strapped to his legs. In that instant, everyone present was left utterly astonished. Goodness. The sheer magnitude of Xiao Li's burdens was nothing short of terrifying. Ming, taken aback, recalled his own experiences with physical training and weight-bearing. Yet he had never encountered a load as formidable as Xiao Li's. His own weights barely amounted to 2 or 3 tons. The weight on 1 foot alone was approximately 2,000 kilograms, and when combined, the total burden reached an astounding 10 tons. The narrative suggested a mere few hundred kilograms. Yet the colossal weight from such a large foot striking the ground created a massive crater, causing the earth to tremble. It was certainly no less than a ton. And the combined weight of his hands and feet must have been at least 4 tons. Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Rock Lee. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Gaara sent Rock Lee flying with a swift kick. Lying on the ground, Gaara slowly raised his right hand, extending it towards Lee with a clenched fist. Sandstorm Funeral. A towering wave of sand, reaching 10 meters high, surged from the ground, hurtling towards Lee. What? Rock Lee realized that evading such a massive onslaught would be nearly impossible. The third gate, the open gate, activate. In an instant, Lee's body radiated a crimson aura. A manifestation of sweat evaporating, resembling flames of red energy, strikingly vivid. The fourth gate, the wounded gate, activate. With a furious roar, a violent whirlwind enveloped Lee, sending debris flying across the arena. The sound of relentless impacts echoed as Lee unleashed a barrage of punches, striking the colossal sandstorm with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. 8 gates formation, third technique. Dragon emerges from the sea. Lee's fist transformed into 2 rampaging dragons, recklessly dispersing the sandstorm. Boom. The 10-meter-high sand erupted in a violent explosion. Sandstorm Iron Fist. Gaara manipulated the sand to elevate himself, hovering in the air. His hand clenched into a fist, a manic smile spreading across his face as he struck down towards Lee. 8 gates formation, third technique. Dragon emerges from the sea. Lee, witnessing Gaara's attack, shouted as he unleashed his fists, the sheer force creating shockwaves that morphed into 2 red dragons colliding with Gaara's iron fist. With a thunderous crash, the arena was left with a massive pit 10 meters wide. Lee was sent flying out of the ring, landing hard on the ground. Although he still had the strength to rise, he had ultimately lost. Gaara, despite being propelled further back than Lee, remained airborne, thus securing his victory. However, Gaara's condition was markedly better than Lee's. He appeared even stronger. Yet, something seemed amiss with Gaara at that moment. Ugh! Gaara clutched his forehead, letting out a primal roar. Those familiar with him, knowing he was the host of the tailed beast, recognized that he was on the brink of losing control. Little panda, now is not the time for you to act recklessly. At that moment, a voice echoed, Uchiha Chentian. The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated, and soon after, Gaara's transformation into the tailed beast began to dissipate. Moments later, Gaara was seen crouching on the ground, taking deep breaths. He lifted his gaze, searching for the source of that voice, and then he spotted Uchiha Chentian seated beside Kakashi. It's you. A surge of joy filled Gaara's heart. To him, Uchiha Chentian was the only person in this world, apart from his mother and Aunt Yashimaru, who treated him with kindness. He was the solitary beacon of hope in Gaara's life. Whenever Uchiha Chentian appeared, Gaara found solace and could enjoy peaceful nights for several days. Uchiha Chentian was indeed the sole individual who showed him compassion. Lord Chentian, idol brother, you've come, exclaimed Might Guy, tears of excitement welling in his eyes as he looked at Uchiha Chentian, while Kakashi merely displayed a hint of surprise. Chapter 39, Lee's Moment of Glory. Uchiha Chentian nodded at Kakashi and Might Guy, his gaze shifting to the battlefield where Lee was engaged in combat with Gaara. He had long harbored a suspicion. Despite his formidable debut, Lee's subsequent performances had been lackluster, culminating in a mere shadow-level prowess, likely due to his recent injuries. It is noteworthy that Lee's training and physical techniques in the 8 gates surpassed that of Might Guy. Having graduated in the previous session, Lee had dedicated himself to physical training, yet his time devoted to mastering the 8 gates did not exceed 1 year, even with rigorous practice. Achieving the capability to unlock 5 gates within a year speaks volumes of his exceptional talent. In the early days of Naruto, Lee shone brightly as a ninja devoid of ninjutsu aptitude, crafted by Kishimoto as a symbol of resilience, proving that through sheer effort, one could carve out a niche in the fiercely competitive world of shinobi. Even Kakashi, a character within the narrative, had not reached the 5th gate. And even if he could now, it had taken him over a decade of training. Yet, this prodigy of taijutsu could only unlock 6 gates 3 years hence. In just 1 year, he had managed 5 gates, while 3 years later, he had merely progressed to 6. Throughout the subsequent chapters of the Naruto manga, Lee was often seen relying on a cane, even after a successful surgery, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. had advised him against any physical training and prohibited him from participating in lower-rank missions, underscoring the severity of his injuries. It was only when Lee stealthily ventured out to join the mission to rescue Sasuke that he truly defied the odds. During that period, the human body undergoes rapid development, suggesting that it is a time of swift growth. Yet, Lee's strength had not significantly improved since 3 years prior, while Naruto and his companions had already approached shadow-level power, leaving Lee merely at the rank of a Genin. Thus, Uchiha Chentian was keen to observe whether Lee could ascend to become the third sage of 6 paths alongside Naruto and Sasuke. Contemplating this, Uchiha Chentian discreetly employed a few subtle tactics to ensure Lee was pushed out of the arena, fearing that if Lee unlocked the 5th gate, any healing might come with unforeseen repercussions. Fortunately, Uchiha Chentian rarely appeared in Konoha, and apart from his contemporaries and acquaintances, no one recognized the legendary shinobi as he returned to the village. "Teacher, I lost," Lee declared, his expression heavy with disappointment. "It's all right. Failure is the mother of success. To have pushed Gaara to this extent, I believe you are already remarkable," Might Guy responded, flashing his trademark bright smile, raising his right hand with a thumbs up for Lee. "Keep it up, little one. I have faith in you." Uchiha Chentian smiled at Xiao Li, saying, "You. Could it be that you are Master Chentian? This is truly wonderful. Master Chentian has expressed his confidence in me, Lee Rock. Youth. Ah, is this what youth truly embodies?" In an instant, Xiao Li was overcome with tears, disregarding the injuries he had sustained. "Indeed, it is true. Gaining the acknowledgement of a senior brother signifies that your efforts have not been in vain. Therefore, you must not disappoint your senior brother. You are the proud azure beast of Konoha. Let the flames of youth burn bright." "Ah, this is youth." As he spoke, Might Guy and Xiao Li embraced each other, weeping profusely. "What foolishness," Kakashi remarked, exasperated, as he observed Might Guy and Xiao Li, his expression mirroring the bewilderment of those around him. "Heavens! I cannot believe I am being outdone by such individuals." Uchiha Sasuke, though filled with a sense of unwillingness, was predominantly engulfed by feelings of embarrassment. His mind clouded with frustration. On the eve of the Nin exams, he had engaged in a sparring match with Rock Lee, only to be swiftly defeated due to his inability to keep pace with Lee's remarkable speed. Although he had refrained from utilizing his Sharingan at that time, the rapidity of his defeat rendered any hope of victory, even with the Sharingan, exceedingly slim. Their encounter was not a genuine life-and-death struggle. Rather, it was a mere exchange of a few moves, initiated by Sasuke's curiosity regarding Lee's abilities. Losing to such an opponent is not a matter of disgrace. On the contrary, individuals like him are precisely those whom my father and I hold in the highest regard. While the mastery of ninjutsu is indeed a critical measure of a ninja's prowess, the adept application of these techniques often serves as a definitive testament to a ninja's innate talent. In this regard, the talents of the esteemed Might Guy and Rock Lee are rather unremarkable, particularly when compared to their peers, rendering Lee seemingly incapable of surpassing them. If this trajectory continues, it is conceivable that Lee may lead a life as unremarkable as any ordinary ninja, devoid of distinction. However, what truly sets Lee apart from others is his unwavering youthful determination. No one is born a genius. Even those from the illustrious Uchiha clan are not exempt from this truth. Without diligent effort, they too risk fading into mediocrity. It can be asserted that in his quest for strength, Lee has exerted efforts beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. If one believes their inadequacy stems from a lack of talent, it is merely a convenient excuse for their own laziness. Uchiha Senju turned to Uchiha Sasuke and spoke earnestly. His words resonated deeply within Sasuke, causing an abrupt disinterest in the Chunin exams. "Ha ha ha, Senju, you are absolutely right. Sasuke, you are just like me. If you feel inadequate in strength, it is undoubtedly a sign of your own complacency. And as for me, Naruto Uzumaki, I shall undoubtedly become Hokage. If I fail to achieve this, it will be a reflection of my insufficient effort, and I shall strive even harder to realize my dream." Naruto Uzumaki laughed heartily at Uchiha Sasuke. "Get lost. You underachiever. Who is like you?" Uchiha Sasuke could not help but retort, "You scoundrel, you insufferable pest. Are you looking for a fight?" Uzumaki Naruto pointed an accusing finger at Sasuke's nose as he rebuked him. Sasuke Uchiha's eyelids fluttered slightly as he cast a displeased glance at Naruto, retorting, "If you wish to fight, then let us do so. But when you inevitably lose, do not resort to tears. Come on, I dare you. The one who will be weeping is you." Naruto shot back defiantly. "Enough of your bickering. If you truly wish to engage in combat, save it for after the Nin exams. The next round will consist of teams of 3. We cannot have you eliminating your own before the competition even begins, Kakashi interjected, feeling a slight headache as he stepped in to quell their dispute. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke let out a cold snort, disregarding Uzumaki Naruto. Humph. Uzumaki Naruto also scoffed, retreating to the other side. It seems that the chakra of Azura and Indra is at play here, despite their long-standing acquaintance since childhood. Neither is willing to concede to the other. Each is determined not to be outdone, resulting in their daily quarrels. In the heart of the enigmatic forest, the final round of the Chunin exams was upon them. 300 teams, each comprising 3 individuals, entered the treacherous expanse of the deathly woods, totaling 900 participants poised for the ultimate test. Amidst this chaos, Orochimaru's 4 trusted subordinates, Doyu, Jirubu, Katumaru, and the twin guards Sakan and Yukon, disguised themselves as sand shinobi, standing vigilantly beside their master, Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, do you truly believe that Chentian will remain inactive? Katumaru voiced his apprehension. The mere thought of the legendary Uchiha Chentian sent shivers down his spine. Fear not. Simply follow my instructions. When have I, Orochimaru, ever embarked on a venture without certainty? Orochimaru replied with a sinister grin. He had forged an alliance with the 4th Kazekage, Raza, conspiring to launch an assault on Konoha, a scheme dubbed the Collapse of Konoha. Yet, in a twist of fate, Orochimaru had assassinated Raza at the critical moment, assuming his guise and taking command of the Sand Shinobi. At that moment, Gaara had just entered the forest, transforming into the One-Tail, wreaking havoc within its depths. Meanwhile, the rogue Uchiha Itachi, now a member of Akatsuki, was on his way to Konoha with his partner Kasame, seeking Naruto. In truth, Itachi's intention was to visit his father. Lord Fourth, all those we brought have perished. A blood-soaked, masked ninja rushed out of the underbrush, urgency etched across his features. However, as he neared Orochimaru, a crimson tongue, akin to that of a venomous serpent, pierced through his throat. With a gasp, the Sand Shinobi fell, bewildered and unaware of why the 4th Kazekage had betrayed him. Delicious. Orochimaru licked his lips with a serpentine satisfaction. With the mission accomplished, the once useful pawn had lost all value. A sly smile crept across his face as his emotionless subordinates remained silent. In another part of the forest, Naruto and Sasuke were locked in battle against the tailed beast-empowered Gaara, who had transformed into a miniature Shikaku. Sakura lay unconscious nearby, while Naruto and Sasuke, now utterly fatigued, prepared for their next move. Multiple shadow clone jutsu, spiraling sphere. A multitude of Narutos gathered, channeling high-density chakra into their palms, forming orbs of energy that surged toward Gaara with relentless force. Double lightning strike technique. Uchiha Sasuke's hands emanated a radiant purple glow, crackling with arcs of violet electricity, accompanied by the cacophony of 1,000 birds' cries. 2 colossal bolts of lightning surged from his palms, directed towards Gaara. The profound mysteries of physical techniques unfolded. As the dragon of magic's 8th form, Carp leaping over the dragon gate, was unleashed. Yet it did not end there. Uchiha Sasuke's fist propelled forth, and the formidable shockwaves transformed into countless great fish, darting towards Gaara like arrows released from a bow. Boom. The combined might of Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke's relentless assaults obliterated Gaara's form. Oh no, we haven't killed him, have we? Naruto exclaimed in alarm. No. His chakra remains unyielded, and in fact, it has grown even more potent. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan gazed upon the formidable chakra within the human-tailed beast, Gaara. A low growl emerged as Gaara began to transform entirely into a colossal yellow raccoon, his form expanding rapidly until he surpassed 100 meters in length. Cursed fate. It seems I have no choice but to proceed. Summoning technique, come forth. With swift hand seals, Naruto concentrated his immense chakra throughout his being. As the clouds of smoke dissipated, a small toad materialized before Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, what on earth are you doing? Uchiha Sasuke found himself at a loss for words as Naruto unexpectedly summoned a diminutive frog, scarcely measuring a few centimeters. No, not this. I wanted the mighty Gamabunta. What are you doing here? Naruto exclaimed. All right then, I shall take my leave, replied the small frog before vanishing into thin air. Naruto resumed his hand seals, and this time he successfully summoned Gamabunta. A colossal toad emerged, pipe in mouth, alongside a massive sword stretching several meters in length. You again, little brat? Gamabunta remarked. Big boss Gamabunta, the enemy is exceedingly powerful this time. I require your assistance, Naruto said, gesturing towards the towering Shikaku, the One-Tail. Is it a tailed beast? Gamabunta's eyes flickered with apprehension. Although he possessed strength akin to a Kage, he was aware that the chakra of a tailed beast was virtually limitless. While he could engage in battle with Shikaku, he knew that prolonged combat would ultimately lead to his defeat. However, at that moment, Shikaku's will had not yet fully seized control of his body, presenting a glimmer of opportunity. "But why should I assist you, little brat?" Gamabunna questioned, gazing at Naruto with disdain. "Did you not claim you would take me under your wing? If your little brother is being bullied, should you not, as the elder, come to his aid?" Naruto flattered Gamabunta. Meanwhile, in another location, Orochimaru smirked at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "It's been a while, hasn't it? You seem to be aging quite rapidly." The transformation of Orochimaru from a handsome young man to a woman startled Hiruzen, who recalled Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality. Quickly grasping the situation, "Orochimaru, you are using another's body?" Hiruzen's breath quickened. "Otherwise, shall I wither away like you?" Orochimaru laughed heartily, revealing a chilling smile. In the next moment, his subordinates, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others, appeared, quickly forming seals at the four corners, initiating the Four Red Suns formation, which ensnared both Orochimaru and Hiruzen within its confines. Noticing the anxious Umbu attempting to breach the formation, Hiruzen gestured for them to remain silent. Turning his gaze towards Orochimaru, he declared, "As your teacher, I regret my inability to guide you onto the righteous path. While I cannot change your course, I can, at this moment, bring your existence to an end." "In me, Hiruzen? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your capabilities?" Orochimaru scoffed, taking a step back to form seals. With a forceful strike to the ground, he summoned, summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. A grand coffin swiftly emerged from the earth, soon accompanied by two other coffins summoned from the depths. On one upright coffin, the character for one was inscribed. Shortly thereafter, the second coffin ascended, bearing the character for two. Chapter 41. The man who became the fifth Hokage. Two men clad in Hokage cloaks emerged from the coffins, appearing before the third Hokage. "Humph. Orochimaru, whom do you intend to confront this time?" Senju Tobirama remarked with a cold scoff. "Oh, so this is indeed Konoha?" Senju Hashirama observed, recognizing his own Hokage statue in the distance. He realized that Konoha had changed significantly since his time. "Monk, I never anticipated that our summoning would lead us to confront you," Tobirama said, his expression darkening. "Oh, little monkey, have you truly been Hokage for so many years?" Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment. "Apologies, esteemed gentlemen. For the sake of Konoha, I must exert every effort to defeat you," the third Hokage declared, turning to Orochimaru. "Do you really believe that summoning the first and second Hokage through the impure world reincarnation will suffice to vanquish me? Though they are formidable, how much power can this technique truly unleash? You have yet to mature after all these years," he taunted. In the absence of a balance between Hashirama and Tobirama, their strength did not surpass that of Orochimaru significantly, and they could potentially break free from the impure world reincarnation at any moment. Had Orochimaru's power exceeded that of Hashirama and Tobirama, the situation would have been different. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Orochimaru's expression soured, for he understood that this time, the Senju brothers would not cooperate with him against Uchiha Chentian as they had before. "Is that so? But even so, it will suffice to eliminate you," Orochimaru declared, beginning to forcibly control Hashirama and Tobirama to launch an assault against the third Hokage. The wills of the first and second Hokage were thoroughly obliterated, compelling them to engage in battle. Presently, they could muster only a fraction of their true power. Hashirama possessed strength at the level of a Kage, while Tobirama barely reached that threshold. The first and second Hokage charged towards the third Hokage, initiating a taijutsu assault, yet they were repelled. The third Hokage unleashed a fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, expelling flames towards the two brothers. In response to the fiery onslaught, Tobirama invoked Water Release, Water Formation Wall, forcefully spewing forth a torrent of water that surged like ocean waves, successfully countering the third Hokage's fire attack. Immediately thereafter, the second Hokage clasped his hands together and employed the Water Release, Water Shockwave, summoning a torrent of water that spiraled upward like a tornado in an instant. The water then cascaded downward, striking Dian with the force of a waterfall. The third Hokage, in response, utilized Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart to erect a colossal rock barrier to obstruct the deluge. However, just as he made his way back from the stone to the castle tower, he was met with a barrage of blows from the first Hokage, followed by the second Hokage. At that moment, the first Hokage invoked the Wood Release secret technique, Birth of the trees. Uprooting trees from the ground to create an expansive forest in a heartbeat, ensnaring the third Hokage's limbs with its branches. Unable to extricate himself from the vine-like grasp, the third Hokage resorted to summoning his ally, the Monkey King Enma, through a summoning technique. 20 minutes later, the third Hokage chastised Orochimaru vehemently, declaring, "Orochimaru, you are consumed by ninjutsu, prideful of its mastery. All of your techniques are those I have taught you, and I shall seize them all from you." With that, the third Hokage seized Orochimaru, employing the forbidden technique, Dead Demon Consuming Seal, to bind the soul of Orochimaru's hands. "No!" Orochimaru exclaimed in alarm, realizing too late that the third Hokage could indeed extract the essence of his hands. He had underestimated the third Hokage's esteemed reputation as a master of ninjutsu. In the entirety of the ninja world, there was scarcely any technique, forbidden jutsu, or bloodline limit that he was unfamiliar with, and his repertoire of usable techniques was vast. Despite believing he had taken proper precautions, he ultimately misjudged the situation. A month after the third Hokage's death, Tsunade returned to Konohagakure to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage, while Uchiha Chentian became the Hokage's consort, and Uchiha Senju was recognized as the Hokage's son. At this juncture, Orochimaru had already inscribed the curse mark of heaven onto Sasuke, seeking to prevent him from succumbing to the allure of power. In the subsequent month, Kakashi dedicated himself to training Sasuke alone. Before them stood a man clad in the Akatsuki uniform adorned with a red pattern against a black background, beneath which he wore a simple short-sleeved black shirt, his fingers and toes painted with black nail polish. It was Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke articulated his name slowly, his eyes radiating a formidable ocular power. The double Tomo Sharingan manifested, fixated intently on Uchiha Itachi. He understood clearly that he was no match for Itachi at present, however. The mere presence of his brother evoked a sense of unwillingness to remain idle. Uchiha, 1 against 7, Itachi? Naruto recalled Sasuke's deep-seated hatred for Uchiha Itachi, stirring unrest within him. Indeed, were it not for Itachi, he would not have known Sasuke Uchiha. Once, Itachi had treated him well, but now he had become the very man Sasuke yearned to vanquish. Thus, Naruto's heart was tumultuous. Haha, it's the Sharingan. With eyes akin to those of Mr. Itachi. It is noteworthy that few possess the Sharingan in this day and age. Moreover, being but a child, could this possibly be your younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke? The interest of Kisame Hoshigaki was instantly piqued. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze upon Uchiha Sasuke. With your double Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke, you are still woefully inadequate. At your age, when I had already awakened my Mangekyō Sharingan, I cannot help but wonder when you shall attain such power. Truly, you are a disappointing brother, Uchiha Itachi coldly declared. Uchiha Sasuke, even without the Mangekyō, I can still bring about your demise. Upon hearing Itachi label him as worthless, Sasuke could no longer contain his fury. The divine dragon emerged from the depths. Uchiha unleashed his twin fists, transforming them into 2 rampaging divine dragons, recklessly and dominantly charging towards Itachi Uchiha. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unchanged, emanating a formidable aura. This overwhelming presence transformed into a golden divine dragon that danced beside him, radiating an air of arrogance. Boom! The dragon unleashed by Uchiha Sasuke struck Uchiha Itachi, yet was entirely thwarted by the golden dragon that stood beside him. What? The 5th form of the 8 forms of the demon dragon, the Ascendant Dragon, has reached the pinnacle of mastery. Uzumaki Naruto gazed at Uchiha Itachi with astonishment. The 5th form of the 8 forms of the demon dragon, now at a significant level of mastery, signifies a substantial enhancement in one's defensive and offensive capabilities, functioning akin to an invisible armor that can further evolve into formidable attacks. The physical prowess has attained the fighting strength of a shadow, surpassing that of an average shadow-level warrior. Even now, both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke have only reached the 2nd form's mastery, with the 3rd form merely offering the combat power of a special Genin. The dragon soars in the heavens. Uchiha Sasuke shouted, blood spilling from his mouth, his double Tomo Sharingan swirling uncontrollably, his entire being crackling with electric energy. Chapter 42. Adult Sasuke and Uzumaki Boruto. No, Sasuke, stop. If you forcibly use that technique, you will die. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed in alarm, calling out to Uchiha Sasuke. Yet at that moment, Uchiha Sasuke paid no heed to Naruto, his fist struck fiercely, unleashing an overwhelming surge of chakra that transformed into a colossal purple lightning dragon soaring through the void, surrounded by countless branching bolts of lightning. thunderclap of 1,000 birds. Uchiha Sasuke bellowed, harnessing the power of lightning chakra to unleash the technique known as Flying Dragon in the sky. This formidable fusion of physical and ninjutsu manifested as a colossal electric dragon, 100 meters long, crashing down upon Uchiha Itachi with a resounding explosion. Remarkably, Itachi emerged unscathed, merely retreating several meters. In stark contrast, Sasuke was left bloodied, having exerted an attack that nearly surpassed the capabilities of an elite jonin, thus pushing his physical limits to an unbearable threshold. Sasuke, have you truly made any progress in your abilities over these years? You are indeed a failure. I now question whether keeping you was a grave mistake. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Sasuke with a countenance of indifference, his eyes laced with mockery. Yet, within the depths of his heart, he mused, the amalgamation of taijutsu and ninjutsu, under the absence of a mentor's guidance. You have truly evolved, Sasuke. Ah, Uchiha Itachi. May you perish. The sound of thunder reverberated, and a surge of electric sparks coalesced in Uchiha Sasuke's hand. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Itachi executed a swift downward kick, sending Uchiha Sasuke hurtling through the air. In an instant, he teleported above, moving in a parabolic arc to strike Sasuke from behind with a relentless barrage of attacks. Harnessing the momentum from his aerial assault, Itachi delivered a fierce kick that sent Sasuke crashing to the ground, where the force of gravity rendered him nearly unconscious. Witnessing Sasuke's brutal beating, Naruto Uzumaki felt the surge of his Nine-Tails chakra erupting, compelling him to rush to Itachi's aid. However, he was thwarted by Kisame, who taunted, "Haha. Kid, your opponent is me." With that, he brandished his sword, Samehada, draining Naruto's chakra. By the time Kakashi and Jiraiya arrived, both Naruto and Sasuke lay unconscious on the ground. Who are you? How did you come to occupy the Hokage's seat? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Tsunade in the Hokage office. Me? Indeed, I am the newly appointed 5th Hokage. Tsunade replied with a hint of pride. You know, I used to hold you as a child, and yet you seem to have forgotten me so quickly. What? A woman as Hokage? And one with such ample bosom at that? Surely, you must be a fraud. Naruto protested, pointing incredulously at Tsunade. Hey, you little brat, do you look down on women? It is not solely men who can become Hokage. Allow me to demonstrate the strength of us women, Tsunade declared, a mischievous smile spreading across her face as she clenched her fist, producing a terrifying cracking sound. Soon after, Naruto's screams echoed through the office. Minutes later, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Kakashi arrived at the Hokage office, just as Tsunade ceased her reprimand of Naruto. Mother, how did you become Hokage? Uchiha Senju was taken aback, expressing disbelief as he spoke. What is the matter? Am I not allowed to become Hokage? Tsunade cast a disapproving glance at Uchiha Senju. It's not that, but mother, you haven't returned to Konoha in over a decade. Do you truly think the higher-ups of Konoha would so readily allow you to ascend to the position of Hokage upon your return? Uchiha Chien pondered in confusion. Senju, it appears you are not well acquainted with your mother's lineage. Has Lord Chentian never spoken to you about it? Kakashi elucidated, your mother is the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It is undeniable that her ascension to Hokage would face no opposition. Even so, Chien countered, isn't my uncle, Ju, the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage? Uchiha Shinsui appeared somewhat perplexed. Rope Tree's qualifications were insufficient, and his reputation paled in comparison to Lady Tsunade's. Moreover, his temperament hardly seemed suitable for the role of Hokage. Kakashi, reflecting on Rope Tree's current demeanor, lamented that he was rapidly becoming a second Jiraiya. Is she your mother? Both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Then, who is your father? After a moment of shock, Uchiha Sasuke inquired. My father is Uchiha Kaitenshi. Uchiha Senju turned to Uchiha Sasuke and exclaimed, What? Lord Chentian, it turns out you were his father. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback in astonishment. It turned out that brother Chentian was indeed his father. Although Naruto Uzumaki was surprised, he did not exhibit the same level of excitement as Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Senju nodded, his attention entirely focused on Tsunade's ascension to the position of Hokage, oblivious to the fervent expression on Uchiha Sasuke's face. It is quite unexpected that Tsunade ultimately became the 5th Hokage. I had anticipated that it would be Shinosuke instead. Uchiha Chentian pondered silently within. But upon considering that the current Senju Rope Tree had frequently accompanied Jiraiya, his character had been adversely influenced by him. At this thought, Uchiha Chentian shook his head. Oh, is that the fluctuation of time? Has the Grand Simple Pushi arrived? Uchiha Chentian was taken aback, quickly revealing an expression of exhilaration. He then created several shadow clones to inform Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, Yahiko, and Nagato. Regardless of the circumstances, the current narrative diverged from the original storyline, and one must be prepared for any eventuality, be it related to the great Janshu or not. In the depths of Uchiha Chentian's heart, he mused as he swiftly approached the outskirts of Konoha village. I never anticipated being spotted by two villagers, remarked Kisame Hashigaki, casting a menacing smile at the adult Uchiha Sasuke and the young Uzumaki Boruto, who stood not far away. We are merely passing through, replied the adult Uchiha Sasuke with a calm demeanor. Even if you are just passing by, encountering us is indeed your misfortune. Kisame scoffed dismissively. It is unwise to engage him, Kisame. You are no match for him. We have other matters to attend to, Uchiha Itachi interjected, casting a penetrating gaze at Uchiha Sasuke. Although he was unaware of the identity of this individual who bore a resemblance to Sasuke, he could sense a formidable pressure emanating from him. Should a confrontation ensue, defeat seemed probable. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to provoke the adult Uchiha Sasuke. Consider yourselves fortunate. With that, Kisame and Itachi leaped into the air, vanishing before the eyes of adult Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Boruto. Itachi's claim of not being a match for adult Uchiha Sasuke was met with skepticism. Chapter 43, The Great Wood King Clan. Is this truly what Uchiha Sasuke has become in adulthood? Uchiha Chentian gazed at the figure accompanied by a Boruto strikingly similar to the present-day Naruto. His curiosity piqued. Uchiha Chentian gazed curiously at the adult Sasuke, who was clad in a gray top paired with a blue and white vest. The left sleeve hung empty, while his right hand was adorned with a ninja glove. He wore deep gray pants and modern ninja boots, draped in a flowing black cloak. His bangs were elongated, obscuring his left eye, which possessed the Rinnegan, resembling the visage of the legendary Madara. In stark contrast, Boruto Uzumaki bore an uncanny resemblance to the current Naruto. The only distinguishing feature was Naruto's prominent 3 whisker-like markings on each cheek, while Boruto had merely 2 on either side. Their hairstyles bore similarities as well, making Boruto appear as if he were a second Naruto. Additionally, Boruto's right arm was bandaged, injured during his confrontation with Kinshiki, mirroring the adult Naruto's own wrapped arm. Who goes there? Step forward. Suddenly, adult Sasuke unleashed a powerful strike, a gust of wind swirling around him as he swung his blade in a crescent arc towards Chentian's position. Has he been discovered? It seems his prowess is not as feeble as I had anticipated. Uchiha Chentian gazed at the approaching flash of the blade and, with a swift motion, vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before an adult Sasuke, gently ruffling Boruto's hair. So swift? Is this a space-time ninjutsu? Sasuke pondered. No. This is not the Flying Thunder God technique. It appears to be the power of the Rinnegan. Startled, adult Sasuke quickly deduced that this was not mere space-time ninjutsu, but rather a temporal ocular ability akin to his own Rinnegan. Instantly, Sasuke assumed a defensive stance, his gaze fixated intently on Uchiha Chentian. Meanwhile, Boruto, in a flash, launched a kick towards Uchiha Chentian, yet the latter effortlessly evaded the strike. Do you not recognize me? It seems you hail from a parallel world rather than having traveled from a true future to the present. Uchiha Chentian furrowed his brow slightly and spoke calmly. Parallel worlds? The adult Sasuke was taken aback. He had been utterly bewildered by what he had heard earlier, but the subsequent revelation left him utterly astonished. Who exactly are you? And how do you know I hail from the future? Moreover, what do you mean by parallel worlds? The adult Sasuke regarded Uchiha Chentian with palpable wariness, his gaze fixed upon him as if confronting a formidable adversary. Well, my name is Uchiha Chentian. My eyes possess the ability to perceive visions of the future, which is why I am familiar with your existence. As for parallel worlds, they refer to realms that have diverged from a certain world, existing alongside the original in both similarity and difference. Within these worlds, there may be universes birthed under identical conditions to ours, planets that mirror those inhabited by humanity, or even celestial bodies with akin histories, potentially housing beings indistinguishable from humans. Simultaneously, in these varied realms, the evolution of events may yield disparate outcomes. Species that have long been extinct in our world may be thriving and evolving in another. These parallel worlds coexist without intersecting or overlapping, akin to 2 streams that do not mingle. Occasionally, through serendipitous events, the 2 worlds may become aware of each other's existence. However, generally speaking, they remain oblivious to one another, living out their lives in isolation. To simplify, Consider this. If you wish to return home and are presented with two paths, one to the left and one to the right, with the left being shorter and the right longer, regardless of which path you choose, your ultimate goal remains the same, to return home. While the destination may be identical, the journey will undoubtedly differ. Uchiha Chentian explained to the adult Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. So, according to your perspective, we haven't truly arrived in the past, but rather in an alternate parallel world? Adult Sasuke replied with astonishment. Indeed, that is correct. Although this is not the genuine past. The actions you undertake here will still have an impact on your own world. However, the influence is relatively minimal. Uchiha Chentian smiled and remarked, "It turns out that there exists such a concept in parallel worlds. It truly is astonishing." Uzumaki Naruto expressed his disbelief, saying, "If my vision of the future is accurate, then you must be the grown-up son of Uchiha Sasuke, and that boy Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto." Uchiha Chentian smiled as he spoke. Upon learning that Uchiha Chentian possessed the ability to foresee the future, adult Sasuke was not particularly surprised that he could discern his identity. Observing the non-hostile demeanor of Uchiha Chentian, adult Sasuke finally set down his blade. After all, had Uchiha Chentian harbored any malicious intent, the young Naruto would have already been slain or captured to pose a threat to him. However, what intrigued adult Sasuke the most was the distinction between this parallel world and his own. "Indeed, my senior. Our purpose for coming here is to safeguard the young Naruto from being abducted by a character known as Otsutsuki Kenshiki." With that, adult Sasuke revealed the reason for his presence to Uchiha Chentian. So, it turns out these self-proclaimed deities of the Otsutsuki clan are nothing but trash. The disdainful words of Uchiha Chentian resonated in the air. Perhaps it was his utterance that alerted the Otsutsuki Kenshiki within Naruto. A tattoo manifested on Naruto's face, and his single eye transformed into a pure eye, fixating intently on Uchiha Chentian. "How could a mere mongrel like you awaken a dojutsu capable of perceiving the future? Who exactly are you? Are you, perchance, of my clan?" The Otsutsuki-imbued Naruto coldly remarked. Are you referring to yourself, inferior being?" retorted Uchiha Chentian as his eyes swiftly morphed into the Rinnegan, its six-path ripple pattern striking terror. A formidable ocular power emanated from his gaze, resembling Sasuke's but with a deeper hue and an enhanced strength. An overwhelming, ethereal chakra surged forth, pressing down upon Otsutsuki Kenshiki, causing a flicker of fear to cross Naruto's eyes. Rinnegan. Soul incineration. Rinnegan. Soul incineration, a dojutsu targeting the very essence of the soul. "No, it cannot be. How could you possess royal blood?" exclaimed the Otsutsuki-imbued Naruto, his voice rising in shock. Shortly thereafter, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Royal blood? Had I known earlier, I would not have extinguished your soul." Uchiha Chentian expressed a hint of regret. "Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. There is another individual named Daijian Mu-Pu-Shur, who should also comprehend the significance of royal lineage." Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. "The bloodline of the Daijiyama royal family?" Adult Sasuke was taken aback. Although he was unaware of what a royal family entailed, it was evident that it must belong to the nobility of the Daijiyama clan, akin to the esteemed families of a nation. Uchiha Chentian spoke with a heavy tone. Chapter 44, Parallel World. The grown Sasuke fell silent. Even a mere member of the Uchiha clan was already formidable enough to contend with. He could scarcely fathom the strength of the royal lineage within. Why? Upon hearing of a minor Uchiha royal, do you find yourself in such dismay? Or perhaps you hold yourself in too high regard. In the eyes of those Uchiha royals, you might merely be akin to a shadow within a village, a mere genin or chunin in their perception. Even in the event of a mission's failure, they would remain indifferent. If you truly wish to safeguard others, then strive to elevate your own strength. Uchiha Chentian spoke thoughtfully. Indeed, perhaps in the eyes of those individuals, he is merely a minor character. He has overthought the situation. If he truly wishes to protect those he cherishes, he must become significantly stronger. With this realization, Uchiha Sasuke instantaneously regained his confidence. He began to comprehend why Uchiha Chentian possessed a pair of Rinnegan, the formidable power of which could nearly rival that of the Sage of Six Paths, whether it be Obito or Madara. To evolve his eyes to such an extraordinary level without the aid of the Ten Tails is something that a mature Sasuke could scarcely fathom. Senior. Has the peach-like entity within the body of the Uchiha been eradicated? Uchiha Sasuke inquired. They must have vanished, haven't they? The life-preserving techniques of those formidable Senju are exceedingly numerous. I have already obliterated their very souls. If they manage to survive this, I would have nothing further to say. Uchiha Chentian pondered for a moment before saying, Well, allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of Boruto. The adult Sasuke smiled faintly. Suddenly, a figure was sprinting toward Uchiha Chentian, Sasuke, and Boruto. In the distance, Naruto and Jiraiya were being pursued by a formidable ninja of considerable prowess. Consequently, Boruto found himself compelled to flee as well, while adult Sasuke and Uchiha Chentian, along with Jiraiya, had already made their escape. Ultimately, it was Tsunade who arrived to resolve the situation. "You scoundrel, you vile wretch. How do you wish to perish?" Tsunade exclaimed, delivering a punch that sent Jiraiya soaring hundreds of meters into the air. Despite Jiraiya being a near-supreme powerhouse, Tsunade harbored no concerns about him being fatally harmed by her strike, though he certainly sustained superficial injuries. "Two Narutos? This fellow cannot possibly be your twin brother or sister. Can he?" Tsunade remarked, her curiosity piqued by the striking resemblance between Boruto and Naruto. "Ridiculous. I have no twin siblings. Even if I did, I would be the elder." Naruto retorted, "By the way, who are you? Why do you resemble me so closely? Is your father perhaps a relative of mine?" "Yet, I cannot recall Jiraiya ever mentioning any relatives. What is your father's name?" Naruto inquired, his gaze fixed curiously on Boruto. "Oh, I came from the Sage Realm with Lord Chentian. I am Boruto," Boruto stammered, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he nearly divulged his father's name. "Oh, you came here with Chentian? How peculiar. I have spent nearly a decade in the Sage Realm and have met most of the Uzumaki clan. Yet I do not recall encountering you," Tsunade said, her curiosity deepening. "Ah, well, this is a bit awkward." Boruto faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he was about to concoct an excuse, Tsunade interjected, "Never mind who you are. As an outsider brought here by my man, all I ask is that you refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, even if you are related to Naruto, I shall not spare you." With that, Tsunade turned and walked away. "Wow, so you are my kin. No wonder you resemble me so closely. I am Uzumaki Naruto, aspiring to become Hokage," Naruto exclaimed excitedly to Boruto, thrilled to meet a fellow clan member for the first time. "Since you both are acquainted, then Naruto, I entrust Boruto to you." At that moment, Uchiha Chentian appeared behind Naruto, announcing his presence. "Brother Chentian, it has been ages. You have returned," Naruto joyfully exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "I returned long ago." "But you were not here?" Uchiha Chentian smiled and said, "That is truly splendid, Brother Chentian." Naruto exclaimed joyfully, "Today, I shall treat you. Let us go and indulge in some ramen together." "Certainly, then let us proceed together, Xiaozua." Uchiha Chentian smiled at the adult Sasuke. The adult Sasuke nodded in response. As Uchiha Chentian and the others made their way towards the Ichiraku ramen shop, a figure floated above them in the sky, adorned with a playful smile. This individual, with pale skin and white pupils, carried a fishing rod on his back and wore a headpiece reminiscent of a forehead protector, revealing himself to be Kagaya Tsutsuki. "Oh, you found allies so swiftly. This could present some complications," Kagaya Tsutsuki exclaimed, though he regarded the others with little concern. Believing that only the adult Sasuke could pose a genuine challenge, Uchiha Chentian, Uzumaki Boruto, and the adult Naruto had just taken their seats. At that moment, Uchiha Senju, along with Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, and Neji, arrived simultaneously at the Ichiraku ramen shop. "Oh, you all have come as well," exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Father, what brings you here too?" Uchiha Senju exclaimed, "Naruto-kun." Hinata Hyuga gazed at Naruto with a flushed face. "I must become a disciple of the great Chentian." Uchiha Sasuke gazed intently at Uchiha Chentian, his expression resolute. How extraordinarily handsome. How could this individual resemble Sasuke so closely in appearance? Sakura stared dreamily at the adult Sasuke. Is this truly the legendary demigod of the ninja world, Uchiha Chentian? I must become his disciple. Neji Hyuga's gaze fell upon Uchiha Chentian, his thoughts mirroring hers. Uncle Neji, my mother from childhood, and my master's youth, they have all come. Haha. This promises to be quite a spectacle. If only I had a camera to capture this moment. With that thought, Boruto couldn't help but chuckle. "Keep your thoughts to yourself. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions," Sasuke said to Boruto. "Why? Was it not said that this is merely a parallel world?" Boruto replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Have you not heard the seniors say that even parallel worlds can exert certain influences?" Adult Sasuke responded. "It's fine. If he wants to take a photo, let him. It is merely a picture. This will not have any impact." Uchiha Chentian chuckled. "Haha, that is truly wonderful." Boruto exclaimed with delight. "Oh, what are you all talking about? What parallel world? I cannot comprehend any of it. Naruto Uzumaki said, utterly bewildered. It is for the best that you do not understand, Chentian, Naruto, and Sasuke replied in unison. Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 45. The emergence of the great Jinmupushi Lord Chentian. Please accept me as your disciple. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji spoke in unison. I was the one who said it first. Hyuga Neji exclaimed angrily at Uchiha Sasuke. It was clearly me who spoke first. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes whirled in a frenzy, revealing two gleaming tomo within each iris. Hyuga Neji, undeterred, remained silent as an aura of formidable chakra emanated from his eyes, the veins on his cheeks standing out prominently, lending him a fierce appearance. In an unseen clash, their powerful chakras collided, stirring a tempestuous wind around them. Lord Chentian is of my clan, and by all rights, he is the most suitable to guide one possessing the Sharingan like myself. What business do you have in this turmoil? Uchiha Sasuke coldly remarked. So what? Lord Chentian possesses the Byakugan, making him equally qualified to guide me. Hyuga Neji calmly responded. What? Is the legend true? Does Senior Chentian truly possess the Byakugan? Surely. You jest. Uchiha Sasuke expressed his disbelief, for although he had heard of Uchiha Chentian possessing the Byakugan, he remained skeptical until he witnessed it with his own eyes. Are you not aware? Huh. How dare you claim that Lord Chentian is your kin? Mocked Hyuga Neji. At that moment, the voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated. Why do you two not inquire about my opinion as the party involved, instead of bickering here? Without hesitation, Hyuga Neji knelt before Uchiha Chentian, pleading, Lord Chentian, please accept me as your disciple. Uchiha Sasuke, however, hesitated. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he was accustomed to being the center of attention, never having knelt before anyone. Yet, considering that Uchiha Chentian was a member of his clan and the strongest in the ninja world, with Uchiha Itachi as his disciple, he pondered whether it would truly be disgraceful to kneel before such a figure. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Sasuke followed Neji's lead and knelt, seeking Uchiha Chentian's mentorship. I merely came for a bowl of noodles. How has it turned into a disciple-accepting ceremony? Uchiha Chentian expressed his helplessness. To the eyes of the grown-up Sasuke and Naruto, their astonishment was beyond measure. Sasuke, well aware of his own nature, had always been an exceedingly proud individual, one who would never kneel to beseech anyone, and certainly not willingly. In his understanding, Hyuga Neji was similarly proud, constrained by his position in the branch family, yet he would never willingly bow to anyone else. Thus, the sight of such a haughty character as Chentian casually seeking a mentor was utterly bewildering to Sasuke. As for Naruto, he did not ponder as deeply. To him, the fact that Uchiha Chentian could persuade his uncle and mentor to take on a teacher indicated that he must be an exceptionally formidable person. Please rise. I have no intentions of taking on disciples. Uchiha Chentian sighed in exasperation. No, Lord Chentian. If you do not accept me as your disciple, I shall not rise. Hyuga Neji declared earnestly. Lord Chentian, why have you chosen to take Uchiha Itachi as your pupil, yet not me? My talents are no less than his, and I am determined to surpass him. Uchiha Sasuke, with a face full of reluctance, remarked, Who told you that Uchiha Itachi is my disciple? I have never regarded him as my own pupil. He simply took it upon himself to claim that title. Uchiha Chentian spoke thoughtfully. What? Both Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disappointment as they gazed at Uchiha Chentian. However, although I shall not take you as my disciples, it is not out of the question for me to guide your training during this time. Uchiha Chentian chuckled. Thank you, master. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji spoke in unison. What? No way. Brother Chentian, if you are instructing Sasuke, then you must also guide me. Upon hearing Uchiha Chentian's intention to mentor both of them, Uzumaki Naruto immediately protested with fervor. All right then. Uchiha Chentian nodded in agreement, offering no objections. Haha. Arrogant Sasuke, I shall not allow you to surpass me. Upon hearing Uchiha Chentian's consent, Uzumaki Naruto erupted into triumphant laughter. Fool. Uchiha Sasuke cast a frosty glance at Naruto Uzumaki and uttered two words, stinky bug. Who are you referring to? Naruto retorted angrily. I refuse to converse with fools. Uchiha Sasuke spoke of the way. How infuriating. Uzumaki Naruto glared at Uchiha Sasuke, his teeth clenched in frustration. After everyone had feasted satisfactorily, Naruto curiously inquired, Master, did you often argue with my father in the past? Sasuke replied, It was your father who enjoyed sparring with me. At times, I had no desire to engage with him. As he spoke, the adult Sasuke seemed to reminisce, a smile gracing his face. Naruto pondered. It appears that Master Sasuke shared a good rapport with my father. However, given my father's nature, it would be odd if Master Sasuke did not find himself in disputes with him. The following day, early in the morning, Uchiha Chentian was training with Naruto, Senju, Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata, and Sakura in a forest within Konoha. Meanwhile, the formidable Otsutsuki Urashiki had been waiting patiently. Finally, Uchiha Sasuke was absent. "Kyubi, I have arrived." Otsutsuki Urashiki sneered. "Little fox, I have searched high and low for you," he addressed politely. "Who are you?" Naruto inquired. His expression filled with trepidation as he regarded Otsutsuki Urashiki. The Kyubi within him sensed the overwhelming terror emanating from Urashiki, compelling Naruto to flee. Yet, given Naruto's character, how could he ever consider retreating without a fight? "Haha, you shall discover soon enough," Otsutsuki Urashiki remarked playfully, casting the fishing hook in Naruto's direction. Unfortunately for Urashiki, his hook was met with emptiness. Due to the ceiling within Naruto, it was impossible to ensnare his chakra as he might have in the future. As Naruto observed Urashiki launching an assault, he was unaware that the fishing hook held no power over him. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate for a moment, swiftly gathering his chakra into a Rasengan to counterattack. "Naruto, you truly are a fool," Uchiha Chentian could not help but exclaim upon witnessing the scene. Before Naruto could close the distance, Otsutsuki Urashiki had already ensnared him with the fishing line, lifting him into the air. Universal pull. Uchiha Chentian's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, and in an instant, he employed the universal pull to draw Naruto back. "What? The Rinnegan?" Dojinmu Pushi was taken aback. He had never anticipated that. Aside from the future Sasuke, there would be another possessing the Rinnegan in this timeline, and yet, it was a pair. "Everyone, it is your turn to take action." Uchiha Chentian's voice resonated. The dragon in anguish, the twin dragons draw water. Chapter 46, The Group Assault on Otsutsuki Pushi. The dragon in anguish, the twin dragons draw water. The voice of Uchiha Itachi resonated, and in an instant, he unleashed a myriad of punches, transforming the terrifying shockwaves into a colossal five-clawed golden dragon, encircled by flickering bolts of lightning. This 1,000-meter-long dragon surged towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Damn it, who is this? Otsutsuki Kinshiki had barely ascended into the skies when Uchiha Itachi struck him down. Kakashi, wielding his Mangekyō Sharingan, summoned an immense reservoir of chakra, converting it into shuriken, and employed the Kimui technique to materialize before Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Almost simultaneously, the legendary Sannin, now in Sage mode, made their entrance. Fire release, Great Flame Dragon. Jiraiya bellowed, radiating a golden aura as his hair defied gravity and rose. A magnificent fire dragon charged towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Lion's mane technique. Jiraiya propelled himself forward, his hair resembling a lion's mane as it swept through the air. With a resounding crash, Orochimaru clapped his hands together, causing the ground to fracture, and three towering Rashomon gates emerged in a triangular formation, ensnaring Otsutsuki Kinshiki beneath them. Serpent's formation. Sage Orochimaru formed seals once more, channeling a formidable surge of chakra that manifested as countless serpents, assailing Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At this moment, Orochimaru had reclaimed the essence of his soul in his hands. Would release. Birth of the trees. Sage Tsunade appeared, striking the ground with her palms. Countless roots rapidly sprouted from the earth, proliferating until the sky was shrouded in a dense canopy, each tree releasing numerous wooden spikes. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Adult Sasuke activated his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, enhanced by the powers of the Rinnegan, directing his gaze at Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Instantly, a terrifying flower of black flames blossomed, tracing a breathtaking arc in the air, ensnaring Otsutsuki Kinshiki within its fiery embrace, the black flames consuming him. At this juncture, the three Sannin had fully entered Sage mode. The trio of Super Sannin, Kakashi, the formidable Uchiha Itachi, and the adult Sasuke, a wielder of the Six Paths power, dealt a grievous blow to Otsutsuki Kinshiki. "Haha, surely this time he is done for." Jiraiya laughed boastfully. "Stop laughing, Jiraiya. This foe is not so easily vanquished. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a Six Paths warrior. Quickly, activate the Four-Symbol seal, or else we risk him escaping with his space-time ninjutsu, which would spell trouble." The voice of Uchiha Chentian echoed. Interesting. To survive such an ordeal. Truly worthy of a sage of the Six Paths. Orochimaru licked his lips, grinning malevolently, as he swiftly formed hand seals. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi positioned themselves at the four cardinal points. Orochimaru embodied the Azure Dragon formation, Jiraiya represented the White Tiger formation, Tsunade stood for the Phoenix formation, and Kakashi symbolized the Black Tortoise formation. I cannot fathom from whence this monster hails, compelling Lord Chentian to summon the 3 legendary Sannin for this confrontation, Kakashi remarked gravely. For formidable chakra manifestations transformed into the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Phoenix, and Black Tortoise, sealing off the space within a kilometer radius. In this 100-meter expanse, the mighty Daijin Mushi could no longer employ space ninjutsu. Sasuke, we shall advance. With those words, Uchiha Chentian's eyes radiated a terrifying ocular power. A vast expanse of chakra coalescing into a colossal skeletal form. In the next moment, countless muscle-like structures began to emerge, followed by the appearance of armor. A towering armored deity, resembling a thunder god and standing 100 meters tall, manifested before Daijin Mushi, complete with a pair of wings and a mask adorning its face. Sasuke, too, unleashed his complete Susanoo, albeit in a striking blue hue, while Chentian's was resplendent in gold. Boom, boom. The air was rent with the sound of tremendous explosions. The earth trembled violently, accompanied by the anguished roar of Daijin Mushi. The colossal complete Susanoo of Chentian and Sasuke naturally drew the attention of Konoha's Elite 12 and the other Jonin, all of whom rushed to the scene. However, upon witnessing the presence of the 5th Hokage Tsunade and the others, they were left in sheer astonishment. Crack! As a beam of sword light sliced through Daijin Mushi, its destructive force continued unabated, piercing straight through for several kilometers before erupting in the distant mountains. Boom! Another wave of seismic upheaval ensued, illuminating the world as bright as day. Thus, Daijin Mushi was cleaved in twain by the combined might of Uchiha Chentian and the adult Sasuke, the Rinnegan, seal of the god of death. The terrifying ocular power of Uchiha Chentian emanates from his pair of violet, 6-tomo Rinnegan, after the soul of Otsutsuki Kagaya was severed in twain. His body was sealed by Uchiha Chentian and entrusted to Orochimaru. Haha, what a perfect vessel! Orochimaru exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Hey, Orochimaru, how have you become so twisted? Jiraiya admonished him. Heh, what do you know? With that, Orochimaru hurriedly made his escape, yet in his departure, he cast a lingering gaze at Sasuke. I once thought this fellow possessed great strength. Yet, it seems he is merely a facade, brimming with power, yet devoid of any combat experience. Uchiha Chentian disdainfully remarked that the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya was not inferior to his own. In terms of chakra strength, the difference between the two was negligible. However, in a genuine confrontation, Uchiha Chentian felt confident he could decisively defeat 2 or 3 Otsutsuki Kagaya, provided Kagaya did not attempt to flee. If Kagaya were to evade, even 2 or 3 Uchiha Chenchians might struggle to apprehend her without prior preparation. In the original narrative, Otsutsuki Kagaya's overall strength surpassed that of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, and Otsutsuki Ishiki's capabilities could rival those of Sasuke Uchiha. Yet, ultimately, they fell before the might of Naruto and Sasuke, a cadre of formidable beings lacking combat experience. Uchiha Chentian felt as though the powers of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha could potentially outmaneuver them. Moreover, similar to Otsutsuki Kagaya, endowed with the Byakugan, Rinnegan, and various bloodline techniques, her abilities were predominantly employed for evasion. Ironically, she was ultimately defeated by Naruto and Boruto, who lacked the strength of a shadow-level ninja. It is noteworthy that possessing advanced Byakugan, Rinnegan, and bloodline limits, along with yin-yang release, would render anyone a formidable opponent, regardless of their inherent power. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki Kagaya herself seemed to lack the mental acuity to exhibit her true combat potential before being incapacitated. Particularly, the red fishing rod created through yin-yang release held the extraordinary capability to extract the chakra of others and utilize their jutsu at will. A feat that was already impressive in itself. Chapter 47. Adult Sasuke with Dual Rinnegan. Had Otsutsuki Kagaya exercised caution in the original story, he could have employed the spatial abilities of Yomi to discreetly infiltrate the other 4 great ninja villages, harvesting the chakra of those with bloodline limits. After absorbing the powers of all, he could have faced Konoha unchallenged. Instead, he recklessly targeted the formidable Ninetales, particularly the strongest Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, which was tantamount to courting death. At this moment, adult Sasuke suddenly grimaced, pressing his hand against his Rinnegan. Years of utilizing the Rinnegan had placed a significant burden on his body. What is it, Sasuke? Uchiha Chentian furrowed his brow slightly. It's nothing. Merely an excessive expenditure of ocular power. I shall recover in due time. The grown-up Sasuke inhaled deeply. At that moment, Sasuke's Rinnegan had transformed from the sixth Tomo into a standard Rinnegan. Suddenly, Uchiha Chentian's eyes widened, and a surge of ocular energy flowed towards Sasuke's right eye, causing the sixth Tomo of the Rinnegan to manifest vividly. The Rinnegan, a symbol of life restoration. Moreover, Uchiha Sasuke's severed hand was effortlessly restored by Uchiha Chentian. Yin-Yang Release, a secret technique of the six paths that can create life from the void. Yin Release can manifest form from the formless. Yang Release can infuse life into the form. My hand. It's healed. Thank you, Senior Chentian. Uchiha Sasuke addressed Uchiha Chentian with gratitude, saying, "It is of no consequence, for you lack the sage body. The burden of the Rinnegan weighs heavily upon you. At times, it would be prudent for you to delve into the study of sage techniques. Should you succeed in mastering the sage body, the Rinnegan shall no longer be a hindrance to you." Uchiha Chentian explained to the adult Sasuke. I understand now." Uchiha Sasuke nodded slightly. Uchiha Chentian smiled gently. A fruit the size of an apple materializing in his hand, radiating a powerful aura of life. This is a chakra fruit? The grown-up Sasuke was taken aback, as he could sense the immense vitality contained within this peculiar fruit. Indeed, it is. This is the chakra fruit. Consuming it should enable you to cultivate a sage body in a short period. Uchiha Chentian chuckled. The grown-up Sasuke took a deep breath, his expression returning to calmness as he said, "Senior Chentian, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It is unlikely that you would assist me without reason, especially by bestowing upon me such invaluable chakra." Uchiha Chentian nodded and said, "There is no need for concern. I would never gratuitously bestow my chakra fruit upon you. You should be well aware of the terrifying nature of the Otsutsuki clan. Individuals like Otsutsuki Pushi are merely minor players within that realm. Even the legendary goddess of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, does not hold a position of significance among them. There is a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. While I may not require your assistance at present, should the Otsutsuki clan decide to send someone again in the future, that would be the moment when your aid will be indispensable." Uchiha Chentian spoke earnestly. "All right." The adult Sasuke, showing no hesitation, seized the chakra fruit from Uchiha Chentian's hand and consumed it. In the next moment, a terrifying aura began to emanate from his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Soon enough, Sasuke's eternal Mangekyō underwent a transformation, evolving into the Rinnegan, granting him the power of dual Rinnegan. If the previous adult Sasuke possessed a mere semblance of the six-path strength, he now stood as a true embodiment of a six-paths powerhouse. Should he confront the great Shinjuku individually, he would be capable of overcoming it single-handedly. As for Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Sasuke. The recent exchange between Uchiha Chentian and Uchiha Sasuke had reached his ears. With that said, my plan has succeeded. Uchiha Itachi contemplated silently. "Teacher, I shall take my leave." At that moment, he turned to Uchiha Chentian and, with a serious gaze, cast a lingering look at Uchiha Sasuke, wishing to imprint the image of the grown-up Sasuke in his memory. Simultaneously, Sasuke's eyes met Itachi's, his newly evolved Rinnegan evoking a profound astonishment in Itachi. Undoubtedly, excitement outweighed the shock. Although both brothers were aware of each other's identities, they refrained from approaching one another, opting instead to silently observe. Before long, Itachi's figure vanished from Sasuke's sight. "Aren't you going to say a few words to Itachi?" Uchiha Chentian inquired with curiosity. "Never mind, although he is Itachi. He is not the Uchiha Itachi that I perceive as the true one." Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. "Is that so? Would you like to meet Fugaku and Makoto?" Uchiha Chentian gazed at Uchiha Sasuke with a smile and remarked, "I do not know." Sasuke Uchiha neither rejected nor accepted. He found himself at a loss for words upon encountering his parents, who were still alive in this world. Makoto Uchiha, the mother of Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha, possessed a gentle and kind-hearted disposition. From a young age, she showered affection upon Sasuke. Unfortunately, due to the Uchiha clan's conspiracy to instigate a coup, she ultimately met her tragic end at the hands of her elder son, Itachi, who was moved to tears. In her daily guidance of Sasuke, she employed a nurturing approach, particularly during his moments of distress, offering him solace and revealing that their father also held deep affection for him. When Sasuke sustained injuries while practicing the great fireball technique, she tenderly tended to his wounds and prepared his favorite tomatoes. Ultimately, much like her husband, Fugaku Uchiha, she willingly accepted her fate, succumbing to the blade of her eldest son, Itachi, while imploring him to look after his younger brother, Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke fell into silence, contemplating the stark contrast between the Uchiha clan of this world and that of his own. although both had endured the fateful night of their clan's annihilation in this realm. His parents and brother still thrived, while in his original world, only he and his daughter remained. Perhaps, he mused, it would be wise to explore this alternate reality. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian gently patted Sasuke on the shoulder before departing. It dawned on Tsunade that this was the grown-up version of Uchiha Sasuke. She had initially wondered how this lad bore such a striking resemblance to him, suspecting he might be a sibling of Uchiha Fugaku. A smile graced Tsunade's face as she gazed at the adult Sasuke. If that is the case, then that child of Boruto must indeed be the son of Naruto Uzumaki. She exclaimed, "What a splendid tale this is, a son traversing time to rescue his father." Jiraiya chuckled exuberantly. "Foolish Jiraiya, do not recklessly alter the future with your musings." Tsunade scolded him sharply. "Oh no, we have arrived too late." Hyuga Neji lamented, his expression one of disappointment. At that moment, the 12 young heroes had just reached the scene, but Jiraiya, adult Sasuke, and the others had long since departed. Chapter 48. Above the 6 paths, Uchiha Chentian returned to his former home in Konoha, activating his Violet Rinnegan with its 6th tomo. Instantly, his form vanished from the spot. And when he reappeared, he found himself within his own private realm. Uchiha Chentian age, 44 bloodline. Otsutsuki Kagaya bloodline, 95, Kekkei Genkai, Rinnegan with 6 tomo, reincarnation eye. Ninjutsu, healing techniques, Sage Art, Shadow Clone Technique, C-Rank Phoenix Fire Technique, B-Rank Great Dragon Fire Technique, A-Rank Chidori, A-Rank Rasen Shuriken, C-Rank Great Fireball Technique. Spacetime Ninjutsu, Yomi's Birisaka creates a portal in the air, allowing free passage among 6 controlled spaces. This technique can be utilized for offense, reducing the distance of long-range ninjutsu, disrupting and ambushing opponents, or evading and fleeing in dire situations. It requires no hand seals to activate. Sage Techniques, Perfect Sage Mode Taijutsu, 8 Gates of Death. Dragon's 8 Styles, First Style, Carp Leaping Over the Dragon Gate, Genin 2nd Style, Flood Dragon Roaring, Chunin 3rd Style, Divine Dragon Crossing the Sea, Jonin 4th Style, Flying Dragon in the Sky, Elite Jonin 5th Style, Reckless Dragon Regret, Shadow Level 6 Style, Twin Dragons Drawing Water, Half-Step Super Shadow Level 7th Style, Black Dragon Battling the Heavens, Super Shadow 8th Style, Demon Dragon's Tail, 6 Paths Mastery. Dojutsu, Rinnegan, Soul Incineration, Corpse Sealing Technique Release, Life Restoration, Space-Time Ninjutsu, Yin-Yang Release. Taijutsu, 6 Paths Middle Realm. Ninjutsu, 6 Paths Middle Realm. Overall combat power, equivalent to 2 6 Paths Abido. 6 Paths Stronger Stage, Half-Step 6 Paths, newly endowed with Sage Power Naruto and 1 Tomo Rinnegan Sasuke. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Adult Sasuke and Naruto at the 6 Paths Lower Realm. 6 Paths Middle Realm, 10 Tails Abido, Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Dual Rinnegan Sasuke, Ashura, Indra. 6 Paths Upper Realm, 6 Paths Madara, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. 6 Paths Mastery, Late Stage Otsutsuki Kagaya at 6 Paths Sage. Perfect 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Uchiha Chentian placed his palm upon a bottle encased within a 20. Subsequently, his Rinnegan emitted a copious amount of chakra, while his hands swiftly formed intricate seals. In but a second, Uchiha Chentian entered Sage Mode. He began to manipulate the Sage Chakra, enveloping the bottle in its ethereal embrace. Before long, a radiant mass of golden Sage energy spread forth, encasing the bottle and causing it to dissolve. In its place, a significantly larger sphere of chakra materialized, hovering before Uchiha Chentian. This orb of chakra measured over 3 meters in diameter, yet its latent power condensed rapidly, shrinking from the size of a 3-meter sphere to that of a soccer ball. Could this be the chakra of Tsutsuki Kagaya? Although his soul has been vanquished, his chakra endures. Should I allow it to remain unchecked, it would eventually reincarnate upon this planet, akin to the chakra of Indra and Ashura, until one day it regains its full memory. Uchiha Chentian murmured to himself. Generally speaking, upon reaching the 6 Paths level, even if one were to perish in battle, their chakra could endure in this realm eternally. After countless reincarnations, it is conceivable that one might awaken memories of their past life. Yet, even if such memories are awakened, the individual is not the same as before. They are merely another being possessing the recollections of a former existence. However, should one attain the realm of the Sage of 6 Paths, it would be possible for the soul to exist perpetually, and even in death, to traverse from the realm of the deceased to the present. A fortnight swiftly passed by. The body of Uchiha Chentian emitted a series of crisp sounds reminiscent of frying beans as he expanded and grew more robust. His physical form was undergoing a transformation. His Senju bloodline surged rapidly to 96, 97, 98, 99. His long black hair began to fade to white, while a hardened plate emerged from his forehead. His strength surged dramatically, lifting his body into the air. 6 golden orbs materialized beside him, floating behind him, as golden chakra, reminiscent of flames, enveloped him. Uchiha Chentian appeared to have entered the Sage mode, specifically the 6-path Sage mode. With a sizzling sound accompanied by crackling electricity, purple-golden lightning flickered from his left hand, while countless silver arcs danced around it. Meanwhile, his right hand concentrated high-density chakra in the palm, flowing in irregular directions and compressing continuously. The seemingly palm-sized Rasengan in his grasp was, in fact, a conglomeration of countless minuscule chakra blades, spinning rapidly within. With a Sage Art Thousand Birds in his left hand and a Sage Art Rasengan in his right, although both appeared small enough to fit in his palm. If Uchiha Chentian were to cast them, each could obliterate an entire village. After half a month of absorbing the chakra of the Senju, Uchiha Chentian's bloodline had reverted to its ancestral peak, reaching the level of the 6-path Sage. It could be said that Uchiha Chentian had transformed into a true Senju, no longer viewed as inferior by the Senju clan, with his bloodline purity elevated to that of the branch families. For instance, the Senju Shurin regarded the Senju Hashirama as kin, rather than labeling him as inferior like others. However, Senju Shurin, lacking ocular abilities, was easily defeated by Senju Hashirama with a single move. Through fragments of memories from Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Chentian discovered that the Senju clan was similarly divided into the main family and branch families. The key difference was that the main family of Senju did not possess the same control over the lives and deaths of the branch families as the Hyuga clan did. Nevertheless, the main family wielded power that far surpassed that of the branch families, rendering the distinction somewhat moot. This was also why Kagaya Otsutsuki could betray the Senju clan. Above the 6 paths lies the realm of deities, an immortal and indestructible domain capable of recovering from any harm and absorbing any ninjutsu. The only means to defeat such a being is through sealing techniques. This divine realm is also referred to as that of the divine domain strong. And only those of equal divine strength can kill such beings. The divine domain possesses the formidable power to annihilate a planet with a single strike. It is said that all members of the Senju clan are descendants of divine domain beings, which explains their self-identification as gods while labeling others as inferior. Although 6 paths practitioners are formidable within the Senju clan, only those of the divine domain are considered the true elite, even among the Senju main family. Divine domain beings are exceedingly rare, with only a handful existing. Generally, it is the perfect 6 paths level practitioners who manage the clan. It seems that the depths of this world are still unfathomably profound. At this moment, within the former root office of Konoha, Danzo's countenance was shrouded in an ominous gloom. He had eagerly awaited the demise of the 4th Hokage, believing that opportunity had finally presented itself. However, the 3rd Hokage ascended once more. After the 3rd's death, he anticipated his moment had come again, only to find that the 5th Hokage was not him, but Tsunade, who had been absent for over a decade. How could he not feel a profound sense of resentment? He knew better than anyone the formidable forces backing Tsunade. In Chapter 49, regarding Sasuke's escape, we must acknowledge not only Uchiha Azuna but also the legendary Jiraiya of the Sannin, who had ostensibly defected alongside Orochimaru, as well as Konoha's foremost Jonin, Kakashi, the ancient Azure Beast Might Guy, and the Hyuga clan, along with the Inuzuka and Nara clans, all standing behind Danzo. 3 months had elapsed since the tumultuous battle against the formidable Kyuubi, during which Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had made considerable strides in their power. At this juncture, the 12 young talents had all attained the strength of Jonin. Since witnessing the clash with Kagaya Otsutsuki, Sasuke's yearning for power had intensified. Life in Konoha had returned to a semblance of normalcy, while Uchiha Azuna frequently traversed between the Sage Realm and Konoha, possibly residing in Konoha one day, and in the Sage Realm the next. And now, Uchiha Chentian reclined in his chair, basking in the sun. Having just completed the evolution of the 9 techniques of the dragon, he was enjoying a moment of respite. Recently, Orochimaru had become increasingly active, utilizing the body of the great Jinchuriki to capture living subjects from various villages for his experiments. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization was also making significant covert maneuvers. However, Uchiha Chentian paid little heed to these developments, as they were of no concern to him. Whether Nagato of the Six Paths would launch an assault on Konoha, potentially obliterating a substantial portion of the village with a single Shinra Tensei, was of little interest to him. The possibility of the 5 great shinobi villages uniting against Uchiha Madara or the resurrection of the chakra goddess held no weight in his mind. His very presence had stirred the winds of change, rendering the ninjas of the 5 great shinobi villages more formidable than in the original narrative. Even if Nagato sought to annihilate a village at will, the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki would be capable of stalling him for a time. Of course, over an extended duration, they would ultimately succumb. Just as Uchiha Chentian was closing his eyes to rejuvenate, he suddenly heard the distant sound of footsteps approaching. Father, did you know? Sasuke has left Konoha. Uchiha Senja hurriedly approached Uchiha Chentian and exclaimed, if he has chosen to leave, then so be it. After all, he possesses both hands and feet. He will not perish from hunger. Uchiha Chentian remarked, no, he has already departed for a week. Leaving the village without cause could be deemed as defection. Uchiha Senja gazed at Uchiha Chentian and uttered, oh. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chentian felt somewhat taken aback. He had initially believed that due to his presence, the Uchiha clan would not face annihilation, and that Sasuke's parents would remain alive, thereby preventing Uchiha Sasuke from fleeing. However, he was astonished to discover the remarkable resilience of the world. Ultimately, Uchiha Sasuke, spurred by Naruto Uzumaki, still departed from Konoha to follow Orochimaru. As the host of the Nine Tails, and having been mentored by Jiraiya, coupled with Uchiha Chentian's guidance, Naruto's relationship with the Nine Tails progressed at a pace surpassing that of the original narrative, expediting his mastery over the Nine Tails chakra. Consequently, his combat prowess far exceeded that of his peers. Should Naruto enter Sage Mode, he would possess strength on par with a Kage, despite requiring 30 minutes to attain this state. In this regard, he had already eclipsed his contemporaries. Moreover, if Rock Lee were to open the 7th gate, he too would attain a level of power comparable to a Kage, albeit with the significant burden on his body that follows such a transformation. This, in turn, would further provoke Uchiha Sasuke. Reflecting on this, it was evident that Sasuke was an exceedingly proud individual. As the sole representative of the new generation of the Uchiha clan, the hopes of his kin rested squarely upon his shoulders. He had long aspired to bring back Itachi Uchiha, while simultaneously being perceived as Konoha's foremost prodigy, which compounded his pressure more than anyone else's. The fact that he had managed to endure until now before leaving Konoha could be attributed to the presence of his parents in the village. With this thought, Uchiha Chentian shook his head and waved his hand dismissively, stating indifferently, everyone has their own aspirations. If his heart is no longer here, then his departure is inconsequential. Each person has their own ambitions, and one cannot impose their will upon another. You may as well have your Hokage mother assign Sasuke a long-term mission. Although Sasuke's departure surprised Uchiha Chentian, he regarded it merely as a child's tantrum, akin to running away from home. It was of little significance and hardly worthy of concern. Well, very well. Uchiha Senju, with a visage marked by disappointment, lamented that he had anticipated Uchiha Chentian would assist in bringing Sasuke back. However, he was taken aback by Chentian's apparent indifference towards the matter. Yet, he could not help but acknowledge the validity of his father's words. When one departs, it often signifies a permanent exit. After all, Sasuke's parents remained in this realm. Simultaneously, within the confines of the Hokage office in Konohagakure, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, found herself beset by an overwhelming headache upon receiving this news. Initially, Sasuke's departure from the village seemed inconsequential. Although leaving without prior authorization could deem a ninja rogue, this regulation primarily targeted ordinary ninjas, aimed at preventing them from becoming moles in rival villages. Generally speaking, should a ninja leave Konohagakure for a brief period, the law enforcement division would often turn a blind eye. Given the vastness of the village and the multitude of ninjas within, it was impractical to monitor every individual. Furthermore, even if one were to be absent for an extended duration, they would likely be presumed deceased, considering the perilous nature of a ninja's profession, which inherently carries the specter of mortality. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the world of ninjas. For instance, the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, along with Uchiha Chentian, had spent considerable time away from the village without the Hokage's consent, yet none were branded as rogue ninjas, as there was no one daring enough to voice such allegations publicly. However, in Sasuke's case, it appeared that someone had deliberately spread rumors within the village, claiming he had defected. Hokage-sama, should we retrieve Sasuke, or should we assert that he is on a mission? Kakashi, the leader of Team 7, inquired with a furrowed brow. Given that Sasuke was a member of his team, Kakashi felt a profound sense of responsibility for not having noticed the boy's prolonged absence sooner. No, even if we were to declare that now, it would be futile, as this is clearly a calculated rumor circulating within the village, Tsunade responded, shaking her head in refusal. The only viable option left is to expedite Sasuke's return. At that moment, a foreboding voice resonated from outside the Hokage's office. I have heard that Sasuke has fled. The door swung open, revealing Danzo accompanied by two advisors from the third Hokage's era, Koharu and Hamura, whose expressions were shrouded in gloom. Indeed, he has fled. But this matter does not concern you, Tsunade retorted. Upon the sight of Danzo, Tsunade immediately sensed ill intentions. She had believed that she had dismantled the very roots of Danzo's influence, and thus assumed he would no longer pose a threat. To her dismay, he had resurfaced once more. Chapter 50, Danzo's Crimson Sharingan. While it may not directly concern me, it undeniably impacts the village. Uchiha Sasuke has now become a rogue ninja. Uchiha Sasuke has uncovered numerous secrets of the village. Should he escape, he would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to it in the future. In my opinion, he should be eliminated immediately. Enough of this, Danzo ominously declared. Indeed, Tsunade, you are still too young. This matter ought to be entrusted to us, the Hokage advisors. The advisors, Shizen and Mito, exchanged words. Silence, I am the Hokage, not you. I shall handle this matter. You three should retire and enjoy your days in peace. This is no longer your era, Tsunade exclaimed, an overwhelming aura of terrifying chakra emanating from her, the peak of Hokage-level power pressing down upon the two advisors. Shizune and Mito, causing their faces to pale instantly. Only Danzo remained unfazed, his gaze fixated on Tsunade. Humph, Tsunade scoffed. A flash of golden light signifying her entry into sage mode. Her chakra surged dramatically, and at last, Danzo's expression shifted as he began to retreat. Meanwhile, Shizen and Mito were left in a dire state, blood spilling from their mouths under the immense pressure. Tsunade, one day the village will perish at your hands. With those harsh words, Danzo hastily departed from the Hokage's office, disregarding the two unconscious advisors. They could not withstand such a presence, yet dared to claim the title of advisors. I truly wonder what the third Hokage was thinking. However, Danzo's transformation is considerable. Unbeknownst to me, he has reached the pinnacle of Hokage level. Kakashi, should you face Danzo, would you be able to eliminate him? Tsunade inquired. Kakashi pondered for a moment, responding uncertainly. If he is determined to flee, I doubt I could detain him, especially considering his covered hand and eye, which must conceal significant power. Yet, didn't Itachi retrieve Shirsue's Mangekyō Sharingan? Why can I still sense that formidable ocular strength? Never mind, I shall set that aside for now. Someone, take these two old fools away. And Kakashi, you should take Naruto and locate Sasuke first. Tsunade contemplated for a few moments before addressing Kakashi. Soon, Kakashi, accompanied by Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, Neji, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and Lee, departed the village in search of Sasuke. A week later, Naruto found Uchiha Sasuke near the Sound Village. Standing upon a massive rock in the desolate landscape, Naruto called out to Sasuke, Sasuke, come back with me. Everyone is waiting for you. Uchiha Naruto urged. No, Konoha is not where I belong anymore. Naruto, you should return. Uchiha Sasuke remarked. Why? Do you truly intend to become a rogue ninja? Uzumaki Naruto inquired with a tone of confusion. Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, gazing intently at Naruto Uzumaki. After a brief pause of approximately 10 seconds, he finally spoke. I have made up my mind. I shall not return until I have slain that man. However, enough, Naruto Uzumaki. If you truly wish to bring me back, then you must defeat me. Before Naruto could finish his words, Sasuke interrupted him. With the utterance of his name, the heavens erupted with thunder, and innumerable bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky. Sasuke, wielding control over the tempest, began forming seals with his hands. In an instant, the lightning coalesced in midair, transforming into a colossal Kirin, radiating an awe-inspiring aura as it descended from above. The S-rank ninjutsu, Kirin, unleashed an energy so potent that it seemed to disintegrate the massive stones on the ground, as if they were under the assault of Doton. Entering Sage Mode, Naruto's eyes shimmered with an orange hue, his body engulfed in golden flames. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, conjuring a shadow clone beside him. Together, both Naruto and his clone exerted their strength, giving birth to a gigantic Rasengan in the air. Have you entered Sage Mode so quickly? It appears you were already prepared to use force to bring me back, Sasuke remarked, his three-tomo Sharingan activated. Black markings adorned his body, his hair spiked, and a pair of wings resembling hands sprouted from his back, while a cross-shaped pattern emerged on his face. His chakra surged exponentially, granting him the ability to fly. With the activation of the Heavenly Curse Seal, Sasuke's power ascended to the level of a Kage. The massive Rasengan was hurled by Naruto, while Sasuke's Kirin charged towards him, embodying an apocalyptic force. The two titanic energies collided in midair. In an instant, a thunderous boom echoed, illuminating the sky as the two terrifying chakra forces wreaked havoc on everything around them. A shockwave rippled outward, tearing apart the very fabric of space, distorting reality, and enveloping the world in a blue haze. Ultimately, they left behind a vast crater, 1,000 meters wide. From a distance, ninjas from smaller nations observed the catastrophic power unleashed in the sky, their gaze fixated on the two combatants. Recognizing that Naruto bore the Konoha forehead protector instilled a sense of fear within them towards the Leaf Village shinobi. At that moment, as Naruto and Sasuke engaged in their fierce battle, the Akatsuki organization, predominantly situated in the land of rivers south of the land of grass, lacked a definitive base. Mangekyō remained isolated, with most Akatsuki members convening in other regions of the land of rivers. Typically, only Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko resided in Mangekyō. Yahiko. We have yet to capture the Nine Tails. It seems Naruto is our junior, Konan inquired, glancing at Yahiko. Capture him? Why not? For the sake of our dreams. We must make do with Naruto, Yahiko replied. Yahiko declared with unwavering resolve. I shall now send Nagato to bring Naruto here. Nagato responded, No, now is not the time. If we attempt to capture Naruto at this moment, it will surely alert the Fifth Hokage, and we may even provoke the legendary ninja, Uchiha Chentian. We must first gather all the tailed beasts before we pursue the Nine Tails. Yahiko spoke calmly. In the underground chamber of Konoha, a man swathed in bandages sat in his office. His left arm, which had been concealed within his sleeve, was now revealed, adorned with 11 crimson orbs that perpetually rotated, each a three-tomo Sharingan. His right eye, once the Mangekyō Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi, had been replaced with a red Rinnegan. This was the red 6-tomo Rinnegan on the right hand of Otsutsuki Daijin Mupashi, who had originally intended to use this Rinnegan to resurrect himself. However, his right hand had fallen into a hiding place of Danzo, and before he could execute his rebirth technique, Danzo interrupted him, leading to his soul's destruction at the hands of Uchiha Chentian. Chapter 51. For years later, arriving in the Warring States period, it can be said that without Danzo, Otsutsuki Daijin Mupashi might not have met his demise. Strange, why is there only one Rinnegan missing? Did Uchiha Chentian take it? Orochimaru mused, gazing at the incomplete Daijin Mupashi. Could it have been destroyed in battle? Regardless, it no longer concerns me. With that, Orochimaru began injecting Daijin Mupashi's genetic serum into a clone. Soon, the clone's body began to manifest. Daijin Mupashi's genetic serum possessed the powers of the Senju, Uzumaki, Hige, Uchiha, and Kagaya bloodlines, all merging flawlessly. In the next moment, a chakra aura comparable to that of a tailed beast erupted from the clone. The chakra's perfection was astounding, rivaling that of a tailed beast host. Yet, this was not the ultimate Otsutsuki chakra. If it were the perfect Daijin Mupashi, it would likely be even more formidable. Haha, have I succeeded? Orochimaru had not yet reveled in his triumph when the clone before him suddenly began to swell alarmingly, as if unable to contain the overwhelming chakra. Just as it seemed poised to explode, Orochimaru quickly activated his Rinnegan to absorb the chakra from the clone's body. After a few moments, the clone's form gradually returned to normal. This body remains too feeble, however, there are still some gains. If the quantity is reduced slightly, it should be able to endure. Right? Orochimaru muttered to himself. The fierce battle between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha raged on, yet was impeded by the interference of the Sound Four. Furthermore, an unexpected adversary with a bloodline limit, Kimimaro, emerged amidst the fray. Although Naruto possessed the prowess to vanquish Kimimaro, the presence of Sasuke posed a formidable challenge. With two fists unable to overcome four hands, Naruto found himself continually retreating. Enough. My affairs are none of your concern. Uchiha Sasuke spoke coldly to Kimimaro. How disappointing. We are here to assist you, and yet you treat us this way. Kimimaro replied with a tone of disillusionment, yet his expression betrayed no concern for Sasuke's words. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, Naruto promptly created thousands of shadow clones, swiftly overpowering the four sound ninja, Dosu, Zaku, Kin, and Kimimaro. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke let out a cold snort, disregarding Kimimaro as he turned and walked away. He had no desire to ally with Kimimaro in the sound 4 against Naruto. Leaving. Are we? Then I shall take my leave as well. With that, Kimimaro's figure vanished from the spot. Sasuke. Upon witnessing the departure of both Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro, Naruto shouted in frustration. At that moment, Rock Lee and the other young ninjas arrived, but it was too late. Sasuke had already departed. In the year 64 of the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, now 15 years of age, had reached a height of approximately 1.70 meters, resembling that of young adults, both possessing power comparable to that of a Hokage. Sasuke had also successfully awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. At the age of 13, Uchiha Sasuke stands at a height of 165 centimeters, having achieved the pinnacle of shadow-level strength following the awakening of his Mangekyō Sharingan. The other 10 members of his team possess combat capabilities that exceed that of elite Genin. Over the course of these 4 years, although the narrative unfolds at a slower pace than in the original series, the conclusion remains largely unchanged. Gaara meets his demise after having his tailed beast extracted, prompting Naruto to attempt a rescue, only to be provoked by the Akatsuki member Deidara. Kakashi, sensing the urgency, accompanies Naruto and advises him to remain composed. Together, they manage to bring down Deidara and recover Gaara's lifeless body. Upon confirming Gaara's death, Naruto, overwhelmed with emotion, allows the chakra of the Nine Tails to surge forth, enveloping him in a fearsome cloak as he launches an assault on Deidara. Observing this, Kakashi swiftly utilizes a seal given to him by Jiraiya to restrain Naruto. Deidara finds himself besieged by the reinforcements from both Team 3 and Team 7, ultimately escaping with a self-detonating clone, thus concluding the battle. Naruto's heartfelt display of friendship deeply moves Chiyo, who sacrifices her own life to employ the rebirth jutsu, resurrecting Gaara. Upon returning to Sunagakure, Gaara is warmly welcomed by the villagers, experiencing for the first time a sense of affirmation from others. As Naruto prepares to return home, Gaara expresses his gratitude, and their handshake symbolizes an everlasting bond of friendship. However, a perplexing thought arises: could this be Konoha from 20 years ago? Why is the ground strewn with corpses? Have I stumbled into the wrong timeline? Logically, the battlefield should have concluded. Have I truly arrived in the wrong era? Uchiha Chentian stood atop a towering tree, 100 meters high, gazing down at the countless ninja corpses strewn across the ground, a scene reminiscent of the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. This unsettling sight led him to ponder whether he had truly arrived not 20 years ago. Prior to this, under the directive of the Fifth Hokage, Tsunade, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Captain Yamato, and Ino were dispatched to the Land of Wind's Lulon ruins to capture the rogue ninja, Baizu. As fate would have it, when Naruto stumbled upon Baizu, the latter had just undone the seal placed by the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In a twist of serendipity, Naruto and Captain Yamato, alongside Baizu, were transported back to the ancient Lulon Kingdom, which was none other than the Konoha village of 20 years ago. Uchiha Chentian had accompanied Naruto with the intention of witnessing the power of the dragon vein that facilitated Naruto's temporal journey. However, he was taken aback to discover that he too had traversed time. Fortunately, in the era he had previously inhabited, a clone of his existed. Through the technique of Yomi's Hirasaka, he could create a rift in space, allowing him to return to his original timeline within the 6 dimensions he governed. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding how to return. It is important to note that he lacked the protagonist's halo that Naruto possessed, enabling him to effortlessly return to his world. Had he been left to navigate the way back on his own, he could scarcely fathom how much time it would take. Children, remember every word I speak today. It may very well save your lives on the battlefield. A young man clad in armor, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem on his back and arms, proclaimed as he addressed the 6 or 7-year-old children below. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chentian leaned against the tree, perched on a sturdy branch, savoring a soda from his own timeline as he observed the unfolding events. It was indeed the Warring States period, however. He was left to wonder in which year this era was set, and whether Madara and Hashirama had been born yet. Uchiha Chentian spoke. "Hey, wake up." A voice interrupted Uchiha Chentian's train of thought, rousing him from his contemplation. Uchiha Chentian had just opened his eyes to behold a child with a pot-lid hairstyle. In truth, he had noticed the child long before his arrival. He simply had not paid much attention. Chapter 52. The Great Shermu Chentian. What is it? Little ghost? Uchiha Chentian wore a puzzled expression. However, the little girl with a pot-lid hairstyle before him bore a striking resemblance to Hashirama. Do not inquire why Uchiha Chentian held such a thought, for she appeared exactly like a character from the anime he had watched. He simply lacked the courage to confirm it. Senju Hashirama, upon noticing someone audacious enough to sleep in such a place, felt a deep sense of admiration. Do not tell me you are unaware that a battle rages nearby, and yet you choose to slumber here. Your heart must be exceedingly vast. Hashirama remarked, is it so? Then, as a mere child, do you not fear disturbing others' repose? What if I were your enemy and chose to end your life? Truly, your heart is remarkably large. Uchiha Chentian, inspired by the words of Senju Hashirama, smiled at him. Senju Hashirama's face flushed slightly as he suddenly realized that he had indeed been somewhat careless. He had been so utterly comfortable that he had fallen asleep without even noticing. By the way, didn't you know that there was a battle taking place here? How is it that you still came over? Uchiha Chentian inquired with a tone of curiosity. As he spoke, he rose to his feet. At that moment, Senju Hashirama noticed that the attire of the man before him bore a striking resemblance to that of the Uchiha clan. Yet it also echoed the garments worn by his own Senju ancestors. Clad in a flowing white robe, he bore 6 black tomo-like patterns on his chest, while a crimson whirlpool emblem adorned his back, accompanied by a grid of 9 tomo arranged in 3 rows. Standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, he towered over Senju Hashirama, who at 112 centimeters appeared diminutive in comparison. How remarkably tall! Hashirama exclaimed, astonished by Uchiha Chentian's stature. In this era of warring states, it was a rarity for common folk to reach such heights. Merely surviving was often considered an achievement. Generally, a height of 170 centimeters was deemed tall, making Uchiha Chentian's 185 centimeters all the more exceptional. I sneaked out, Hashirama admitted once he regained his composure. Indeed, the scenery here is quite splendid. Even I find it hard to resist the allure of sleep. It is only natural for you to have slipped away to this place. Uchiha Chentian nodded. Just then, not long after, another cold child appeared nearby. Hashirama, who is he? Why is he here? Uchiha Madara asked, his expression filled with vigilance as he gazed at Uchiha Chentian. Little brat, it's none of your concern who I am. My presence here is hardly your business. This is not your home. Uchiha Chentian replied nonchalantly. What? What did you just say? Uchiha Madara's anger momentarily subsided as he gazed upon the towering figure of Uchiha Chentian, whose stature dwarfed his own. Though it is often said that height does not equate to strength within the ninja realm, the absence of any discernible chakra emanating from Chentian led Madara to question whether his power might indeed surpass his own by a significant margin. As for the notion of Uchiha Chentian being an ordinary human, Madara dismissed it outright. It was a rarity for an unremarkable individual to dare appear in such a pivotal location, the very border between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Reflecting on his own predicament, Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, tempering his ire, and inquired, Who exactly are you? Could it be that you are a member of the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing Madara's words, Senju Hashirama's expression shifted dramatically. Despite his divergent views from the rest of his clan and his yearning for peace, the inquiry regarding Uchiha Chentian's lineage posed a significant threat to his life. What if Chentian decided to act against him? As for me, I am neither. But you two youngsters, one from the Uchiha clan and the other from the Senju, have somehow forged a genuine friendship. Uchiha Chentian spoke to the two with profound significance. He had already sensed that two factions of ninjas were hastening toward their location, each led by formidable individuals possessing peak shadow-level prowess. Thus, Uchiha Chentian boldly unveiled the identities of the two. Paying no heed to their grim expressions, he picked up a stone and hurled it towards the water's surface, instantly creating a multitude of splashes, with the stone continuing to dance upon the water. Had he exerted too much force? Uchiha Chentian expressed his concerns. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as the stone hurled by Uchiha Chentian struck a massive boulder, detonating with the force of a bomb. The two individuals remained transfixed, their gazes fixed upon the stone that had been cast. Their expressions were fraught with unease. How extraordinarily abnormal this individual was. A mere pebble flung with such vigor could unleash such tremendous power. One could only ponder the sheer strength required for such an act. Yet, their astonishment stemmed more from Uchiha Chentian's inadvertent revelation of their identities. Both individuals were far from foolish, having known each other for a while. They had long since deduced one another's true natures, though neither had dared to voice it. As they sat in silence, grappling with the exposure of their identities, none knew how to confront the other. Madara, come to me. The voice of Uchiha Taijima resonated. Madara paused, instinctively turning his gaze towards the direction of Uchiha Taijima. Meanwhile, Uchiha Taijima's attention was fixed on Uchiha Chikutin and Hashirama, declaring, "Who are you? Madara, hasten your departure from him." Uchiha Taijima regarded Uchiha Chentian with a palpable sense of trepidation. Although he could not ascertain the full extent of Uchiha Chentian's power, an instinctive awareness gripped him, suggesting that should he choose to engage in combat, it would spell his demise. "Hashirama, come here at once." At that moment, the voice of Senju Butsuma resonated, equally filled with apprehension as he cast a wary glance at Uchiha Chentian. "Uchiha Taijima, I am astonished by your treachery. How despicable of you to send someone against a mere child." Senju Butsuma, fearing for his son's safety, directed his ire towards Uchiha Taijima. "What? Was that individual not sent by you?" Uchiha Taijima expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh, could it be that you are not one of the Uchiha clan?" Senju Hashirama also appeared surprised, noting that Uchiha Chentian did not belong to the Uchiha lineage. "Who exactly are you?" Uchiha Taijima shouted at Uchiha Madara. "What on earth is happening?" Senju Hashirama, gazing at Uchiha Madara, spoke with a look of bewilderment. "I am at a loss as well. It seems that this man is neither a member of your clan nor a part of my Uchiha lineage." Uchiha Madara shook his head and exclaimed, "How intolerably noisy. Who do you think I am to concern myself with your trivial matters? Since you all seem so eager to know, allow me to enlighten you. Lowly beings, I am the great Shinju Mugen Ten." As he spoke, Uchiha Mugen Ten's right eye transformed into a celestial azure Rinnegan, while his left eye morphed into his 7-tomo purple Rinnegan. With the power of the Rinnegan, he unleashed Shinra Tensei. Boom! An invisible shockwave, born of terrifying repulsion, radiated outward from Uchiha Mugen Ten, obliterating any object that dared to resist the force. Chapter 53, The Warring States Period. One of the abilities of the Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei, allows the user to repel all surrounding objects and ninjutsu from their center, inflicting damage upon them. "What?" Uchiha Taijima was taken aback, as he and the accompanying ninjas were propelled into the sky by the almighty push, soaring several hundred meters high. Their bodies continued to ascend, flying over 10 kilometers away in merely 3 to 4 seconds. Impossible. Senju Hashirama, too, was engulfed in terror as he gazed at Uchiha Chentian. No, it was Dejiyama Chentian. Almost simultaneously, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Taijima were reflecting on the words recently uttered by Uchiha Chentian. "I am the god, Dejiyama Chentian." At that moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were transfixed, their expressions one of astonishment as they beheld Uchiha Chentian. Under Chentian's deliberate control, the almighty push did not target Madara and Hashirama. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes, given how perilously close they were to him. What manner of eyes are these? With the limited understanding of both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, they were utterly incapable of recognizing that Uchiha Chentian's eyes were the Rinnegan and the Transmigration Eye. They beheld the terrifying power emanating from those eyes. Could it be, dear uncle, that he is truly a deity? Senju Hashirama mused in disbelief. How could my father not withstand a single blow? Uchiha Madara stared blankly at Uchiha Chentian, a phrase echoing in his mind. What's the matter, little brat? Have you come to your senses? Uchiha Chentian chuckled. Are you truly a deity? Uchiha Madara spoke with a hint of disbelief in your eyes. I truly am a deity. Uchiha Chentian replied. De Jinmu Chentian. This surname seems familiar, yet I cannot recall its significance. Senju Hashirama pondered in a daze. Hey, little brat. What are you contemplating? Why do you appear so lost in thought? Uchiha Chentian delivered a sharp slap to the back of Senju Hashirama's head, rousing him from his slumber. Ouch, that hurt. What are you doing? Hashirama exclaimed in discontent. What am I doing, you ask? Did I not proclaim myself a deity? Should you not then kneel before me in reverence? Perhaps, should my mood be favorable, I might bless you with longevity that stretches to a century. Uchiha Chentian chuckled. Humph. I would never bow to you. What does it matter even if you are a god? Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort and spoke with an air of arrogance. However, his haughty little face prompted Uchiha Chentian to uncontrollably pinch it. Fool, what are you doing? I am not a child. Uchiha Madara exclaimed in anger. Haha. You are certainly no longer a child. You have already matured into a young adult. Uchiha Chentian laughed heartily. Damn it, you scoundrel. When I grow up, I shall undoubtedly defeat you. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth in resentment. Yet, this very display of emotion rendered him remarkably endearing, prompting Uchiha Chentian to irresistibly pinch his cheeks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Senju Hashirama stood in a daze, enveloped in an extraordinary silence. 3 days later, Uchiha Chentian embarked on a journey with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. During these 3 days, Uchiha Taijima and Senju Tobirama arrived with a group of ninjas. Yet Uchiha Chentian graciously bid them farewell, using the technique of Shinra Tensei. Little Hashirama, do you have any particular destinations in mind for travel? Uchiha Chentian gazed at the tear-streaked face of Senju Hashirama with a smile, while not overlooking the grim countenance of Uchiha Madara. Uncle, may I return home? Hashirama lamented. Not yet. You must accompany me on a few days of amusement first. Uchiha Chentian spoke, delivering a light slap upon Senju Hashirama's head, though lacking in significant force. Uchiha Madara makes an example of the weak to instill fear in others. A true man should not lack ambition. Uchiha Chentian spoke earnestly. But did you not say that we are merely children, not yet men? Senju Hashirama replied, Fool, you are indeed not men, for you are still but young lads. Uchiha Chentian spoke earnestly. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara feigned ignorance, his gaze earnestly fixed upon the distant horizon, as if he were savoring the exquisite scenery before him. Furthermore, you shall henceforth refer to me as elder brother, and no longer as uncle. With that, Uchiha Chentian delivered yet another slap. Oh dear, why must you strike me again? Senju Hashirama lamented with a hint of grievance. Ha, hee. Uchiha Madara could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? You should address me as elder brother. Uchiha Chentian delivered another resounding slap. How infuriating. How dare you strike my head? Uchiha Madara exclaimed in fury, damn it. A mere 10 minutes later, he lamented, Oh dear brother. I was mistaken. Uchiha Madara's face was swollen, and his ears were flushed as he began to plead for mercy. This is how it should be. Witnessing the future ninja Jura, Uchiha Madara was left trembling in fear. Uchiha Chentian suddenly felt a profound sense of fulfillment. So, brother, where shall we go next? Senju Hashirama inquired. Casting a curious glance at Uchiha Chentian, Hashirama's eyes roamed around, brimming with intrigue. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chentian maintained an air of icy composure, seated with perfect posture, as if he were not the one who had just endured a beating. Let us first find a place to dine. After we have feasted and quenched our thirst, we shall discuss this further. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Chentian spoke. Half an hour later, Uchiha Chentian and his companions entered a restaurant. Uchiha Madara deftly picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks and swiftly brought it to his mouth, followed by a hearty mouthful of rice. His speed was so remarkable that Uchiha Chentian could not help but stare in astonishment. On the other hand, Senju Hashirama, witnessing Madara's rapid and copious consumption, felt a twinge of rivalry within him. How could the Senju clan possibly be outmatched by the Uchiha when it came to feasting? Moreover, if Madara continued to eat at this pace, he might surpass Hashirama in height as well. Thus, Hashirama, refusing to be outdone, fervently began to eat with an intensity that rivaled Madara's, even surpassing him in speed. This unexpected turn of events caught the attention of Uchiha Madara, much to the astonishment of both Uchiha Chentian and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara swiftly formed hand seals, and soon 2 identical clones of himself joined the feast. Everyone around him was left in a state of astonishment, watching in disbelief as he indulged in the meal. Enough is enough, Uchiha Madara. Are you a reincarnated starving ghost? Did you not eat in your previous life, resorting to summoning clones to assist you in your gluttony? And you, Senju Hashirama, no one is contesting with you. So why have you taken all the dishes for yourself? Uchiha Chentian's furious voice resonated as though echoing within 1,000 meters. He began to question whether Madara and Hashirama had mistaken the food on the table for themselves, as they fervently stuffed their mouths without any fear of overindulgence, even resorting to the use of shadow clones. Although he possessed wealth, such extravagant consumption was hardly warranted. Do not inquire about the origins of Uchiha Chentian's riches. One could easily find a warlord from the Warring States period to account for it. Chapter 54. Amaterasu annihilates White Zetsu. Half an hour later, after yet another lesson administered to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Chentian strolled out, a toothpick held delicately between his lips, clad in wooden sandals as he ambled down the street with a distinctive gait. Following closely behind him were Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The sole reason for their crimson faces was the overwhelming sense of humiliation they felt. Uchiha Chentian strolled down the street, his body quaking with each step, nostrils flaring skyward, exuding an air of unbridled arrogance. Initially, he had encouraged others to mimic his flamboyant swagger, but they were met with reluctance. Yet, as time passed, they observed Uchiha Chentian's commanding presence and the thrill of his demeanor, compounded by the implicit threat of his martial prowess. Ultimately, they found themselves compelled to acquiesce to his whims. Gradually, they began to adapt to this newfound mannerism. The day swiftly elapsed, and Uchiha Chentian secured a room at a local inn. With your considerable wealth, why not reserve another room instead of forcing us to endure the hardships of street vending? Uchiha Madara is perplexed by the path ahead. I fear that you may flee. In the face of adversity, Uchiha Madara found himself compelled to lay down a mat alongside Senju Hashirama and commence slumber upon the ground. Naturally, the sole bed in the room was graciously offered to Uchiha Chentian. A few days later, Uchiha Chentian inquired with curiosity, "What ninjutsu do you both possess?" "I possess only a few basic water, wood, and earth release techniques," Senju Hashirama replied candidly. Yet, he remained unaware that the so-called basic techniques he spoke of were classified as C rank, while he perceived them as rudimentary. Many ordinary ninjas, or even chunin, would struggle to master even a handful of such C rank techniques. I do not possess any ninjutsu. I am only proficient in taijutsu. Initially, Uchiha Madara intended to boast of his fire release techniques, but upon considering that Uchiha Chentian might wish to teach them ninjutsu, he hastily altered his statement. Shinra Tensei. Upon recalling the ninjutsu exhibited by Uchiha Chentian, Uchiha Madara felt a surge of excitement. He believed that Uchiha Chentian would impart such techniques to him. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that even if Uchiha Chentian wished to teach him, it would be an impossibility, for that technique was a manifestation of the Rinnegan's power. Behold, Rasengan. With those words, Uchiha Chentian furrowed his brow and spread his right hand. Chakra swiftly coalesced within his palm, swirling in an irregular manner until it formed a perfect sphere. He then hurled it towards a nearby tree. In an instant, the towering tree, standing over 20 meters tall, was uprooted and reduced to mere splinters. The two young boys stood in astonishment, their mouths agape. Incredible, incredible. A ninjutsu that requires no hand seals, and its power is so immense, exclaimed Senju Hashirama. I too wish to learn this technique, Uchiha Madara exclaimed with excitement. Do not rush. What I am teaching you is the Chidori lightning release. The Uchiha Chentian unleashed a Rasengan, shimmering with violet lightning, as an immense concentration of chakra coalesced, producing a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing. A bolt of lightning surged forth from Uchiha Chentian's hand. Boom. A massive tree toppled, reduced to mere splinters. I must learn both of these techniques, the two exclaimed with fervor. Certainly, Uchiha Chentian chuckled, for the techniques he imparted to the two, Chidori and Rasengan, were laden with his intentions. Firstly, he aimed to provide them with an additional means of self-preservation to prevent any untimely demise while they accompanied him. Secondly, he harbored a desire to witness whether they could innovate upon these techniques, crafting even more advanced forms of Chidori and Rasengan. Subsequently, Uchiha Chentian elucidated the theoretical underpinnings of these jutsu, leaving their mastery to the capabilities of the two. However, both were prodigies, one a reincarnation of Ashura, the other of Indra, endowed with exceptional talent that enabled them to master the techniques in merely a day. A month later, he inquired, Madara, Hashirama, do you have dreams? Uchiha Chentian reclined on the grass, gazing up at the sky, a tiny twig held delicately between his lips, inquiring of the two. The moment his aspirations were mentioned, Senju Hashirama instantly brightened, exclaiming, My dream is to forge a world devoid of war and filled with peace. A world without battle, you say? Uchiha Madara contemplated. I am uncertain of what my own dreams are. All I know is that I must fiercely protect my younger brother in the days to come. Uchiha Madara reminisced about his two brothers who perished on the battlefield. Madara, why not join forces? If we can bring an end to this war, no one will ever harm our brothers again, Senju Hashirama proposed to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara shook his head and said, This is impossible. The enmity between our clans cannot be resolved by the two of us alone. Senju Hashirama remained silent. Though still young, he understood that the animosity between the Uchiha and Senju clans had persisted for over a millennium. Each encounter was a matter of life and death. And to think that this deep-seated hatred could be easily resolved was utterly unrealistic. What difficulty lies in it? As long as we refrain from waging war, it can be achieved. I believe many among your clans have grown weary of the battlefield. If you two can merely postpone the onset of conflict in due time, some will surely lose the desire to fight. Of course, this requires patience. Only time can dissolve hatred, but with your formidable strength, you can undoubtedly bring this war to a swift conclusion. Uchiha Chentian spoke thoughtfully. The Super Shadow? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were somewhat perplexed by the meaning of Uchiha Chentian's reference to the concept of Super Shadow. Beneath the Super Shadow lies the Shadow level, which corresponds to the so-called clan leader level in your world. As long as your strength surpasses that of the clan leader, who would dare to instigate a conflict? Uchiha Chentian calmly remarked, "Indeed, if I possess such strength, I could undoubtedly bring order to this chaotic world." Uchiha Madara exclaimed with fervor. Just as Shinja Hashirama was about to argue against the use of force, he sought to transform the ninja world through love. Suddenly, Uchiha Chentian's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Who goes there? Show yourself." In the next instant, his gaze transformed, the crimson hue of his pupils surging forth like a tide, instantly consuming his irises. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, 4 tomo. 5 tomo spinning ceaselessly within his eyes like a whirlwind. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The 5 tomo fused as one, forming a pentagonal Sharingan. Mangekyō. Amaterasu. The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated. In that fleeting moment, a surge of black flames seemed to emerge from the depths of hell. To the left of Uchiha Madara, the ground cracked open within a 10-meter radius, revealing a vast chasm that spread, accompanied by waves of searing heat. The billowing black flames engulfed a figure clad entirely in white. In an instant, the anguished cry of White Zetsu barely escaped his lips before his body was reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace of blood behind. Chapter 55, The Black Zetsu of the Warring States Period. What a monstrous entity! Uchiha Madara leaped up in astonishment. Have they escaped? I had thought it was Black Zetsu. It turns out to be White Zetsu. Uchiha Chentian spoke. Regarding the insect-like entity trailing behind him, Uchiha Chentian had long been aware of its presence. He simply chose to disregard it. The distance of Black Zetsu made it impossible for him to take action, as he would not have been able to detain him. Therefore, Uchiha Chentian paid him no heed. He managed to withstand the assault of the fireball. In the next moment, Kobayashi maneuvered the wooden dragon to lunge at Jiraiya. Would release. A product of that scoundrel Danzo's experiments? Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he swiftly bit his finger in midair and formed a series of hand seals, summoning technique. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a colossal figure within. However, now that it was so close, Uchiha Chentian could no longer treat it as if it were non-existent. What is that creature? It is entirely white. Is it really human? Shinja Hashirama remarked, somewhat perplexed. Certainly not human. This creature is White Zetsu, a subordinate of the pitch-black Black Zetsu. Since the moment I brought you along, he has been trailing us, but I chose to ignore him. However, now that he dares to approach me at such a close range, it is impossible to allow him to escape. Uchiha Chentian remarked, what is he doing following us? Shinja Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment. Who knows? This entity frequently traverses between the Senju and Uchiha clans, and we have no idea what mischief he is up to. I can't help but suspect that your brothers may have met their demise at his hands. Otherwise, what a remarkable coincidence it is that your brothers perished simultaneously. Uchiha Chentian Dao. The expressions of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama suddenly changed. Although Uchiha Chentian's words were harsh, they bore a certain truth. How coincidental it was. If it truly pertains to that Black Zetsu, I shall not let him escape unscathed. I have my suspicions that the issues between the Uchiha and Senju clans might very well be orchestrated by him. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth and spoke. Although he possessed no tangible evidence, an instinctive feeling suggested that some unseen force was meddling in the conflict between the Uchiha and the Senju clans. However, he remained oblivious to the identity of this elusive entity. Blaming Kurizetsu was merely a manifestation of his frustration, akin to venting his ire elsewhere. To him, it was only natural to hold White Zetsu accountable for the death of his brother. Little did he realize that his words left Uchiha Chentian utterly astounded. How could he have deduced that? In the depths of Uchiha Chentian's heart, he mused. What? Could it truly be him? I always wondered, throughout this millennium, why it is that whenever the Senju clan is on the verge of annihilating the Uchiha clan, or vice versa, an inexplicably powerful force intervenes to halt the impending doom. This occurrence has been too consistent to be mere coincidence. Shinja Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, both Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances. Their thoughts synchronized and their hearts brimming with uncontainable rage. They directly attributed the misfortunes of their clans to Kaguya, convinced that he had orchestrated their suffering. Observing their frantic speculations, Uchiha Chentian found himself at a loss for words. Their chaotic imaginations had effectively cast Kaguya as the villain responsible for the tribulations of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. While the blame was misplaced, it was not entirely unfounded. Damn it, who exactly is that individual? Could he truly be of the Tsutsuki clan, as my mother described? Those so-called extraterrestrial visitors? In a cave, Kaguya shouted in fury. The formidable power unleashed by Uchiha Chentian's Shinra Tensei has undoubtedly captured the attention of Black Zetsu, especially given that it surpasses even the might of clan leaders. Black Zetsu has already laid eyes upon Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan. Furthermore, with Uchiha Chentian having taken Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara away, it is only natural for Black Zetsu to shadow him relentlessly. Must I once again await the dawn of a new era? Despair washed over Black Zetsu, particularly considering that Uchiha Chentian belongs to the Tsutsuki clan, hinting at a potential for immortality, which only deepened his plight. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chentian remained oblivious to Black Zetsu's growing desperation, as he contemplated whether to await the next reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. At present, he was engaged in instructing Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in martial arts and theoretical knowledge. As for any potential alterations to this world, Uchiha Chentian held no concern, for he understood that should he depart, the trajectory of this world would inevitably revert. Much like in his own era, despite the significant fluctuations in the journey, the outcome would remain unchanged. The primary objective of Uchiha Chentian is to provide a glimmer of hope for Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Whether they can seize this opportunity ultimately depends on them. Soon, for years have elapsed since the Warring States period. At the age of 12, Senju Hashirama has emerged as a formidable elite jonin. At the age of 12, Uchiha Madara was already a formidable elite shinobi. Conversely, Uchiha Chentian attained the pinnacle of power within the Six Paths realm, finding it exceedingly arduous to progress further in his current state. This situation parallels the legendary Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who, nearing their 40s, had already reached the zenith of the Super Shadow level. While we refrain from discussing Senju Hashirama, it was only in his later years, around 70 or 80, that Uchiha Madara ascended to the Six Paths realm, with his eyes having just evolved into the Rinnegan. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Madara unleashed a colossal fireball towards Senju Hashirama. Although it was merely a C-rank ninjutsu, its power rivaled that of a B-rank technique, and the intense heat could be felt even from 100 meters away. Here comes that move again. Senju Hashirama swiftly struck the ground with both hands, causing countless roots to sprout forth. In an instant, the giant wooden dragon soared into the sky, providing a formidable shield against the massive fireball's assault. Almost simultaneously, Hashirama commanded the wooden dragon to lunge at Uchiha Madara. You are no different. Thus, the secret of physical techniques, the roaring dragon unleashed. Uchiha Madara unleashed a powerful wave of air with his fists, channeling chakra into it, transforming it into a magnificent purple lightning dragon that surged toward the wooden dragon. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. The lightning dragon roared as it charged toward Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, gazing upon the colossal lightning dragon stretching 100 meters before him, extended his right hand, swiftly gathering chakra within it. Soon, a vibrant green Rasengan materialized, which he then hurled forth. The collision between the lightning dragon and the Rasengan produced a thunderous sound akin to a detonation. A cloud of smoke billowed upward, revealing the figures of the two combatants. Uchiha Madara coldly fixated his gaze upon Senju Hashirama, his pupils dilating dramatically as they spun relentlessly, revealing 3 tomo in each eye. He had awakened his Sharingan the moment his 2 brothers were slain. Meanwhile, Hashirama's eyes manifested an orange hue, his form enveloped in golden flames as he seamlessly transitioned into Sage mode. The innate Sage body of Senju Hashirama enabled him to achieve this transformation several hundred times faster than Naruto did during his initial entry into Sage mode. In an imperceptible clash, 2 formidable chakra forces collided, conjuring a whirlwind that swept through the vicinity, stirring fierce winds for hundreds of meters around. Very well. Let today's events conclude here. Just as Uchiha Madara prepared to engage in battle with Senju Hashirama, the voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated. Oh, what is it? Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Chentian exchanged curious glances. Madara, Hashirama, how long have you been following me? Uchiha Chentian replied. It seems it has been 4 years, hasn't it? Uchiha Madara remarked. Has it truly been 4 years already? Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. What is happening? A sense of foreboding arose within Senju Hashirama. Over the past 4 years, from the initial coercion to have Uchiha Chentian roam the ninja world, to the frequent secretive escapades with Uchiha Madara, their journey had evolved into a willing companionship. Now, 4 years had elapsed. Apart from the previous year when the Senju and Uchiha clans often dispatched individuals to rescue Madara and Hashirama, it had ultimately come to a point where Uchiha Chentian voluntarily returned them home each year. Subsequently, Uchiha Chentian would frequently utilize his Rinnegan to escort them back. It was then that the Senju and Uchiha clans finally relinquished their efforts to save both Madara and Hashirama. I wish to depart from this world. Uchiha Chentian. Departing from this world? Uchiha Madara spoke in a somewhat perplexed manner. Indeed, I am not a denizen of this world. I hail from another realm. And now it is time for me to depart. Hashirama, Madara, I hope we shall meet again someday. With that, the figure of Uchiha Chentian vanished before the eyes of the two. No, Senju Hashirama could not contain his tears. Although Uchiha Madara said nothing, he too shed tears. Despite being forcibly brought by Uchiha Chentian, it did not signify a lack of affection for him. Ah, devoted son Kurizetsu, at long last, I have found you. As Uchiha Chentian spoke, a surge of formidable ocular power emanated from his eyes, which instantly transformed into celestial blue Rinnegan. What, the great Senju Chentian? Kurizetsu gasped in astonishment. Intending to utilize the fleeting technique to merge his corporeal form with the earth, allowing for rapid movement to any location, during which he would sever all traces of his presence. However, Kurizetsu suddenly discovered that when half of his body melded into the earth, he became immobile. Terror gripped his face as he beheld Uchiha Chentian's celestial blue Rinnegan. Would release? Would dragon technique? Kurizetsu formed hand seals, striking the ground with a palm, causing a colossal wood dragon to erupt from the earth, soaring and spiraling through the air. The wood dragon roared as it charged toward Uchiha Chentian. Rinnegan. Rinnegan Amaterasu. The reincarnation eyes of Uchiha Chentian unleashed a tremendous surge of ocular power. In an instant, a wooden dragon materialized before him, engulfed in deep blue flames, which subsequently transformed into countless fragments of wood, scattering and vanishing from Uchiha Chentian's sight. Indeed, possessing strength on par with a Kage, it appears that your long existence was not in vain. Uchiha Chentian chuckled, harboring skepticism regarding the true capabilities of Kurizetsu, who had managed to extract the heart of the original Madara Uchiha. However, it is not surprising that Kurizetsu, as a fragment of the Otsutsuki Kagaya, possesses formidable abilities. The narrative of Naruto reaches its zenith during the Fourth Great Ninja War, where the antagonists continuously shift from Obito Uchiha to Madara Uchiha, then from Madara to Kurizetsu, culminating in Kagaya Otsutsuki. This relentless cycle of changing adversaries is epitomized by Naruto and Sasuke's evolving rivalry. Following the revelation of Obito's true identity, the authentic Madara Uchiha finally manifests. Yet, he appears somewhat disinterested, merely observing until Obito is deprived of the tailed beast within him. It is only then that Madara begins to exhibit his true prowess, first reviving himself through Obito, subsequently becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, and transforming into the Sage of the Six Paths. The two alternately embody the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Kurizetsu, a consciousness birthed from Kagaya at the time of her sealing by the Sage of Six Paths, deceives Madara by masquerading as his will. Upon becoming the Sage of the Six Paths, Madara reclaims his Rinnegan and absorbs the God Tree, awakening his own Rinnegan Sharingan. He then unleashes his ultimate technique, the Infinite Tsukuyomi, ensnaring nearly the entire ninja world, save for Team 7 and Obito. Once the Infinite Tsukuyomi is successfully activated, Kurizetsu's objective is accomplished, as this technique represents the initial step towards resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki. At this juncture, Madara ceases to hold any value for Kurizetsu, prompting a surprise attack that revives Kagaya. Yet, a conundrum arises. Given Kurizetsu's inherent lack of strength, how could he achieve a decisive strike against the now formidable Madara, who has become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Even the formidable Might Guy could not directly vanquish Uchiha Obito. So how did Black Zetsu achieve this feat so effortlessly? The first explanation lies in Black Zetsu's utilization of Obito's body. After Obito was stripped of the tailed beast's power, he had previously extracted the power of the One Tail and the Eight Tails from within Obito's very being. At that moment, it was evident that Obito had penetrated Uchiha Madara's body. Thus, when Black Zetsu ambushed Madara, he capitalized on Obito's physique. Despite having lost the powers of nine-tailed beasts, Obito's body retained some unique attributes due to his status as the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, which likely facilitated Black Zetsu's successful ambush. The second explanation pertains to Black Zetsu's inherent uniqueness. After penetrating Madara's body, Black Zetsu activated the powers bestowed upon him by Kagaya and, in that moment, resurrected Kagaya Otsutsuki using Madara's body. The will of Kagaya is intrinsically linked to Black Zetsu's will, thus reviving Kagaya also serves to revive himself. The third explanation is more theatrical. Following the anime's airing, This scene was met with much critique from viewers who offered novel interpretations of the events. In their interpretations, Black Zetsu purportedly uttered a heartfelt statement to Madara, saying, "Madara, allow me to speak candidly." He then invoked the sage art, would release true thousand hands, and shouted, "Manifest," with a decisive bite to his own fingertip. He forcefully slammed his hands onto the ground. Suddenly, a colossal wooden Buddha statue erupted from the earth. The thousand-handed cannon, seated in meditation, stood at an astonishing height of 1,000 meters. Although one might marvel at Black Zetsu's ability to execute the peak techniques of Hashirama Senju, it does not imply that Uchiha Sasuke would show him any mercy. Chapter 57, Compassionate Strings? Otsutsuki Style? This statue of the thousand-handed cannon dwarfed the Nine Tails by several dozen times. One hand could easily grasp the Nine Tails. The manga vividly contrasts the size of the Buddha's hands with mountains, suggesting a volume comparable to that of the Ten Tails. With the Rinnegan, the terrifying ocular power at the Six Paths level obliterated a significant portion of the thousand-handed cannon in a single strike. Simultaneously, some of the destructive force fell upon Black Zetsu, resulting in the destruction of a substantial part of his body at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke. Just as Uchiha Sasuke prepared to deliver the final blow to Black Zetsu, he suddenly sensed a terrifying chakra presence. "Who goes there? Show yourself." With a casual strike, Uchiha Chentian unleashed a 100-meter-long five-clawed divine dragon directed towards the source of chakra. Boom! As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure emerged, a middle-aged man clad in a white feathered robe, his hair gathered atop his head, with a long braid cascading down his back. A Roman numeral 4 was etched below his left eye, while a distinctive diamond-shaped mark adorned his chin. He wore a red neckpiece and red wristbands, with a black crystal embedded in his abdomen and a red belt cinched at his waist. Red earrings dangled from his ears as he stood before Uchiha Chentian. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu seized the opportunity to swiftly retreat underground. The Great Simba technique? Uchiha Chentian furrowed his brow slightly, casting a wary glance at Sishin, disregarding the fleeing Kurizetsu. Although Sishin had yet to transform into the formidable Tsutsuki form, currently possessing merely half a step into the Six Paths, the moment he unleashed his full power and assumed the Tsutsuki form, he would undoubtedly possess the strength of a perfect Six Paths otherwise. He would not have left the adult Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha in such a battered state. It is noteworthy that even when faced with the likes of Six Paths Madara and Tsutsuki Kagaya, Naruto and Sasuke had not fared so poorly. Is Uchiha Chentian the sole representative from his clan? Sishin mused, observing Uchiha Chentian with curiosity. Typically, members of the Tsutsuki clan operate in pairs. It is a rarity for one to venture alone to another planet, as such a journey would negate the purpose of harvesting chakra fruits. Unless, of course, Uchiha Chentian had come specifically for him, intending to offer him as a sacrifice to the Ten Tails. How intriguing that this Tsutsuki has appeared, and perceives me as one of his kin. Uchiha Chentian mused to himself, "I alone am sufficient, not everyone is like you." To be sacrificed to the Ten Tails by a woman. Uchiha Chentian spoke. Sishin was originally a practicing monk, residing in the ancient era thousands of years ago. Later, he was possessed and controlled by Otsutsuki Ishiki through a form of cursed seal. It was only through the power granted by Otsutsuki that he managed to survive for so long. Subsequently, Sishin, Otsutsuki Ishiki, established the Shell organization, comprising members such as Deluda, Guishin, Burrow, Victor, Code, and others, with Sishin as the leader. The organization's purpose was to reclaim chakra fruits and gather resources. Sishin's countenance darkened, betrayed by his own subordinate, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and sacrificed to the Ten Tails. This betrayal was an eternal wound in his heart. "Ah, it seems you know quite a bit about me," Sishin remarked. His gaze filled with murderous intent as he looked at Uchiha Chentian. "It's not that I know a great deal, but I am curious about the extent of your power in such a state. If you were to be sacrificed to the Ten Tails, the God Tree would surely grow immensely. Would it not?" Uchiha Chentian chuckled. "Is that so? In that case, you have a Ten Tails cub as well." With an icy demeanor, Sishin responded coldly. Subsequently, intricate patterns resembling the letter G enveloped his entire being as he began to harness the advanced form of the sealing technique. Horns akin to those of the Tsutsuki clan sprouted from his head. Instantly, Sishin's strength surged from the initial realm of the Six Paths to the pinnacle of the Six Paths. It could be said that he had unleashed the majority of the Tsutsuki's formidable power, his prowess now surpassing that of Naruto and Sasuke. Uchiha Chentian remained silent, his eyes transforming into the golden eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Subsequently, golden chakra erupted from his being, manifesting a complete Susanoo wielding a large blade. It raised its long sword and struck towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Unfazed, Kinshiki's expression remained unchanged as his body morphed into a bolt of lightning, evading the attack in an instant. He then leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the complete Susanoo. What? Uchiha Chentian was taken aback as he watched the enormous foot of Tsushin about to strike him. Uchiha Chentian vanished instantaneously before Tsushin, causing him to kick into empty air. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? The Rinnegan truly is a nuisance, Tsushin remarked with an expressionless face. Moreover, the exclusive Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. Surely you are not a descendant of my clan, Dijinmu? I never anticipated that the progeny of that wretched woman could grow to such heights, Tsushin continued casually. Oh, have I been seen through? Uchiha Chentian unexpectedly contemplated. It seems you must have been taken back to the Uchiha clan by other members. Otherwise, how could you have developed to this extent? Tsushin once again enhanced Uchiha Chentian's narrative. This is truly remarkable. Indeed, it is a testament to the prowess of the Uchiha, the Rinnegan, Amaterasu, and the rebirth of Amaterasu. Uchiha Chentian awakened both the rebirth eye and the Rinnegan, and his terrifying ocular power surged forth in an instant. A deep blue flame intertwined with a black flame manifested around Tsushin, engulfing his body in a fierce blaze. At that moment, one of Tsushin's eyes transformed into a resplendent gold. Subsequently, all the flames began to gradually dissipate. Could it be the rare Pigu? Uchiha Chentian furrowed his brow slightly, suddenly recalling the abilities of the golden wheel eye derived from the Detsumuji style. The lesser-known ability, originating from the right eye of the Otsutsuki lineage, permits the wielder to diminish the size of observed objects, as well as their own form, to a scale of several hundred times smaller. However, it cannot reduce any living beings, excluding the user themselves. In essence, this implies that the current ninjutsu would no longer be effective against him. In the mind of Uchiha Chentian, a sudden occurrence transpired. At that moment, a black rod materialized instantaneously upon his body, piercing directly into his flesh. The object was exceedingly diminutive, so minuscule that he scarcely felt its intrusion as it penetrated his skin. Uchiha Chentian contemplated as his body swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, he removed the black gang insignia from his person, as his injuries began to mend at a visibly astonishing rate, although he lost a considerable amount of blood. At their current level of mastery, their recuperative abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals by an immeasurable factor. Non-fatal wounds like this healed within mere minutes, reminiscent of the time when an adult Sasuke had a black rod impaled within him, yet he bled little and recovered swiftly. Furthermore, Uchiha Chentian possessed the Sage Body, enhancing his regeneration even further. Breathe, exhale. Sage Mode. Uchiha Chentian swiftly performed hand seals, golden flames enveloping his form as he began to absorb natural chakra, seamlessly entering Sage Mode. Cicn once again directed countless black rods toward Uchiha Chentian, yet this time, he effortlessly evaded them. Chapter 58, The Great Battle, Sage Technique. The massive tailed spiral sphere. In Sage Mode, Uchiha Chentian concentrated a vast amount of chakra in his hand, flowing in irregular directions before being compressed, instantly shaping into a 10-meter-sized chakra Chidori sharp spear. Meanwhile, his other hand gathered high-density chakra in his palm, producing a sound akin to the piercing cries of 1,000 birds. One hand wielded the Chidori, while the other unleashed the spiral sphere toward Cicn. Seeing Uchiha Chentian enter Sage Mode, Cicn's expression remained unchanged. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they had transformed. One eye gleamed gold, while the other radiated a violet light characteristic of the Byakugan. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated. Cicn hastily attempted to evade, but it was too late. A gaping wound appeared on his chest, pierced through with blood gushing forth. This was the power of nature, not something your ocular prowess could easily diminish. Uchiha Chentian chuckled. Although Tsushin had diminished the size of his Chidori and Rasengan, it was not an instantaneous reduction. The Chidori and Rasengan were formed from natural chakra and could not be casually minimized by Tsushin. While their potency had significantly decreased, they still possessed the capacity to inflict harm. Do you wish to dance? Uchiha Chentian shouted with a grave tone, and in the next instant, charged towards Tsushin. The two commenced a fierce exchange, engaging in close combat. Their fists clashed with tremendous force, unleashing a palpable wave of energy that rippled outward in visible surges. Boom! The surrounding area, spanning thousands of meters, was engulfed in a violent shockwave, with sand and dust swirling chaotically. The 8 forms of the demon dragon. Uchiha Chentian bellowed. The first technique, Carp leaps over the dragon gate. The second, Flood dragon roars. The third, Divine dragon emerges from the sea. The fourth, Flying dragon soars in the sky. And the fifth, the proud dragon regrets, all executed in the blink of an eye. Cicien dared not underestimate him, his Byakugan fixated intently on Uchiha Chentian's movements. As the very fabric of space began to warp beneath the force of his fists, Cicien activated both his Golden Wheel Eye and Byakugan, intricate curse markings adorning his entire being. The sixth technique, Twin dragons draw water, summoned a pair of dragons, born from chakra, that surged forth from the ocean. As the seventh technique, Black dragon battles the heavens, was unleashed, a colossal black dragon, stretching 1,000 meters, lunged towards Cicien with its talons, radiating a terrifying destructive force that ravaged his form. At that moment, Cicien's hands were raised in defense, a dark protective shield shimmering before him. Yet, the barrier had already begun to fracture, the might of the black dragon penetrating and wreaking havoc upon his body. The eighth technique, Demonic dragon swings its tail, was ready to be unleashed. The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated once more. In an instant, the sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, with streaks of black lightning flickering across the heavens, conjuring a terrifying tempest. A magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon, stretching over 1,000 meters, emerged between the earth and sky. Its body was adorned with shimmering golden scales, and within its radiant golden eyes flickered fearsome sparks of electric flames. The dragon's scales glistened brilliantly under the sun. Roar! The golden dragon swiftly turned, its majestic tail striking fiercely towards Cicien. With a thunderous crash, the sky ahead shattered, revealing a dark void. The dragon's tail collided with Cicien, propelling him away with an overwhelming force. Boom! Cicien plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Huff! Huff! Uchiha Chentian gasped for breath, having reached the pinnacle of the 8th form of the demonic dragon, now standing at the 6 Paths upper realm. The recent maneuver had drained him significantly, causing the golden aura of the sage to diminish. Meanwhile, Cicien had transformed into a bloodied figure. To cultivate physical prowess to such an extent, Chentian, you are the first I have encountered to achieve this. It has been many years since I have felt so utterly defeated. As Cicien spoke, he rose from the ground. Crack! His body began to fracture. Has it reached the point of collapse? Cicien mused to himself. Ah, is the reincarnation about to commence? What a pity, to have chosen a worthless vessel. Uchiha Chentian scoffed. Yet Cicien offered no reply to his words. Gradually, his body began to fissure, ultimately transforming into a figure akin to the other Daijinmu, with skin of a pallid hue and hair of a silvery gray. Upon his head rested a long, curved horn, and he possessed but a single eyebrow. His hair and beard segmented into strands, while the intricate markings upon his body vanished. His left eye bore the characteristic Byakugan, while the right shimmered with a golden hue. At its center adorned with 8 black, star-like spokes radiating from a platinum star, housing his unique ocular technique. Adorning his chest, back, and garments were ancestral patterns of the Magatama, his attire resembling that of Uchiha Chentian, albeit with a differing number of Magatama. An overwhelming aura of chakra emanated from the Daijinmu-like figure. Was it the perfect embodiment of the 6 paths? The countenance of Uchiha Chentian began to grow grave. The golden Rinnegan of Daijinmu Ishur was rapidly revolving. In an instant, numerous colossal black spheres materialized in the sky, each extraordinarily massive, descending upon Uchiha Chentian with great force. Dozens of circular black orbs, each exceeding 100 meters in size, swiftly plummeted from above. Universal pull. The dual Rinnegan of Uchiha Chentian transforms the gravity of the ground into its opposite, causing the descent of the dark sphere in the sky to slow dramatically. Universal pull is one of the abilities conferred by the Rinnegan, a unique ninjutsu that generates a formidable attraction towards a specified target from the user's center. The practitioner possesses the autonomy to determine both the target of this technique and the intensity of the gravitational force. Furthermore, this technique is not solely confined to drawing opponents closer. If deemed necessary, it can also maneuver designated objects according to the user's will to alternate locations. Super. Celestial Meteor. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Chentian emanated a violet glow, releasing an abundance of ocular power. With both hands, he concentrated the chakra of the Rinnegan into a dense, black sphere. This sphere, though merely 20 centimeters in diameter, began to expand rapidly once it floated into the air, drawing in all the spheres conjured by Daijinmu. In an instant, A colossal black sphere, surpassing 10 kilometers and reaching several thousand meters in size, bore down upon Daijin Muki. Simultaneously, Uchiha Chentian's figure vanished from sight when he reappeared. He was suspended in midair, having attained a level of power that generally permits flight at the 6th path tier. Gazing at the immense sphere before him, Daijin Muki's golden eyes shimmered as he began to diminish the size of the sphere. The massive black orb was shrinking at a visibly rapid pace. I anticipated this outcome. Thus, I have no choice but to resort to physical techniques. The 8 gates, open gate. The 8 gates. Peacock dance. Uchiha Chentian was enveloped by a crimson aura. Uchiha Chentian swiftly appeared behind Daijin Muki and delivered a powerful punch. The immense force transforming into a colossal peacock soaring towards its target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying peacock descended with tremendous might, striking Daijin Muki down into the ground, causing the earth to tremble and dust to billow, accompanied by the constant sound of explosions. Chapter 59, The 8 Gates of the Immortal. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Daijin Muki emerged unscathed before Uchiha Chentian, or rather, he bore a considerable amount of dust upon his form. Oh. Uchiha Chentian's brows furrowed slightly, his expression becoming increasingly grave. The power of the 6 paths surpassed his imagination. Although he had mastered both ninjutsu and taijutsu, reaching the pinnacle of the 6 paths, being able to achieve a stalemate with a single technique was already the extent of his capabilities. Suddenly, the golden eyes of the technique emitted a brilliant radiance, unleashing a surge of ocular prowess. Hundreds, even thousands, of sharp black rods surged towards Uchiha Chentian with great velocity. Wheel of the Grave, Border Prison. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Chentian once again ignited, and in an instant, for ethereal shadows, invisible to the world, emerged from his eyes, shadows that bore his strength, abilities, and thoughts. The practitioner possesses the power to govern the actions of these shadows or grant them the liberty to act of their own volition. Furthermore, these shadows can oscillate between physical and ethereal states, each periodically returning to the practitioner's body. In the event of injury while in physical form, the wounds too will accompany the shadows back to the practitioner upon their return. The Rinnegan allows the wielder to utilize all ninjutsu inherent to their being. In an instant, Uchiha Chentian vanished from the attack range of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Is this akin to the ability of shadow clones, permitting the true self to shift within the shadows? How detestable the Rinnegan is! Otsutsuki Ishiki furrowed his brow, a palpable disdain evident in his gaze, as if he held a profound distaste for the Rinnegan, despite possessing one himself. This indicates that Otsutsuki Ishiki harbors a considerable apprehension towards the powers of the Rinnegan. It seems that the abilities of the Rinnegan indeed counter those of your Otsutsuki. Uchiha Chentian observed the disdain with which Daijin Muki regarded the Rinnegan, and a smile crept upon his face. Daijin Chentian, I concede your prowess. Would you be interested in joining our organization? With your presence, I believe no one, even on other planets, could thwart my ambitions. Daijin Muki suddenly proclaimed. That notion is intriguing. However, I prefer solitude. With that, Uchiha Chentian's form vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had positioned himself behind Daijin Muki. He delivered a powerful punch to Daijin Muki's face, sending his body hurtling through the air. Just as he reached the apex of his flight, Daijin Muki abruptly halted, and in the next instant, he vanished from view. When he materialized again, he stood before Uchiha Chentian, delivering a kick that sent Uchiha Chentian sliding across the ground before coming to a stop. Daijin Muki reappeared, forcefully stomping down on Uchiha Chentian's heart. Once again, the Rinnegan was in play. Daijin Muki's expression grew increasingly grim, although his kick connected with Uchiha Chentian. It merely struck his shadow, as Uchiha Chentian had shifted into the darkness. At that moment, Uchiha Chentian re-emerged, now accompanied by 4 identical copies of himself, each possessing the full combat capability of Uchiha Chentian. The two resumed their fierce battle, exchanging blows until Daijin Muki discerned a flaw in Uchiha Chentian's defense. His golden eyes unleashed a torrent of ocular power, summoning a massive triangular shadow that descended, ensnaring all of Uchiha Chentian's forms into the ground. Great Darkness, a technique capable of compressing objects into a realm of suspended time, allowing retrieval at any moment. It was this very secret art that struck Guixin's Yushir directly. This is dire. My chakra has been siphoned. Uchiha Chentian lay beneath the ground, his 4 shadows having vanished. Yet, let it be so. My chakra was already dwindling to a mere remnant. Fortunately, natural chakra remains beyond his grasp. Uchiha Chentian pondered within himself. with chakra depleted and natural chakra in scarce supply. His only recourse lay in the 8th gate. Uchiha Chentian intoned, "Open the 8 gates, the gate of opening, the gate of rest, the gate of life, the gate of wound, the gate of closure, the gate of scenery, the gate of astonishment, and the gate of death." The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated. The 1st gate, the opening gate, stimulates all cells in the body. The 2nd gate, the rest gate, temporarily alleviates pain, restoring both willpower and stamina, while invigorating the brain to synchronize consciousness with the body's rapid pace. The 3rd gate, the life gate, further amplifies the benefits of the rest gate, re-stimulating the cells, enhancing both speed and strength. The 4th gate, the wound gate, invigorates all cells, allowing the body to withstand greater atmospheric pressure, while providing a slight boost in power and velocity. The 5th gate, the dismissal gate, accelerates cellular operation, significantly enhancing one's strength and speed, with the body taking on a crimson hue due to increased blood flow. The 6th gate, the view gate, releases cellular energy, enabling the use of the peacock technique. The 7th gate, the shock gate, nearly exhausts cellular energy. At this point, the high operational load causes significant moisture evaporation, emanating blue gas from the body, allowing the use of the day tiger technique. The 8th gate, the death gate, incinerates all cellular energy, unleashing a lifetime of accumulated latent energy at this moment. Even the blood begins to evaporate, surrounded by a crimson steam, enabling the use of the evening elephant night victory. All 8 gates are now open. Uchiha Chentian roared in agony, his golden aura swiftly transforming into a crimson mist, while his black hair was stained a deep red. This junior's abilities bear a striking resemblance to the Uchiha, mused Daijian Mu-I to himself. Never mind, it's all coming to an end. His chakra must be nearly depleted, and his Rinnegan likely lacks much power as well. However, he possesses natural energy, an essence I cannot absorb. It seems the only course is to seal him away. With that, Daijian Mu-Yi's gaze fell upon the towering black triangle. Boom. Suddenly, the massive triangle exploded, shattered by an overwhelming force. A terrifying aura erupted forth. Uchiha Chentian began to tread upon the air, his body levitating, steadily approaching Daijian Mu-I. Red steam emanated from him, his form appearing as if engulfed in crimson flames. A hue far richer than mere red, deep crimson, indeed. Daijian Mu-Yi's Byakugan focused intently on Uchiha Chentian, his expression growing grave as he observed the chakra within Chentian converging rapidly towards his heart, safeguarded by a golden energy. Although uncertain of the specifics, it was clear that this state must entail significant sacrifice. Daijian Mu-Yi's gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Chentian as he spoke. There must be a price to pay for this, yet perhaps not as dire as you envision. With that, Uchiha Chentian launched a powerful punch towards Daijian Mu-I. The sheer force compressed the air before it explosively expanded, taking the form of a colossal tiger that charged at Daijian Mu-I. Day tiger. In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed in smoke, and as it cleared, Daijian Mu-I was sent reeling far back. Chapter 60. Konoha. Year 64. Was that just a single punch? Wielding such immense power, Daijian Mu-I exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of technique is this? Remember, what is striking you down is the 8 gates, Chentian declared. Uchiha Chentian bellowed, delivering a powerful punch towards Ishur. The shockwave generated by his strike created countless unfathomable craters in its wake. The soul horn atop Daijian Mu-Ishur's head was shattered. Uchiha Chentian felt a sharp pain coursing through his arm. Haha, let us see who endures longer. Will it be I who falls to your blows, or will you succumb to the exhaustion of life? Though gravely injured, Daijian Mu-Ishur became even more frenzied. For when had a dignified member of the Dajiyama clan ever been driven to such desperation by a mere scion of a branch family? Uchiha Chentian did not respond to Daijian Mu-Ishur. Instead, his strength began to escalate. Although the side effects of his 8 gates fully opened were not as severe as those experienced by Guy, his physical resilience and recovery capabilities surpassed those of Guy. It can be asserted that Uchiha Chentian, even when fully unleashing the 8 gates, could endure the strain, albeit for a limited duration. If Guy's use of the 8 gates consumed his life force, Chentian's reliance was on natural energy and chakra, as he needed these forces to safeguard his heart from destruction. Night Guy? Uchiha Chentian unleashed a powerful kick, and a terrifying crimson aura transformed into a 5-clawed divine dragon that surged towards Ishur. Wherever the dragon passed, the surrounding space contorted, revealing its formidable destructive power. With a resounding crash, Ishur's body pierced through 10 towering mountains, generating a series of earth-shattering vibrations as countless boulders shattered into fragments. In that moment, Ishur could not suppress a cry of agony. Much of his body had been obliterated by Uchiha Chentian's kick, and the overwhelming force continued to ravage his form. Although his physique was unique, allowing for rapid regeneration, it simultaneously drained even more of his strength. In a final move, he declared, "This shall be your end, the 8 Gates demonic dragon's tail." The voice of Uchiha Chentian resounded once more. In an instant, the sky became enveloped in dark clouds, with lightning flickering across the heavens. A golden divine dragon, exceeding 10,000 meters in length, emerged between the earth and sky, its body adorned with shimmering golden scales that glistened under the sunlight. With a deafening roar, the golden dragon pivoted, its magnificent tail sweeping violently towards Ishur. The impact resonated like thunder, shattering the great wooden figure of Ishur in an instant. The power of this strike transcended the realms of the Six Paths, entering the domain of the pseudo-deities beyond. The Rebirth Eye and the devouring heavenly demonic art were unleashed. The eyes of Uchiha Chentian transformed into a celestial blue. The chakra of the great sage of wood floated between heaven and earth, while his soul had transcended to the realm of the departed. If Uchiha Chentian remained unresponsive, in due course, this world would witness the emergence of a reincarnation of the great sage of wood's chakra, akin to the rebirth of Ashura and Indra. After absorbing the chakra of the sage, the appearance of Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan manifested in a purple, 8-pointed star shape. While his reincarnation, eye shifted from celestial blue to a profound blue. However, upon the release of the 8 Gates state, his strength diminished to the lower realms of the Six Paths, but this was merely a consequence of excessive energy expenditure. This time, it was indeed a significant loss. How could that fellow emerge so swiftly? Uchiha Chentian returned to his original world, in the realm of the sages. After consuming 10 chakra fruits, he barely managed to regain his strength to the level of the Six Paths. The current timeline remains in the 64th year of Konoha, but it has shifted back 4 years, placing Uchiha Chentian in the past. At this moment, the timeline coincides with Uchiha Sasuke's pursuit of Danzo. Sasuke's eyes have now transformed into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Shortly after the evolution of his eyes, Uchiha Sasuke sought out Uchiha Itachi for a fateful confrontation. In an act of mercy, Uchiha Itachi unleashed a torrent of power, allowing Sasuke to ultimately defeat him. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi willingly succumbed to death at Sasuke's hands, a reality that Sasuke found utterly incomprehensible, especially upon learning that Itachi had killed their fellow clan members out of love for him and their parents. Uchiha Sasuke has succumbed to complete darkness. Ultimately, with the assistance of Obito, he exchanged his Mangekyō Sharingan for that of Uchiha Itachi, successfully evolving into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Ah, what a remarkable pair of brothers. You even went so far as to gouge out your own eyes for Sasuke and feign death in his hands. Such a steep price to pay. Do you not consider your own well-being at all? Orochimaru remarked to Uchiha Itachi with a sinister smile. He need not be aware. Uchiha Itachi spoke. Where's my chakra fruit? His tone was calm. Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly, refraining from further words. Instead, he handed over the chakra fruit that Uchiha Chentian had given him to Uchiha Itachi. Once the chakra fruit was in his possession, Itachi consumed both fruits. Subsequently, his previously closed eyes began to slowly open, revealing newly emerged eyes. They were the same shuriken-shaped Sharingan as before, but now adorned with an additional tomo. Itachi Uchiha stands as the singular genius who has perfected the use of the Mangekyō Sharingan without reliance on external factors, such as the cells of Hashirama. Even Obito, who utilizes these cells, cannot be compared to Itachi in terms of ocular prowess. The 3-tomo Sharingan allows him to fully exploit the capabilities of Genjutsu, particularly the art of hypnosis, by inducing terrifying illusions that strip his opponents of bodily autonomy. Furthermore, he can employ illusions to disrupt the actions of his adversaries, showcasing a versatility that renders ordinary shinobi nearly defenseless against his Genjutsu. In contrast, other members of the Uchiha clan merely utilize these abilities for the purpose of discerning illusions, enhancing their own visual acuity. Is it possible to attain an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan without undergoing an eye transplant? Uchiha Itachi felt a significant enhancement in the power of his eyes, and his chakra had also notably increased. If previously Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Itachi had merely attained the level of a Kage, now their strength could be likened to that of an elevated Kage. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, perhaps? Orochimaru gazed at Uchiha Itachi with palpable excitement. What is the matter? Would you like to test its might? As he spoke, Itachi activated his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Orochimaru, eager to experiment with his newfound ocular prowess. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Orochimaru sweated profusely, recalling how he had provocatively challenged Itachi due to Sasuke. He had suffered a considerable defeat under Itachi's Genjutsu. Had he not recently transferred a Rinnegan, he would likely have found it exceedingly difficult to escape Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Although Orochimaru was now stronger than in the original narrative. With a soul fortified beyond its former weakness, Itachi had also improved. Physically, he faced no issues and was even healthier than the average individual. Chapter 61. Eternal Eyes, Sasuke vs. Rinnegan Dance. Despite both individuals being more powerful than in the original tale, Orochimaru's fate against Itachi remained scarcely improved. While the Rinnegan could potentially aid him in evading Itachi's Genjutsu, it bore no efficacy against Itachi himself. In the face of Itachi's Mangekyō, his Rinnegan, which symbolized the pinnacle of the Sharingan, appeared to falter. Orochimaru began to doubt whether he had truly acquired a legitimate Rinnegan. However, he was acutely aware that he was not the genuine master of the Rinnegan, despite possessing the cells of the Tsutsuki clan. He merely experienced the side effects of the Rinnegan, lacking the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and even more so that of the Uchiha. He found himself at a considerable disadvantage against Itachi, who had perfected the abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan to their utmost limit. Phoenix Fire Technique. Uchiha Sasuke unleashed a torrent of immense flames that spread in all directions, concealing shurikens within their fiery embrace. Utilizing Earth Release, a colossal earthen wall, towering 10 meters high, rose before Dan's. With a thunderous roar, the wall shattered into countless fragments, revealing Dan's composed visage. To his astonishment, several shurikens were embedded in his chest amidst the flames. However, Sasuke paid no heed to Dan's surprise, instead charging at him once more with Chidori. In an instant, the two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, each strike resonating with intensity. The art of concealment, classified as SS level. With a single hand, Uchiha Sasuke conjured a shuriken imbued with lightning chakra, hurling it directly at Danzo. In an instant, it transformed into a myriad of shurikens, forming a net-like array of blades, with one shuriken multiplying into tens of thousands. It struck Danzo in that very moment. Danzo emitted a cry of agony as he collapsed to the ground. His body enveloped in smoke, blood spilling from his mouth. The technique, lightning release, thunderclap, was of S rank, although Danzo appeared gravely injured on the ground. Uchiha Sasuke showed no mercy and launched yet another assault on Danzo. Uchiha Sasuke's left hand transformed into a blade, glimmering with violet sparks, producing a sound akin to the chorus of 1,000 birds. A colossal bolt of lightning surged toward Danzo. Despite possessing the Rinnegan, Danzo's prowess paled in comparison to Orochimaru's, merely reaching the zenith of the shadow level. In contrast, Uchiha Sasuke, endowed with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, had ascended to a power beyond that of a mere shadow, rendering him unable to evade the onslaught due to his sheer velocity. With a swift thrust, Danzo's heart was pierced. Yet, Sasuke remained relentless, attacking Danzo once more, for the Senju had informed him of the numerous Sharingan embedded within Danzo's arm. With a resounding crash, Danzo's form vanished before Sasuke's eyes, only to reappear in another location not far away. Izanagi, although classified as a form of illusion, was not directed at the enemy but rather employed upon oneself. By sacrificing a single Sharingan, one could alter the injuries suffered into an illusion, effectively resetting their physical wounds to zero and transferring all damage into a dreamlike state, thereby orchestrating a cosmic deception. However, Izanagi is not omnipotent. Had it truly possessed such divine capabilities, Uchiha Madara would have merely acquired additional Sharingan, achieving infinite resurrection, rendering Senju Hashirama utterly powerless against him. Setting aside Uchiha Madara, even other members of the Uchiha clan, provided they possessed a sufficient number of Sharingan, could effectively attain an immortal existence. The greater the strength, the higher the caliber of Sharingan required. For someone like Uchiha Ch10, who stood at the level of the six paths, only the Mangekyō could suffice. Otherwise, Sharingan below that tier would merely heal a fraction of Uchiha Ch10's injuries. As for Izanagi, it carries with it a fragment of the law of time. Uchiha Chentian's eyes transformed into the mesmerizing purple of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan as he gazed upon the resurrected Danzo in the distance. The myriad techniques of Chentian were undergoing a profound evolution, embodying the essence of Izanagi, a harmonious amalgamation of temporal forces and potent illusions. In this moment, Within the recesses of Uchiha Chentian's mind, the intricate nuances of Izanagi were rapidly unfolding, dissecting the myriad techniques contained within. Susanoo. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan of Sasuke Uchiha unleashed a torrent of ocular power, summoning forth the formidable Susanoo. A colossal skeletal figure, towering at 10 meters, emerged, soon adorned with countless crimson flesh. This skeletal form gradually transformed into a humanoid figure, donning an armor reminiscent of the mythical Tengu, reaching an impressive height of 100 meters. This third manifestation of Susanoo, enhanced by the Tengu armor, exhibited a significant increase in defensive capabilities and a broader array of weapons at its disposal, including the revered Tenseigan and the formidable Kaguya sword. Such as Susanoo wielded immense power, yet its consumption of chakra surged dramatically, rendering it exceedingly unstable. The average Mangekyō Sharingan struggled to maintain this form for extended periods. With a thunderous crash, Susanoo's sword descended, cleaving Danzo in twain. After awakening the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke's prowess has ascended to a realm surpassing that of the Kage. In contrast, Danzo remains merely at the pinnacle of Kage level, bolstered solely by his Rinnegan, which significantly amplifies his abilities. Yet, when faced with the transcendent strength of Sasuke, his fate mirrors that of the original narrative. He must rely on his Izanagi to exchange blows with Sasuke. Upon his resurrection, Danzo unveils his other eye, shrouded in white cloth, revealing the crimson Rinnegan adorned with 6 tomo, and conjures a fishing rod of yin-yang release in his grasp. His gaze is fixed intently upon Uchiha Sasuke. Had I known then that I should have paid any price to eliminate you, I would not have allowed you to grow to such formidable heights. The eternal Mangekyō. I see you have indeed transferred Itachi's eyes. However, for the sake of Konoha, regardless of the toll the Rinnegan may exact on me, you must perish. Even if my life force is entirely depleted, you shall die, and not even Uchiha Obito can alter this fate. As he spoke, Danzo hurled the fishing rod towards Sasuke, transforming it into a crimson beam as it surged forth to assail Uchiha Sasuke. 8 Gates of the Dragon, Lightning Release, Serpent's Roar. Uchiha Sasuke unleashed a pair of fists, summoning a violet dragon that surged forth, crackling with countless bolts of lightning as it collided with Danzo's fishing rod. The sound of the impact resonated like thunder. Where did his Rinnegan originate? And how could he possess such a power that enables him to absorb my chakra? Uchiha Sasuke felt a profound shock within his heart. Chidori Sharp Spear. Sasuke Uchiha concentrated a high density of chakra in the palm of his other hand, producing a sound akin to the piercing cries of 1,000 birds. Kaleidoscope. Amaterasu. In a moment of intense confrontation, Uchiha Sasuke's left eye, endowed with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, released a single droplet of blood as a potent black flame ignited at the focal point of his gaze. This black inferno swiftly engulfed Danzo's form. "Allow me to absorb it," Danzo proclaimed, utilizing the power of his Rinnegan to siphon the flames of Amaterasu. However, at that instant, Sasuke's Chidori Sharp Spear pierced through Danzo's heart. "I shall revive you," Sasuke bellowed, delivering a powerful blow to the side of Danzo's face. Chapter 62. The Fourth Great Ninja War commences. Mere seconds later, Danzo resurrected once more before Sasuke. The ocular techniques of his Rinnegan proved excessively troublesome. It seemed the only solution was to extract his eyes. Otherwise, my chakra would be insufficient for him to absorb. Within Uchiha Sasuke's heart, he silently murmured, "Lightning of the Dragon." Uchiha Sasuke transformed into a bolt of lightning, materializing directly before Danzo. The technique known as Lightning Dragon Flash combined both his physical prowess and lightning release. "Humph, you cannot kill me. What does speed matter?" Danzo remarked with an expression of calm, though his body could not keep pace with Sasuke's swiftness. However, his Rinnegan allowed him to perceive Sasuke's movements with clarity. Ignoring Danzo entirely, Sasuke swiftly extracted the Rinnegan from Danzo's eye socket. "Now you find yourself devoid of a Rinnegan, do you not? Though the Rinnegan is formidable, a mere waste, cannot possibly unleash its true power." As he spoke, an even more terrifying aura emanated from Sasuke. Izanagi," Danzo lamented, clutching the eye that Sasuke had forcibly removed. "How? Peculiar. Why hasn't my Rinnegan restored?" Danzo questioned, confusion evident in his tone. While Izanagi can transform reality into a dream, the Rinnegan's powers far surpass that of the Sharingan, and are beyond the restoration capabilities of mere 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke chuckled coldly. "Kaleidoscope. Amaterasu." Uchiha Sasuke let out a cold snarl. In an instant, a torrent of black flames erupted from Danzo, resembling a malevolent force emerging from the depths of hell. The ground fractured violently, giving rise to a vast chasm, while a scorching wave of heat rippled through the air. The infernal black flames consumed Danzo's form. A piercing scream escaped his lips as his body was rapidly reduced to ashes, leaving the ground soaked in blood. Uchiha Sasuke swiftly dashed towards the opposite side, his form transforming into a streak of purple lightning. At that moment, Danzo's figure re-emerged. Uchiha Sasuke felt a drop of blood trickle from his left eye as he swiftly approached Danzo. Their eyes locked in a fierce confrontation, the Mangekyō Sharingan activated. Tsukuyomi enveloped Danzo's consciousness, transporting him into the realm of his own creation. Countless iron chains ensnared Danzo, binding him tightly. Almost simultaneously, the souls of the deceased members of the Uchiha clan materialized before him, commencing their torment. A moment later, a chilling scream of anguish escaped Danzo's lips. Sasuke Uchiha tormented Danzo for 7 days and nights. Can you truly endure this? Although you may utilize Izanagi once more, the psychological torment you have endured is likely irreparable, for your body remains unscathed. Furthermore, the activation of Izanagi necessitates a significant expenditure of mental energy. Haha, Danzo, prepare to relish your fate, for I shall not allow you the luxury of a swift demise. Uchiha Sasuke cast a disdainful smile at Danzo and invoked his Mangekyō Sharingan, unleashing Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Sasuke once again unleashed the Tsukuyomi. After a mere 10 seconds, Danzo endured 70 days of torment within the realm of Tsukuyomi, a result of Sasuke's 10 iterations of the illusion. Although Danzo did not perish, he had succumbed to madness. Likewise, Sasuke was not faring much better. His eternal eyes had reverted to ordinary ones, and his chakra was nearly depleted. The 8 forms of the dragon, the carp leaping over the dragon gate. With a swift strike, Uchiha Sasuke unleashed a formidable punch, his left fist generating an intense shockwave that transformed into hundreds of fish-like projectiles, soaring through the air like arrows released from a bow. As he leaped forward, the air around him was propelled ahead, ultimately coalescing into a dragon-like fish that collided with Danzo. Boom. Danzo was instantly incapacitated. However, Sasuke was not in a better state. His chakra had been entirely depleted, leaving him reliant solely on his taijutsu. Though his physical prowess was merely that of a high-ranking elite shinobi, it sufficed against the now deranged and foolish Danzo. Are you alright, Sasuke? At that moment, a woman with crimson hair rushed towards him. She approached Sasuke, extending her arm, which was marred with bite marks. Without any hesitation, Sasuke bit into her arm, and it was evident that he was rapidly regaining strength, his chakra replenishing bit by bit. Once he had recovered some chakra, Sasuke rose to his feet and gazed into the distance. How cool. Although Sasuke did not express his gratitude for her assistance, Uzumaki Karen was unfazed. She was enchanted by the sight of Sasuke standing coolly. Thank you. Ah, no. It's nothing. Karen stammered, her heart racing with excitement. Oh my. Sasuke actually thanked me. This is simply wonderful, Karen thought, elated. At that moment, Kakashi, Sakura, Lee, and Neji appeared. In truth, they had arrived earlier, merely observing the battle from the sidelines. Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed, her eyes filled with excitement as she looked at him. Sakura, Sasuke replied coolly, acknowledging her presence. It's been a while, Sasuke, Kakashi said calmly, observing the similarities between the current Sasuke and his younger self. Had it not been for Minato and his own experiences, he mused, he might have walked a similar path as Sasuke. Moreover, given that Sasuke was a descendant of Obito, Kakashi held a particular concern for him, even more so than for Naruto and Sakura. Yet, he never anticipated that Sasuke would ultimately depart from Konoha. Haha, Sasuke, I've finally found you. Just then, Naruto descended from above, clad in black attire, a small cloak trailing behind him. After 3 to 4 years of training, the youthful innocence had faded from his face, replaced by an unexpected maturity that belied his age. Is that you, Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke's icy visage finally revealed a fleeting smile, but it swiftly returned to its usual cold demeanor. Although it lasted only a few seconds, it was enough for everyone to witness. After eliminating Danzo, Sasuke gradually began to emerge from the shadows of his dark transformation. The fourth great ninja war was on the verge of commencing as Uchiha Obito, accompanied by 100,000 white Zetsu, advanced towards Konoha. Nagato's Rinnegan had been seized by him, and he already possessed 8-tailed beasts. Should he capture all 9? The consequences would be dire. Naruto, Obito's current target is you. Do not return to Konoha. We shall handle this matter. At that moment, Kakashi addressed Naruto. No. The more you say that, the more I feel compelled to return. How could I possibly stand by and watch you face 100,000 white Zetsu? Even Konoha does not boast such a number of ninjas. If he is coming for me, I will not shy away. I, Uzumaki Naruto, aspire to be Hokage. How could I possibly be a coward? Naruto declared with unwavering determination. What a pity that Lord Chentian has yet to return. Otherwise, even 100,000 white Zetsu would pose no threat. Kakashi remarked, somewhat helplessly. Chapter 63, The 12 Young Ninjas of Konoha. Alas, I anticipated you would respond this way. Kakashi observed Naruto's resolute expression, feeling quite resigned. Since Naruto wishes to go, let him do so. Just then, the voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated. Senior Chentian, Brother Chentian, Master, Lord Chentian, the crowd exclaimed with excitement. Let us discuss matters once we return to Konoha. Uchiha Chentian smiled and remarked, how incredibly powerful, even with my eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. I cannot perceive any presence. Is this what it means to be a six-path strongman, transcending even the realm of the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, very well, I shall escort you all back now. Uchiha Chentian smiled and spoke. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan of Uchiha Chentian manifested. Heavenly Realm. It possesses the ability to instantaneously transport oneself and those nearby to alternate dimensions, encompassing realms of lava, snow, immense gravity, sand, and acid. These 5 realms are directly interconnected with the original sphere. Within each of these dimensions lies a castle and statue belonging to Kaguya. However, at this moment, Kaguya remains sealed, and her castle and statue are absent from the original sphere. As the scene shifted before everyone's eyes, they realized they had returned to Konoha. Kakashi, who had just been in Konoha, stood frozen in astonishment upon seeing a familiar figure before him. Sensei Minato, how is this possible? I thought you were dead. Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief. Haha, it has been a long time, Kakashi. I did not perish. I was merely sealed by Chentian after exhausting most of my life force while sealing the Nine Tails. I was released from that seal a year ago. Minato replied with a smile. Just then, a calm yet familiar woman appeared before Kakashi. Lin, is that you? Kakashi asked, his eyes widening in recognition. How did you come back? Memories of the young girl began to surface in his mind. He had learned just a few years prior that Lin was still alive. But they had only met once, as Kakashi had been preoccupied with numerous responsibilities and had not spent much time with her in the Sage's realm. You all have returned, Kakashi said, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Haha, Kakashi-sensei, I can't believe you're crying. Naruto laughed heartily. Oh, Dad, you're back too? Is your health better now? Naruto suddenly realized that his father, who had just awakened over a year prior, had also returned to Konoha. At this moment, Naruto was unaware that his father was the 4th Hokage. Yes, Konoha is in peril. As the 4th Hokage, I naturally had to return. Minato nodded gravely. What? Dad? You're the 4th Hokage? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Oh, you didn't know? Well, it makes sense. Your mother and I just awoke a little over a year ago. And I hadn't had the chance to tell you. But didn't Kakashi and the others inform you about your mother and me? Minato said, casting a concerned glance at Kakashi. Well, Jiraiya-sensei was the one guiding Naruto, and I thought Naruto was already aware of it. Kakashi said, sweating nervously. Never mind. This isn't the time for such discussions. We must first address the threat posed by the White Zetsu army, Minato stated decisively. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan. It's wonderful to see you all alive. I had feared that Uchiha Obito had killed you, he added. At that moment, Naruto exclaimed with delight. It seems that you still underestimate us. Although Uchiha Madara is formidable, he cannot defeat the 3 of us single-handedly. He lacks such prowess unless he ascends to the level of the Sage of Six Paths, Yahiko remarked with a smile. That scoundrel stole my Sage's eye, and this time I shall ensure he does not return. Nagato spoke coldly. At this moment, Nagato's eyes had been restored, though they were ordinary, due to the warning from Uchiha Chentian. He did not rely on the Rinnegan as he had in the original narrative. Even without the Rinnegan now, his strength had not diminished significantly. Otherwise, had he utilized the Rinnegan from the outset, it is utterly impossible for Uchiha Obito to extract the Rinnegan from himself. It was precisely due to Nagato's negligence in not employing the Rinnegan that allowed Uchiha Obito to successfully ambush and seize it. At that moment, when everyone was filled with confidence, believing that Uchiha Obito was merely insignificant in the face of their collective strength, the reality was far more daunting. Uchiha Chentian spoke. Do not rejoice too soon. The current Uchiha Madara, alongside Obito, is not the Madara of yore, nor is he the genuine Uchiha Madara. For the true Uchiha Madara has long since perished. This one is but an impostor, merely wielding the name of Uchiha Madara to amass tailed beasts within the shinobi world. Presently, The eight-tailed beasts reside within him, complemented by the Rinnegan, and his power is now comparable to that of the authentic sage of six paths. Should he acquire the nine tails within Naruto, it is likely that his strength would ascend to unfathomable heights. Uchiha Chentian spoke. Is it the six paths' formidable being, Madara? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes gleamed with brilliance, his heart brimming with the fervor of battle. Even if he were to become a formidable sage of the six paths. What of it? For I, Naruto Uzumaki, am destined to become the Hokage of the future. Uchiha Madara, I am determined to defeat you, proclaimed Uzumaki Naruto with unwavering confidence. Alas, though I wish not to dampen your spirits. Since both of you have chosen to engage, it is only fitting that Team 7 must include me. Furthermore, I firmly believe that the so-called imposter Madara, despite possessing the Rinnegan, stands no chance against my four pairs of eyes. With the blessings of Uchiha and Senju, I shall ensure his survival. Uchiha spoke nonchalantly. As for me, although my strength may not match yours, I am a medical ninja. Should you sustain any injuries, I can be of assistance. Sakura also stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Excellent. If that is the case, then our new Team 7 is officially reformed today. Uchiha Chentian chuckled softly. Oomph, such words. How could our third team possibly lose to your seventh team? Lee Tinten. Today, our third team shall undergo a reorganization. Uchiha Sasuke. I shall not be defeated by you. As he spoke, Hyuga Nijisai's transformed into the Byakugan, imbued with a hint of azure. At that moment, the prowess of his Byakugan rivaled even the Mangekyō Sharingan, its clarity evolving towards the exalted form of the Rinnegan. Within him, a formidable force was rapidly coalescing, indicating that his new ocular technique was on the verge of awakening. If such is the case, then our Team 8 shall not allow you to steal the spotlight. Nara chuckled to the gathered crowd. And our Team 10, Naruto, I shall not concede the position of Hokage to you, Kiba declared, his gaze brimming with combativeness directed at Naruto. Very well, let us see who shall emerge victorious in the end. Uzumaki Naruto responded calmly. At this moment, all 12 of the young elite had matured into powerhouses on par with Kage. Chapter 64. The division of Super Kage. 3 days later, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Senju, and the other 12 elites approached a distance of 10 kilometers from Konoha. Accompanied by nearly 100,000 shinobi from the village, they gazed ahead towards the vast expanse of the prairie. Before them, a multitude of figures surged rapidly toward Konoha. Is it truly only 100,000 white Zetsu? This must be a million, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, his eternal eyes emanating a crimson glow. A colossal skeletal structure enveloped him, while on its surface, an array of purple tendrils, resembling muscle, rapidly emerged. The moment the humanoid form materialized, an imposing armored figure manifested alongside it. A giant, towering 50 meters high, appeared before the onlookers. Due to the overwhelming chakra consumption of the third form of Susanoo, Sasuke opted not to expand it to 100 meters. Instead, this 50-meter Susanoo required only half the chakra typically necessary. Engage, Uchiha Sasuke coldly declared. The sword of Susanoo descended, annihilating hundreds of white Zetsu in an instant. The half-tailed beast transformation began to manifest in Naruto Uzumaki's form, still retaining a humanoid appearance. Beside him, an immense surge of tailed beast chakra materialized, swiftly taking on a skeletal form, which then transformed into a colossal nine-tailed fox standing 50 meters tall, complete with 9 tails trailing behind. The perfect Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. The 9 tails behind Naruto morphed into colossal shadows, swiftly dispatching nearly 400 to 500 white Zetsu with a single strike. Having multiple tails proved advantageous. Byakugan. The pressure intensified as Niji Hyuga's eyes transitioned into a superior Byakugan, the irises tinged with a faint blue hue, veins protruding around his eyes. In the distance, hundreds of white Zetsu collapsed instantaneously. The 8 gates began to open. The first gate, the initial gate, opened. The second gate, the healing gate, opened. The third gate, the life gate, opened. The fourth gate, the wound gate, opened. The fifth gate, the closing gate, opened. The sixth gate, the joy gate, was unlocked by Lee, who unleashed the energy of his cellular structure, causing his blood to surge and his body to radiate a crimson aura. My youth shall not bow to yours. The seventh gate, the shock gate, opened. Lee inhaled deeply, activating the seventh gate of the 8 gates, releasing all of his cellular energy. Due to the immense strain on his body, sweat evaporated rapidly, and a blue vapor enveloped him. His power surged to an unprecedented level, surpassing even that of a Kage. The beasts of the Konoha wolves have arrived, Lee shouted, launching a powerful kick that transformed the air into a great dragon, obliterating over 100 white Zetsu. Haha, I have arrived as well. The third form of Susanoo materialized. Uchiha Senju's eyes emanated a crimson glow, transforming into the eternal eye in the shape of a swirling flame. A Susanoo of equal stature to that of Uchiha Sasuke manifested before him. Uchiha Senju similarly exterminated hundreds of white Zetsus. Hyuga and Rock Lee were at the lower echelon of the Super Shadow Realm. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Senju occupied the middle tier. The Super Shadow Realm is categorized into 4 stages: lower, middle, great achievement, and perfection. Such is the essence of youth. My fervor has long since reached a boiling point. Kakashi, let us duel once more, and this time, let us see who can vanquish more foes. Guy flashed a bright smile at Kakashi, revealing his gleaming teeth. All right, Chidori. With that, Kakashi's left hand manifested a phone, which in an instant transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards the battlefield. Wait, Kakashi, you're cheating, Guy exclaimed, infuriated. The vile white Zetsus. The Azure Beast of Konoha has arrived. He howled, also morphing into a fleeting shadow as he soared towards the battlefield, instantly opening the 7th gate and becoming a magnificent Azure Beast. Is this the new generation of Konoha? Observing the remarkable prowess of the younger generation fills my heart with excitement, thought Namake's Minato, smiling. It seems the future belongs to these successors. We certainly did not possess such strength at their age. 1 million white Zetsus? After this battle, who knows how many ninjas will survive? Tsunade expressed her concerns. As the 5th Hokage, she must contemplate the welfare of Konoha. Massive sandstorm funeral. A towering wall of sand, reaching heights of 100 meters, surged from the ground, appearing as if it could obscure the sun itself, as it engulfed thousands of white Zetsus. A man with short red hair, inscribed with the character for love on his forehead, clad in a brown trench coat and a small gourd at his waist, floated above the sand. Naruto, how could I miss this battle? I, Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, am here. Gaara smiled at Naruto. Gaara's strength is just shy of the Super Shadow level. He is stronger than a peak shadow but cannot compete with a Super Shadow. Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. At that moment, a male and female voice echoed across the battlefield as a 100-meter-long electric water dragon swiftly struck down hundreds of white Zetsus. This technique was a collaborative effort from the 4th Raikage, A, and the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. They combined their lightning release chakra with Mei's water dragon bullet technique, bestowing it with a paralyzing effect. Humph, 5th Hokage, I am not here to assist you. We merely share a common enemy, stated the muscular man with yellow hair. Donned in a white cloak adorned with green shuriken symbols on his shoulders, none other than the 4th Raikage, A, who calmly addressed Tsunade. As allies of Konoha, we of the Iwagakure shall not stand idly by, Terumi Mei said with a smile directed at Tsunade. My objectives align closely with those of the Raikage. 1 million white Zetsus. Uchiha Madara harbors a desire to annihilate the entire shinobi world. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, spoke to Tsunade, saying, regardless of the motives behind it, I, Tsunade, on behalf of Konoha, must express my gratitude to you. Tsunade acknowledged the other Kages with thanks. It has been a while, 4th Raikage. Minato Namikaze addressed the 4th Raikage. Oh, Minato Namikaze, you are still alive. The 4th Raikage exclaimed in astonishment. I was never truly dead. I merely slumbered for an extended period, Minato replied nonchalantly. Do you consider yourself a tailed beast? Sleeping for over a decade? The 4th Raikage thought to himself in disbelief. Hey, are you really not going to take action? If this continues, many will perish. Tsunade called out to Uchiha Ch10, who was perched leisurely on a large tree, watching the scene unfold. Fear not, barring unforeseen circumstances, they shall not meet their demise. I have already devised a plan. Uchiha Chentian smiled at Tsunade and said, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, what if they do? Konoha will be left without any ninjas. Are you intending to make me a commander of bachelors? Tsunade retorted angrily, rest assured. Even if they were all to perish, I possess the capability to bring them back to life. Uchiha Chentian explained with a hint of helplessness. Chapter 65, Supreme Armor, Susanoo. Rest assured, even if they were to perish completely, I possess the power to bring them back to life. Uchiha Chentian explained with a hint of helplessness. Had it been anyone else who dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would have unleashed a Shinra Tensei long ago. He chuckled. Are you planning to employ the rebirth of the heavenly life technique, Chentian? The cost is quite substantial. I see you have made considerable modifications to this technique, Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile. You will find out soon enough, Uchiha Chentian remarked. Isn't there a considerable amount of modifications? With so many white Zetsu available, can't we simply employ the rebirth of the world technique with them? Uchiha Chentian chuckled inwardly. Gulu gulu. Countless white Zetsus leaped into the air, soaring to heights of several dozen meters. Secret technique. Pitcher plant technique. Hundreds, even thousands, of white Zetsus merged their bodies, forming a colossal pitcher plant, ascending towards the heavens like a human tower. Sage art. Super large Rasengan. A gigantic spiraling sphere materialized in Naruto's hand, which he hurled directly into the mass of white Zetsus enveloping the giant pitcher plant. In an instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the sky illuminated brilliantly. A terrifying chakra wreaked havoc around, sending ripples through the air, tearing the very fabric of space as it began to warp and then expand outward, casting a blue filter over the world at that moment. With this single move, hundreds of white Zetsus were annihilated. S-class Kirin. Sasuke's hands moved swiftly through the hand seals, summoning a fearsome Kirin, descending with an awe-inspiring presence. The moment the Kirin appeared, it charged towards the white Zetsus, and wherever it passed, the white Zetsus were disintegrated by the thunder. Naruto, we cannot continue like this. The sheer number of white Zetsus is overwhelming. Even with the assistance of the other 4 major ninja villages, by the time we eliminate all the white Zetsus, we will have lost many lives. Uchiha Sasuke called out to Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, both Naruto and Sasuke had exited the Kurama mode and the Susanoo form. What should we do now? Naruto inquired. Naruto, Sasuke explained, the strategy is to capture the leader first. If we can defeat Uchiha Obito, I am confident that the white Zetsu will no longer be under his control. Uchiha Senju spoke. Senju is not mistaken, yet the current Uchiha Madara possesses 8-tailed beasts. However, it is evident that neither Senju nor I can defeat him alone. As he spoke, Uchiha Sasuke called out to Sakura, Sakura, don't you possess the ability of sound transmission? Please inform Hinata Niji and leave that the 5 of us must unite to bring Madara down. I believe that even though Madara is a 6 paths level warrior, he has only just ascended to this realm and cannot simultaneously contend with all 5 of us who are at the peak of the shadow level. Understood. I will do it. Sakura replied earnestly. Ah, how infuriating. Why can't I fight alongside Sasuke, while that woman can? Uzumaki Karen lamented internally. Her strength had just reached the elite Jonin level, hardly surpassing her original capabilities, unlike Sakura, who possessed the power of a shadow, allowing her to engage closely with Uchiha Sasuke amidst the army of white Zetsu. Given her current Jonin status, approaching the heart of the battlefield would likely lead to her swift demise. Though the million white Zetsu were all of the same kind, their strengths varied significantly. Each white Zetsu possessed the Byakugan, and while some might be at the lowest Jonin level, the strongest among them could reach shadow level. Despite the absence of super shadow warriors or peak shadow level fighters, the sheer number of shadows was overwhelming. Among the million white Zetsu, nearly 10,000 possessed shadow level strength. Relics of a bygone era. This is no longer your time. Kaleidoscope. Amaterasu. A drop of ocular blood flowed from Sasuke Uchiha's left eye, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, as his pupil ignited with a formidable black flame of immense destructive power. In an instant, the black fire engulfed the body of Uchiha Obito. Amaterasu is it? Uchiha Obito's expression remained inscrutable, while the Mangekyō Sharingan upon his forehead emanated an overwhelming ocular power, causing his form to momentarily fade into nothingness. Despite being engulfed in black flames, Sasuke's Amaterasu proved utterly ineffective against him. Mangekyō, Kamui, such as the prowess of your Mangekyō, reduced to mere ordinary flames, Uchiha Obito disdainfully remarked. Just as Uzumaki Naruto charged forward, wielding a colossal Rasengan directed at Uchiha Obito, the Byakugan manifested an overwhelming pressure. Veins bulged around Hyuga Niji's eyes, as a terrifying aura bore down upon Uchiha Obito. What? The Byakugan possesses such formidable capabilities as well? Uchiha Madara and Obito were taken aback. 8 gates of the dragon. Lee shouted fervently. The first technique, the carps leap the dragon gate. The second, the flood dragon roars. The third, the divine dragon emerges from the sea. The fourth, the flying dragon soars in the sky. The fifth, the resolute dragon regrets. In an instant, Lee unleashed a flurry of punches, executing the first 5 techniques almost simultaneously. In the realm of the 8 gates of the dragon, Lee exhibited a mastery that surpassed even Uchiha Chentian. Although the power he wielded may not have equaled that of Uchiha Chentian, the stamina expended was undoubtedly less for a strike of comparable force. The combined might of the four assailants struck Uchiha Madara and Obito, erupting into a colossal mushroom cloud, with fierce winds swirling around. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Uchiha Madara and Obito hovered in the air, the white cloak adorning his form tattered significantly, yet mending itself in the blink of an eye. Impressive power. Yet I am not merely a perfect Kage. I am a six-path sage. With the Rinnegan activated, he proclaimed, Shinra Tensei. Boom. The Rinnegan possessed by Uchiha Madara and Obito emanated a terrifying ocular power, generating an invisible shockwave of formidable repulsion that radiated outward from Madara's being. All objects that dared to resist this onslaught were instantaneously shattered, including his own allies. Many white Zetsu met their demise at his hands. This was dire. The augmented Susanoo, Naruto, and Sasuke's combined technique encased the Ninetales in the formidable armor of Susanoo, bestowing upon it overwhelming strength and impenetrable defense. However, at this moment, it was the united ocular prowess of the combined Susanoo wielded by the Senju and Sasuke, enhanced further by Naruto's Ninetales chakra. This should be referred to as the ultra-augmented Susanoo. The trio joined forces to repel the might of Shinra Tensei. Kamui, Shuriken, Uchiha Madara and Obito once again harnessed the power of the Rinnegan, complemented by the might of their Mangekyō Sharingan. With a resounding crash, the Shuriken imbued with spatial power shattered Naruto and his companion's formidable Susanoo. In unison, the five figures were propelled through the air, crashing to the ground, sustaining injuries. Naruto Uzumaki fell heavily, his wounded body gradually mending under the influence of the Ninetales' power, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Almost simultaneously, Madara and Obito approached Naruto's side. Chapter 66, Sage of the Six Paths. Just as Uchiha Madara and Obito intended to extract the Ninetales from within Naruto, they were interrupted. Kirin, Uchiha Sasuke, with both hands extended, unleashed a colossal lightning Kirin towards Obito Uchiha, who was charging at Uchiha Madara. Boom. What? Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback, gazing at the colossal complete form of Susanoo that had manifested before him. The complete Susanoo, an ultimate ocular technique attainable only by honing one's ocular power to its zenith and possessing an immense reservoir of chakra. This true form of Susanoo dwarfed the surrounding peaks, towering at an astounding height of 200 meters, embodying the visage of a divine warrior. Its back was adorned with wings, allowing it to soar through the heavens while it wielded dual swords as its weapons. Within the complete Susanoo, Uchiha Obito stood with three truth-seeking balls floating behind him, one resting on the back of each hand and another positioned upon his chest. The complete Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed Uchiha Obito, with a mere flick of his right hand, launch a truth-seeking orb towards him in an aggressive manner. The complete body of Susanoo. Upon encountering Uchiha Obito, who wielded the Otsutsuki's truth-seeking orb as a weapon, Uchiha Sasuke unleashed the full might of his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, which emitted a brilliant crimson light. In an instant, a colossal skeletal form materialized to shield Sasuke, from which an array of purple, muscle-like tendrils emerged at a visibly rapid pace. A similarly formidable Susanoo materialized, manifesting in its complete form. Boom. However, in the next moment, Sasuke's Susanoo was shattered by Obito's truth-seeking orb, fracturing upon impact and ultimately colliding with Sasuke himself. Uchiha Sasuke let out a piercing scream as he was instantaneously propelled away. At that moment, Uchiha Madara swiftly approached Naruto, promptly unsealing the Ninetales seal within him. Naruto immediately began his transformation into the Ninetales form. Just as he manifested a colossal nine-tailed fox, Uchiha Madara sealed it within his own body. Uchiha Obito clutched his head with both hands, his expression one of frantic despair as he emitted a roar akin to that of a monstrous beast. Accompanying this primal scream, a tempest of storms erupted, wreaking havoc all around. In the next moment, Obito transformed into a colossal outer path golem, 9 eyes on his visage wide open. Gradually, he morphed into a gigantic humanoid creature, possessing a torso and limbs reminiscent of a human. His head bore a single eye, 1 ear, and a mouth. With the mouth and ear positioned on either side of his head, the eye being a Rinnegan. 9 horns sprouted from his head, 6 atop and 3 along his jawline. A spiraling protrusion, formed from the branches and leaves of the divine tree, emerged from his back. 10 tails extended from behind him, each tail's end adorned with a hand. And his immense form stretched nearly 1,000 meters in length, his maw capable of swallowing a tailed beast whole. At this moment, Hinata Hyuga, tears streaming down her face. desperately channeled all her medical chakra into Naruto's body. However, Naruto, having lost the nine tails within him, was barely clinging to life. Simultaneously, Sakura was engaged in a frantic effort to save Sasuke Uchiha. Unbeknownst to both, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had already had their souls summoned by the Sage of Six Paths. Otherwise, given Naruto's formidable physique, even with the nine tails extracted, he would not have succumbed so swiftly. Sasuke, too, was not so easily extinguished. Naruto, Sasuke, Lee and Neji shouted in anger, unable to fathom that Naruto and Sasuke could perish in such a manner. Calm yourselves. I believe Naruto and Sasuke are not so easily defeated. Perhaps this is merely a trial they must overcome. Uchiha Senju, with a serious expression, addressed both Rock Lee and Hyuga Neji. He recalled his father, Uchiha Chentian, mentioning that this battle could potentially be a turning point for Naruto and Sasuke, though he was uncertain of its meaning. However, in light of recent events, the deaths of Naruto and Sasuke seemed exceedingly peculiar. This reflection brought to mind Chentian's words, leaving him with no choice but to grasp at straws in an attempt to console Naruto and Sasuke. Coincidentally, their bodies lay not far away, further fueling Senju's suspicions about whether this truly was Naruto and Sasuke's moment of destiny. Naruto, cried Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki in despair. No. Kushina's eyes were swollen with tears, her face a portrait of disbelief at the thought of her son being lost forever. Minato, Kushina, do not lose hope, he reassured them. Naruto is not dead. Rather, this may be their destined opportunity. The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated in the ears of the two. At that moment, within their shared spiritual realm, the Sage of Six Paths was elucidating the tumultuous saga of Indra and Ashura's love and hatred, along with his own youthful experiences alongside his brother, Hagoromo, as they employed the celestial technique of the god of creation to seal their mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, along with the Ten Tails manifestation within the lunar rocks. Subsequently, he divided the chakra of the Ten Tails into 9 portions and, utilizing yin-yang release, transmuted them into 9-tailed beasts. He was also the first to unravel the essence of chakra, with the noble aim of preserving peace and maintaining tranquility and order, earning him the revered title of the Sage of Six Paths among the people. The Uchiha clan, alongside the Senju and Uzumaki clans, are the ancestors and the founding sages of ninjutsu, the progenitors of all ninjas. They recounted the tales of their 2 sons, Indra, a genius yet arrogant, and Ashura, a determined underdog who engaged in a perpetual struggle against one another. It was revealed that their chakras had not perished, but instead had been passed down through generations. Ashura's chakra now resides within Naruto, while Sasuke bears the chakra of Indra. Their conflict, in essence, continues the unending cycle of rivalry established by their forebears. At this moment, Sasuke's response diverged significantly from the original narrative. He now yearned simply to live alongside his family, while Naruto aspired to become Hokage. It is remarkable that this generation's reincarnation of Indra differs profoundly from those of the past, having not succumbed to the blindness of hatred. It seems that the enmity between Ashura and Indra may find resolution in this era. The Sage of Six Paths reflected, "What reincarnation of Indra? I am no one but Uchiha Sasuke. Everything you speak of bears no relevance to me." The cold demeanor of Uchiha Sasuke remains unchanged. Haha. His character is still exactly the same as before. The Sage of Six Paths chuckled. Uchiha Sasuke. Haha. Although it may not be entirely incorrect. But how could Ashura and Indra have so many reincarnations? My thoughts align with Sasuke's. Naruto chuckled foolishly. However, I never anticipated that the descendants of Ashura and Indra, upon uniting, would give rise to the extraordinarily gifted Uchiha Chentian. That Uchiha Chentian has certainly exerted considerable effort for both of you, especially for you, Sasuke. To prevent you from straying onto the wrong path, Uchiha Itachi has indeed sought significant assistance from Uchiha Chentian. Chapter 67, The Sword Saint Kakashi Battles Six Paths of Edo. After a moment of astonishment, the Sage of Six Paths smiled at Sasuke. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Subsequently, Naruto resumed his discourse with the Sage of Six Paths regarding Uchiha Chentian. It is truly astonishing. I never imagined that this junior possessed both the Rebirth Eye and the Rinnegan. Even my mother could only attain such abilities through the power of the Divine Tree. Yet, Uchiha Chentian awakened such eyes solely through his own strength. As he spoke, the Sage of Six Paths cast a deep glance at Naruto and Sasuke. Just as in the original tale, the sage bestowed upon Naruto the power of the Six Paths of Yang, and upon Sasuke the power of the Six Paths of Ain. What an extraordinary power! I feel as though I could vanquish 5 or 6 versions of my former self. It is truly magnificent. Is this the power of 6 paths of yang? This time, I am certain I can defeat Madara, Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Such formidable ocular prowess. No wonder Uchiha Madara is so formidable. Moreover, I can sense that he has not even exerted his full strength. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan evolved into the 6th Tomo Rinnegan. With merely 1 Rinnegan, I have reached such heights. Just imagine the extent of my power if I possessed a pair of Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the mark of the shadow on his hand, perplexed. This was not how it should be. I could sense that his Rinnegan abilities had yet to reveal themselves to me. If he possessed a single Rinnegan, its power would merely be half of mine. And only when combined would they surpass my own strength. The majority of his chakra stemmed from the tailed beasts, indicating that his Rinnegan's abilities were not particularly formidable. Thus, there remained but one possibility. That pair of Rinnegan did not belong to him. In the depths of Uchiha Sasuke's heart, he contemplated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Obito Uchiha has ascended to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, undergoing a profound transformation. He is now adorned in a flowing robe reminiscent of the Sage of 6 Paths and other Otsutsuki, boasting a pair of Rinnegan eyes. With the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan gracing his forehead, 8 truth-seeking orbs manifest behind him, while the back of his left hand displays a single orb, and in his right hand he wields the staff of the Sage of 6 Paths. Uchiha Obito hovered in midair, his eyes vacant as he gazed around. He had revealed his true identity. Indeed, you are Obito. I knew you had not perished. But why, Obito? Why have you become this way? Kakashi stood atop a massive boulder, confronting the 6 Paths Obito with a tone of accusation. Why not inquire about your own actions in ending Rin's life? Replied the 6 Paths Obito coldly. In a world devoid of Rin, I shall create one that includes her. With that, the 6 Paths Obito did not wait for Kakashi's explanation. At this moment, Obito remained ignorant of the truth, that Rin had not died at Kakashi's hands, but had sacrificed herself in a different manner. No, Rin. Kakashi's words trailed off as the 6 Paths Obito hurled a shuriken toward him, commanding, "Do not speak." This was no ordinary shuriken. It was a multitude of tiny shurikens that split apart mid-flight, ultimately encircling Kakashi in a vast swarm. Although such power could obliterate any opponent below the level of a sage, even a sage might fall victim. Kakashi's prowess with the Mangekyō Sharingan assured him that this strike could not claim his life. Obito harbored a uniquely complex sentiment toward Kakashi, both love and resentment. A desire to slay him, yet an unwillingness to do so. Just as the 6 Paths Obito anticipated, Kakashi deftly evaded the onslaught with his space-time ninjutsu. Obito, if you insist on this path, I shall awaken you, Kakashi declared, drawing his long blade and executing a formidable slash. The expression on the 6 Paths Obito's face remained unchanged as he summoned his complete Susanoo, the divine warrior clad in armor and sprouting wings. The razor-sharp strike aimed at the colossal Susanoo, towering at 300 to 400 meters, inflicted some cracks, yet it swiftly regenerated. Impressive, Kakashi. It seems you are not solely reliant on my Sharingan, the 6 Paths Obito remarked casually. I have never ceased honing the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan, Kakashi asserted. Lord Chentian once stated that while others' techniques may be admirable, only one's own are truly suitable. Uchiha Chentian, you say? As the 6 Paths Obito contemplated. His eyes reflected a blend of reverence, trepidation, and admiration. If the first Hokage was regarded as a deity in the hearts of all Konoha's inhabitants, then Uchiha Chentian held a similar divine status within the Uchiha clan, surpassing even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in stature. Although Uchiha Chentian harbored little fondness for his clan, his approach to action was nonetheless fervently emulated by the new generation of Uchihas, particularly Obito's contemporaries. Moreover, with Madara having been defeated by Chentian, it was only natural for the 6 Paths Obito to harbor a sense of unease towards him, despite having attained the power of the 6 Paths. Yet, a lingering uncertainty resided within him regarding his ability to vanquish Uchiha Chentian. With a fervent shout, Kakashi proclaimed all swords return to their origin, raising one hand toward the heavens as his longsword soared into the sky. A torrent of powerful chakra emanated from Kakashi, transforming into countless flying swords that danced through the air like a tempest, their momentum weaving a formidable net. The glimmer in Kakashi's eyes intensified, a chilling aura of murderous intent erupting from his being, as his Mangekyō Sharingan spun wildly, mimicking the rapid rotation of a fan. In that instant, Obito's Rinnegan unleashed its power, summoning forth a colossal, winged Susanoo that towered 300 meters high. An overwhelming presence of sword intent and ocular prowess enveloped the battlefield. A fierce blade of energy, accompanied by a piercing shriek, surged towards the six paths of Bido. At that moment, Kakashi's offensive prowess reached a level akin to that of the six paths. Soon, the clash between the myriad swords and Susanoo erupted, generating a tremendous wave of force that radiated outward. As the smoke gradually dissipated, all eyes in the ninja world turned toward Kakashi on the battlefield. Sword Saint Kakashi. A voice rang out, unexpectedly heralding Kakashi with the illustrious title. As the haze lifted, Kakashi stood resolutely, his hands trembling yet unwavering. His gaze fixed intently on the six paths of Bido. By contrast, Obito's Susanoo had already suffered significant damage, with one of its arms severed and his Rinnegan reflecting a solemn intensity as he regarded Kakashi. You are indeed formidable, Hatake Kakashi. Had you possessed such strength in those earlier days, perhaps Rin would have survived. The six paths of Bido coldly scrutinized Kakashi. Who informed you that Rin is dead? She has never perished, she has always existed in the realm of sages. But what of you? What have you been doing all these years? Do you presume I am unaware? Kakashi shouted back at the six paths of Bido. Chapter 68, Six Paths Naruto and Sasuke, The Resurrection of Madara. Moreover, even if Rin were truly deceased, your motives to resurrect her might be understandable. Yet, what wrongs did Lord Minato and Lady Kushina commit? Why do you seek to take their lives? Is it merely because Teacher Minato arrived late all those years ago? Now, instead of saving you, you lay the blame at his feet. If you lack the capability, do not place your expectations upon others. Do you not perceive how selfish this is? Teacher Minato has bestowed upon you the gifts of education and recognition, yet you seize the opportunity to target the Nine Tails while Sister Shinakuna is with child. Moreover, your actions have placed Naruto's life in peril. Obito, you are truly a fool, a complete scoundrel. With that, Kakashi struck Obito, sending him sprawling several meters away. Though he had lost an arm, the power of the Ten Tails had allowed Obito to recover swiftly. Now, lying on the ground, he was unharmed, while Kakashi had nearly exhausted his strength. Yet, Obito did not rise. Instead, he lay there, staring at the sky. Lost in the memory of Kakashi's earlier words, Rin is not dead. The revelation that Rin still lives prevented Obito from succumbing to darkness once more, as Kakashi's words had rekindled his conscience. How could I face Rin now? Obito pondered despondently. So you are unable to act. Allow me to assist you. The voice of Kaguya echoed in Obito's mind. What? Kaguya? Obito was taken aback. He had never anticipated that. Despite becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and wielding the power of the Sage of the Six Paths, he could still be controlled by Kaguya. No, Kakashi. You must run. Suddenly, Obito shouted urgently as his other half rapidly transformed into darkness, engulfed by a black liquid. What? Kakashi gasped, bewildered, unsure of why Obito urged him to flee. At that moment, Kakashi was gasping for breath, having expended his remaining energy in that last punch. If Rin were truly dead, Kakashi would likely not have spoken those words. However, with the knowledge that she was alive, his mind was clear. He remained calm about certain matters, unlike the confusion that plagued him in the original narrative. Kakashi was inherently intelligent, often ensnared by familial ties, caught within the web of emotions, lacking the clarity others might possess. He understood Sasuke's departure from Konoha. Yet before he knew that Rin was alive, he had been lost in the paradise of his affection, until Uchiha Sasuke pulled him back to reality. Obito's speed was extraordinary, so swift that only those above the level of a Kage could perceive his fleeting form as it approached Kakashi. By the time others noticed, Kakashi had already felt the cold grip of Obito's hand, piercing through his chest. Kakashi. No. Obito. Lin's voice resonated from afar, and Obito's Rinnegan clearly perceived her presence. The familiar yet alien sound stirred a deep emotion within him, causing tears to cascade from his other eye. Aha! Kaguya chuckled. At that moment, Naruto, embodying the Sage of Six Paths, and Sasuke, wielding a Sharingan, arrived. Chidori. Lightning Release. Senjutsu. Supergiant Rasengan. Simultaneously, Naruto and Sasuke unleashed their formidable power, forcing Kaguya back, their strength instantly injuring Obito. What? That is the power of the Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya exclaimed, startled by Naruto and Sasuke's might. In an instant, Sage Naruto appeared beside Kakashi, with Sasuke standing by his side. Placing his hand upon Kakashi's chest, Naruto swiftly commenced the restoration of Kakashi's body. I am well. Kakashi suddenly leaped from the ground, astonished as he gazed at his own hands, realizing that his expended chakra had been replenished by Naruto. I see now. I knew that those eyes could not possibly belong to him. Uchiha Sasuke spoke. Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi gazed in astonishment at Naruto, who donned a black bodysuit, a golden chakra cloak, and wielded the black rod of the Sage of Six Paths, with 9 orbs of truth floating behind him. In contrast, Uchiha Sasuke exhibited little alteration, save for the addition of a Rinnegan. At this moment, both Naruto and Sasuke possessed abilities that surpassed the pseudo-Six Paths from the original narrative. Furthermore, their powers would not diminish even if the energies of the Six Paths Yin-Yang release were exhausted. They had fully integrated these abilities into their own, truly embodying the essence of Six Paths warriors. The power of Yin-Yang release bestowed upon them by the feathered robe had unexpectedly elevated them to the realm of Six Paths. It was imperative to resurrect Madara promptly, for the unfolding events remained uncertain. Although the absence of Uchiha Chentian was puzzling, it was prudent to prioritize Madara's revival. Contemplating this, Korezetsu and Obito began forming hand seals with fervor, forcefully striking the ground. Edo Tensei. The earth trembled as a grand coffin rose swiftly. From within emerged a long-haired man devoid of eyes, the true Uchiha Madara. Why had he not manifested with his Rinnegan? Was it possible that his Rinnegan had not been destroyed alongside him, or that it remained in the realm of the living, preventing it from accompanying him in his reincarnation? Upon witnessing the emergence of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Chentian pondered within himself, is this truly the pinnacle state of Uchiha Madara? Lacking the Rinnegan yet possessing the power of the Sage of Six Paths. It appears that the Uchiha Madara I once vanquished had indeed seen his strength dwindle to its nadir. In his heart, Uchiha Chentian contemplated, Kakashi. This battle is no longer one in which you can participate. Go assist the others. By the way, Lord Chentian has instructed me to convey to you the importance of capturing as many white Zetsu as possible, for they possess the ability to resurrect fallen ninjas. Uchiha Sasuke cast a glance at Kakashi and remarked, Oh heh, Sasuke is right. Kakashi-sensei, you should go after those white Zetsu. We will handle the rest. Uzumaki Naruto declared with pride. Smack. What are you so proud of? Even if your strength surpasses mine, I am still your teacher, Kakashi said, giving Naruto a playful slap on the back of his head. Ouch. That hurt. Naruto exclaimed, rubbing the spot where Kakashi had struck. All right, Naruto, enough of the antics. The true Uchiha Obito has appeared, which means we have yet another adversary. Naruto, you will confront Obito, while I take on Uchiha Madara. We must defeat them in the shortest time possible, otherwise, who knows what other formidable foes may emerge. Chapter 69, The Eyeless Six Paths Madara. As he spoke, Sasuke's Rinnegan emanated an overwhelming power. In the next moment, he vanished from his location utilizing the spatial abilities of his Rinnegan. Kakashi, I must take my leave as well. With that, Naruto tossed a shuriken and employed the Flying Thunder God technique to achieve instantaneous movement. The Flying Thunder God technique, developed by the Second Hokage Tobirama Senju, is a space-time ninjutsu that allows the user to teleport instantly by marking a target with a special seal, enabling both the user and objects directly connected to their chakra to be transported instantaneously. Not long after Sasuke had departed from Konoha, Naruto began learning this technique, although he had previously struggled to master it. However, after gaining the power of the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto successfully comprehended the spatial abilities and reached the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito, I have heard about your exploits before. As soon as Naruto encountered Obito, he began to unleash his verbal barrage. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Obito had already fallen under the control of Black Zetsu. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Obito hurled a truth-seeking ball at him. Hey, can't you wait until I finish speaking? Naruto shouted as he dodged the attack. Meanwhile, on the other side, Obito scoffed, You remnants of the old era. This new age no longer belongs to you. Eternal Eye. Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke, a man of few words, immediately unleashed the eternal flames of Amaterasu. Haha, is that so? Then let us dance together, a relic of the past. With that, Uchiha Madara swiftly summoned the third state of Susanoo, a colossal and vibrant crimson skeleton that ascended with great majesty. The giant, resembling a skeletal figure, stood towering at a height of 100 meters, disregarding Sasuke's Amaterasu. It swung its blade down upon Uchiha Sasuke with lethal intent. What? Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback as his eternal eyes emitted a crimson glow. A colossal skeletal figure enveloped him in protection, followed by the emergence of countless purple tendrils resembling muscle. At the moment the humanoid form materialized, a suit of armor akin to that of a raven appeared, accompanied by a towering armored giant with enormous wings. The sound of clashing blades resonated through the air. The ability to summon the third form of Susanoo without the presence of eyes is truly astonishing. It is no wonder he is regarded as a demon of the ninja realm. In his heart, Uchiha Sasuke was astonished. Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan was intently fixed upon Uchiha Madara. His Rinnegan enabled him to discern that Madara, without the use of the Sharingan, was summoning Susanoo through hand seals, akin to a ninjutsu. Moreover, within Madara's being, the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan still lingered, much like the elemental affinities of water or lightning chakra. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara expelled a colossal fireball, towering at 100 meters, aimed directly at Uchiha Sasuke. This fire release is indeed formidable. As he spoke, Uchiha Sasuke's pupils dilated, unleashing an overwhelming power from his eyes. With the Rinnegan, he employed Shinra Tensei, generating an immense repulsive force that rapidly spread outward from his center, causing the massive fireball before him to dissipate entirely. Would release, would domain birth. Uchiha Madara swiftly formed hand seals, striking the ground with great force. Instantly, countless tree roots emerged from the earth, and before long, the battlefield within a 10,000-meter radius was enveloped in foliage. What is this? It is the wood release of Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Sasuke was once again taken aback. Wood release. The technique of the wooden man Uchiha Madara continued to unleash his formidable techniques, showing no signs of ceasing his actions. He harnessed an immense reservoir of chakra to conjure a colossal wooden Buddha, its arms entwined with a serpentine wooden dragon. This wooden effigy was nearly the same size as Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo. It was a 2-on-1 confrontation. The moment the wooden Buddha manifested, it, along with Madara's Susanoo, launched a direct assault on Uchiha Sasuke. The Rinnegan glimmered with power, and the heavenly force surged forth. The left eye of Sasuke Uchiha, adorned with the purple six-tomo Rinnegan, emanated a formidable ocular power. He executed a position exchange with Uchiha Obito. Heavenly hand power. This is a unique ability of Sasuke's Rinnegan, akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing for instantaneous position swaps within a specific range between the user and objects indirectly connected to the user's chakra. This skill enables the evasion of enemy attacks, facilitates the exchange of positions with oneself or shurikens, and can even be utilized to launch counterattacks against adversaries. Boom. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was instantly obliterated by the combined efforts of Uchiha Sasuke and his wooden avatar. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it became evident that Madara's body, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, had been severely fractured. The powers of the Rinnegan truly are a formidable nuisance. As Uchiha Madara spoke, he simultaneously restored his body. His understanding of the impure world reincarnation technique surpassed that of its creator. With boundless chakra and an undying form, it could be asserted that Uchiha Madara was even more formidable than in his peak state. However, he could not rival his own self when wielding the Rinnegan. Oh, it seems that the impure world reincarnation is not invincible after all. At the very least, your body does not possess the strength it had in life. Uchiha Sasuke remarked. Haha, Junior, your prowess is commendable. You are worthy of battling me. Uchiha Madara spoke with unwavering confidence. Oh, what? Is this not his full strength? In the heart of Uchiha Sasuke, a sense of urgency surged. I must swiftly reclaim my Rinnegan. Otherwise, even if I manage to defeat him, I will remain powerless against him. Continuing down this path is nothing short of a futile endeavor. With that thought, Uchiha Madara turned and vanished from Sasuke's sight. Madara has escaped? This is dire. His trajectory leads toward Naruto and Obito. In the next moment, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning as he pursued Madara. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto had already employed his verbal prowess to persuade Obito, who had, in fact, been swayed by Kakashi. Naruto, hurry. Destroy my Rinnegan. The true Uchiha Madara is approaching. I can sense his chakra. At that moment, Obito was engaged in a battle of wills with Black Zetsu. Alright, I understand. Naruto could also feel the overwhelming chakra emanating from Madara. He realized that if Madara were to reclaim his Rinnegan, even their combined strength might only result in a stalemate against him. Just as Naruto resolved to obliterate Obito's Rinnegan, suddenly it illuminated with a terrifying ocular power. A colossal figure, standing 10 meters tall and clad in royal attire, materialized behind Obito. This being was the embodiment of the King of Hell. The Rinnegan, the Outer Path's Rinne rebirth technique, was invoked. Black Zetsu's voice resonated as he commanded Obito's Rinnegan to perform the Rinne rebirth technique. This highest-tier resurrection ninjutsu, a forbidden art of the Sage of Six Paths, could only be wielded by the possessor of the Rinnegan. Upon activation, its it summons the king of hell, compelling him to rise and open his maw, releasing countless souls of the deceased, thereby returning them to life. This technique exacts a toll on the user's life force. It can revive a number of deceased individuals within a certain range, and if the target is a reincarnated individual, it automatically dispels the Edo Tensei state. However, Obito had transformed into the Jinchuriki of the Tin Tails, possessing immense vitality. Reviving a single person would merely consume a fraction of his Tin Tails chakra. What? The Rinne rebirth technique. That is the legendary resurrection art. Could he be reviving just as Naruto uttered these words? Uchiha Madara appeared before him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Naruto soaring through the air. With a resounding crash, Naruto collided with dozens of massive trees. His strength is immense. Naruto clutched his chest in agony. Although the power of the Sage of Six Paths was mending his shattered bones, it did not alleviate the pain he felt. Madara. You finally arrived. Black Zetsu declared. Obito, cease your struggle. As a mere pawn, you must embody that role. Return the Rinnegan to Madara. With that, he unleashed a formidable mental force to control Obito's body, intent on extracting his Rinnegan. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke finally arrived on the scene. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Madara placed the recently excavated Rinnegan into his eye socket. Upon opening his eyes, a terrifying aura of chakra emanated from his being. Rinnegan. Planetary devastation. Uchiha Madara's eyes gleamed as an immense surge of ocular power emanated from them, causing the earth beneath to gravitate towards the ominous black spheres. In a matter of moments, dozens of colossal orbs, each stretching thousands of meters in diameter, materialized before Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Was Uchiha Madara intent on annihilating everyone? The expression on Minato Namake's face darkened as he gazed skyward. It appeared that the only course of action was to unite in their efforts. Summoning technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals and struck the ground with force, instantly calling forth a gargantuan toad, Fukusaku, descending from the heavens. Such a formidable chakra, Jiraiya. What manner of beast have you provoked? Fukusaku was startled upon his arrival, exclaiming at Jiraiya. At that moment, Tsunade also invoked her summoning technique, bringing forth a massive slug, while Orochimaru unleashed a multitude of serpents. Orochimaru. It seems the legendary three ninjas have not summoned us for quite some time. The myriad of snakes hissed ominously. Clearly, the adversary was formidable. The slug summoned by Tsunade remarked. I have a foreboding sense that matters are escalating gravely, Orochimaru stated, directing his gaze towards the distant Rinnegan-wielding Uchiha Madara. Sage Art. Super Big Rasen Shuriken. Naruto hurled an enormous spiraling sphere, while simultaneously unleashing lightning release. Chidori. Sasuke Uchiha summoned a tempest of lightning in his left hand, a multitude of electric sparks coalescing within his grasp. The ninjutsu of both combatants surged toward the colossal, circular boulders suspended in the sky. In an instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the heavens illuminated, as the immense chakra wreaked havoc upon everything in its vicinity. A wave of energy radiated outward, distorting and tearing the very fabric of space, spreading in all directions, while the world was momentarily enveloped in a blue hue. Within mere seconds, all the circular boulders were shattered by the combined might of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke launched an assault against Uchiha Obito, wielding the power of the Rinnegan and the prowess of the Mangekyō Sharingan. With a flicker of his dual Sharingan, Uchiha Madara summoned four shadows around him. In an instant, his true form shifted, while the flames of Amaterasu engulfed one of the shadows. Was this the power of his Rinnegan? The ability to transfer his essence to another shadow? Uchiha Sasuke spoke earnestly. Uchiha Madara swiftly summoned his complete body Susanoo, launching a formidable strike towards Uchiha Sasuke. In response, Sasuke instantaneously manifested his own Susanoo to counter the assault. Meanwhile, Madara's shadow delivered a decisive kick towards Naruto, who retaliated by hurling a truth-seeking orb in return. The clash between Naruto's and Madara's shadow's attacks resulted in a stalemate, but after a brief moment, Madara's shadow vanished, only to be replaced almost immediately by another. Sage Art. Wind Release. Light Fang. Uchiha Madara unleashed a beam of white laser from his mouth, reminiscent of the water release. Water gun technique's chakra projectile. Yet its formidable power was unparalleled, obliterating Naruto's two truth-seeking orbs in an instant. Although Naruto's massive Rasengan struck Madara, it merely impacted an illusionary shadow. It was exceedingly troublesome, for they could not locate his true form. Uzumaki Naruto expressed his frustration. While it appeared that both he and Sasuke were holding their own against Madara, and even gaining the upper hand. With the passage of time, it would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. Despite Naruto's greater chakra reserves, without the Nine Tails, he was still no match for Madara alone. Madara, adeptly employing shadows in combat, faced minimal depletion of his own energy. Although Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan allowed him to perceive Madara's true form, he was unable to strike it due to Madara's astonishing speed. Boom. Uchiha Madara gazed coldly at Naruto Uzumaki. At the moment Naruto approached, Madara effortlessly caught the truth-seeking orb with one hand, then forcefully crushed it. With a swift motion, he seized Naruto by the neck. An overwhelming chakra radiating from his palm. In a chilling tone, he remarked, "Another shadow clone? Do you have an excess of chakra to spare?" With a decisive grip, Naruto vanished from his grasp. "I have no time to indulge in games with you." As he spoke, Madara left 4 shadows to impede Naruto and Sasuke, while his true form soared toward Obito. Uchiha Madara moved beside Obito, resting his hand upon Obito's shoulder. "The 10 tails. I have taken." As he spoke, an immense force of attraction emanated from Madara's hand, drawing the power of the 10 tails from within Obito's body. Soon, Madara's form became enveloped by the overwhelming energy of the 10 tails. Once the power residing within Obito was entirely absorbed, a silhouette began to hover in the skies above. Uchiha Madara has undergone a transformation into 10 tails Madara, or rather, Otsutsuki Madara. His hair has turned a striking white, and he adorns his forehead with an object reminiscent of a forehead protector. Clad in a flowing white robe paired with black trousers and long boots. 6 dark red tomo are prominently displayed at the collar, which is steeped in a deep crimson hue. Behind him, 9 orbs of power float gracefully. While he wields the 6 Paths staff, his strength has surged from the pinnacle of the 6 Paths lower realm to the upper realm. Ah, what an immense power. This is the might of the 10 tails. I feel as though Uchiha Chentian has emerged, and I could engage in battle. As soon as 10 tails Madara's words fell silent, Uchiha Chentian materialized above him with a swift spatial movement, delivering a forceful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Chapter 71. Chentian takes action. Kaguya is revived with flowing white hair and a protective plate adorning his forehead. He floated gracefully in midair. Surrounding him were 9 golden orbs, suspended in his vicinity, while a golden chakra, reminiscent of flames, enveloped his form. Clad in a flowing white robe, 6 black tomo patterns adorned his chest, and a crimson whirlpool symbol graced his back, beneath which was an arrangement of 9 tomo in a grid, 3 tomo per row. The individual was none other than Uchiha Chentian. Obito, do not be too arrogant. Your Suki no Mikikaku is not the world you envision. You may have manipulated Obito, but have you never considered that no one is plotting against you? As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian cast a piercing glance at the lurking Kurizetsu. That single gaze sent shivers down Kurizetsu's spine. In his eyes were intricate patterns resembling rippling waves. A pair of purple Rinnegan with 7 tomo, superior to both Madara's and Sasuke's Rinnegan. Age, 54 years. Birthplace, Konoha. Year 10 bloodline, Sutsuki Yui bloodline, mixed Sutsuki 100, Kekkei Genkai. 7 tomo Rinne Sharingan, deep blue rebirth I ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, 8 gates of opening, C-rank fireball technique. C-rank Phoenix fire technique, B-rank great dragon fire technique, A-rank Chidori, A-rank spiraling sphere. Medical ninjutsu, healing technique taijutsu, sage's 8 gates of opening. The 8 forms of the demon dragon consist of 8 techniques. 8th form, demon dragon's tail, 6 paths Rinnegan, soul incineration, corpse demon sealing, life restoration, space-time ninjutsu. Yin-yang release, the secret 6 paths ninjutsu capable of creating life from nothingness. Yin release can manifest form from the formless. Yang release can imbue life into the manifested form. Taijutsu, middle realm of 6 paths ninjutsu, upper realm of 6 paths comprehensive combat power, equivalent to the great completion of 6 paths. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, after becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, had seen his power surge from the lower realm of 6 paths to the upper realm. Oh, the 10 tails Madara exclaimed. Astonished that at the moment Uchiha Chentian appeared, he felt no trace of chakra. It's you. The 10 tails Madara's gaze bore intensely into Uchiha Chentian. His Rinnegan could perceive that the chakra within Uchiha Chentian surpassed his own, coupled with an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from him. Who could possibly have plotted against me? Could it be Kurizetsu? In the depths of his thoughts, 10 tails Obito remained predominantly focused on Chentian, paying little heed to the insinuations regarding who might be scheming against him. At this juncture, Obito's confidence in his own prowess had reached an unprecedented zenith. Following the assimilation of Hashirama's cells, his strength had ascended from the pinnacle of the perfect Jinchuriki to the level of the Sage of Six Paths, enabling him to contend with Sasuke even in the absence of the Rinnegan. Naturally, this assertion holds true only for Obito in his living state, devoid of the Rinnegan. He would struggle to endure against Sasuke for any substantial duration. However, in his Edo Tensei form, Obito possessed an inexhaustible reserve of chakra, granting him the capacity to engage Sasuke in battle, albeit still at a disadvantage. This aspect alone serves to illuminate the formidable nature of Obito's capabilities. The Rinnegan, the Eye of Reincarnation. The eyes of Uchiha Chentian flickered, and a formidable ocular power emanated from them. 8 shadows, identical to Uchiha Chentian, materialized. The Wheel of Fate, impossible. How could your Rinnegan possess abilities akin to mine? Exclaimed Ten Tails Obito in astonishment. There is nothing impossible, retorted Uchiha Chentian, though you have acquired the Ten Tails. No matter how immense its power may be, it remains an external force. My strength, however, is inherently mine. Unless you can perfectly harness the Ten Tails' power, you are no match for me. He certainly would not disclose that your abilities were learned through my evolution technique, rather than being inherently similar to yours. Without further explanation, Uchiha Chentian's violet Rinnegan transformed into deep blue eyes of reincarnation, unleashing a tremendous ocular force. The Rinnegan exuded an overwhelming pressure that instantly bore down upon Ten Tails Obito's shoulders. What an immense gravitational force! My body feels so heavy. Ten Tails Obito gasped in shock. Golden Will Rebirth Explosion. The 8 truth-seeking balls of Uchiha Chentian, interconnected, spun instantaneously, unleashing a tremendous whirlwind. The 8 truth-seeking balls struck the body of the Ten Tails Obito with immense force, delivering a powerful attack known as the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Uchiha Chentian executed a spatial maneuver, appearing behind the Ten Tails Obito, unleashing a barrage of formidable fist waves into the atmosphere. Enhanced by the power of his Rinnegan, the might of his fists reached an astonishing level. Their destructive potential was inevitable. Although reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's vacuum palm technique, the difference in power was astronomical. In mere moments, Obito was left severely injured, his bones shattered and his body drenched in blood. While it appeared that Uchiha Chentian had dispatched Obito with only 2 strikes, he had indeed exerted his full strength without holding back. At that moment, Black Zetsu plunged his hand into Obito's heart. Why? Obito glared at Black Zetsu with fury. Haha, Uchiha Obito. I have tolerated you for far too long. You fool. Did you not hear Uchiha Chentian warn you of the machinations against you? That orchestrator is none other than myself. Your overconfidence is your downfall. All reincarnations of Indra share the same fate. I am not merely a fragment of your will. I am Kagaya's Black Zetsu. Mother, at long last, you can emerge. Black Zetsu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Rinnegan. Amaterasu, Black Zetsu, I have awaited you for an eternity. The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated. In the next moment, the body of Kurizetsu was engulfed in black flames. A cry of anguish escaped Kurizetsu's lips as his hands plunged into the left eye of the Ten Tails, extracting a significant portion of its power. Almost instantaneously, Kurizetsu's form began to swell rapidly. However, after a brief interval, the flames of Amaterasu dissipated and his body ceased to enlarge. Before the onlookers stood an exquisitely beautiful woman, with alabaster skin and flowing blue-white hair that cascaded far beyond her slender frame. She possessed no eyebrows, yet her features were strikingly delicate and lovely. Crowned with 2 elegant horns, clad in a white garment adorned with black magatama patterns, her eyes gleamed with the power of Byakugan, and on her forehead rested a 9-tomo Rinnegan. Her hair was so long that it surpassed the length of her own body. The woman exuded an air of austere grace. Her beauty so impeccable that even renowned beauties like Tsunade and Konan paled in comparison. As Kagaya Otsutsuki emerged, the eye upon her forehead erupted with terrifying ocular power. Infinite Tsukuyomi was unleashed in an instant, projecting the patterns of her Rinnegan onto the moon, subsequently casting an illusion over all of humanity. The moon is not a requisite for the execution of Infinite Tsukuyomi. It can be successfully performed even in an era devoid of lunar presence. The moon merely serves as a vessel to amplify the reach of this jutsu. Soon, the twilight sky brightened dramatically, illuminated by the moon's radiance. The light of the moon penetrates all obstructions. Even those concealed would fall victim to its influence. In Chapter 72, The Resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi cannot penetrate the complete body of Susanoo wielded by Uchiha Sasuke, who possesses a Rinnegan. However, those with strong willpower may escape its grasp. Take, for instance, Tintin. Although she entered the world of Tsukuyomi, she could still discern that she had been ensnared by the illusion, yet her insufficient strength rendered her unable to awaken. Those affected would find their eyes displaying the patterns of the Rinnegan, rendered immobile and gradually losing their self-awareness, ensnared in a perpetual illusion. Individuals resurrected through impure world reincarnation, along with all those enveloped by Kurizetsu, such as Obito, are immune to infinite Tsukuyomi. The eye on Kagaya's forehead once again unleashed its dreadful ocular prowess. This was a jutsu executed in tandem with infinite Tsukuyomi, drawing upon the powers of the God Tree. Following the initiation of infinite Tsukuyomi, the branches of the God Tree ensnared those caught in the illusion, absorbing their chakra to nourish the tree, ultimately giving rise to chakra fruits. Those enveloped by the God Tree would eventually transform into white Zetsu. If one's power does not surpass that of the user, there is no means to break free independently. The sole method of liberation is to dispel infinite Tsukuyomi. Everyone, gather around. As the complete body of Susanoo manifested, the Rinnegan of Uchiha Senju emanated a terrifying ocular power, instantly transforming into a colossal war deity towering 200 meters high, enveloping individuals such as Rock Lee and Hinata Hyuga. Although he had not attained the yin-yang release of the Sage of Six Paths, after consuming 10 chakra fruits bestowed by his father, Chentian, one of his Mangekyō Sharingan evolved into a 6-tomo Rinnegan, complemented by a continuously active blue Rinnegan. His prowess surpassed that of Naruto and Sasuke. Mother. This is the infinite Tsukuyomi. Only the Rinnegan can counter this illusionary light. Uchiha Senju turned to Tsunade and exclaimed, "What? So Naruto is not." Uzumaki Kushina was taken aback, as she had feared that Naruto might also fall victim to the infinite Tsukuyomi illusion. "Fear not, Senior Kushina. The infinite Tsukuyomi only affects those beneath the Six Paths level and certain individuals with weaker mental fortitude. Naruto has already attained the Six Paths realm. This infinite Tsukuyomi holds no power over him." Uchiha Senju proclaimed, utilizing the moon to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, to which the Otsutsuki Kagaya observed. Undeniably the legendary goddess of chakra, as the entirety of the world fell under the enchantment, a notion that seemed almost surreal. Tsunade, after casting a glance at Uchiha Senju's Rinnegan, remarked with a hint of admiration, "He is truly striking." At that moment, Jiraiya, with a lustful gaze, fixated on the distant Otsutsuki Kagaya. "Hey, you lecher. Withdraw that lascivious gaze at once. If she notices, no one will be able to rescue you," Tsunade admonished, striking Jiraiya with her hand. "Haha, what a perfect physique." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he chuckled. Tsunade felt a headache coming on. Exasperated by her two teammates, one infatuated with a woman's form, while the other harbored a desire to transform directly into Otsutsuki Kagaya. "Go for it, Naruto-kun." Hinata Hyuga expressed her concern as she looked toward Naruto in the distance. "Damn it, Naruto and Sasuke have become immensely stronger," Niji Hyuga said, begrudgingly. Although Naruto and Sasuke had previously surpassed him, they belonged to the same tier, their difference is negligible. Now, should Niji encounter either Naruto or Sasuke alone, he feared he would be defeated in mere moments. "Ah, this is the essence of youth. I am absolutely exhilarated," exclaimed Rock Lee with fervor. "Indeed, Lee. Even if Naruto and Sasuke surpass you, maintain your current spirit. Our youth is everlasting." With that, Guy and Lee embraced in excitement. "These two fools," Kakashi remarked, somewhat helpless. "To appear and immediately employ the infinite Tsukuyomi? Otsutsuki Kagaya, the fabled goddess of chakra, and also the mother of the Sage of Six Paths." Uchiha Chentian gazed calmly at Kagaya Otsutsuki and spoke. Although her ocular prowess and chakra surpassed his own, he felt neither trepidation nor fear. Perhaps Madara lacked the strength of Kagaya, yet his Rinnegan with its 6 tomo allowed him to perform feats of unparalleled mastery. Thus, in Chentian's eyes, the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Madara, posed a greater challenge. Had he not been so careless, he would not have allowed Chentian to strike him so easily. Kagaya, on the other hand, possessed great power and speed, yet lacked any semblance of technique. She was indeed the Kagaya referred to by the Sage of Six Paths. "What does night imply?" Naruto exclaimed. "Fool, it's Kagaya Otsutsuki." Sasuke interjected. "You bear the powers of Kagaya and Hagoromo. I never imagined that after so many generations, you could attain such heights." Kagaya looked at Uchiha Chentian with a serene expression. "There are many things that will astonish you. It was unexpected that Black Zetsu, that ungrateful wretch, would use Madara's Rinnegan and sacrifice himself to liberate her. However, I am somewhat perplexed. With your strength, how could you betray the Otsutsuki clan? Logically speaking, without consuming the chakra fruit, your power should have been far inferior to his. Uchiha Chentian inquired with curiosity. He had previously engaged in battle with Sutsuki Ishiki, who at that time could be described as not yet at his true pinnacle. He possessed only about 90% of his peak strength, even with Sutsuki Kagaya wielding the power of the Six Paths. Attempting to ambush Ishiki and offering him as a sacrifice to the divine tree would likely pose a formidable challenge. Was it possible that Ishiki had sustained injuries back then? Ah, it seems you are well acquainted with various aspects of my past, Sutsuki Kagaya remarked, her eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. I have perused the memories of Sutsuki Kagu, and furthermore, it was by my hand that Sutsuki Ishiki met his demise. Uchiha Chentian remarked, what? Is Ishiki dead at your hands? Hasn't he already been offered to the divine tree by me? Moreover, Otsutsuki Kinshiki has arrived here. Does that not imply that Otsutsuki Kagaya has also come? Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression finally shifted. The beings I have slain are those of alternate dimensions, Kinshiki and Ishiki. Presently, I have no idea where Ishiki is hiding. Should I encounter him, it would solely be due to his own initiative in seeking me out. Uchiha Chentian inquired. Is that so? Otsutsuki Kagaya gazed quietly at Uchiha Chentian, remaining motionless as she floated in mid-air, locking eyes with him. In truth, offering a single technique to the divine tree is a rather straightforward matter. Having become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, I can harness its power. Coupled with my own Six Paths Inyong release, launching a surprise attack to dedicate a technique to the divine tree is not particularly challenging, Kagaya articulated calmly. I see. Chentian responded. Then, Lady Kagaya, is it now possible to lift the infinite Tsukuyomi? With the combined might of the two of us, alongside Naruto, Sasuke, and Uchiha Bito. Even should members of the Otsutsuki clan arrive, our strength should suffice to contend with them, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 73, Sage Art, Creation of Heaven and Earth versus Expanding Truth-Seeking Orbs. At the very least, we would be more formidable than when you reclaimed all the chakra from the ninja world. Uchiha Chentian smiled at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hesitation flickered across Kagaya's face, for Chentian's words held considerable weight. Not only did Naruto and Sasuke possess the abilities to seal her, but Uchiha Chentian himself was also capable of confronting her in battle. His strength was formidable enough to vanquish Ishiki, which implied the existence of power capable of extinguishing her life. Though she boasted an immortal form, this immortality was not absolute. It stemmed from her astonishing regenerative capabilities. Should she be reduced to not a single cell remaining, she would indeed meet her demise. You speak with great insight, yet I must witness your prowess, Kagaya retorted. You may have slain Ishiki, but how much strength did he truly possess at that time? As she spoke, a crimson, nine-tomo Rinnegan manifested upon her forehead, unleashing an overwhelming ocular power. In an instant, Kagaya transported both herself and Uchiha Chentian to a realm of supergravity. Boom. They both landed heavily, their bodies subjected to an oppressive gravitational force. Kagaya found herself half-crouched on the ground, struggling to rise. Gradually, she lifted her hand towards Chentian, from which a sharp, thorn-like bone spike erupted. Should it strike, the victim's body would deteriorate akin to that of a reanimated corpse. Bone of contempt, Kagaya commanded coldly. Boom. A massive pit, 10 meters wide and several hundred meters deep, formed beneath them. What? Kagaya gasped in astonishment, observing Uchiha Chentian swiftly maneuvering within the gravity-laden space. 80 God Airstrike. The reincarnation eye of Uchiha Chentian emanated a deep blue ocular power. He concentrated natural chakra in his palm, unleashing a multitude of formidable shockwaves into the air, which intermingled with the abilities of his reincarnation eye. With a resounding impact, Kagaya Otsutsuki was instantly left in a pitiable state, struggling against the oppressive gravity of the space. Finding it exceedingly challenging to maneuver as freely as Uchiha Chentian, she had presumed that under such gravitational constraints, Uchiha Chentian would be hindered as she was. However, to her astonishment, the gravity had no effect on him. Rather, it was she who suffered the consequences. Forgive me, but my body has long since acclimated to this gravitational realm, he declared, delivering a swift slap. Having awakened the Rinnegan, Uchiha Chentian frequently trained in such gravitational environments, which enabled him to refine his physical prowess to the level of the Six Paths in a remarkably short period. While chakra fruits were beneficial, they primarily enhanced chakra itself, lacking a substantial impact on physical strength. With a crisp sound that rang clearly, Uchiha Chentian's palm connected with Kagaya Otsutsuki's voluptuous form. Her figure was exquisite, with a generous bosom and a shapely rear, typically concealed beneath her white coat. Now, as her attire lay in tatters, her flawless physique was revealed. The moment his hand made contact, Uchiha Chentian experienced an extraordinary sensation accompanied by remarkable elasticity. This feeling stirred something within him. The Otsutsuki clan members were notoriously arrogant, and Kagaya was no exception. Uchiha Chentian's actions were intended to see if he could influence her temperament, to pull her down from her lofty pedestal. Though such behavior might be deemed shameless, the effectiveness was undeniable, albeit with potentially grave repercussions. Uchiha Chentian felt an exquisite sensation in his hands, entirely distinct from that of Tsunade. One could only express it in a single word: delightful. Uchiha Chentian felt a surge of excitement within him. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya, experiencing a searing pain in her rear, found herself enveloped in a void of emotion. She had long lost count of the years since anyone had touched her, let alone come close, save for her son. Observing Kagaya, who now appeared to be in a state of stupor, Chentian had already taken a considerable step back. This bewildered Kagaya had lingered in such a state for approximately 5 or 6 seconds. How dare he? How could this junior have the audacity to act in such a manner? Rage surged within Kagaya's heart as she struggled to comprehend the affront. She could scarcely fathom that the descendant of her own son would dare to slap her posterior. This was a notion she found utterly unacceptable. As her thoughts spiraled, her fury intensified, and gradually, her aura began to radiate an increasingly terrifying energy. Have I perhaps gone too far? Yet, it was merely a slap on the backside. Is it truly worthy of such a reaction? Must one unleash an uncontrollable fury over this? Uchiha Chentian gazed at the nearly enraged Kagaya Otsutsuki, musing to himself. In an instant, the eye upon her forehead erupted with a terrifying ocular power, and a colossal Shinjutsu orb manifested behind her. A black sphere, larger than even the complete Susanoo, emerged, measuring thousands of meters in size. The expanding Shinjutsu orb truly exemplified the prowess of the chakra goddess. Such a manifestation was indeed formidable. Could this be the legendary expanding Shinjutsu orb? It is said to possess the ability to seal the power of all things and to annihilate all forms of energy, rendering the world into nothingness. Such a force is undeniably terrifying. Uchiha Chentian remarked in admiration that if it were not for Kagaya Otsutsuki utilizing this technique, she would have been sealed away by Naruto and Sasuke at the crucial moment. Even if Naruto and Sasuke were to survive due to their protagonist status, they might end up like Might Guy, rendered incapacitated. The reincarnation eye of Uchiha Chentian swiftly transformed into a purple, 7-tomo Rinnegan. With the mastery of sage arts and the manifestation of the colossal Susanoo, a gigantic skeletal structure emerged, centered around Uchiha Chentian. This framework rapidly sprouted numerous forms resembling muscular tissues, culminating in the appearance of a giant. In that fleeting moment of its emergence, a majestic purple armor enveloped its form, accompanied by a pair of wings stretching 1,000 meters. The complete embodiment of the Susanoo, towering at a height of 1,000 meters, was Uchiha Chentian. In his left hand, he wielded the celestial axe, while his right hand grasped the same celestial axe transformed from the truth-seeking orb. Uchiha Chentian's gaze fixated on the expansive Tao-seeking jade, which spanned a diameter of 10,000 meters in the sky. Celestial arts, the creation of heaven and earth. Uchiha Chentian bellowed as a myriad of golden runes and patterns resembling the Rinnegan manifested upon the heaven-splitting axe. The surface of the axe shimmered with the flowing inscriptions, while lightning flickered around it. With a mighty swing, a blinding beam of golden axe light pierced the heavens. The colossal truth-seeking orb clashed with the divine light of the axe, their immense forces colliding with cataclysmic ferocity, reminiscent of the very act of creation itself, unleashing an unfathomable surge of energy. In Chapter 74, titled Edo Tensei, The Complete Horns of the Hokage, 2 distinct powers of the 6 paths began to disintegrate in the skies. Even the gravitational space trembled under the weight of their confrontation. The expanding truth-seeking orb symbolized the annihilation of all, while the sage art of heaven-splitting represented rebirth and creation. These 2 opposing and terrifying forces clashed with a magnitude akin to a cosmic explosion. It seemed that retreat was the only option, for this realm was on the brink of collapse. In his heart, Uchiha Chentian mused quietly. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Kagaya had long since opened a spatial rift and departed from the gravitational realm, making her way to the shinobi world. Raizaka. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Chentian emitted a radiant light from his eyes. He opened a portal in the air and stepped through, returning to the shinobi world. The ability known as HJ in Birizaka allows him to traverse freely among the 6 spaces under his control. This technique may be employed for offensive maneuvers, shortening the distance of long-range ninjutsu, creating confusion, and launching surprise attacks on adversaries. Additionally, it can be utilized for evasion and retreat in critical moments, requiring no hand seals for its activation. Uchiha Chentian's myriad pathways can evolve to encompass all the abilities of the Rinnegan, Sage Arts, Super Susanoo, and the Divine Technique of Creation. The ability of Sage Art, Super Susanoo, is a fusion achieved through the utilization of vast amounts of natural chakra combined with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan Susanoo, resulting in a superlative form. The technique Sage Art, Creation of Heaven and Earth, necessitates the power of the 6 paths yin-yang release, augmented by natural chakra, mirroring the primordial act of Pangu's creation to manifest this ability. It can be utilized within Susanoo or in a normal state, and even those without the Rinnegan can learn it, albeit with varying degrees of potency. Has she emerged? Where is Brother Chentian? Could he have been defeated? A furrowed brow adorned Naruto's face, his expression beset with disbelief due to the absence of Uchiha Chentian's presence. No, he cannot be harmed, even if he cannot overcome Kaguya. I am confident that he could escape using the abilities of the Rinnegan. Such a feat is not insurmountable. With a serious demeanor, Uchiha Sasuke spoke. As soon as he finished his words, a tremendous explosion engulfed the entire world, causing it to tremble and the very fabric of space to fracture. Yet, almost instantaneously, everything began to restore itself, except for the area surrounding Naruto and Sasuke, which remained rent asunder. At that moment, Uchiha Chentian opened a portal and stepped beside Naruto and Sasuke. Addressing the distant figure of Kaguya Otsutsuki, he remarked, "What do you think? My power is quite formidable. Isn't it?" As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian produced a chakra fruit and handed it to Naruto, instructing him to feed it to Obito. He then continued with a grave expression, "We may soon face new adversaries." Just moments prior, when he had utilized the spatial abilities of Uchizuki to escape the gravitational realm, he sensed 3 terrifying presences approaching the ninja world from another dimension. Among them, the most formidable exuded a power comparable to Kaguya Otsutsuki herself, while the other 2 possessed strength akin to Ten-Tails Obito. One was a perfect sage of 6 paths, accompanied by 2 others at the upper echelons of 6 paths. Even if he could contend with the perfect sage, would Kaguya assist him against the other 2? Uchiha Chentian felt a twinge of uncertainty. What? Although Naruto was unaware of Chentian's motives for rescuing Madara, he nonetheless acquiesced. Orochimaru, swiftly employ the reanimation jutsu to summon the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Henceforth, we may be on the brink of a monumental conflict, one that could determine the very existence of the ninja world. Uchiha Chentian sternly called out to Orochimaru. All right, very well. Although uncertain of what was transpiring, Orochimaru nodded in acquiescence. With a series of hand seals, he invoked the summoning technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Lowering himself, he forcefully struck the ground with both hands. 4 coffins emerged from the earth. First, the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, stepped forth. Following them were the 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Izuna, the brother of Madara. Have I been resurrected? As Uchiha Izuna curiously surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly caught sight of Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama! The furious cry of Izuna Uchiha echoed through the air. Izuna Uchiha, have you also been resurrected through Impure World Reincarnation? Senju Tobirama exclaimed in astonishment. Bang! Bang! The figures of the 2 clashed swiftly, engaging in countless exchanges in the blink of an eye. Boom! After 5 or 6 seconds, Uchiha Izuna was relentlessly forced to retreat by Senju Tobirama. Izuna Uchiha met an untimely demise, while Hashirama Senju outlived him, possessing a strength that naturally surpassed that of Izuna. In the past, their powers were disparate, yet Izuna fell victim to Hashirama's Flying Thunder God technique due to a moment of carelessness, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. Enough. This is not the time for conflict. Izuna, we are now all deceased. Let bygones be bygones. We must first comprehend the events that transpired. Hashirama's expression grew grave as he surveyed the surroundings, where an immense tree manifested between heaven and earth, its roots sprawling across the entirety of the world. This colossal tree incessantly drained the life chakra from all living beings within this realm. Once every ounce of chakra was consumed, the enormity of the tree exceeded Hashirama's imagination, its limits beyond his sight. Yet, he could sense that hundreds of thousands of ninjas, along with white Zetsu and countless ordinary people, were ensnared by the roots of this great tree, their chakra and very life force being siphoned away. Grandfather Hashirama, Grandfather Tobirama, as you have surmised. The entirety of the world's populace and creatures are ensnared by the roots of this divine tree, all ensnared in an illusion. Now is the moment we require your strength. Grandfather Izuna, I implore you, for the sake of your grandson, Uchiha Chentian, to join forces with Grandfather Hashirama and Grandfather Tobirama. We, the next generation, are in dire need of your power. At that moment, Tsunade addressed Hashirama, Tobirama, and Izuna with great respect. What? Mother, this man appears even younger than father. Could he truly be my great-grandfather? At that instant, Uchiha Chisui expressed his astonishment. Haha, while I am somewhat unclear about the circumstances at hand, I did hear from Uchiha Makoto in the Pure Land that he had a son named Uchiha Chentian. It is quite unexpected that my grandson would marry Hashirama's granddaughter. Young man, if you are indeed Chentian's son, then I am indeed your great-grandfather. As for my youthful appearance, it is due to my early demise. And thus my resurrection has returned me to this youthful state. Uchiha Izuna erupted into laughter. What? Tsunade, you are actually going to marry that brat Uchiha Kaitenshi? No. I vehemently oppose this matter. Senju Tobirama exclaimed angrily. Ha ha, how delightful. I never anticipated that one day I would become relatives with Madara. Tobirama, she is my beloved granddaughter. Not yours. Whether you agree or not, the final decision rests with me, Senju Hashirama retorted sternly to Senju Tobirama. Chapter 75, Kagaya's sister, Otsutsuki Yalan meanwhile, the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood to the side, trembling silently, daring not to utter a word. The three individuals before him held positions far superior to his own and were indeed his predecessors. Regardless of his internal thoughts, he had to maintain a faade of respect. Here it comes, Senju Hashirama shouted. Such terrifying chakra. Senju Tobirama gasped. 3 individuals. Uchiha Izuna activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, allowing him to perceive 3 figures descending from the heavens. They floated gracefully in midair, each adorned with distinctive horns, their silvery hair cascading elegantly. Clad in pristine white garments, 2 of them possessed striking blue Rinnegan, while the exquisite woman in the center bore a pair of red Tomo Rinnegan, complemented by a deep blue Rinnegan upon her forehead. Astonishingly, her visage bore a striking resemblance to Tsutsuki Kagaya, and their attire was similarly reminiscent. Tsutsuki Yalan, Tsutsuki Basu, Tsutsuki Jinba. Kagaya enunciated each name with precision. Hiki. It has been an eternity, dear sister Kagaya. It is said you have been sealed away for nearly 10 millennia. Tsutsuki Yalan revealed a breathtaking smile. Tsutsuki Yalan, Basu Jinba. Such remarkable figures exist? Are they characters yet to be unveiled? Uchiha Chentian furrowed his brow slightly, inwardly astonished. Oh, yes. The Rinnegan. The Wheel of Rebirth. Uchiha Chentian left behind a shadow in his place. Though merely an apparition, it bore an uncanny resemblance to his true form, possessing nearly identical strength. It would be more accurate to refer to it as a shadow clone. Haha, splendid, Madara. At long last, we can join forces once more. Senju Hashirama exclaimed with excitement towards Uchiha Madara. However, Madara paid no heed to Hashirama, instead directing his gaze toward Uchiha Izuna. It has been a long time, brother. Izuki Uchiha wore a gentle smile upon his face. Indeed, Uchiha Madara nodded silently, casting a meaningful glance at Orochimaru. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would be able to locate Izuna's cells and utilize the reanimation jutsu to temporarily revive him. After consuming the chakra fruit, coupled with a portion of the Ten Tails power residing within him, the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara, which had been excavated, has once again evolved into the Eternal Eye, thanks to Naruto's 6 Paths power restoration. Although it cannot compare to the previous Rinnegan, he still possesses the strength of the 6 Paths, albeit with a diminished chakra reserve. You must be Izuna's grandfather. It seems that Orochimaru's research has borne fruit. Utilizing your stem cells has allowed for your reincarnation. Now, let the impure world reincarnation commence. As he spoke, the Rinnegan of Uchiha Chi emitted a formidable ocular power. Itachi Shursui, are those white setsu prepared? Uchiha Chentian spoke up. All right, sensei. Brother Shursui, Nagato. And I have successfully captured over 100,000 white zetsu within your myriad space. Uchiha Itachi descended from the heavens, his figure materializing before Uchiha Chentian, with Uchiha Shursui standing beside him. Brother Shursui and Itachi, were you not already deceased? And Itachi, what has become of your eyes? Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Itachi's eternal eyes. It is undoubtedly due to the influence of my mentor. You will soon comprehend the reason behind my resurrection. Itachi Uchiha offered no further explanations, instead directing his gaze towards Uchiha Chentian. Before long, Uchiha Chentian swiftly formed hand seals, his Rinnegan emanating an immense amount of ocular power. The innate technique of the Rinnegan manifested itself within the myriad realms, where countless white Zetsu exhibited the patterns of the Rinnegan in their eyes, vibrant crimson orbs. The right eye of which belonged to Pushur, excavated anew from Danzo's own eye. In the next moment, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna, and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, were simultaneously resurrected. Upon his revival, Senju Hashirama's form evolved into that of the Azura Sage, aided by the ocular prowess of the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna, along with Hiruzen, merely returned to their peak conditions. Initially, Uchiha Chentian had no intention of resurrecting the third Hokage, however. Given that Orochimaru had summoned him, it would be remiss for Chentian to revive others while leaving the third Hokage aside. Furthermore, even if he were revived, the third Hokage's time was limited, as he was already in the twilight of his life. Unlike Hashirama, Tobirama, and Izuna, who had perished in their youth, he had aged. With two beings of the Sage of Six Paths, Madara and the first Hokage, joining forces, they ought to be capable of confronting one of the Tsutsuki clan. Although their strength is formidable, their combat techniques are rather lacking. Should you both earnestly collaborate, I believe it would be entirely feasible to vanquish at least one of them. Uchiha Chentian remarked, "Humph, after dealing with them, it will be your turn, young man. I will not forget the considerable losses I just suffered at your hands. Even if you are the grandson of Izuna, I shall show you no mercy." Uchiha Madara spoke coldly, yet his expression revealed that he was utterly unconcerned about past events. In fact, he seemed to be in quite a pleasant mood. "Haha, it just so happens that I have also been resurrected. Little Tintin, if you have some time, let us engage in a friendly sparring of ninjutsu." Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, gazing up at the sky. "Very well, there shall be an opportunity." Uchiha Chentian nodded and said, "Naruto, Sasuke, and Senju, you three shall be the primary attackers. Izuna, the second and third Hokage, Kakashi, Gai, and Itachi. Those of you who have attained powers beyond the sage level will assist Naruto and the others from a distance. Remember, only the power of the six paths, sage techniques, or taijutsu can inflict damage upon those of the six paths. Those who surpass the sage level have transcended any form of ninjutsu." Uchiha Chentian spoke earnestly, imploring, "Please do not perish. The number of white Zetsu cannot resurrect many. The stronger the individual, the greater the sacrifices required." Uchiha Chentian spoke once more, reminding, "I understand, father. Please refrain from being so verbose." Uchiha Senju chuckled, "Ha ha ha." The laughter of Naruto and the others echoed in the air. "Yarlin, this planet is my domain. If you desire to cultivate chakra fruits, seek other worlds. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Kagaya Otsutsuki coldly addressed Otsutsuki Yarlin. "Sister, do not be so petty. After all, we are sisters. I will assist you in dealing with these inferior beings, and in return, you shall share half of the chakra fruits with me. Moreover, I will plead your case within our clan, enabling your return to the family, and perhaps, upon your return, you will even become a member of the main branch." Otsutsuki Yarlin's eyes sparkled with mirth, presenting an appearance of great delight. Kagaya Otsutsuki remained silent. Fully aware of her twin sister's duplicitous nature, she had suffered greatly at Yarlin's hands in the past. Thus, she held no trust in Yarlin's words. Chapter 76, Supreme Armor. Susanoo Kagaya Otsutsuki began to form hand seals, and in the next moment, the Rinnegan on her forehead unleashed a torrent of ocular power. "Infinite Tsukuyami," Kagaya declared with a sharp tone. "Kagaya, what on earth are you attempting to accomplish?" Otsutsuki Yarlin's expression shifted, her anger palpable. "Nothing. Merely a lack of trust in you." Kagaya replied nonchalantly. "Humph. Very well. Since you have dispelled the infinite Tsukuyami yourself, I shall merely replant the god tree." Otsutsuki Yarlin responded indifferently. The red tomo of the Rinnegan on Otsutsuki Yarlin's forehead emitted a crimson light. The moon in the sky shone brightly once more, as those who had begun to awaken fell back into the illusion of Tsukuyami. "It is no longer my concern," Kagaya Otsutsuki remarked to Uchiha Chentian on the other side. "Uchiha Chentian, is he not your brother? Does the Otsutsuki clan truly lack emotions? Is communication not an option for you?" Uchiha Chentian remarked, half in jest. "Indeed, you possess the bloodline of my clan, making you worthy to be my subordinate. Should you consent to join us?" Relinquishing the chakra of this planet would be a worthy sacrifice. Otsutsuki Yellen gazed at Uchiha Chentian, a benevolent smile gracing her features. Well, doesn't that render the conversation somewhat futile? Uchiha Chentian sighed helplessly. Youngster, being personally invited by Lord Yellen is indeed a privilege. What are you hesitating for? Do not be ungrateful. Otsutsuki Basu remarked coldly, gazing at Uchiha Chentian. Indeed, you are merely a lowly individual. It is truly a stroke of fortune that Lord Yellen has taken notice of you, Otsutsuki Jinba added, his nostrils flaring with arrogance. When the Lord speaks, you child should refrain from interrupting. Uchiha Chentian coldly exclaimed, You wretched scoundrel, how dare you speak in such a manner? Otsutsuki Kinba furiously retorted, though Otsutsuki Bashiki remained silent. His gaze directed at Uchiha Chentian was laden with murderous intent. Do you fail to comprehend human speech? Ah, of course. You are proud deities. How could you possibly understand the language of mortals? Uchiha Chentian scoffed. How detestable, you wretched being. Are you courting death? The Otsutsuki Kinba retorted angrily. Just as Otsutsuki Yellen was about to speak, Chentian interrupted. Humph, what is the point of engaging in trivial conversation with these individuals? It is nothing but a waste of time. The voice of Uchiha Madara resonated. In the next moment, Madara unleashed a colossal Susanoo, towering at 200 meters, launching dozens of 10-meter-sized shuriken towards Otsutsuki Yellen and her companions. The Yotsuka shuriken erupted with a cacophony of explosions, generating a tempest of immense chakra that trembled the very fabric of space, leaving behind countless craters upon the earth. However, the figures of Yellen and her allies were enveloped by a radiant white energy shield, with Otsutsuki Bashi's Rinnegan shimmering with a cerulean glow. The Rinnegan provided absolute protection. Meanwhile, Madara's complete Susanoo levitated in midair, the blue giant adorned with wings crafted from its armor, wielding twin swords. Senju Hashirama was also present, nestled within the confines of Madara's Susanoo. Its power was commendable, yet regrettably limited to the strength of the lower six paths. I, however, am of the upper six paths, remarked Otsutsuki Bashi. Is that so? Even with merely the strength of the lower six paths, it suffices to vanquish you, Hashirama retorted confidently. Prepare yourself. With that declaration, he swiftly formed hand seals. Senjutsu would release true thousand hands. Hashirama stood atop the Susanoo, instantly entering sage mode, his palms pressed together. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of massive tree trunks erupted from the ground, rapidly morphing into countless gigantic arms of a colossal guanyin statue. This statue dwarfed the Nine Tails by several dozen times, reaching a height of 1,000 meters with a single hand capable of grasping the Nine Tails. The original manga vividly illustrated the statue's hand in comparison to mountains, suggesting its size was akin to that of the Ten Tails. Furthermore, the wood clone technique paled in comparison to the magnitude of the guanyin's head. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Hashirama had previously utilized this technique to counter Madara's monstrous beasts. If Otsutsuki Bashi and Otsutsuki Kinba had remained expressionless until now, their countenances finally turned grave, save for Otsutsuki Yellen. In an instant, Bashi's Rinnegan emitted a formidable ocular power, summoning a colossal humanoid entity of towering stature, adorned with a tail and 9 eyes upon its head. Upon transforming into the Ten Tails mode, Otsutsuki Bashi swiftly obliterated Hashirama's 1,000 hands with a single punch. What manner of creature is that? It resembles a tailed beast, Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment. It is the Ten Tails. This individual is also a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Uchiha Madara beheld the Otsutsuki Kagaya's transformation into the Ten Tails' initial state and gasped in astonishment. Madara, Senju Hashirama suddenly exclaimed. I understand. Uchiha Madara exclaimed coldly, would release 1,000 hands, Susanoo. In the next moment, the two shouted in unison. The combined technique of Susanoo and the true 1,000 hands equipped the Susanoo armor onto the statue of Avalokiteshvara, endowing the colossal figure with overwhelming offensive power and the absolute defense of Susanoo's armor, while also harnessing the formidable attack strength of the true 1,000 hands. A massive 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara, towering over 1,000 meters, emerged in the realm. Although it was their first collaboration, their understanding of one another surpassed even their own self-awareness, making it feel as if they had trained together for countless years. Such a remarkable would release 1,000 hands, Susanoo. Sasuke, Senju, let us join in, Naruto proclaimed, striking one fist against his other palm in exhilaration. Uchiha Sasuke remained silent as his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan emitted a vast expanse of ocular power, summoning an imposing, fully formed Susanoo, a colossal purple giant standing 200 meters tall, within an instant. Very well. I have long been prepared. Uchiha Senju exclaimed with excitement, much like Sasuke. As his eternal eye emitted a surge of ocular power, instantly transforming into a colossal figure towering 200 meters high. However, his form was resplendent in golden hues, seamlessly merging with Sasuke's complete Susanoo, evolving into a magnificent purplish-gold Susanoo. Following this, Naruto utilized the Nine Tails mode. The Nine Tails enveloping Naruto had already fused into the 10 Tails, and the 9 tails he now wielded was the half-sealed within his father, Minato Namake's, corpse. The Superwaza, Susanoo, originally a combination technique of Naruto and Sasuke, was now a collaborative effort of Senju, Naruto, and Sasuke. The Nine Tails, and the armor of Susanoo bestowed upon the complete Susanoo boundless power, combining absolute defense with formidable offense. Naruto, Sasuke, and Senju faced off against Otsutsuki Kinshiki, while Uchiha Chentian confronted Otsutsuki Yalan. Chapter 77, Super Shinra Tensei. Sage Mode Senju Hashirama. Possessing strength at the lower realm of the Six Paths, single Rinnegan Uchiha Madara, at the pinnacle of the lower realm of the Six Paths. The two-faced Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya, strength in the upper realm of the Six Paths, equipped with a pair of Rinnegan, each hand adorned with a red Rinnegan. The capabilities of the Rinnegan included the infamous Dark Rasengan, capable of annihilating all, Time Skip, Shinra Tensei, and Universal Pull, among others. In their second form of the Ten Tails mode, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Senju were all at the lower realm of the Six Paths, their strengths comparable to that of Senju Hashirama. The trio confronted Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who possessed strength in the upper realm of the Six Paths and bore a golden Rinnegan upon his forehead. The abilities of the golden Rinnegan included wave attacks, pressure exertion, acupuncture strikes, 80 God airstrike, and time manipulation. Members of my clan are inherently endowed with immense power, requiring no mortal training. Yet you, Uchiha Chentian, while possessing the bloodline of my clan, are but a mortal, achieving the upper realm of the Six Paths in just a few decades of cultivation. You are the first I have encountered in these millennia. To be frank, I genuinely admire you. It pains me to consider ending your life. Do you truly wish to accompany these lesser beings to their demise? Otsutsuki Yalan continued to engage Uchiha Chentian in verbal persuasion, attempting to sway him to her side. To submit to a woman, especially one who has lived for millennia, is absurd, exclaimed Chentian, incredulously. Uchiha Chentian declared. Upon hearing his words, Otsutsuki Yalan's expression instantly darkened. Old woman, in my clan, I am still considered a youth. What would you, a lowly being, understand? It seems impossible to convince you. Thus, you shall accompany these fertilizers to the grave. Otsutsuki Yalan immediately turned hostile towards Uchiha Chentian. At that moment, the red tomo of her Rinnegan on her forehead unleashed a terrifying ocular power, which, combined with the Six Paths power of the tower, transformed into a colossal truth-seeking ball that materialized behind her. This black sphere measured over 10,000 meters in size. The expanding truth-seeking ball represented a level of might surpassing even that of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hers was notably larger. If Kagaya's was 10,000 meters, hers was 10,100, perhaps even 12. Here we go again. Senjutsu. Super Susanoo. The purple Rinnegan of Uchiha Chentian emanates a formidable ocular power. A complete Susanoo, towering at a height of 1,000 meters, materializes instantaneously upon the earth, revealing a colossal purplish-golden giant. The power of the Six Paths, yin and yang release, transforms into a gigantic axe that manifests in the hand of the purplish-golden giant. Senjutsu, creation of heaven and earth. Uchiha Chentian bellowed as golden runes swirled upon his axe, surrounded by flickering lightning. With a single swing, a blinding beam of golden light cleaved towards Otsutsuki Yalan's expanding truth-seeking ball, where divine radiance and the orb collided with cataclysmic force, unleashing boundless energy. You overestimate your abilities. My expanding truth-seeking ball is not something you can easily counter. Even if your Susanoo were to grow larger, Otsutsuki Yalan scoffed. Yet, in the next moment, regret washed over her. For her expanding truth-seeking ball was cleaved by Uchiha Chentian's axe, and that divine radiance was now hurtling towards her. How? How can this be? Otsutsuki Yalan gasped, managing to evade at the last moment, yet still suffering a grievous wound to her arm from the divine light. The severity in her gaze towards Uchiha Chentian deepened. Miraculously, her severed arm began to regenerate anew. I can see that I underestimated you. However, your fortune ends here. Multiple expanding truth-seeking balls. From the Rinnegan on her forehead emanated an overwhelming ocular power, and in the next instant, 8 colossal truth-seeking balls materialized behind her, each rapidly enlarging. Soon, 8 orbs, each spanning 10,000 meters in diameter, emerged. 8 of them. Let us see how you will overcome this. A triumphant smile graced Otsutsuki Yellen's face as she called out to Uchiha Chentian, ensconced within his formidable Susanoo. Just 8. That is hardly a challenge. Multiple shadow clone technique. Susanoo. The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated, and in the next moment, 8 shadow clones manifested behind him, each towering at a height of 1,000 meters. Wielding a celestial axe in their hands. With the power of sage arts, the 8 magnificent Susanoo once again lifted their axes and delivered a powerful strike. Meanwhile, the true form of Uchiha Chentian gazed upon Otsutsuki Yellen. Kaguya, you seem to embody the essence of the 10 tails. How could your chakra be so abundant? Otsutsuki Yellen inquired, somewhat perplexed. It is quite simple. Chakra sealing involves storing the chakra usually absorbed and releasing it when needed. The chakra I have accumulated over the decades surpasses even that of your 10 tails. Uchiha Chentian spoke calmly. Oh, it can be done this way. Otsutsuki Yellen was somewhat astonished. Although Uchiha Chentian made it sound simple, such feats are not achievable by everyone. After all, an excess of chakra is not necessarily advantageous. Not everyone can wield such a vast amount of chakra, and history has seen numerous instances of individuals succumbing to the overwhelming force of their own chakra. Uchiha Chentian, however, harbored decades worth of chakra, sealing it within his own body. While Otsutsuki Yellen had heard of similar cases, she had never encountered anyone like Uchiha Chentian, whose chakra surpassed even that of the 10 tails. This led her to doubt whether Uchiha Chentian was deceiving her. Boom. 8 resounding blasts echoed as 8 mushroom clouds erupted into the sky, each equivalent to the chakra of the 9 tails, spreading outwards in all directions. The entire sky transformed into hues of red, white, blue, and black. Super Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Chentian commanded in unison from within the 8 colossal Susanoo. Boom. 8 immense invisible repulsive forces surged outward from the towering golden-hued giants, rapidly expanding and causing debris to fly and the ground to crack. The terrifying pressure reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. What? Otsutsuki Yellen gasped, witnessing Uchiha Chentian launch an assault upon her using the most conventional abilities of the Rinnegan. The power of this Shinra Tensei was magnitudes greater than her own. In the second form of the 10 tails mode, a terrifying repulsion collided with the manifestation of Otsutsuki Yellen's 10 tails chakra, producing a thunderous tremor akin to a boulder crashing into the earth. Universal pull. Uchiha Chentian commanded his 8 Susanoo, unleashing a formidable attraction toward Otsutsuki Yellen's body. A sudden alarm arose within her. Chapter 78, 10 Tails Mode, Third State. Otsutsuki Yellen shouted fiercely, her deep blue Rinnegan swirling uncontrollably, emanating a powerful ocular force. Her 10 Tails chakra manifestation transformed rapidly from a gaunt figure into a robust form, with the eyes of the 10 Tails shifting to deep blue Rinnegan. Soon, 10 colossal tails, each stretching 1,000 meters, emerged upon the ground. Roar! Roar! The 10 Tails chakra manifestation bellowed towards the heavens. Amaterasu. The 8 Susanoo simultaneously activated the black flames of Amaterasu, igniting around the 10 Tails. These flames, said to never extinguish, would not consume the target entirely. Amaterasu would not be quenched. Otsutsuki Yellen gazed calmly at the colossal black flames engulfing the form of the 10 Tails. Rinnegan. Absorb, she declared. In the next moment, a red Rinnegan manifested in each of her hands, emanating a formidable force of absorption. Before long, all the flames of Amaterasu were drawn into her. Was this an act of divine intervention? Remarkably, she possessed not just one, but a pair of Rinnegan. Uchiha Chentian said with a hint of helplessness, if you can absorb ninjutsu, then surely senjutsu cannot be absorbed. The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated. Sage Art. Wind Release. Super Large-Tailed Beast Rasengan. Each of the violet golden 9-tailed Susanoo manifested a colossal Rasengan, infused with natural energy, the essence of sage power, causing it to expand dramatically. Within these luminous orbs, violent storms swirled into vortices, each possessing a size of 10,000 meters. The power of the 10 Tails unleashed a barrage of enormous-tailed beast balls. Otsutsuki Yellen's Rinnegan shone with a crimson light, and on each of the 10 Tails' massive appendages, a gigantic tailed beast ball emerged. Though not as grand as the super-large Rasengan, they brimmed with an overwhelming chakra. Otsutsuki Yellen could also sense Uchiha Chentian's Rasengan infused with natural energy, which even the Rinnegan could only absorb gradually, unlike chakra that could be absorbed instantaneously. Boom. Boom. Several Rasengans and tailed beast balls collided mid-air, unleashing blinding flashes that stung the eyes of all present. The terrifying chakra energy stirred up shockwaves, distorting the very fabric of space as if it had struck a mirror, creating a crystalline web of cracks. The sky erupted with thunderous explosions, and the energies raining down upon the earth resembled a dazzling display of fireworks. Even beyond the realm of ninjas, in the cosmos, the released energy affected the solar system, causing smaller meteoroids to vanish amidst the cataclysm. The ground began to fracture, revealing countless crevices that spread like a spider's web across the landscape. Powerful streams of magma erupted from the depths, forming numerous columns of fire that shot skyward. Continuing this battle was untenable if it persisted for days. The very existence of life in the ninja world would face annihilation. In the depths of his heart, Uchiha Chentian mused that he must transport Otsutsuki Yellen to another realm. With this thought in mind, his Rinnegan gazed intently upon Otsutsuki Yellen. A surge of immense ocular power emanated from him, enveloping Yellen in a formidable aura. Simultaneously, he conjured a golden Rasengan in his hand, dispelling the Super Susanoo to revert to his human form, and charged toward Otsutsuki Yellen, golden Rasengan in tow. In the next moment, Uchiha Chentian swiftly shattered the ten-tails outer layer of Otsutsuki Yellen, his Rasengan hurtling towards her. "Humph, this is my technique," Otsutsuki Yellen declared, raising a hand towards Uchiha Chentian, intending to catch his Rasengan with a single hand. "Such sage chakra holds no effect on me, even if I cannot absorb it. It remains futile against my power," she proclaimed with an air of arrogance. A crackling sound of electricity resonated from her palm, the noise of Uchiha Chentian's Rasengan swirling within her grasp. "Is that so?" As Uchiha Chentian's words came to an end, the Rinnegan awakened, and he unfolded. With a sudden flicker of his eyes, Uchiha Chentian summoned a shadow that swiftly approached Otsutsuki Yellen, enveloping her in an embrace. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished without a trace. In the celestial realm, a thunderous crash resounded as Otsutsuki Yellen and Uchiha Chentian plummeted from the heavens. This is the gravitational space. Otsutsuki Yellen felt as though an overwhelming force of gravity bore down upon her, forcing her into a half-crouched position. Although her body had risen, her movements were sluggish. "Do you truly believe that bringing me to this space will secure your victory?" Otsutsuki Yellen remarked disdainfully. "What other outcome could there be?" Uchiha Chentian revealed a smile, his gaze fixed upon Otsutsuki Yellen, reminiscent of a cat observing its prey, which made her exceedingly uncomfortable. "What?" Otsutsuki Yellen gasped in astonishment, for she realized that Uchiha Chentian's speed was scarcely slower than that of the outside world, even though she could distinctly perceive his movements. Her body was utterly unable to keep pace. "Do you wish to dance?" The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated, and in the next moment, he charged towards Otsutsuki Yellen. The 8 forms of the demon dragon. Uchiha Chentian bellowed. The carp leaps over the dragon gate, the flood dragon roars, the divine dragon emerges from the sea. The soaring dragon ascends to the heavens, and the proud dragon experiences regret. Uchiha Chentian unleashed the 5th technique without hesitation. This is troublesome. His body feels excessively heavy. Yet how can he maintain such speed in this state? Otsutsuki Yellen found herself perplexed. Had she known that Uchiha Chentian had trained in this gravity space for nearly a decade, her thoughts might have taken a different turn. In an instant, Otsutsuki Yellen was left severely injured. The 6th technique, twin dragons emerged from the sea, manifested as 2 serpents of chakra surged forth, piercing through Otsutsuki Yellen's form. Even with her remarkable regenerative capabilities bestowed by the sage body, the residual destruction within her was beyond her swift recovery. The 7th technique, Black Dragon Battle Heaven, unleashed a colossal 5-clawed black dragon that struck towards Otsutsuki Yellen, its claws infused with overwhelming force, shattering her body upon impact. The 8th technique, Dragon's Tail, summoned dark clouds to gather in the sky, where flashes of black lightning danced ominously. A 1,000-meter-long golden dragon emerged, its form radiant and powerful. Roaring fiercely, the golden dragon pivoted, its magnificent tail swinging violently towards Otsutsuki Yellen. With a cry of anguish, Otsutsuki Yellen, whose body had been torn asunder, was hurled down to the earth. A deafening crash ensued as the ground fractured in an instant. Chapter 79. Sealing Otsutsuki Yellen. Otsutsuki Yellen's body continued to mend itself at an astonishing rate. Such regenerative power posed a significant challenge. Yet it was fortunate that her combat skills were utterly lacking. Possessing the formidable Rinnegan, she relied solely on brute strength to suppress her foes, lacking the understanding to wield her power effectively. Uchiha Chentian contemplated as he observed the body of Otsutsuki Yalan, which had already been divided into 4 parts, rapidly converging once more, striving to regain its former state. Rinnegan, the seal of death. The terrifying ocular power of Uchiha Chentian emanated from his pair of violet, 7-tomo Rinnegan. The body of Otsutsuki Yalan was instantly sealed. The wheel of the grave, the boundary of hell, and the 4 divine seals. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Chentian unleashed 4 terrifying ocular powers, instantly manifesting into 4 shadows. These shadows positioned themselves in the cardinal directions. One represented the Azure Dragon formation, another the White Tiger formation, the third the Vermilion Bird formation, and the final one the Black Tortoise formation. The formidable chakra emanating from them promptly sealed away Otsutsuki Yalan. Cursed, echoed the voice of Otsutsuki Yalan. Yet such a seal cannot contain me for long. She coldly addressed Uchiha Chentian. I am aware, and I do not anticipate it will hold you for an extended period. However, leaving you here for a month or 2 should pose no issue. Your abilities may be formidable, yet your combat skills are utterly lacking. A mere opening on my part could lead you to your downfall. Uchiha Chentian spoke. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto and Sasuke. The voice of Uchiha Senju resonated. I understand, Naruto replied. Naruto directed the truth-seeking orb towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki, while Sasuke maneuvered Susanoo to strike at Otsutsuki Kinshiki. With the Rinnegan, time froze. The Rinnegan of Otsutsuki Kinshiki emitted a vast amount of ocular power, instantly halting the flow of time in the surrounding environment. With the Rinnegan, time accelerated. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Senju unleashed a tremendous surge of ocular power. In an instant, the previously halted movements of Naruto and Sasuke resumed. Otsutsuki Kinshiki narrowly evaded Sasuke Susanoo's assault. It was still struck by Naruto's truth-seeking ball. This damned Rinnegan! Kinshiki seethed, gazing at his severed arm. Naruto, Sasuke. This adversary's regenerative capabilities are astonishing, and he possesses the 10 tails as well. If this continues, it will be an interminable struggle. Our only recourse now is to seal him away. Uchiha Senju addressed the 2 individuals, stating, I understand now. I will promptly inform the Second Hokage and request their assistance in diverting the attention of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Subsequently, we shall employ the 8 divination sealing method to confine him within the confines of the Earth's violent celestial sphere. Sasuke replied, we shall aid you in attracting his focus. Senju Tobirama responded, very well, I leave it in your capable hands. Naruto concurred, all right then. I entrust this task to you all. With a swift formation of hand seals, Senju Tobirama unleashed, water-style, Heavenly Cry, releasing torrents of water that surged towards Kagaya Otsutsuki. The deluge descended upon him unexpectedly, resembling droplets of rain materializing from an azure sky, transforming into piercing water needles. Humph! Such an assault is futile against me. Kagaya Otsutsuki scoffed, a transparent protective barrier materializing before him, effortlessly deflecting all the water needles. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance, 3rd style. Minato Namikaze entered Sage mode and hurled a flash bomb towards Kagaya Otsutsuki, which erupted into a blinding flash of yellow light. Oh! It can indeed obstruct the line of sight of the Rinnegan. Kagaya Otsutsuki exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. But where is his true form? Could it be behind me? As he pondered, Kagaya Otsutsuki turned abruptly, manifesting Yin-Yang release into a long sword, which he swung with deadly intent. Clang! Minato Namikaze was instantly cleaved in 2, vanishing without a trace. Is it a shadow clone? Kagaya Otsutsuki remarked calmly. Indeed, it is a shadow clone. Minato's voice echoed as he wielded a massive 2-meter spiral sphere, launching it at Kagaya Otsutsuki. Boom! It struck true. Minato's expression brightened with joy. Yet what of it? Its power is too feeble. This is the true spiral sphere. Kagaya Otsutsuki retorted, conjuring a black energy sphere to hurl back at Minato. Flying Thunder God, 2nd stage. Minato activated the technique, exchanging positions with Kagaya Otsutsuki in an instant. He had previously inscribed the Flying Thunder Goddess formula upon the Otsutsuki, allowing for a spatial swap with any object in contact with his chakra. What? Kagaya Otsutsuki gasped in astonishment, never having anticipated that Minato had left a space-time ninjutsu formula upon him, redirecting the dark energy sphere back at himself. Boom! Kagaya Otsutsuki was struck by his own attack. Accursed lowly creature. He seethed in fury. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi has made his move. His pair of eternal eyes emanates an overwhelming power, immediately igniting a black flame upon the body of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Just as Otsutsuki Kinshiki prepares to absorb the Amaterasu flames with the eye in his hand, Daytime Tiger Might Guy unleashes a ferocious Daytime Tiger strike directly to Kinshiki's face, creating a horrifying shockwave that obliterates his head. To the peacock. Suddenly, Might Guy bellows anew, his fists flying in rapid succession, delivering a barrage of punches that create flames through friction with the air. Visible shockwaves ripple through the atmosphere, reminiscent of a peacock fanning its feathers, captivating all who behold it, as countless waves of assault rain upon Otsutsuki Kinshiki. A cry of anguish escapes Kinshiki. Night Guy. Surrounding Might Guy, red steam billows forth, coalescing into a colossal red Kirin formed from his immense chakra. With a final, devastating kick, he strikes Otsutsuki Kinshiki, simultaneously fracturing his own leg. However, this injury pales in comparison to the catastrophic fractures depicted in the original narrative. Kinshiki is sent reeling far back, while Guy promptly exits the 8th gate state, having only utilized the 7th gate. Although Guy can now freely open the 8th gate, prolonged use would prove detrimental to his heart. Nevertheless, even after merely 4 or 5 seconds in the 8th gate, he begins to feel the strain on his body. Simultaneously, Kakashi makes his move. 1,000 sword return. 1,000 swords revered, 1,000 energies born. One energy transforms into 1,000 swords. A torrent of formidable chakra radiates from Kakashi, manifesting as countless flying swords, swirling like a tempest. The light in Kakashi's eye flickers with intensity as an overwhelming killing intent erupts from him. His Mangekyō Sharingan spins wildly, generating an onslaught of 10,000 chakra-infused swords aimed at Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Chapter 80. The Sealing of the Three Otsutsuki. Now is the perfect opportunity, Naruto, Sasuke. Upon witnessing the body of Otsutsuki Kinshiki impaled by Kakashi's myriad of swords, Uchiha Senju exclaimed, "Rinnegan, accelerate time." The Rinnegan of the Uchiha clan emanated an overwhelming ocular power, instantly accelerating the speed of Naruto and Sasuke. Yet, loathsome as it was, even with his head obliterated, Kagaya Otsutsuki could still articulate words, his Rinnegan relentlessly unleashing its assaults. The Rinnegan. Time had been frozen. How infuriating. My speed has diminished. Naruto Uzumaki felt his body suddenly slowed down. The potency of his ocular prowess was immense. Even though the Rinnegan of the Senju was the nemesis of his own abilities, he still found himself at a disadvantage due to insufficient strength. Uchiha Sasuke spoke with utmost seriousness. At that moment, the voice of Uchiha Obito resonated. A chakra-infused shuriken was hurled towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and in an instant, the shuriken vanished mid-air, only to reappear behind Otsutsuki Kinshiki. This was no ordinary shuriken. Rather, it was a multitude of tiny shuriken that, during their trajectory, continually split apart, ultimately converging into a vast array that struck Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Otsutsuki Kinshiki spat forth torrents of blood. With the Rinnegan activated, the blades of death manifested. Blood streamed from the Rinnegan of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and an aura of terrifying malevolence pervaded the surrounding area for miles. In that moment, both Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback. Countless crimson rays of divine light suddenly erupted, exuding a fearsome presence. Subsequently, these scarlet beams surged towards Uchiha Obito. "Obito, evade!" Kakashi's voice rang out. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his words were abruptly silenced, for the blood-red divine light flickered and, in a flash, struck Uchiha Obito directly. Uchiha Obito's body began to vaporize, ultimately vanishing into thin air. How infuriating! Kakashi exclaimed furiously, striking towards Kagaya Otsutsuki. "Aha! You cannot kill me. Only the powers of sage techniques and the 6 paths yin-yang release can bring about my demise." Kagaya Otsutsuki laughed maniacally, seemingly unfazed by the wounds upon his form. "Kakashi, remain calm," Guy urged, gripping Kakashi's arm. "How maddening." Kakashi glared at Kagaya Otsutsuki with unbridled fury. "Naruto, now is the time for you and Sasuke," Uchiha Senju proclaimed. Yin-yang release sealing. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke joined their hands together, their palms pressing firmly against the body of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. In an instant, a formidable force of yin-yang release surged forth, enveloping Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The Rinnegan activated, heralding the descent of the celestial calamity. The single Rinnegan of Uchiha Senju emanated an overwhelming ocular power, which, in conjunction with his chakra, manifested upon his hands. This energy coalesced into a massive black sphere, rapidly ascending into the air before instantaneously beginning to draw in all surrounding objects within its vicinity. Subsequently, the ground began to fracture, disintegrating into countless rocks of varying sizes that soared toward the heavens. Before long, a colossal floating meteorite took form. This occurrence transpired in the blink of an eye, as Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body was swiftly drawn upward, becoming ensnared within the floating sphere. What on earth is happening? Otsutsuki Kinshiki found himself buried beneath a multitude of rocks, leaving only one eye visible. Bring about destruction. Kinshiki continued to struggle defiantly. Chakra resembling that of the Tin-Tails emanated from his being, as he sought to merge with Tin-Tails Naruto. The very earth trembled beneath the sheer magnitude of his power. How immense it truly is. Uchiha Sasuke commanded the earth-shattering star, feeling the immense power emanating from within, and his expression shifted instantaneously. Naruto, lend me your chakra. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke began to speak. All right. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, placing his hand upon Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder, channeling all of his nine-tails chakra into Sasuke's body. Instantly, Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan illuminated with a radiant purple glow. The earth-shattering star. As Sasuke Uchiha conjured a dark orb with both hands, it swiftly ascended into the heavens at the moment of its manifestation, ultimately merging with the celestial phenomenon of the Uchiha clan, the god of earth. The formidable Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed away, and likewise, Kagaya's daughter, Yalan, was confined. They narrowly escaped death. Uchiha Obito descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before Kakashi. Moments ago, he had utilized his Kamui to phase his body into the Kamui dimension, evading the lethal blade of Kagaya Tsutsuki. Obito, Kakashi exclaimed, a glimmer of joy illuminating his countenance. Meanwhile, on another front, the Rinnegan glimmered ominously, heralding the impending doom of the Wheel of Rebirth in the grave of oblivion. The single Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara glimmered, for invisible shadows emerged beside Kagaya Otsutsuki. By the time Kagaya sensed their presence, it was already too late. An entity, imperceptible even to her Rinnegan, had materialized behind her. The velocity of this shadow was astonishing, its attack ferocious. With a swift thrust, a blade manifested from Madara's shadow, piercing through Kagaya's abdomen with brutal force. Splendid. Your plan has succeeded, exclaimed Hashirama Senju with delight. Not so fast. This fellow possesses a physique akin to yours. As long as the injury isn't fatal, he will recover swiftly. Uchiha Madara spoke calmly. Unleash chaos. Subsequently, he transformed his shadow into the Rinnegan's truth-seeking ball, which erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. It is well known that the power of the truth-seeking ball is terrifyingly immense, especially when detonated at such close range. This level of devastation could reduce 2 or 3 of Konohagakure's buildings to rubble. Moreover, with the explosion occurring on his own body, even with his formidable regenerative abilities, he would still expend a significant amount of chakra to recover. Hashirama, prepare to seal him. I lamented. With my ocular prowess, I find it impossible to transport him to the otherworldly realm of the Rinnegan, as Uchiha Chentian once did. His vitality is exceedingly robust, and if he is determined to flee, it would be futile to try and restrain him. If only my other Rinnegan were still intact, perhaps then we could succeed. But alas, that may not be feasible now. This predicament is largely attributed to his woefully inadequate combat skills. Uchiha Madara spoke contemplatively. It appeared that, despite their formidable strength, these individuals seldom engaged in combat with those of comparable prowess, preferring instead to prey upon adversaries weaker than themselves. Furthermore, their entire combat capability seemed to rely solely upon that pair of Byakugan. Senju Hashirama, while articulating his thoughts, began forming hand seals. Senjutsu, Mai Jimon. Senjutsu, Shishefen. Doton, Nurai Shin. Mokuton, Shinj Keitan. In an instant, Hashirama unleashed 4 powerful sealing techniques. He intended to first restrain with Mai Jimon, followed by employing Shish Fn to bind his opponent's body. Next, he would invoke Doton, Nurai Shin to manifest a colossal mountain, and finally utilize Mokuton, Shinj Keitan, a technique that draws upon the essence of life, causing numerous trees to burgeon forth from the earth, akin to uprooted entities, capable of conjuring a forest in a mere heartbeat to press down upon the mountain. Chapter 81. The Uchiha Civil War. The immediate execution of such formidable techniques left even Hashirama feeling as though his very essence had been siphoned away. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to the ground. Hashirama, are you all right? Uchiha Madara swiftly assisted Senju Hashirama to his feet. I am fine, merely exhausted from excessive chakra consumption, Hashirama remarked, shaking his head. Indeed, let us check on the others. This seal should be able to restrain them for a considerable duration. Uchiha Madara proclaimed, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Upon encountering Kagaya Otsutsuki, Uchiha Madara was engulfed in an overwhelming fury, for all his years of meticulous plotting had culminated in the elevation of another. Never had he endured such a significant loss. His presence radiated a formidable aura of malevolence. It was a fateful meeting of adversaries, each with eyes glistening with animosity. Were it not for the considerable depletion of his chakra, Madara would have launched an immediate assault on Kagaya. His gaze fixated upon her. He thought with intensity, "First, I must reclaim my Rinnegan." "Regrettably, your Rinnegan is no more," she replied with an air of tranquility. "Even if I wish to return it, I have nothing to offer. Furthermore, you require my Rinnegan to break your seal. Consider it your privilege." Kagaya stated calmly, eliciting Madara's frustration. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth as he gazed at Kagaya Otsutsuki. Deep down, he understood that if he were to engage her now, he would be unable to withstand even 3 blows before his Rinnegan's power had fully restored. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito fixated his attention on Madara. "Ah, Madara, how unpleasant it must feel to be outmaneuvered by others. You have brought this upon yourself." Uchiha Obito coldly remarked, "Indeed, I deserve it. Yet you have been manipulated by a woman for 2 decades. One could argue that the 4th Great Ninja War was ignited due to her influence. Your outcome is hardly superior to mine. Although my plans did not come to fruition, at least I have not lost anything. Perhaps you should tend to your own affairs before casting judgment upon me." "Ha ha." With that, Uchiha Madara erupted into a fit of laughter, his gaze sweeping over Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Itachi Uchiha. "Naruto Uzumaki, the reason your parents were sealed away for over a decade lies before you. The enemy responsible for depriving you of their presence for so many years stands right here. And Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha, your fraternal conflict was also instigated by this individual. Though I played a part, he orchestrated this entire scheme." Uchiha Madara sneered coldly, while Uchiha Obito remained silent, offering no explanations, merely casting a detached gaze upon the others. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke directed their disapproving eyes towards Obito and Madara, recalling vividly the tragic night of the Uchiha massacre. For both Obito and Madara bore a considerable share of responsibility. In the next moment, all present activated their eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Although Madara and Sasuke were of the 6 Paths caliber, they were not at their peak strength, while Itachi and Sasuke, though not of the 6 Paths, had expended little chakra and stamina in this confrontation. Although Uchiha Obito was severed from the 10 Tails by Madara, he was ultimately rescued by Naruto and has since enjoyed a lengthy respite. It can be asserted that the strength of all individuals now resides on a comparable plane. Even if disparities exist, they are minimal. Everyone, let us remain composed. We must prioritize addressing the White Zetsu first. It appears that another battle is on the horizon, one that may very well escalate into a full-scale conflict. Senju Hashirama hastily interjected to mediate. Sasuke, Itachi, and Sasuke, although Madara and Obito have committed grave errors, the situation has not yet reached its most critical juncture. I hold a firm belief that animosity can be resolved. As the Senju clan would say, nothing is insurmountable for those with determination. Moreover, this is not the appropriate time for us to engage in conflict. We must first attend to other pressing matters. We remain in the dark about when the Otsutsuki will break free from their seals. Additionally, we find ourselves confronted by Otsutsuki Kagaya, whose allegiance remains uncertain. Now is not the moment for strife. Clenching his teeth, Uzumaki Naruto began to speak fervently. Naruto spoke the truth. Although Obito has erred, he has at least ceased hostilities and recently assisted us, thereby seeking some measure of atonement. Namake's Minato defended Obito's actions. Indeed. Sasuke, Itachi, and Sasuke, this is not the time for an internal conflict. Uchiha Senju also spoke up to mediate. Sasuke, Itachi, they're not wrong. This is not the time to quibble over such matters. Before us lies a formidable adversary. Uchiha Sasuke cast a gaze imbued with lethal intent upon Uchiha Obito and Madara. Uttering a single statement, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi exchanged nods, fully aware that this was not the opportune moment to engage in battle with Madara and Obito. Obito, I shall hold you accountable for this matter once it has concluded. Uchiha Itachi coldly remarked, my life is yours to take at any moment. Uchiha Obito spoke contemplatively, realizing that Rin had not perished. Thus, it was time for him to atone for the actions he had previously undertaken. Uchiha Obito contemplated this in his heart, yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed upon Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze rested upon Uchiha Madara. Everything began with you. So let it be you who brings it to an end. Uchiha Sasuke expressed his thoughts. Haha, then let us dance together. Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally. Although he had been deceived by the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki, he would not, like Obito, seek atonement in death. Rather, he desired to perish honorably in battle. Calm down. Calm down. Madara. Hashirama Senju urgently grasped Madara to prevent Sasuke and Itachi from impulsively engaging in combat. It seems you all have been conversing quite well. At that moment, the voice of Uchiha Chentian echoed. What do you mean by conversing well? It's on the verge of erupting into a fight. Tsunade fumed. Where on earth have you been, you scoundrel? My apologies, I was just having a chat with Kagaya. She is no longer our enemy. Uchiha Chentian chuckled though. Have you swiftly transformed from Otsutsuki Kagaya to merely Kagaya? Father, what exactly did you discuss moments ago? Uchiha joked, pondering what are you thinking? After all, he is our ancestor. It wouldn't be appropriate to engage in a conflict with our own forebear, would it? Uchiha Chentian sighed in resignation. The words of Uchiha Chentian left Uchiha Madara with a head full of black lines. I am still your elder, yet back then, you showed me no mercy at all. Moreover, your strikes were so ruthless. Uchiha Madara silently lamented. I seem to recall that it was Chentian who dealt the fatal blow. Senju Hashirama murmured to himself. Though his voice was soft, it was still heard by all present. Ah, Uchiha Chentian was instantly rendered speechless. Is there truly such an act of sabotage? That was nothing but an unfortunate accident. Uchiha Chentian pondered within. Chapter 82, The Appearance of the Tailed Beasts. Tsunade gazed at Uchiha Chentian with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Do not misconstrue. This is merely our first encounter. Uchiha Chentian explained to Tsunade. Uchiha Chentian. Do not forget your promise. At that moment, the voice of Kagaya Otsutsuki resonated. Rest assured, it shall not happen. Uchiha Chentian responded. What promise did you make to her? Tsunade inquired, bewildered. It is nothing significant. I merely pledged to assist him in dealing with the Otsutsuki clan. Even if I were to withdraw that promise, those Otsutsuki would still send their agents to this planet. Uchiha Chentian inquired. Are those monsters coming again? Tsunade's expression instantly turned grave. Well, do as you please. My current strength can no longer be of assistance to you, but you mustn't perish. Tsunade stated earnestly. Rest assured, you are yet to comprehend the extent of my power. Although the Otsutsuki's might is formidable, their weaknesses are glaringly apparent. Their combat techniques are woefully inadequate. Without the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye, they are nothing at all. Uchiha Chentian declared with unwavering confidence. Now, what lies ahead is the resurrection of those fallen ninjas. Uchiha Chentian inquired. Itachi, Shisui, and Nagato. How many white Zetsu have you captured? Uchiha Chentian inquired. Ah, everything has been placed within the myriad realms of my master's domain. Uchiha Itachi proclaimed. In that case, let us summon the rebirth of heaven. In an instant, the Rinnegan of Uchiha Chentian transferred to a formidable white Zetsu of peak Hokage level, transforming one of its eyes into a Rinnegan. The next moment, the eyes of 20 to 30,000 white Zetsus manifested the form of the Rinnegan. All the white Zetsus, at the cost of their own lives, simultaneously commenced the rebirth of heaven technique. Countless shadows of the King of Hell were summoned forth. As the towering figure of the king, standing at 3 meters, arose and opened its gaping maw, releasing innumerable souls of the deceased, returning their spirits to them and initiating their resurrection, at the expense of all the white Zetsus lives. This technique allowed the resurrection of those who had died recently within a certain radius. One by one, the ninjas who had perished beneath the earth began to rise, even if their heads were severed and their bodies destroyed. Yet, under the formidable power of the rebirth of heaven, they were revived once more. It is finally over. Uzumaki Naruto murmured. Now, Fifth Hokage, it is entrusted to you. Uchiha Chentian smiled at Tsunade and remarked, what a bother. Minato, upon our return to Konoha, I shall return the position of Hokage to you. You were meant to be Hokage all along. Tsunade turned to Minato, who shook his head and replied, no. You should select a new generation of Hokage. I have been away from Konoha for too long and am utterly unfamiliar with its current affairs. I no longer possess the capability to assume the role of Hokage. Tsunade felt a pang of disappointment. By the way, since both Grandfather Hashirama and Tobirama have been revived, the position of Hokage should rightfully belong to you. She suddenly addressed Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Tsunade, my brother and I share a similar predicament to that of the fourth Hokage. We, the remnants of a bygone era, are indeed ill-suited for the role of Hokage. Perhaps we should consider letting Rope Tree take on the mantle, Tobirama suggested. his gaze falling upon Senju Rope Tree, who bore a striking resemblance to Hashirama. To be Hokage? Perhaps in the past I would have desired that, but now I lack the requisite capability. Moreover, I have not returned to Konoha in ages and have made little significant contribution. Should I assume the position, I fear many would dissent. If it were Kakashi, he would undoubtedly be more fitting, Rope Tree remarked, casting his eyes toward Kakashi. Wait, why am I being brought into this? Kakashi found himself momentarily bewildered. All right, Kakashi. It is you, Tsunade declared, fixing her gaze on him. Is Kakashi truly to become Hokage? How infuriating. How can Kakashi ascend to the position of 6th Hokage so swiftly? This is far too easy. If you refuse, I shall take the role myself. Naruto Uzumaki's dissatisfied voice rang out. Very well, when you've matured a few more years, I shall gladly pass the Hokage title to you. Kakashi replied with a smile. Naruto replied. Oh, the tailed beasts have been released. At that moment, he excitedly observed the 9-tailed beasts descending from the heavens. Naruto. Naruto. The gaze of the 9-tailed beasts fell upon Naruto Uzumaki. In the original Naruto series, following the sealing of Kagaya and the fierce battle between Naruto and Sasuke, peace was restored to the ninja world. Previously, the Sage of 6 Paths had inquired about the wishes of the 9-tailed beasts, and they all expressed a longing to return to their homelands. Only the 8 tails and the 9 tails remained, unable to part ways due to their profound bond with their respective Jinchuriki. The 8 tails could be understood, having coexisted harmoniously with Killer Bee. But what of the 9 tails? Was it merely the opening of its heart that compelled it to stay? This tale traces back to a time long past, when the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, sealed their mother, Kagaya. Subsequently, the sage extracted the chakra of the 10 tails, transforming it into the 9-tailed beasts. However, fearing that the beasts would engage in conflict due to their immense power, he sought to provide them with safe havens. Unfortunately, powerful ninjas coveted the strength of the tailed beasts, leading to their attempts to seal them away to harness their power. As a result, some tailed beasts were imprisoned or sealed within Jinchuriki, fostering an indelible hatred between them and the ninja world. This explains why the 9 tails would erupt in rage and violence whenever released. Among all the tailed beasts, the 9 tails is the only one to feature prominently throughout the series, remaining by Naruto's side from his birth to his establishment of a family. The other tailed beasts play secondary roles, and the 9 tails' individual strength far surpasses that of its counterparts. Even when divided into 2 by the Reaper Death Seal of Minato and Namikaze, each 9 tails maintained formidable combat prowess, rivaling that of the 8 tails. Now, perhaps due to the protagonist's aura, the 9 tails yearns to return to Naruto, merging once again into a singular entity. Whether in the 4th Great Ninja War or in the face of the later Otsutsuki clan, the 9 tails has demonstrated its might as the strongest of the tailed beasts. Without the 9 tails, Naruto would find himself at a disadvantage. For both Naruto Uzumaki and the entire Hidden Leaf Village, the 9 tails is of paramount importance. Moreover, the bond between Naruto and the 9 tails has evolved. Naruto treats the 9 tails as a companion rather than a mere tool, and the 9 tails has relinquished its grudges and animosities. The Hidden Leaf Village has transformed its fear of the 9 tails' power into trust and gratitude, making it evident that the 9 tails now wishes to remain with Naruto. Haha, Madara. This is the world I have always dreamed of. There is no longer war between the ninja villages, and they have all formed alliances. Kenshu Hashirama laughed heartily. Chapter 83, The Otsutsuki on the Moon. Following the alliance between Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Chentian, the 10 tails within her body reconstituted into 9 distinct tailed beasts. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya's power had diminished somewhat, it had not declined excessively, after all. The chakra fruit born from the 10 tails that she had consumed in ancient times had elevated her to a profound level of mastery. The 10 tails had become less significant to her. The 1 tail Shikaku, 2 tails Matatabi, 3 tails Isabu, 4 tails Son Goku, 5 tails Kokuo, 6 tails Saiken, 7 tails Chome, 8 tails Gyuki, and 9 tails Kurama all descended from the heavens. 9 tails, are you certain you still follow Naruto? 1 tail inquired, somewhat perplexed. What do you mean by following Naruto? It is Naruto who follows me, retorted 9 tails with a hint of indignation. Haha, as long as you are content. 1 tail chuckled. My thoughts align closely with 9 tails. I shall return to my brother Killer Bee's side. I am unlike the rest of you, for I have never been sealed, declared 8 tails with a broad smile. Do as you wish. I shall take my leave. With that, 1 tail transformed into a fleeting shadow and raced into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The remaining seven-tailed beasts followed suit, leaving only 9 tails and 8 tails present, though the other seven-tailed beasts departed from Hidden Sand Village. Some ultimately returned to the side of their former Jinchuriki, such as One Tail, who returned to Gaara's side. A month later, peace was restored to the ninja world. Tsunade ascended as the 5th Hokage, while Kakashi was promoted to the 6th Hokage. Otsutsuki Shorin pondered how many Otsutsuki still resided on the moon in these times. Uchiha Chentian murmured to himself, his gaze directed towards the moon. Otsutsuki Shorin, a character from the Naruto film series, Boruto and the new generation of Naruto. He is a descendant of Otsutsuki Yumura, possessing the pure bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, yet tragically born without eyes. Following the conclusion of the 4th Great Ninja War, and in accordance with his ancestors' wishes, he sought to eradicate the failed world created by the Sage of Six Paths. Shorin infiltrated Hinata Hanabi's bedroom to abduct her and seize her Byakugan. Awakening the Rinnegan, he intended to control meteors to obliterate the Earth, but was ultimately defeated by Naruto Uzumaki. This encounter led him to comprehend the true intent of his ancestor, Otsutsuki Yumura, prompting his return to the moon. On the moon, the Otsutsuki clan is divided into 2 factions. Shorin is a descendant of the branch family, which had eliminated the main family and, owing to their refusal to intermarry with outsiders, the number of Otsutsuki remaining on the moon has dwindled considerably, while their isolation has preserved the purity of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Excessive inbreeding has resulted in a diminishing next generation. Although Shorin possesses the most authentic Otsutsuki bloodline, he too suffers from the consequences of consanguinity, being born without eyes. Contemplating a visit to the moon, he pondered the fate of the surviving Otsutsuki. With this thought, Uchiha Chentian concentrated, and upon his next appearance, he found himself amidst the cosmos. A golden aura enveloped him, and he transformed into a golden silhouette, soaring towards the moon. After half an hour, Uchiha Chentian arrived at the lunar surface, only to find it barren, covered in rocks. However, he was aware that the Otsutsuki on the moon resided beneath its surface, not above. The passage leading to the Otsutsuki clan was a subterranean cavern illuminated by floating orbs of green light. With the 360-degree vision granted by his Rinnegan, Uchiha Chentian swiftly located the entrance to this underground realm. Found it. Uchiha Chentian pondered silently within his heart. Uchiha Chentian, with a swift turn, materialized at the entrance of the cave. After navigating through the floating green orbs, he finally arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Tsutsuki clan. Although the moon's Tsutsuki did not entirely inhabit the lunar surface as depicted in the original narrative, it bore a striking resemblance. Within the moon lay an entirely different realm, where night and day coexisted, and the scenery mirrored that of Earth almost perfectly. Upon Uchiha Chentian's arrival, a colossal beam of white light shot towards him at an angle. Was this the power of the Rinnegan? Had they discovered him? It made sense. They too possessed a Rinnegan, and a formidable one at that. In the mind of Uchiha Chentian, a thunderous roar erupted. A colossal pillar of fire surged into the sky, its sparks cascading down like a mesmerizing display of fireworks. In the distance, 2 figures emerged, each possessing the distinctive white eyes and flowing white hair, both clad in immaculate white garments. In unison, they launched an assault on Uchiha Chentian. Simultaneously, they executed the 8 trigrams return to heaven technique. The 361 forms transformed into immense beams of laser, hurtling towards Uchiha Chentian. However, he deftly evaded their onslaught with ease. The might of their technique was formidable, as the nearby 10-meter-high hill was instantly flattened. As he observed, the 2 adversaries prepared to strike again. Uchiha Chentian stepped forward, grasping their wrist with his hand. With a slight exertion of force, he violently slammed them together before casting them away. Their bodies fell to the ground, blood spilling from their lips, yet they slowly rose once more. In the original narrative, the entire Tsutsuki clan met their demise amidst an internal conflict, leaving only Tsutsuki Sharin alone on the moon. However, Uchiha Chentian speculated that their downfall likely occurred during the period of Kage Tsutsuki's resurrection. The current era bears a striking resemblance to that time. Uchiha Chentian, how on earth did you arrive here? Was it the Hyuga clan that informed you? Tsutsuki Raren gazed at Uchiha Chentian in terror as he spoke. Uchiha Chentian did not respond to Otsutsuki Ranran's words. Instead, he gazed at the colossal Rinnegan in the sky, a manifestation formed by the fusion of countless Byakugan. The Rinnegan, you say? No wonder it recognizes me. It appears they have indeed been observing the ninja world all along. Uchiha Chentian gazed with keen interest at the distant azure giant Rinnegan. The Rinnegan, The Silver Wheel Rinnegan. Otsutsuki Kinshiki sought to harness the power of the colossal Rinnegan to confront Uchiha Chentian. A verdant chakra fruit materialized momentarily from the palm of his right hand, only to vanish almost instantly. What on earth is happening? Why is the Rinnegan slipping from control? Otsutsuki Kinshiki exclaimed in terror. It is the Rinnegan itself that is disrupting our chakra, rendering us incapable of mastering it, Otsutsuki Shinjo declared in astonishment. The Rinnegan exuded an overwhelming pressure. The eyes of Uchiha Chentian emanated a profound azure power. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Otsutsuki Ranran and Otsutsuki Shaming, both of whom possessed merely peak Kaga-level strength. How could they possibly withstand the ocular prowess of a six-paths level? They promptly succumbed into unconsciousness. However, Uchiha Chentian did not deliver a lethal blow. He merely rendered them powerless to resist. Haha, Rinnegan, absorb. Uchiha Chentian laughed heartily. Then harnessed the power of his Rinnegan to absorb the immense energy emanating from the colossal Rinnegan. Chapter 84. The Tsutsuki of the Moon. An extraordinarily potent chakra aura surged forth from the gigantic Rinnegan. Such formidable strength! Uchiha Chentian exclaimed with excitement. Although a force still hindered his absorption of the chakra from the Rinnegan. This force had only just reached the level of a Kage and posed no significant threat to Uchiha Chentian, merely causing a slight delay in his absorption speed. At this moment, Uchiha Chentian's reincarnation has transformed into a Rinnegan adorned with the intricate patterns of the six paths. An overwhelming power emanates from his gaze, revealing a pair of crimson Rinnegan with 8 tomo. A refreshing aura radiates from his eyes, bringing him back to his senses. Two formidable forces of ocular energy burst forth from his dual Rinnegan, one infused with the essence of Yang release, while the other is saturated with the essence of Yin release. The forehead of Uchiha Chentian began to manifest a hardened armor, while an aura emanating from him surged dramatically. 12 circular golden halos materialized around his form. Has my body fully evolved into that of Otsutsuki? No, that cannot be. My hair remains black. It has not transformed into white. Uchiha Chentian murmured to himself, as he absorbed the immense chakra of the Otsutsuki from the moon, accumulated over millennia. The overwhelming energy elevated his Rinnegan to the state of 8 tomo, while his rebirth transitioned from a deep blue to a striking crimson hue. This new gaze was on par with the 8 tomo Rinnegan. No wonder that after transferring Hanabi's eyes, he instantly evolved from Byakugan to Rinnegan. It is likely that the majority of this transformation was facilitated by the power of the colossal Rinnegan. Now that I have completely drained a colossal Rinnegan, even if he manages to transfer Hanabi's eyes, he should no longer be able to evolve into Byakugan. Uchiha Chentian pondered within his heart. Uchiha Chentian possesses a mastery of physical techniques, reaching the pinnacle of excellence. His ninjutsu is characterized by the perfect six paths. His comprehensive combat power is described as half a step into the realm of deities. He is endowed with the bloodline of the Tsutsuki branch family, specifically the lineage of Tsutsuki Kagaya, which is only a partial inheritance of the Sage of Six Paths bloodline. His Kekkei Genkai includes the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and the blue-red Rinnegan. Unlike figures such as Uchiha Madara and Obito, whose bodies evolved into that of Tsutsuki due to the influence of the Ten Tails after becoming its Jinchuriki, Uchiha Chentian primarily channels the powers of the colossal Rinnegan into his own strength, enhancing his physique without elevating his bloodline. Had he done so, he would have fully transformed into a true Tsutsuki body long before consuming the chakra fruit. He embodies the ultimate sage mode. Uchiha Chentian formed hand seals, and the patterns of the Rinnegan manifested upon his chest and abdomen. His entire being was enveloped in a majestic aura of purple and gold. The power he wielded surpassed that of the sage mode by more than fourfold. Let us henceforth refer to it as the Super Sage mode. Uchiha Chentian spoke to himself as he observed a youth approaching his position. This young man, possessing a pallid complexion and long, bluish-white hair, bore slender willow-like eyebrows. Clad in white attire, adorned with a design of swirling magatama around his neck, and with his eyes obscured by a black cloth, he ran swiftly towards Uchiha Chentian. Utilizing the gentle fist technique, specifically the 8 trigrams palms, Otsutsuki Shurin clapped his hands together, releasing a vast surge of chakra from within him. He began to rotate in a circular motion akin to a spinning top. Remarkably, even without sight, Shurin was capable of executing this technique. Although its potency may not rival that of Hyuga Niji's heavenly spin, it is important to note that Shurin currently lacked the Byakugan. Had he possessed it, his abilities would likely be on par with Niji, if not surpassing him, potentially even rivaling Naruto and Sasuke. Shurin shared an age similar to Naruto and Sasuke, belonging to the same generation. In the narrative, Sharingan had recently awakened his Rinnegan and was already capable of overpowering the young Naruto with ease. Had it not been for Naruto's formidable protagonist aura, the entire shinobi world might have faced annihilation at Sharingan's hands. His innate talent was remarkable, achieving a status equivalent to that of a Kage at such a young age. Furthermore, without the Byakugan, one can only imagine the extent of his power had he possessed it. He would likely stand on equal footing with Naruto and Sasuke, perhaps even eclipsing them in strength. Uchiha Chentian spoke as he reached out and seized the arm of Otsutsuki Sharingan, effortlessly casting him into the sky. What is your true intent for coming here? The demon god of the ninja world, Uchiha Chentian? Otsutsuki Sharingan replied coldly. Despite his lack of sight, he could sense an overwhelming chakra emanating from Chentian. Though he could not perceive the world visually, his mastery of sensory ninjutsu allowed him to grasp the essence of his surroundings, closely resembling sight. Deep within, Otsutsuki Sharingan understood that he was no match for Uchiha Chentian. Even at the zenith of his clan's power, he would still fall short against Chentian alone. Intent. My purpose has already been fulfilled. As for now, there is nothing further. Uchiha Chentian spoke of the path. The Rinnegan, did you truly destroy it? The Tsutsuki Sh10 said through clenched teeth, gazing intently at Uchiha Chentian. Destroyed? Not quite. I merely absorbed a fraction of the Rinnegan's chakra. Regardless, it serves no purpose in your possession. Uchiha Chentian spoke thoughtfully. Uchiha Chentian. Tsutsuki Ranran grit his teeth and pronounced Uchiha Chentian's name with palpable malice in his eyes. If gazes could kill, Uchiha Chentian would have perished countless times already. The white eyes of his ancestors, accumulated over millennia, had been drained of chakra and thus destroyed by Uchiha Chentian. It would be unnatural for him not to harbor hatred towards Uchiha Chentian. Calm down, Ranran. We are simply not his match, Tsutsuki Shimming said, placing his left hand on Tsutsuki Ranran's shoulder. Ranran remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Chentian. It seems your clan is not entirely foolish. Though your peculiar clan rules led to your own demise, you are not so naive as to seek death in the face of insurmountable odds. Uchiha Chentian cast a glance at Otsutsuki Shimming, a gaze that evoked within him the haunting memory of his weaker days, as if he were being scrutinized by a fearsome behemoth. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Uchiha Chentian's power undoubtedly rivaled that of their ancestors. Otsutsuki Shimming was overwhelmed with astonishment. At that moment, both Otsutsuki Shimming and Otsutsuki Ranjin dared not meet Uchiha Chentian's eyes, bowing their heads in deference. Only Otsutsuki Sharingan maintained a serious demeanor as he regarded Uchiha Chentian. However, his lack of eyes lent an absurdity to his grave expression. Much to the amusement of Uchiha Chentian, Uchiha Chentian extended his hand towards Otsutsuki Sharingan. Do not go too far, Uchiha Chentian. Otsutsuki Ranjin believed that Uchiha Chentian intended to strike Sharingan, and he forcefully suppressed the fear within him, directing his anger at Uchiha Chentian. Do not be so agitated. If I truly wished to harm Sharingan, you two feeble old men, nearing your end, would be utterly incapable of stopping me. Thus, the narrative unfolds in Chapter 85, The Human Chakra Fruit. The reincarnation eye of Uchiha Chentian emitted a vast amount of red and blue dual-colored ocular power, while the power of yin-yang release manifested in his hands. Uchiha Chentian's hand rested gently upon the forehead of Otsutsuki Sharingan. What? Otsutsuki Sharingan attempted to shake off Chentian's hand, but an immense force bound him, rendering him incapable of evasion or resistance. The reincarnation eye, yin-yang release. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Sharingan felt a refreshing sensation emanating from his eyes, as a pair of white orbs manifested within his gaze. Yin-yang release, a secret ninjutsu of the six paths capable of conjuring life from the void. Yin release creates form from the formless, while yang release imbues that form with vitality. My eyes? They have emerged? Otsutsuki Sharingan expressed his bewilderment. He perceived that the scene before him had become remarkably clear, a sensation wholly distinct from his experience of viewing the world with the reincarnation eye. This pair of white eyes is a gift from me to you, even though I have taken your reincarnation eye. Consider it a gesture of compensation, given your innate talent. I trust that these white eyes will enable you to evolve them into your true reincarnation eye. Understand that these white eyes are created from your own cells. Thus they are undeniably your own, rather than belonging to another. Uchiha Chentian spoke. Thank you. The Otsutsuki Sharingan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to express gratitude towards Uchiha Chentian or to feign resentment for the destruction of his clan's Rinnegan. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to speak. You must strive to grow stronger. The present earth, or rather the shinobi world, has become exceedingly perilous. Those extraterrestrial beings, the true Otsutsuki, shall one day return to the shinobi world. Without the power of the six paths, one is but an insignificant insect. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian's form abruptly vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself back in the Sage Realm. In the Sage Realm, he had his shadow clones present, with his own doppelganger serving as a spatial anchor. It can be said that no matter how far Uchiha Chentian traveled, he could swiftly return to the Sage Realm, contingent only on the consumption of his chakra. In the shinobi world, the place where Otsutsuki Kinbai was sealed, he was bound by the combined efforts of Naruto, Sasuke, Senju, and numerous allied shinobi. Gazing upon the immense circular object before him, the Rinnegan was revealed, invoking the essence of Byakugan. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Chentian emanated an overwhelming ocular power. Byakugan, it has the ability to reduce objects in size and place them into a realm where time stands still, allowing for their retrieval at any moment and from any location. After the fierce battle with the Shiki Otsutsuki, Uchiha Chentian successfully mastered this technique. In the next instant, a colossal sphere, measuring 10 kilometers in diameter, began to shrink rapidly. A sphere, now merely 10 centimeters in size, materialized in Uchiha Chentian's hand. Subsequently, Uchiha Chentian vanished in the blink of an eye. Just moments after Uchiha Chentian had departed, a jonin from the Hyuga clan, accompanied by a dozen chunin, hastily approached. "What shall we do, Captain? The sealing stone for Kagaya's great will has vanished," inquired one of the chunin. "What else can we do? We must report this to the Hokage. This matter is far beyond our capabilities," the Hyuga ninja replied calmly, his Byakugan activated, revealing several veins around his eyes as he surveyed the vicinity within a kilometer in all directions. Yet, he discerned no suspicious individuals. The realm of gravitational space. The figure of Uchiha Chentian materialized in a desolate world of barren stones. Here, the gravity was 100 times that of the outside realm. Yet Uchiha Chentian's expression remained unchanged. He grasped a round stone in his hand and forcefully struck it against the ground. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, and a mushroom cloud soared to a height of 100 meters. Sparks erupted within a span of several thousand meters, revealing the flames beneath the earth. Before Uchiha Chentian stood a tall, slender figure clad in white robes, Otsutsuki Kinba. At this moment, however, Otsutsuki Kinba appeared utterly disheveled. His power had diminished by more than half, now possessing only the strength of a six paths mid-tier, and it was likely that even Naruto and Sasuke could confront him one-on-one. Damnable, inferior beings! Otsutsuki Kinba bellowed upon his arrival. Fools! Uchiha Chentian coldly uttered 2 words, Xiaoming Bigu. In an instant, numerous black spheres materialized in the sky to greet Otsutsuki Kinshiki, each one colossal and descending upon him with immense force. Dozens of circular black orbs, each exceeding 100 meters in size, plummeted rapidly from above, amplified by a gravity 100 times greater than normal, resulting in an exponential increase in the might of Xiaoming Bigu. Alas, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was nearly crushed to death in an instant. Despite possessing the power of the 10 tails and an unparalleled regenerative ability surpassing that of a sage, the sheer magnitude of the assault brought him perilously close to death. His survival at that moment was solely attributable to the influence of the 10 tails. The Rinnegan and Chakra creation. Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan surged with a powerful kick. A terrifying ocular force instantly enveloped Otsutsuki Kinshiki, forcibly shrinking his form until a chakra fruit, no larger than a human head, materialized in Uchiha Chentian's grasp. As he contemplated consuming this chakra fruit, a wave of nausea washed over him. Yet, he reasoned, Kinshiki was an extraterrestrial, so perhaps it didn't truly count. However, that thought was flawed, for he too bore the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. Ultimately, he decided against consumption, opting instead to absorb the energy contained within. Uchiha Chentian murmured to himself. With this thought, he concentrated, and the energy of the chakra fruit surged into his body. Soon, he felt his flesh begin to writhe. Moments later, Uchiha Chentian opened his eyes, and the space within a 10,000-meter radius trembled violently, emanating a formidable and terrifying aura from his being. This dreadful presence caused the surrounding air to undulate, quiver, and then return to tranquility. My power has increased significantly. No wonder those Otsutsuki are so formidable, incessantly invading other planets to gather chakra, slaughtering the life of an entire world to cultivate chakra fruits. It is no surprise that their strength is so formidable. As he spoke, Uchiha clenched his fists tightly, exerting slight pressure. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated through the air, incinerating everything within a 10-meter radius. Bang! Uchiha Chentian gently pressed a finger upon a colossal rock. In an instant, the massive stone shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. My martial arts have also attained the pinnacle of the six paths. Uchiha Chentian smiled and spoke. Now, what follows is the Otsutsuki Bashiki. Chapter 86. The Three Great Sacred Families of the Land. One day, you too shall be like me, echoed the voice of Otsutsuki Bashiki. Soon, Otsutsuki Bashiki transformed into a chakra fruit for Uchiha Chentian to absorb. Uchiha Chentian unleashed a formidable palm strike towards the distance, sending forth a terrifying wave of energy that reverberated throughout the space. In an instant, a dazzling halo emerged, rapidly expanding towards the heavens. Is my physical technique still unable to attain the perfect six paths? Uchiha Chentian pondered aloud as his power ascended further. If I were to absorb Otsutsuki Yalan, it should enable my physical technique to reach the perfect six paths. With that thought, Uchiha Chentian turned his gaze towards the Otsutsuki Yalan he had sealed. What? She's escaped. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Chentian perceives clearly that the Otsutsuki Yalan, sealed upon the earth-violating celestial star, now remains merely as a half-formed body. The other half, along with her soul, has departed from the confines of the seal. It appears that when I transformed Jinba and Ba into chakra fruits, her Byakugan had already discerned it. Uchiha Chentian's gaze fell upon the earth-shattering star as he murmured to himself. How astonishing, he mused. Even if only half of the body remains, it can still be put to use as a resource. With that, Uchiha Chentian extended his hand, instantaneously tearing through the fabric of space, and retrieved the half of Otsutsuki Yalan's body from within a colossal meteorite that loomed far above in the heavens. The chakra fruit, with a single hand seal. Uchiha Chentian transformed Otsutsuki Yalan's body into a swirl of energy, which gradually morphed into a fruit. After absorbing the energy of the chakra fruit, Uchiha Chentian's martial and ninjutsu skills attained the pinnacle of perfection known as the Six Paths. His eyes began to evolve once more, with the Rinnegan turning to a golden hue, while the Rinnegan itself transformed into the illustrious Nine-Tails Rinnegan. A formidable power emanated from his eyes. Such immense strength, could this truly be the highest echelon of the Rinnegan, the Nine-Tails Rinnegan? Uchiha Chentian exclaimed with excitement. His powerful eyes filled with an overwhelming intensity that nearly captivated him. And now, what comes next? Uchiha Chentian transformed his Rinnegan into ordinary eyes, his hands swiftly weaving through a series of hand signs. Shinra Tensei. With a resounding roar, an invisible shockwave, born of terrifying repulsive force, emanated from Uchiha Chentian, radiating outward in all directions. A dreadful surge obliterated every object in its vicinity. Shinra Tensei. This is a ninjutsu unleashed by Uchiha Chentian, reliant not on the ocular prowess of the Rinnegan, but rather on his mastery of hand seals. Amaterasu. Uchiha Chentian formed a hand seal, and 10 meters ahead of him, a surge of black flames erupted, consuming the ground beneath them. The intense heat incinerated the layer of earth into ash. Time froze. The surroundings were instantaneously suspended, rendering all objects motionless. Time accelerated. The movements of all objects around him began to hasten, yet lamentably, there were no living beings in the vicinity, rendering the acceleration akin to naught. Susanoo. Uchiha Chentian swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, and a golden chakra energy enveloped him. An immense skeletal figure, towering 10 meters high, materialized from an overwhelming surge of chakra. Subsequently, countless red flesh and blood began to sprout from the giant skeleton, transforming it into a humanoid form, which donned a suit of black Tengu armor, reaching a height of 100 meters, with a pair of grand wings sprouting from its back. This remarkable transformation was a manifestation of Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan abilities, akin to employing various ninjutsu techniques. It is important to note that within the narrative, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has often been subjected to extraction and destruction, with instances such as Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan being blinded by Boruto's Shuriken, a fate not uncommon. Uchiha Chentian, however, harbored no desire to face the day when his Rinnegan might be extinguished by an adversary, leading to a significant diminishment of his power. He did not wish to become like a lion stripped of its teeth due to the loss of his Rinnegan. Thus, even if my eyes were to be taken from me, I would remain unperturbed, for my capabilities would not vanish entirely. Furthermore, my myriad paths could still be employed to evolve any ninjutsu, even in the absence of the Rinnegan, the only difference being that the execution would not be as seamless. Uchiha Chentian thought to himself with a smile. Next, he would be journeying to one of the 3 great lands of the ninja world. Uchiha Chentian murmured to himself. In the realm of ninjas, there are only 3 places that can be regarded as sanctuaries of sages, the Dragon Cave, the Mayaboka Mountain, and the Wetbone Forest. The reason why Uchiha Chentian's domain is referred to as the fourth sage land in the ninja world is due to his presence. Were it not for Uchiha Chentian, it would merely be considered a force comparable to the 5 great hidden villages, not to mention the affairs between summoners and their summoned creatures. Each time Orochimaru performs a summoning, he is scolded like a child and subsequently must offer 100 sacrifices to his great serpent. Similarly, Jiraiya, Naruto, and others also find themselves reprimanded by the Toad clan of the Dragon Cave during their summoning. The Wetbone Forest, however, stands out for its peculiar nature, as it is home to a single immense slug that inexplicably addresses Tsunade as my lord. Yet, to underestimate the Wetbone Forest for this reason would be a grave mistake. Its ability to be mentioned alongside the other 2 sage lands undoubtedly signifies its unique significance, akin to how Uchiha Chentian possesses some understanding of the other 2 sage lands. However, he holds no insight regarding the Wetbone Forest. Nevertheless, within the space of the Wetbone Forest, he senses a formidable aura, perhaps even stronger than that of the other 2 sage lands. This realization only heightens Uchiha Chentian's wariness. The most fearsome adversary is one whom you know nothing about. However, Uchiha Chentian does not intend to confront these 3 sage lands. Rather, he is merely curious about their strength. It is noteworthy that even during the era of the Sage of 6 Paths, it was due to these 3 sage lands that he successfully sealed his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. The 3 sage lands can also be seen as a realm of summoning. Their summoning realm resembles a transformation of the celestial body, yet the environment is infinitely more hospitable than that of the moon. Within, there exists an exceptionally rich natural energy, often referred to as the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, which is why they are called sage lands. As Uchiha Chentian's ocular prowess grows stronger, he becomes increasingly aware of the formidable nature of these 3 sacred lands. These 3 realms of summoning are undoubtedly more complex than mere cultivation of sage mode. They harbor divine mysteries. Despite Uchiha Chentian having already attained sage mode, he has never ventured into these 3 sacred places. His knowledge stems from observing Orochimaru and Jiraiya cultivating sage mode, which he has interpreted through the kaleidoscopic techniques of his Sharingan. Uchiha Chentian has never entered into a summoning contract with these 3 sage lands. Chapter 87. The 3 Heroes Battle Elbow, Super Sage Mode. With a mere thought, Uchiha Chentian instantaneously entered the Super Sage Mode, his previously emanating golden chakra aura transforming into a resplendent purple-gold hue. The intricate patterns of the Rinnegan manifested upon his chest and abdomen, enveloping his entire being in an ethereal aura of purple gold. Sage Technique, Wheel of the Netherworld. Uchiha Chentian joined his palms, his 10 fingers moving with extraordinary speed as he swiftly formed hand seals. Within a few seconds, 8 shadows emerged around Uchiha Chentian, each identical in appearance to him, yet only visible to those possessing the Rinnegan. Without the Rinnegan, the execution of these ocular techniques would be considerably slower. Particularly, the more powerful the ocular technique, the more intricate the hand seals required, thus prolonging the time needed for their activation. Uchiha Chentian remarked simultaneously. Meanwhile, Kakashi, the 6th Hokage of Konoha, had already received reports that Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki had vanished without a trace. However, he had been previously informed by Uchiha Chentian that measures would be taken to deal with these 2. Thus, Kakashi remained relatively unperturbed. What now troubled him was the confrontation that had erupted between Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke, involving the use of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke's eternal eyes shed a single tear of blood as he began to cast the Kodo Amatsukami Genjutsu on Uchiha Madara. Although the Kodo Amatsukami can alter another's will, its effectiveness hinges on the strength of the opponent's resolve. If faced with an adversary of overwhelming power, the Genjutsu becomes nearly futile. Only by sacrificing one of his eyes could Sasuke forcibly alter the will of an opponent of equal or slightly greater strength. However, should Sasuke employ Kodo Amatsukami repeatedly on different individuals, over time, countless souls would fall under his command. Even so, Uchiha Sasuke's Kodo Amatsukami remains a formidable ocular power. If every ninja in the realm were to be ensnared by Sasuke's control, even Uchiha Chentian would find the situation exceedingly troublesome. Yet, despite the potency of Kodo Amatsukami, it is not invincible. Though Madara was briefly entrapped in the illusion, he swiftly extricated himself from Sasuke's grasp. A remarkable ability, he remarked, that your prowess allows you to ensnare me in your genjutsu. I, Uchiha Madara, shall henceforth recognize you as the foremost illusionist in the ninja world. As Uchiha Madara wielded his Susanoo to shield against the onslaught of Sasuke and Itachi, he arrogantly addressed Shursui, Eternal Mangekyō, Amaterasu. Simultaneously, Sasuke activated his own Susanoo. A drop of blood trickling from his eternal eye, vast amounts of ocular power emanating forth. Uchiha Itachi mirrored Sasuke's actions, unleashing Amaterasu upon Uchiha Madara. Moments later, Madara's form was consumed by the flames of Amaterasu, reduced to mere ashes. Had they succeeded? Uchiha Itachi inquired, his eternal eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. No. That was the power of his Rinnegan. The recent assault had merely shifted him into the shadows of the realm of the Wheel of Reincarnation. Now, his elder brother Shursui's Kodoame Tsukumi was rendered ineffective against him. Having fallen for the trick once, Madara would certainly not be deceived a second time. With a grave expression, Uchiha Sasuke spoke. The Rinnegan. Suddenly, Madara appeared beside Uchiha Shursui, instantly unleashing the Rinnegan's ability, Shinra Tensei, which injured Uchiha Shursui in the blink of an eye. The Rinnegan. Universal pull. Almost simultaneously in that fleeting moment, Uchiha Sasuke utilized the power of the Rinnegan to summon Uchiha Shursui. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Spiraling Sphere. Uchiha Itachi summoned two massive Rasengan, each imbued with crackling lightning, and hurled them towards Uchiha Madara. In response, Uchiha Madara launched two truth-seeking orbs in return. The moment these two forces, each at the caliber of the Six Paths, collided, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The ethereal and elusive space trembled violently, sending visible ripples of energy radiating outward like the undulating waves of a lake. Uchiha Madara, Strength, Six Paths Sage. Bloodline Limit, Single Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Eternal Eye, Sage Body. Sage Power, Six Paths Yin-Yang Release. Uchiha Sasuke possesses the Bloodline Limit, a singular Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Sage Power, the ability of the Six Paths Yin Release. Uchiha Itachi, wielding the Bloodline Limit, a pair of Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Sage Power, the Six Paths Yin-Yang Release, cultivated through his own endeavors. Strength, recently attained the lower realm of the Six Paths. Uchiha Shursui, a master at the pinnacle of power, possesses the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. His ocular technique, Kodoame Tsukumi, rivals that of the Sage of Six Paths. Among the trio, Shursui stands out as he has not relied on external advantages like his companions. His current prowess is entirely a product of his own efforts. Were it not for the formidable Kodoame Tsukumi, he would have been of little assistance in this conflict. Among the four, only Uchiha Shursui does not fall into the category of relying on external enhancements. Uchiha Madara possesses the cells of Hashirama and also wields a portion of the Ten Tails power. Uchiha Sasuke has acquired the power of the Six Paths, the Yin aspect bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi has also cultivated the abilities of both Yin and Yang due to his rigorous training. In stark contrast, Uchiha Shursui possesses nothing but his extraordinary Kodoame Tsukumi, which allows him to hold his ground against Uchiha Madara for a brief moment. Had it not been for his unparalleled body flicker technique, he would have undoubtedly been vanquished by Madara long ago. The Arrow of Indra. The Susanoo of Uchiha Sasuke coalesced in overwhelming chakra, transforming into a colossal bow that was instantaneously released, unleashing a terrifying force directed towards Uchiha Madara. As the Sage Art, Dual Blade technique channeled an immense power that honed in on him, Madara activated his Rinnegan, emitting a significant surge of Rinnegan chakra. The complete body of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo unfurled a pair of wings from behind, which instantaneously transformed into a pair of long swords. He raised the swords and struck towards the distance. A colossal, cross-shaped wave of sword energy surged forth, fiercely clashing with Indra's arrow. The explosive force of their confrontation was sufficient to obliterate both the Ninetales mode and the ultimate form of Susanoo in an instant, giving rise to a tremendous whirlwind. Surrounded by crackling lightning, akin to a cataclysmic natural disaster, the complete form of Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo shattered in an instant, ultimately proving that Uchiha Madara's dual-wielding technique is still superior. The current generation of juniors is truly remarkable. Uchiha Madara remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Do not be too arrogant, relics of the bygone era. Amaterasu. A single drop of blood flowed from Sasuke Uchiha's eternal eye, beneath the feet of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. The ground erupted with countless towering black flames. The Rinnegan, the Wheel of Rebirth. With a flick of his Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara's true form vanished in an instant, leaving behind merely a shadow engulfed in flames. Once again, it was the realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Sasuke, with a grim expression, remarked, everyone possesses the Rinnegan, enabling them to escape at the critical moment. It can be said that in this battle, no one can truly overcome the other. No. Uchiha Madara seeks to gain the upper hand. Chapter 88. The conclusion of the Uchiha Civil War. Uchiha Madara's strength is formidable, even without the 10 tails and 1 Rinnegan. He remains a formidable adversary that the three of us cannot easily contend with. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes fixed intently upon Uchiha Madara. Have your chakras been nearly depleted? Mine, however, remains abundant, even in the absence of the 10 tails. For I possess the cells of Hashirama, granting me a chakra recovery rate that surpasses yours. Come, let us dance together. With that, Uchiha Madara launched his attack once more. Uchiha Madara swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, and in the next moment, struck the ground with great force. The world of trees descended. Uchiha Madara, having transplanted the cells of Hashirama, now wields ninjutsu that draws upon his own chakra as a source of life. In an instant, an array of trees begins to flourish within a radius of 10,000 meters. Countless trees are uprooted, and in the blink of an eye, towering giants over 100 meters in height emerge, conjuring a veritable forest in mere moments. A multitude of these colossal trees, each stretching 100 meters long, swiftly encircle Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. Phoenix Fire Technique. Uchiha Itachi formed hand seals with both hands, and in the next moment, he unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, spreading in all directions. The colossal flames, reaching a length of 100 meters, instantly engulfed the dozens of towering trees approaching him. The 8 forms of the demon dragon, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the lightning release, surged forth. Uchiha Sasuke let out a mighty roar as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. In an instant, countless waves of fists coalesced into a serpentine form, stretching hundreds of meters in length, a magnificent purple dragon. This dragon, crackling with innumerable bolts of lightning, wreaked havoc upon the towering trees. Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes shed a single tear of blood, and in an instant, a towering complete body, Susanoo manifested, reaching heights of 100 meters. With a swift stroke of his sword, he commanded, "Cease this at once." The voice of Senju Hashirama resonated through the air. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi, along with others, arrived at the scene. Have you not yet laid down your arms? Naruto's voice echoed. Naruto, this does not concern you. Uchiha Sasuke spoke coldly. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Itachi remained silent, their gazes fixed on Uchiha Madara, filled with an ominous intent. Humph. Upon witnessing the arrival of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Madara realized that this battle could not continue. With a disdainful snort, he acknowledged the situation. Uchiha Madara vanished in an instant using the body flicker technique. Sasuke, Itachi, and Sasuke, from now on, you are forbidden to engage in battle with Madara without my permission. This is the first directive I issue as Hokage. Kakashi stated with utmost seriousness. It is fortunate that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, as their hearts still held a sense of loyalty towards Konoha. At the very least, they were willing to show some respect to the Hokage. However, Uchiha Sasuke was not as amenable as the two. Had the Hokage not been Kakashi, who was once his own team leader, his demeanor would have been markedly different. Uchiha Sasuke has long since wielded Amaterasu. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke let out a cold snort, disregarding Kakashi, and turned away, making his way towards the Hidden Leaf Village. Lord Hokage, this matter has already become a concern for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito, we have spared him for your sake. However, Uchiha Madara, you must understand that he is nothing but a madman, even if he has been manipulated by Kagaya Otsutsuki. In his quest for greater power, I have no doubt that he is capable of undertaking perilous actions. Uchiha Sasuke addressed Kakashi, saying, No, you're mistaken. Your perspective is entirely different from what I envision. The current Madara is fundamentally unlike the one of the past. In truth, Madara was originally a proponent of peace. Although he deeply values strength, he would never engage in perilous actions merely for the sake of power. Over the past month, I have conversed with Madara numerous times. Since the revival of Izuna, his fervor for power has significantly waned. I can sense that Madara now cherishes his present life. Senju Hashirama earnestly elucidated the nature of Uchiha Madara. The silence of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi speaks volumes. The vendetta against the Uchiha clan cannot be resolved merely by a few words from Senju Hashirama. From the machinations of Danzo to Uchiha Obito, followed by Uchiha Madara, and then Kagaya Otsutsuki, the web of entanglements is vast and cannot be easily unraveled with mere dialogue. In truth, The animosity that Sasuke, Itachi, and others harbor towards Madara is not particularly profound. The true orchestrator of the Uchiha massacre is, in fact, Danzo. While others may have played a part, they did not genuinely take action against the Uchiha. Sasuke and his companions do not deeply resent Madara. Instead, they are irked by his arrogant demeanor. Had Madara shown humility and acknowledged his wrongdoings, as Obito did towards Sasuke and the others, they might have found it within themselves to forgive him for the transgressions against their clan, especially in light of Hashirama's legacy. However, Madara's overwhelming arrogance has incited their ire. Perhaps the first Hokage was correct, but it matters little now. Given Madara's current strength, even if we wish to eliminate him, it seems unlikely we could succeed. As long as he does not provoke us, he may continue his antics as he pleases. Uchiha Sasuke said with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Senju Hashirama displayed a radiant smile and replied, "Rest assured, with me here, I shall never allow Madara to harm you. Furthermore, it seems that Madara harbors no murderous intent towards you. Rather, he appears to revel in the thrill of battle." Sasuke responded, "I hope that is the case. My genjutsu is not something that Uchiha Madara can easily unravel." Uchiha Sasuke would naturally not acknowledge that he could be easily harmed by Madara. Although he was not Madara's equal, he would not regard himself as someone who could be casually bullied. Well, let bygones be bygones. My elder brother has committed numerous wrongdoings. Yet he has also paid the price he deserved. As for future matters, let them be. At that moment, Uchiha Izuna spoke up. Upon hearing his words, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke hesitated. While Uchiha Izuna was indeed Madara's brother, he was also the grandfather of Uchiha Chentian, making him Chentian's biological grandfather. For the sake of Uchiha Chentian, even if they were reluctant to heed Izuna's words, they felt compelled to show him some respect. Very well. For the sake of our teacher, as long as Uchiha Madara does not provoke us, we shall refrain from causing him any trouble. The animosity of the Uchiha clan has persisted for far too long. This war, belonging to the Uchiha, must come to an end. Moreover, given our strength, we are incapable of vanquishing Uchiha Obito. Let this matter conclude here. I will persuade Sasuke on this front. Itachi Uchiha spoke calmly. Very well. I apologize on behalf of my elder brother. You are correct. The war of the Uchiha clan is indeed coming to a close. Uchiha Izuna smiled as he spoke. Ha! It is truly wonderful if you can set aside your animosities. Senju Hashirama chuckled with delight. In my opinion, brother, you ought not to intervene. If the Uchiha seek battle, let them do so. After all, it is not our Senju clan that will perish. Senju Tobarama remarked with a scoff. Although the Uchiha clan may have dwindled in number, each remaining member is a formidable force, many surpassing even the level of Hokage. Chapter 89. Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobarama. How could this not leave Senju Tobarama, who enjoys comparing the Senju and Uchiha clans, feeling unsatisfied? While many from the Senju clan still live, the only young powerhouse among them is Senju Rope Tree, who stands at the level of Hokage. Tsunade, although powerful as well, is now wed to Uchiha Chi. The Uchiha clan boasts 4 formidable members. Even if we exclude Uchiha Chi, either Sasuke or Itachi could easily overpower Rope Tree. Rope Tree could only hope to match Uchiha Sasuke. Senju Tobarama, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Even at your advanced age, you continue to be as irreverent as in your youth. Uchiha Izuna cast a displeased glance at Senju Hashirama. What is the matter, Uchiha Izuna? Do you wish to spar? Do not forget, I have trained for decades more than you. Senju Tobarama scoffed. Haha, Tobarama. Do you still believe I am the same Uchiha Izuna from a month ago? As he spoke, a formidable power emanated from Izuna's eyes, revealing a lotus-shaped Mangekyō Sharingan within his pupils. Your Mangekyō has actually evolved. Have you consumed a chakra fruit? Senju Tobarama exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I have consumed a chakra fruit. Although it is through external means that I have acquired this greater power, I must take such measures. Otherwise, I will inevitably be eliminated by this era. Tobarama, I trust you can sense it as well. A golden age is approaching. The status of the Kage is no longer synonymous with the strongest, as other hidden villages are now producing extraordinary talents at the Kage level. The current ninja world is brimming with exceptional individuals, and many once perished clans with bloodline limits are resurfacing. I can feel it. We are on the cusp of a magnificent era. Tobarama, if you continue to maintain your current mindset, there will come a day when you will be surpassed by the younger generation. Uchiha Izuna gazed earnestly at Senju Tobarama. Is that so? Upon hearing Uchiha Izuna's name, Senju Tobarama's expression shifted to one of solemnity. Eternal Eye. Great Buddha palm. Suddenly, Uchiha Azuna's eternal eye unleashed a formidable surge of ocular power. In the next instant, centered around Uchiha Azuna, a golden radiance enveloped him, and countless lotus blossoms unfurled instantaneously. One flower, one world, one leaf, one universe. Behind Uchiha Azuna emerged a majestic silhouette of a golden Buddha, exuding supreme authority. One hand pointed to the heavens while the other touched the earth. As the Buddha's palm descended, a colossal golden hand loomed over the sky. Witnessing the impending onslaught, Senju Tobirama felt as though he stood before a true Buddha. His own insignificance akin to that of an ant. This is bad, Senju Tobirama thought to himself, astonished by Uchiha Azuna's sudden aggression. Flying Thunder God technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled a shuriken into the distance. In the next heartbeat, Senju Tobirama's figure appeared far away. Boom! A massive crater, exceeding 100 meters, instantly formed, and a trace of shock lingered in Senju Tobirama's eyes. Had he not evaded in time, that attack could indeed have claimed his life. Uchiha Azuna, are you truly intent on killing me? Senju Tobirama exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Kill you? Not at all. Did you not escape? Uchiha Azuna retorted. I merely wished to teach you a lesson. As the words fell, Uchiha Azuna's form vanished from Senju Tobirama's sight. It should be noted, this was merely a clone. In a swift motion, Uchiha Azuna appeared before Senju Tobirama, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. This fellow had anticipated that I would employ the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive here, and he had been waiting for me all along. The thought flashed through Tobirama's mind as his body instinctively recoiled, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, rendering him momentarily rigid. Subsequently, he found himself subjected to a relentless barrage of strikes from Uchiha Azuna's fists. Though there may be a disparity in their ninjutsu, the difference in their taijutsu was not as pronounced. Have you grown old, Tobirama? Is your strength limited to this? Uchiha Azuna mocked Nani. Senju Tobirama, in a fit of rage, formed hand seals. At last, he unleashed his ninjutsu, directing a 10-meter-long water dragon towards Uchiha Azuna. Susanoo. Uchiha Azuna utilized the formidable defense of Susanoo to thwart the onslaught of Senju Tobirama. As the dust gradually settled, their gazes locked in a silent confrontation. Uchiha Azuna remained unchanged, while Senju Tobirama's attire lay in tatters, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Uchiha Azuna. In truth, it was merely that Senju Tobirama was momentarily caught off guard, which resulted in his severe defeat at the hands of Uchiha Azuna. Ha, you have regressed. Uchiha Azuna laughed heartily. With his hands clasped together, Tobirama invoked the water release, water shockwave technique. In an instant, a massive surge of chakra transformed into a swiftly rotating torrent, reminiscent of a whirlwind, ascending dramatically. A colossal cascade of water descended from the heavens, expanding like a waterfall and surging downward, ultimately forming a mighty river that rushed toward Uchiha Azuna. Could it be another water release? As Uchiha Azuna spoke, he formed hand seals, and the kaleidoscopic lotus within his eternal eyes began to spin. Fire release, Amaterasu. A tremendous inferno erupted from his mouth. Empowered by the might of his eternal eyes, the ferocity of this flame reached terrifying heights, rendering even water into vapor. While water extinguishes fire, the converse holds true. Fire can vanquish water. A resounding crackle echoed, reminiscent of oil sizzling, marking the moment when water was transmuted into steam. What? Witnessing his water release falter against the fire release, Senju Tobirama was astounded. He swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to vacate his position. A colossal blaze descended upon the very spot he had just occupied, creating a vast crater in the ground, from which billowed countless plumes of smoke. Senju Tobirama, you have been defeated. Uchiha Azuna laughed heartily. In the next instant, his form vanished without a trace. He chose not to continue the battle against Senju Tobirama. Fully aware that despite his Mangekyō Sharingan having evolved into the eternal Mangekyō, determining a victor against Senju Tobirama was not something that could be accomplished in a mere moment. The likelihood of both combatants suffering mutual defeat was exceedingly high. The only reason he was able to suppress Senju Tobirama was that Tobirama had underestimated him. Failing to comprehend the extent of Azuna's current prowess, he still believed Azuna to be the same as before, which led to his significant oversight. Damn it! Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth as he watched Uchiha Azuna depart. In just this month, Azuna's strength has grown considerably. Senju Hashirama remarked calmly. Humph. If I could defeat him once, I can certainly do so again, Senju Tobirama retorted with a scoff, unwilling to concede. Chapter 90, Konohagakure. Year 67. 2 years had elapsed since the battle against Kage at Tsutsuki. Naruto and Sasuke had both reached adulthood, while Shinji Tobirama was 15 years old. Over these 2 years, their abilities had stabilized at the pinnacle of the six paths, and unlike before, where their strength would surge exponentially, progress now required a more gradual ascent. Although their chakra and power had not seen significant advancements compared to 2 years prior, in terms of combat prowess, they could each contend with their former selves from 2 years ago. They had grown more adept in wielding the powers of the six paths Sage Art, Raisin Shuriken. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Thousand Birds. Uchiha Senju, wielding both the Rinnegan and the Mangekyō Sharingan, launched an assault against Uchiha Chentian with a Rasengan in his left hand and a Chidori in his right. In response, Uchiha Chentian delivered a powerful punch, unleashing an immense force that manifested into a formidable shockwave, transforming into a resplendent peacock of myriad colors. Whoosh! Boom! The two terrifying chakra energy blasts morphed into a cataclysmic pillar of light that pierced the heavens and the earth. This apocalyptic energy stirred a colossal tempest. And in that moment, a furious wind howled around them, creating a scene of astonishing chaos with swirling dust and flying debris. Hinata Hyuga grasped Naruto Uzumaki, while Niji Hyuga, Tenten, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Shino, Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, Rock Lee, and Might Guy struggled to endure. Kakashi and Guy shielded their eyes with their hands, desperately resisting the aftermath of the assault. Conversely, standing steadfastly amidst the tumult were the closer figures of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Itachi. For beings of the six paths caliber who remained largely unaffected. Swish! Just as the explosion was nearing its conclusion, a subtle smirk played upon Uchiha Chentian's lips, and his golden figure vanished in an instant. Bang! The next moment, a thunderous roar emanated from within the explosion's radius, marking the fierce clash of their physical combat. Though it was merely the collision of fists and feet, the resultant force was so powerful that it dispersed the surrounding debris in an instant. Swish! Bang! The two figures flickered across the ground, occasionally ascending into the air, each impact generating waves of energy akin to surging ocean tides. The assaults of Uchiha Chentian are remarkably straightforward, devoid of any embellishments. At first glance, they appear to be mere uppercuts, yet they emanate a terrifying aura. Each strike is accompanied by a menacing wave of force. Rinnegan, planetary devastation. A Rinnegan in the possession of Uchiha Senju ignited with a purple glow, as he summoned a tremendous amount of chakra in his hands. In an instant, this vast reservoir of chakra coalesced into a black sphere, which swiftly ascended into the air, beginning to draw in everything within its vicinity with an overwhelming gravitational force. Is this the technique known as planetary devastation? He could feel a powerful suction force attempting to engulf his body. Yet, Uchiha Chentian's feet remained firmly anchored to the ground, his form unwavering. Is this futile? Then let it descend. Uchiha Senju spoke earnestly. In an instant, a colossal meteor plummeted from the heavens. Come forth. Uchiha Chentian bellowed, his feet firmly planted on the ground, his body soaring into the heavens like a rocket in flight. With a powerful kick, he struck the colossal meteor above. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, unleashing an immense force that shattered the 10,000-meter-long meteor into countless fragments. Yet, this was not the end. Uchiha Chentian's form continued to propel towards Uchiha Senju. Rinnegan. Time froze. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Senju emanates a tremendous amount of ocular power, freezing the very fabric of space and time within his gaze. What? Uchiha Senju was taken aback, observing how Uchiha Chentian's momentum not only remained intact, but accelerated towards him. He could hardly believe that Uchiha Chentian was utilizing the strength of his physical form to break through his time freeze. Time technique. Senju. It appears that your awakened ability is commendable. However, your mastery of the time technique is still rudimentary. It can merely freeze time for a maximum of 3 seconds. Yet, my speed far exceeds the limits of the time you have managed to halt. As the last words fell, the atmosphere grew tense. Uchiha Chentian's figure has materialized behind Uchiha Senju, adorned with the Rinnegan and wielding the formidable Susanoo. The eternal eye of Uchiha Senju emanated an overwhelming force, instantaneously transforming into a colossal golden giant towering 200 meters high. I strike. Uchiha Chentian delivered a powerful strike upon Susanoo, shattering the formidable armor of the ethereal being. Furthermore, Uchiha Chentian's very form penetrated the depths of Susanoo. Such immense strength. Uchiha Senju raised both hands before him, although he successfully deflected Uchiha Chentian's fist. His body was nonetheless forced backward. The Rinnegan emanated an overwhelming pressure. The other eternal eye of Uchiha Senju swiftly transformed into a cerulean hue, while the right eye took on the appearance of a completely azure orb. A formidable gravitational force bore down upon the body of Uchiha Chentian. Oh, what a nuisance! Uchiha Chentian felt an oppressive weight upon his shoulders, immediately recognizing the predicament he found himself in. Although his physical prowess had attained the pinnacle of the six paths, he was now confronted by Uchiha Senju, who possessed both the Rinnegan and the Sharingan. Moreover, Senju's corporeal form had reached the threshold of the six paths as well. Engaging solely with physical strength against his son posed a significant challenge, particularly due to the unpredictable abilities granted by the Rinnegan, which filled Chentian with trepidation. His only recourse was to unleash the full force of his martial arts in a singular moment, aiming to vanquish Uchiha Senju in one decisive blow. However, given that they were merely participating in a contest rather than a life-or-death struggle, Uchiha Chentian found it imprudent to fully unleash his power. Father, while your strength is formidable, if you refrain from utilizing the Rinnegan, even your most potent techniques cannot surpass me. At best, it would result in a stalemate. Uchiha Senju chuckled with an air of confidence. That may not necessarily be the case. Calmly, Uchiha Chentian spoke, and in the next moment, his eyes widened. Two streams of translucent airwaves emanated from his gaze, striking Uchiha Chentian's shoulder with immediate effect. You wield the Rinnegan? No, this is not the Rinnegan. The sharp pain radiating from his shoulder astonished Uchiha Chentian. He had never anticipated that Uchiha Chentian could unleash air waves through his eyes. Such a feat must require an extraordinary level of mastery in physical techniques. Take this. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, Uchiha Chentian transformed his seeking Dao orb into a longsword of the same name, brandishing it towards Uchiha Chentian. Clang! Uchiha Chentian did not evade at all. He did not employ the Rinnegan's truth-seeking balls. Instead, like a stroke of divine inspiration, he effortlessly seized the blade of Uchiha Senju's truth-seeking sword with merely 2 fingers. The power of the reincarnation I combined with the Rinnegan in Sage Mode. Uchiha Senju began to exude a wild aura of natural energy, a golden flame soaring towards the heavens. With the assistance of the Rinnegan and the Sharingan, he seamlessly entered Sage Mode without the need for hand seals. Chapter 91. Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave. Clang! In the instant his fingertips separated from the blade, Uchiha Senju sent Uchiha Chentian flying through the air. However, his form soon halted mid-air, his hands gripping the sword of seeking truth, which he then forcefully brought down, cleaving once more towards Uchiha Chentian. Whoosh! 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 Uchiha Senju wielded the sword of seeking Dao with remarkable speed, its afterimages shimmering in the air, yet he was utterly unable to make contact with Uchiha Chentian's form. Bang! Uchiha Chentian delivered a powerful punch that struck Uchiha Chentian squarely in the abdomen, the tremendous force penetrating deep within Chentian's body. Bang! The proximity of the strike left Uchiha Chentian no chance to evade. The overwhelming power wreaked havoc within him. How swift! Incredibly swift! Uchiha Senju's eyes widened in astonishment. Although his vision was keen, his physical speed could not keep pace with the rapidity of the Rinnegan and the Transmigration Eye. A moment's delay in his reaction led to Uchiha Chentian delivering a powerful punch that sent him hurtling into the distance, creating a deep crater of 3 to 4 meters in the ground. Uchiha Chentian suddenly opened his mouth and, with a gasp, spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. His body swayed slightly. Despite having just risen from the ground, he struggled to maintain his balance and promptly collapsed once more. At that moment, Uchiha Chentian felt as though a terrifying beast was rampaging within him, wreaking havoc on his body. The overwhelming force was destroying him, causing sweat to pour down his face and rendering him pale as death. Father, you are truly ruthless. After a considerable pause, Uchiha Chentian managed to utter these words. Although the natural sage power was rapidly healing his body, the strength of Uchiha Chentian was not something he could easily dispel. He had completely lost his fighting capability and would require at least half an hour to eliminate the destructive force within him. Experience triumphs over youth. Even with merely physical techniques, I can defeat you, for you are still too young. With a hearty laugh, Uchiha Chentian delivered a resounding slap on Uchiha Chentian's shoulder, and a surge of golden natural chakra swiftly coursed through Chentian's body, restoring him within moments. Ban, what do you think of Chentian's physical techniques? Chentian Hashirama inquired of Uchiha Ban. Impressive. I sense that he has yet to reveal his full potential. If he were to unleash his strength, Shinsho would likely be unable to withstand even 3 strikes. Uchiha Madara spoke with a grave expression. Indeed, but it is precisely due to the overwhelming power. I believe his stamina cannot sustain prolonged combat, Shinja Hashirama remarked. Above the level of a Kage, if one engages in battle using chakra, it is feasible to fight for days and nights, provided the strengths are comparable. However, when it comes to physical combat, the consumption is significantly greater than that of ninjutsu. At most, one can only endure for a few hours before succumbing to exhaustion, unless one manages to replenish their energy while fighting by consuming sustenance. Moreover, ninjas have the ability to absorb the chakra from the natural world to restore their strength, especially those who are versed in sage techniques. They can utilize the natural chakra to rejuvenate their bodies, thus extending their combat duration, despite possessing the Rinnegan and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Did we not find ourselves unable to compel Uncle Chentian to resort to ninjutsu before facing defeat? Uncle Chentian must now be at least several times more formidable than he was 2 years ago. Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed, "It should not be so simple. The teacher's strength should be on par with ours, and he has likely made little progress over the past 2 years. However, he has refined his taijutsu to a remarkably perfect level. Perhaps his ninjutsu is similarly advanced. The greater the strength, the more challenging it becomes to advance further." After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Itachi remarked that Shinju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had attained perfect sage mode in their 20s. Yet it was only in Madara's later years that he reached the 6 paths level. Similarly, Hashirama only achieved the 6 paths status after his resurrection, acquiring some of Uchiha Chentian's 6 paths powers. Throughout the history of the ninja world, there have been numerous shadow-level powerhouses in their teenage years. However, few have truly reached the level of sage. Even Hanzo barely qualified as a sage-level figure, earning the title of demigod. Fortunately, Chentian does not harbor any ambition to become Hokage. Otherwise, I would have to wait for the 8th Hokage. Observing Uchiha Chentian's formidable abilities, Uzumaki Naruto sighed in relief. What a fool. A powerhouse like Uncle Chentian would never aspire to become Hokage in Konoha. Have you forgotten that Uncle Chentian is also the Sage Lord of the Sage Realm? He is recognized across the ninja world as an existence that surpasses the 5 Kages, wielding authority that transcends the 5 nations. Upon encountering the foolish visage of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke could not refrain from speaking. "What did you say, Sasuke? Are you looking for a fight? You must realize that you are no match for me now," Naruto retorted, addressing Uchiha Sasuke. Initially, the two were evenly matched in terms of chakra, yet 3 days prior, the positive and negative aspects of the Nine Tails had merged into one. Furthermore, with Naruto's fusion of the Nine Tails power and sage energy, he had ascended to the Sage of the Nine Tails mode. Naruto's strength had now reached the mid-level of the 6 paths, while Sasuke, barring any unforeseen circumstances, remained at the threshold of that same level. Without having engaged in battle, how could one ascertain who was superior? Sasuke's right eye revealed the intricate patterns of the Mangekyō Sharingan and the Rinnegan, fixed upon Naruto with a fervor for combat. Naruto swiftly entered sage mode, a golden chakra aura enveloping him. Just as he reveled in his newfound power, Sasuke unleashed a formidable ocular energy from his Rinnegan, simultaneously forming hand seals. And in the blink of an eye, he too transitioned into sage mode. A similar golden chakra aura surrounded Sasuke, casting a golden shadow, while a massive serpent materialized behind him. Uchiha Sasuke has successfully ascended to the realm of the 6 paths. The 6 paths levels are categorized into 5 stages: lower, middle, upper, completion, and perfection. Each stage represents a twofold increase in power. A middle path practitioner can typically contend against 3 or 4 lower path opponents. However, through combat techniques and flawless ocular powers, one can engage adversaries across different tiers. Sage mode? Uzumaki Naruto gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke has mastered the sage mode of the Dragon Cave, while Naruto has embraced the sage mode of Myaboka Mountain. Although both are forms of sage mode, their states are not entirely identical. One is a sage technique birthed from toads, and the other from snakes. Sage mode. Who among us would not aspire to attain it? Uchiha Sasuke remarked. Even if you possess such abilities, what does it truly matter? You must have only just acquired them, correct? Uzumaki Naruto responded with a tranquil countenance. Sasuke needed to perform hand seals and activate his Rinnegan to enter sage mode, whereas Naruto could effortlessly transition into sage mode at will. Is there anyone else? Naruto pondered, yearning for a fierce duel with Sasuke. Chapter 92, The Tournament of Champions. The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated. His gaze fell upon Uchiha Madara. What is the matter? Do you wish to dance? Uchiha Madara gazed at Uchiha Chentian with a fierce determination. You are still not enough. Let the two of you come at me together. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from his body, centered around Uchiha Chentian. In an instant, this formidable energy clashed with the surrounding space, unleashing a tempest of lightning and wild frenzy. The earth began to fracture. Boom, boom. The terrifying thunderous roars echoed, as countless rocks of various sizes levitated into the air under the influence of this immense power. What an astonishing momentum! Is this truly his physical prowess, devoid of chakra? To become so formidable without any techniques is simply astonishing. Senju Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, this is the essence of youth. My senior brother is truly my idol. Even if it is merely physical techniques, there exists the potential to surpass the 5 Kage. How exhilarating! Guy declared with palpable excitement. Indeed. I hold profound admiration for Master Chentian, Lee echoed, equally exhilarated. Ningji, let us maintain a distance from those two, Tenten advised Hinata Ningji. Although Ningji did not respond, he nonetheless moved away from Lee and Guy, following Tenten's lead. What a disgrace, those two. Ningji thought helplessly to himself. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara simultaneously leapt into the air, gradually descending from above. Now, it is our turn to make a move, Hashirama said with a smile. Chentian, you should employ your Rinnegan. Your physical techniques, while powerful, may not suffice against both Hashirama and me. Underestimating us would be a grave error. We are not like Naruto or Sasuke, the younger generation. Uchiha Madara remarked, is that so? As Uchiha Chentian's voice faded, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Before Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could make their move, Uchiha Chentian's formidable foot had already landed upon Uchiha Madara. As Uchiha Madara's body descended, Senju Hashirama's figure swiftly followed, plummeting towards the very ground where Madara had just landed, his velocity surpassing that of his rival. In a mere moment, Hashirama soared past Madara, striking the earth a heartbeat sooner, followed closely by Madara himself. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, creating two significant craters upon the ground. Uchiha Madara's injuries were not as grievous as those of Senju Hashirama. He soared into the air, and without uttering a word, summoned a colossal Susanoo towering 200 meters high, wielding a great sword to strike at Uchiha Chentian. Observing this, Senju Hashirama felt compelled to rise from the ground. With a leap, he vanished from his previous location. In a display of his formidable power, he executed the sage art, would release, true thousand-armed cannon. With a resounding clap of his hands upon the earth, countless massive tree trunks erupted violently from the ground, rapidly transforming into innumerable gigantic arms of a colossal cannon statue. This statue loomed even taller than Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, dwarfing it by a factor of 2. Demon Dragon 8 styles. Uchiha Chentian bellowed. First style, the carp leaps over the dragon gate. Second style, the flood dragon roars. Third style, the divine dragon emerges from the sea. Fourth style, the flying dragon ascends to the heavens. Fifth style, the proud dragon regrets. Sixth style, the twin dragons fetch water. Seventh style, the black dragon battles the sky. Eighth style, the demonic dragon swings its tail. In the brief span of a second, Uchiha Chentian unleashed the complete 8 styles of the demonic dragon. Hundreds of majestic dragons, each extending 100 meters in length, surged forth from his fists. The resounding roars of these dragons echoed, creating a cacophony that trembled the very earth, reverberating across thousands of kilometers. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were instantly encircled by these formidable dragons. The clash was monumental. As the thousand-handed cannon of Senju Hashirama unleashed its myriad of hands, they frantically struck at the approaching 5-clawed dragons. The collision between the palm shadows and the dragons erupted in a thunderous roar. Behold my dragon-slaying prowess today. Uchiha Madara bellowed, and the Susanoo emanated an overwhelming force. In his hand, the azure sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a terrifying sword beam directed at a multitude of divine dragons. Boom, boom, boom. The true 1,000 hands radiated a magnificent and boundless power as hundreds of divine dragons collided, resulting in a resounding explosion. Roll. With a single strike from Madara's Susanoo, a 200-meter-long 5-clawed dragon erupted under the force of his sword, disintegrating into a plume of vapor. If this continued, it would take at least 5 or 6 minutes to resolve these colossal dragons. Such a delay would undoubtedly lead to a significant loss of face. Senju Hashirama whispered to Uchiha Madara. I understand. The cold, ruthless path of Uchiha Madara unfolds. In an instant, both Madara and Hashirama speak simultaneously. Senju Hashirama leaps into the embrace of Madara's Susanoo. Clapping his hands together, countless streams of wood-released chakra swiftly enveloped the Susanoo. The divine warrior immediately sprouts thousands of arms, and its form expands to a staggering height of over 1,000 meters. Previously, the Susanoo's armor was adorned upon the statue of Cannon, bestowing upon the colossal figure overwhelming offensive power and the absolute defense of Susanoo's armor. Now, however, the Susanoo assumes the central role. Each hand of the Senju Susanoo wields a distinct weapon. Engage. Uchiha Madara let out a thunderous roar, commanding the 1,000-hand Susanoo to unleash its full velocity, producing a sonic boom as it surged towards the surrounding 5-clawed divine dragons. Kill! Shouted both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in unison, channeling their chakra to its utmost limit as they struck with lethal precision. Boom, boom, boom. In less than 10 seconds, all the divine dragons were scattered by their combined might. Were these two not sworn enemies? How could they exhibit such remarkable synergy? Witnessing his entire set of the magic Dragon 8 techniques, which conjured hundreds of demonic dragons, being effortlessly dismantled by the collaboration of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in under 20 seconds was utterly disheartening. Senju Hashirama, Strength, 6 Paths Middle Realm, Bloodline Limit, Sage Body. Uchiha Madara possesses extraordinary strength, classified as a being of the 6 Paths realm. His bloodline limits include the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and the Mangekyō Sharingan. It is noteworthy that the Sage Body is distinct from the Sage Mode. The Sage Body's regenerative capabilities are akin to that of an immortal, boasting a chakra recovery rate exponentially higher than that of an ordinary individual. The Sage Body can be regarded as a natural embodiment of Sage Mode. Conversely, Sage Mode involves the cultivation of natural chakra, and due to certain characteristics akin to the Sage Body, it is thus designated. Even Uchiha Shin, who has attained a form of Super Sage Mode through the harnessing of natural energy, does not embody the Sage Body. These two individuals exist merely within the 6 Paths realm. However, the destructive power they unleash in tandem surpasses that of even the upper echelons of the 6 Paths. Furthermore, even a fully realized practitioner of the 6 Paths would find themselves at a disadvantage against them. Should they encounter figures such as Tsutsuki Kanshiki or Tsutsuki Momoshiki, there would be no need for sealing, as these formidable beings would undoubtedly suffer a severe defeat. In his mind, Uchiha Chentian contemplated. Chapter 93, The King of 8 Gates Fist. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. Open Gate, Rest Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Do Gate, View Gate, Shock Gate, Death Gate. With all 8 gates fully opened, at Uchiha Chentian's level, the first 6 gates had little effect on him, as his cellular structure was exceedingly robust. The 8 gates of Duinjia could no longer easily stimulate his cells. Only the shock gate of the 7th gate could provoke his cellular vitality, while the 8th gate struggled to invigorate his heart completely. The death gate, it ignites the total energy of one's own cells, unleashing the accumulated burden of a lifetime. At this moment, even the blood evaporates, enveloped in a crimson mist, allowing for the invocation of the evening spectacle, Night Guy. However, even with all 8 gates opened, it could merely incinerate a fraction of his cells. The death gate primarily consumed the outer vitality of the heart. With all 8 gates unleashed, Uchiha Chentian's power surged exponentially. The King of 8 Gates Fist. A brilliant crimson light erupted from Uchiha, as the red mist surrounding him transformed into radiant luminescence. An infinite torrent of energy surged forth, consuming his vitality, yet simultaneously replenished by the forces of nature. The crimson light roared, cascading in all directions, as the air filled with fierce red energy, swirling in a tempest that emitted a piercing sound. Surrounding boulders were ground to dust, swept away by the howling winds into the distance. The King of Fist, an evolved form of the 8 Gates Duinjia. For the red steam bore a striking resemblance to the red light and mirrored the King Fist from Dragon Ball, hence Uchiha Chentian dubbed it the King Fist. Triple the King of 8 Gates Fist. The power of Uchiha Chentian surged threefold, his physical strength surpassing even that of the 6 Paths. A flash of crimson light illuminated the scene as Uchiha Chentian's formidable punch penetrated deeply into Uchiha Madara's abdomen, shattering the outer defenses of the complete Susanoo. Akin to glass fracturing under immense pressure, Uchiha Madara's eyes twitched with intensity as he gritted his teeth and grasped the sword of Kusanagi, preparing to retaliate. Clang! Uchiha Chentian firmly grasped the sword of truth held by Uchiha Madara with a single hand, delivering a powerful kick that sent Madara soaring through the air. However, at that moment, another Uchiha Madara materialized behind Uchiha Chentian. Was it the realm of the Wheel of Morning? Bang! 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 As Uchiha Chentian deftly evaded Uchiha Madara's relentless onslaught, his mind raced with thoughts. Meanwhile, Shinja Hashirama finally regained his composure. He leaped into the air, his hands manifesting a colossal golden sphere imbued with sage power. This sphere transformed into a shimmering golden figure, hurtling towards Uchiha Chentian. The air crackled with intensity as the three engaged in a rapid and fierce battle in the skies, exchanging blows and jutsu with fervor. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara and the collaboration between him and Shinja Hashirama, while not lacking in skill, certainly exemplify the adage that practice makes perfect. The technique Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song, a fusion of the Great Dragon Fire technique and the Fire Dragon Bullet, both C-rank ninjutsu, unleashes 4 colossal fire dragons, each extending over 100 meters, advancing from all directions towards Uchiha Chentian. The searing heat emanating from each dragon possesses the potential to obliterate an entire Hidden Leaf village, effectively encircling Uchiha Chentian, leaving him with no avenue for evasion. Uchiha Chentian exuded an overwhelming aura that instantaneously dispersed all the fire dragons. Suddenly, a wooden dragon, extending several hundred meters, opened its massive jaws and promptly engulfed Uchiha Chentian. Shinra Tensei, with a swift motion of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, an immense surge of ocular power was unleashed. An invisible yet formidable repulsive force emanated from Madara, rapidly expanding towards the colossal wood dragon that had engulfed Uchiha Chentian. In an instant, shards of stone were sent flying as the massive wooden structure cracked open, only to explode moments later. The heavens trembled, and the stars quaked. Uchiha Madara, alongside his Susanoo, swiftly formed 3 distinct seals, summoning 2 colossal meteors, each exceeding a kilometer in diameter, to plummet vertically from the heavens. These immense meteors were so vast that they obscured the sun. "Brother, will father be crushed?" A little girl on the battlefield anxiously inquired of Uchiha Senju. Uchiha Lin, born in the Hidden Leaf village 60 years ago, is now 7 years old, possessing the innate ability of the 3-tomo Sharingan. "Fear not, for father shall not falter." Uchiha Senju possesses one eye awakened with the rebirth eye, while the other is imbued with the wheel eye. His dual gaze perceives a formidable surge of energy emanating from the epicenter of the explosion. Is this truly a monster? Can the physical form be cultivated to such an extraordinary extent? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. His cells are ablaze, signifying a depletion of his vitality. Yet, paradoxically, his corporeal cells are incessantly regenerating with each passing moment. Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan fixated intently on Uchiha Chentian, contemplating in his heart. It is sage power. The master is utilizing sage power to replenish his depleting life force. However, to attain such a level of mastery, one must undoubtedly reach a profound realm in the cultivation of natural energy. Itachi Uchiha remarked, "Natural energy, you say? This implies that Uncle Chentian has attained a level of mastery in natural energy cultivation akin to that of the first Hokage." Uchiha Sasuke inquired with curiosity. "No? The body of the first Hokage was already that of a sage. My master attained an elevated state through natural chakra. He referred to it as the Super Sage mode, a power that far surpasses that of an ordinary sage." Uchiha Itachi spoke earnestly. "I see now. Sasuke Uchiha is also capable of the sage mode, and he possesses a certain understanding of the Super Sage mode described by Itachi Uchiha. As the smoke gradually dissipates, the ground is strewn with countless sparks. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chentian floats effortlessly in the air, observing Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara with a relaxed expression. One cannot deny the exceptional synergy between the two of you. Even I have fallen victim to your prowess. However, the strength of my body far exceeds your imagination." With that said, an array of shattered stones and dirt is lifted into the air by the overwhelming aura emanating from Uchiha Chentian, suspended beside him. Red electric sparks dance around, creating a vivid display of light as they collide through the air, producing a resounding roar. Uchiha Chentian swiftly performed a series of intricate hand gestures in the void, and a radiant glow of concentrated energy ignited between his palms. Had it not been agreed that ninjutsu would not be employed? Upon witnessing the formidable energy emanating from Uchiha Chentian's hands, Shinja Hashirama could not help but exclaim, "No, this is not ninjutsu. It does not belong to the realm of chakra. This is taijutsu." His hands are compressing the air and space, giving rise to such immense power. One could say it is the very essence of air itself. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan was fixed intently upon Uchiha Chentian. He could discern that Chentian's hands were merely compressing the air, manifesting as an air wave, a spatial key wave. Uchiha Chentian fiercely hurled the energy from his hands towards Hashirama and Madara. Chapter 94. Sage Technique, True Numbers, Ascendant Buddha. Boom. The true number of the 1,000 hands. along with the complete Susanoo, was being forcefully pressed down by a colossal sphere of energy. Uchiha Chentian, with his hands raised, exerted control over his spatial energy waves, directing them towards Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The force of this energy was overwhelming, rendering resistance futile. Senju Hashirama urgently called out to Uchiha Madara, realizing that a direct confrontation was impossible. If we cannot confront it head-on, then we must retreat. With those words, Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan unleashed a formidable surge of ocular power. In the next instant, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the shadow of Madara's limbo. Here, Uchiha Chentian abruptly turned, transforming into a crimson figure that surged forward. Following this, two dazzling glimmers collided mid-air, and upon their convergence, both combatants simultaneously employed the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. Boom! A tremendous force erupted in the air, unleashing a spectacular explosion of sparks as bubble-like zones shattered and faded into oblivion. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara both retreated, while Uchiha Chentian remained motionless. In Super Sage mode, just then, Senju Hashirama let out a powerful shout, his hands beginning to weave intricate seals. 3 seconds passed, then 5. Then 10, and Hashirama continued to form the seals. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow slightly, while Uchiha Chentian was beset by a myriad of dark lines upon his forehead. Shouldn't he have simply bellowed and entered Sage mode directly? What on earth is Senju Hashirama up to? Uchiha Chentian expressed his bewilderment, saying, Hashirama, what on earth are you doing? Why does it take so long to perform a jutsu? Uchiha Madara said helplessly, please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Senju Hashirama replied, his hands continuously forming seals. 1 minute passed, then 5. Uchiha Chentian could no longer contain himself. Is it done yet, Hashirama? If you continue with these seals, I shall take my leave. Does it truly take this long to enter Sage mode? Almost there. Just give me 1 more minute. Senju Hashirama was still diligently forming the seals. Boom. The aura emanating from Senju Hashirama began to intensify. A surge of purple energy enveloped him, followed by a golden hue, and then a magnificent purplish gold radiance. Hashirama's eyes shimmered with this vibrant color, accompanied by crackling lightning. A character for Sage appeared upon his forehead, and he appeared to be engulfed in flames of purplish gold. Senju Hashirama's power surged dramatically from the realm of the 6 paths to the pinnacle of the 6 paths. Boom. The completion of the 6 paths. What? Uchiha Chentian was taken aback. Although the process of Senju Hashirama entering the Super Sage mode was lengthy, the surge in power was monumental, elevating him from the 6 paths realm directly to the pinnacle of the 6 paths, amplifying his strength by at least tenfold. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding noises echoed, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and unleashing a tremendous clamor. Uchiha Chentian utilized his left hand to grip Senju Hashirama's fist, while Hashirama, in turn, thwarted Chentian's arm, with his right fist ensnared by Hitter's left hand. Bang! In an instant, Uchiha Chentian's abdomen was struck by a kick from Senju Hashirama. This. Uchiha Chentian pressed his hand against his lower abdomen, gazing incredulously at Senju Hashirama. His strength and speed surpassed that of Hashirama, albeit not as markedly as before. If we were to quantify Uchiha Chentian's power at 1800, then Hashirama would be at 1600. Yet, astonishingly, it was Uchiha Chentian who found himself at a disadvantage. Uchiha Chentian, enduring the torment in his lower abdomen, bent his body forward and raised his right hand, unleashing a wave of air towards Senju Hashirama. Boom! Senju Hashirama crossed his arms in front of him, dissipating Uchiha Chentian's air wave, causing him to stagger back several paces. Suddenly, a similar wave of air materialized in Senju Hashirama's hand, yet unlike Uchiha Chentian's golden hue, his was a resplendent purple gold. Boom! Uchiha Chentian was instantly sent flying. Immediately after, Senju Hashirama transformed into a radiant beam of light, charging directly towards Uchiha Chentian. With a powerful upward kick, Senju Hashirama launched Uchiha Chentian into the air. In an astonishing display of agility, he teleported beside him, accompanied by 2 shadow clones that had just materialized above Uchiha Chentian, harnessing the momentum gained from their descent. All 3 delivered a simultaneous kick towards Uchiha Chentian. The impact, combined with the force of gravity, caused Uchiha Chentian to crash violently into the ground. Alas, the force was so immense that it shattered his bones. The visage of Uchiha Chentian was marred by anguish. Ever since the harrowing events of the Second Shinobi World War, it had been quite some time since he had endured a fracture. Your martial prowess is formidable. Both your strength and speed surpass my Sage mode. Were it not for my recent mastery of this advanced state, I fear that even without your Rinnegan, I would not stand a chance against you, Senja Hashirama observed, calmly addressing the fallen Uchiha Chentian. Moreover, your techniques still exhibit certain deficiencies, and your experience remains somewhat lacking. Even if your power eclipses mine, you remain unable to best me. Utilize your Rinnegan. Allow me to witness your true capabilities, Hashirama remarked with a hint of casualness. Dreadful. This Hashirama possesses such extraordinary power in his sage mode. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth as he gazed at Senja Hashirama, who was overpowering Uchiha Chentian in the distance. Although I am not particularly fond of Hashirama's techniques, it seems that Sasuke, that young man, can attain sage mode through his Rinnegan. Therefore, I should be capable of achieving it as well. Uchiha Madara contemplated to himself. Very well, as you wish, Uchiha Chentian proclaimed, and in the next moment, his eyes transformed into a pair of violet Rinnegan with 9 tomo. With a swift motion, Shinra Tensei radiated from Uchiha Chentian, creating a rapid expansion centered around him. Instantly, shards of stone flew through the air as the ground fractured, and the terrifying repulsive force surged towards Senja Hashirama. Has he finally employed the Rinnegan? Hashirama's body retreated swiftly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous afterimages danced across the ground as Hashirama charged towards Uchiha Chentian with remarkable speed. Yet, after Uchiha Chentian activated the Rinnegan, every movement of Hashirama unfolded before him in slow motion. With each attempt, Hashirama was repelled even faster than he approached. Senjutsu, true numbers, the Buddha of transformation, Hashirama bellowed, clapping his hands together. From the earth emerged several numbers, and trees grew rapidly, expanding to bloom a colossal golden lotus that gradually unfurled, transforming into the 9-tiered lotus platform. A towering wooden Buddha, 1,000 meters high, manifested, exuding an aura of golden natural chakra, enveloped in radiance akin to a magnificent golden light. As if the light of the Buddha illuminated all, the golden-skinned figure of the Buddha lowered his gaze, his presence dignified and solemn, looking down upon Uchiha Chentian. Wherever the Buddha's gaze fell, there was compassion and mercy, despite the absence of any oppressive aura. A sense of reverence arose within the hearts of those who beheld him. Is this a wooden Buddha? Uchiha Chentian was taken aback. The golden natural energy surged into the sky, resembling the radiant light of a myriad of Buddhas, akin to the rising sun illuminating the heavens. An overwhelming, unparalleled aura of the wooden Buddha swept forth. The wooden Buddha's hand descended with an unmatched might. Chapter 95, Defeat. This hand, imbued with incomprehensible grandeur, plummeted from the heavens, aiming to suppress Uchiha Chentian, who floated midair. The thunderous sound erupted like a cacophony of 1,000 storms, shaking the very earth and mountains. The terrifying shockwaves transformed into a raging whirlwind, spreading outward, reducing mountains that soared hundreds of meters high and stretched for thousands of meters into mere ruins. Fortunately, there were no souls around. Otherwise, the toll of lives lost beneath that single strike would have been unimaginable. Multiple Susanoo clones technique. The ocular power emitted by Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan unleashed a tremendous force, conjuring 100 complete Susanoo that ascended into the heavens. Sage technique. Multiple creation of heaven and earth. Uchiha Chentian bellowed, summoning 100 Susanoo, each wielding a celestial axe, its surface adorned with swirling runes, surrounded by flickering lightning. The 100 axes descended simultaneously, unleashing a blinding torrent of golden light upon the Buddha, whose colossal form was instantly obliterated by the overwhelming force. Although these 100 Susanoo possessed merely half of Uchiha Chentian's might, they still commanded 1/10 of it, and the perfection of the 6 paths power, even at 1/10, equated to the pinnacle strength of the lower realms. This was tantamount to a unified strike from 100 6 paths warriors. Not even a fully realized 6 paths being could withstand such an onslaught, let alone one of perfect caliber, which would surely suffer greatly. Suddenly, the sky was rent asunder, revealing a vast and serene cosmic expanse through the gaping rift. An immense explosion reverberated, sending tremors through the very fabric of space, leaving cracks in its wake. The 100 Susanoo, equivalent to the 6 paths level, and the true form of the Buddha clashed at their focal point, each draining the other's strength. Exuding an aura of sheer terror, energy ripples surged outward, creating towering waves that rose 100 meters high, tumultuous and fierce. With a swift motion, Senja Hashirama grasped a shuriken and hurled it into the distance. In the next moment, he had vanished, reappearing far from the epicenter of the explosion. Surrounded by a violet flame, he resembled a blooming rose, radiating a formidable presence. Is this lad also a Jintriki? How can his chakra seem inexhaustible? Capable of manifesting so many Susanoo? Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment. A Jinchuriki's chakra cannot compare to mine. Even the Tintails would pale in comparison. The voice of Uchiha Chentian resonated behind Senju Hashirama. Is it the space-time ninjutsu of the Rinnegan? Indeed, mastering Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique has its advantages. Otherwise, facing individuals like you, who possess the Rinnegan, would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Senju Hashirama swiftly turned around, hastily increasing the distance between himself and Uchiha Chentian. So, you have only recently acquired the Flying Thunder God technique. I had assumed you had mastered it long ago. Uchiha Chentian, in a moment of enlightenment, chuckled lightly. Let us act swiftly. I cannot maintain this state for long. With that, Senju Hashirama let out a fierce cry, summoning two colossal orbs of energy in his hands, radiating brilliance akin to the sun. These spheres were infused with natural energy, possessing a terrifying might capable of obliterating even the moon upon impact. Senjutsu, Solar Energy Bomb. As Uchiha Chentian activated his Rinnegan, his gaze firmly fixed upon Senju Hashirama. In the next instant, they exchanged positions in a flash. What? Senju Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment. Rapidly forming hand seals. In less than a second, his form vanished, taking with him the Solar Energy Bomb. Flying Thunder God technique. He employed this technique to transfer the Solar Energy Bomb to a different location. Again, it has moved. Uchiha Chentian was taken aback. He never anticipated that Senju Hashirama could actually shift to his side. The Reincarnation Eye. Absolute Protection. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Chentian transformed into a golden Samsara Eye, instantly unleashing a tremendous surge of ocular power that enveloped him in a transparent protective shield. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, as a colossal golden energy sphere crushed Uchiha Chentian into the ground. The force emanating from it shattered the clouds above, violently tearing a massive rift in the sky. If one were to gaze upon the shinobi realm from the cosmos, they would witness a small aperture emerging amidst the atmospheric currents surrounding the planet, with the earth below laid bare for all to see. The energy projectile, born of natural energy, was overwhelmingly powerful, and I found myself struggling to withstand its might. Uchiha Chentian exclaimed in astonishment. So, it is the Rebirth Eye. Great Black Heaven. The golden Rinnegan of Uchiha Chentian emitted a tremendous amount of ocular power. Before him, the golden energy orb rapidly diminished in size. What is happening? Why has it suddenly shrunk? Senju Hashirama gazed in astonishment at the golden energy orb in Uchiha Chentian's hand, now only measuring 5 or 6 centimeters in diameter. You may regard it as a manifestation of my Rinnegan's abilities. Uchiha Chentian replied. In the next moment, his eyes flickered. He activated the Rinnegan. 100-fold gravity enveloped Senju Hashirama, causing him to crouch down, unaccustomed to the sudden and overwhelming force. The Rinnegan invoked the Taiji Bagua, and a black and white symbol materialized beneath Hashirama's feet, radiating a dual glow that enveloped him. What is this? Hashirama gazed in alarm at the Taiji diagram beneath him, sensing that all his inner strength had been sealed by a mysterious force, compelling him to relinquish the Sage Mode. This is the Taiji Bagua technique of my Rinnegan, which can seal all forms of energy. In essence, you are now merely stronger than an ordinary person in physicality. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian lifted the seal on Hashirama. Is that so? What a terrifying ability! Hashirama exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. For a formidable warrior, death is not the most fearsome prospect. However, the loss of all power is a fate far worse than death. Here was a being of 6 paths caliber, reduced to naught by a mere glance from Uchiha Chentian, and the process had been alarmingly swift. It was only natural that Hashirama felt a surge of panic. Little did Hashirama realize that while Uchiha Chentian appeared to effortlessly seal his powers, had he been more vigilant and noticed the Taiji diagram beneath him, he could have evaded its grasp. Uchiha Chentian's desire to seal him was no simple task. It appears that I have emerged victorious. Yet, I have also faced defeat. Senju Hashirama remarked with a smile. Previously, Uchiha Chentian had stated that he would rely solely on taijutsu, and if he were compelled to utilize his ocular techniques, it would signify his loss. However, for Uchiha Chentian, being forced to resort to his eye techniques to vanquish someone of lesser power would mean he had succumbed to defeat. Nevertheless, he had indeed been bested. Chapter 96, The 5 Kage Summit Super Sage Mode? Uzumaki Naruto pondered, stroking his chin. Upon reaching the intermediate stage of the 6 paths, advancing further in strength through the power of the Rinnegan alone becomes a formidable challenge. Thus, it seems that I must either cultivate senjutsu or enhance my taijutsu. For only through such endeavors can I elevate my prowess to new heights. Uchiha Sasuke pondered within himself. Uchiha Chentian, how peculiar. Why does this name suddenly seem familiar to me? Uchiha Madara felt a sense of perplexity within. It was strange. He sensed a recollection stirring in his mind. Yet the specifics eluded him. Senju Hashirama shared a similar contemplation as Uchiha Madara. The sage mode, to his astonishment, bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. While it might not be an exact match, it was certainly strikingly similar, perhaps by 70 or 80%. Uchiha Chentian pondered, however. Am I secretly learning the sage mode techniques of Senju Hashirama, or is he clandestinely acquiring my skills? Uchiha Chentian pondered within his heart, contemplating the notion of the super sage mode. It seemed he had discussed it with Hashirama in another parallel world, yet it was merely a hypothetical concept at that time. He had not yet succeeded in mastering the super sage mode. In the heart of Uchiha Chentian, a silent realization dawned. At this moment, he remained unaware that his journey to the Warring States period had intertwined with the childhood of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Approximately 80 years prior in the world of shinobi, although not a true return to the past, the actions taken in that era reverberated into the present. The influence on the parallel timeline had begun to reshape the memories of both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. In the realm of the shinobi, at the confluence of the land of fire, land of wind, land of water, land of lightning, and land of earth, lay the mystical city known as the Sage City, also referred to as the village of sages within the kingdom of sages. This city, akin to Konoha village beneath the land of fire, thrived under the auspices of the sage realm. Before the grand stone gates of Sage City, a broad thoroughfare stretched forth, flanked by an array of towering structures, embodying the vibrancy and affluence of this bustling metropolis. A crimson carpet unfurled at the entrance, where rows of meticulously arranged ninjas, adorned in green special forces attire, stood at attention. These elite shinobi, all jounin, numbered approximately 500. In front of them, a ceremonial unit played music, heralding the arrival of distinguished guests. As the procession commenced, teams clad in various cloaks and bearing distinct headbands entered with grace. Among them were Gaara, the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure, the Raikage from Kumogakure, Madarumi, the Mizukage from Kirigakure, Karatsuchi, the Tsuchikage of Awagakure, and lastly, Kakashi, the 6th Hokage. Awaiting them was Uchiha Chentian, the Lord of Sage City, ready to greet the 5 Kage. Is this truly Sage City? Exclaimed a shinobi from Sunagakure in astonishment. It is but a single street. Yet it surpasses even the grandeur of a daimyo's estate. Good heavens! Each ordinary guard is a jounin, another remarked, incredulously noting the impressive number of elite shinobi. To think that merely 7 or 8 jounin could vanquish a small nation, and even a great nation seldom exceeds 100 jounin. What? When did that individual ascend to the position of Kazekage? A ninja from Kirigakure gasped in disbelief, as if it weren't enough for Kakashi-sensei to become Hokage. Now that person has become Kazekage as well. Naruto's gaze immediately fell upon the most radiant figure among the Kage, Gaara, the 5th Kazekage. As if sensing Naruto's attention, Gaara, with a gentle smile gracing his lips, nodded in acknowledgement. Who would have thought you would outpace me to become Kazekage? Naruto admitted, a hint of envy in his tone. I believe that in time, you too will rise to the position of Hokage, Gaara responded with a warm smile. Of course, I shall become Hokage. And I will undoubtedly be the most powerful Hokage among them all, Naruto declared confidently. Senju Hashirama marveled. So this is indeed Sage City? The development here is truly remarkable. I find myself wishing to reside in this place. The esteemed Senju Tobarama, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, foolish elder brother. Mind your lines. You are the first Hokage, after all, and there are cameras recording. To think, so many members of the Uzumaki clan are present. Uzumaki Mito exclaimed in astonishment. Grandmother, after the fall of the Uzumaki clan, most of our people were brought here by Chentian, Tsunade explained to Uzumaki Mito. Oh, I see. Uzumaki Mito nodded in understanding. Is it out of consideration for me that you are willing to assist? She pondered inwardly. The ranks of ninja extend beyond mere levels. There exists the shadow level and the pinnacle of shadow. The super shadow classification is further divided into lower, middle, upper, great, and perfect stages. Thus, it becomes clear why, despite both being shadows, there exists such a significant disparity in strength. How intriguing, remarked Terumi. A Jonin possesses 3 B-rank and A-rank techniques, while a shadow can unleash 3 A-rank and 1 S-rank jutsu, alongside some sage techniques. As for someone at the pinnacle of shadow level, they should be capable of releasing 2 S-rank jutsu. By this calculation, I must currently possess peak shadow strength, Terumi mused. The chakra capacity for a lower super shadow is equivalent to 5 S-rank techniques, with Sage Mastery allowing for 1 super S-rank jutsu. The middle stage encompasses 10 S-rank techniques and 2 super S-rank, while the upper stage includes 20 S-rank and 4 super S-rank techniques. The great stage boasts 40 S-rank and 8 super S-rank techniques, and the perfect stage contains 80 S-rank and 16 super S-rank techniques. It appears I have attained the super shadow level, thought Reikage AI Darui. Am I merely an ordinary shadow? I cannot help but wonder about the strengths of the other shadows. Surely, I cannot be the weakest. Terumi Mei's prowess is somewhat below mine. Reikage has held his position for several years, and Gaara, with his one tail, must be at the pinnacle of shadow level as well. As for Kakashi, he is another matter entirely. With the guidance of the ninja world S deity, even his lower strength aligns with the lower super shadow level. Thankfully, we are not in an era of warfare. Otherwise, our village would face dire consequences, sighed Tsuchikage Akatsuchi. Unbeknownst to Akatsuchi, he ranks as the weakest among the 5 shadows, even Terumi Mei surpassing him in strength. I trust that everyone is well aware that the purpose of summoning the 5 shadows for this discussion hinges on the present situation of the ninja world following the 4th Great Ninja War. The past is of little concern. I hope for a united front among the 5 shadows, for the current ninja world cannot simply instigate war as it once did. Those extraterrestrial Tsutsuki may arrive at any moment. Relying solely on our 6-path level prowess is insufficient. We must enlist the support of the entire ninja world. Uchiha Chentian addressed the 5 Kages. I am indifferent. It is up to you, Lord Chentian. Kakashi remarked. I too shall fully support whatever you decide, Brother Chentian. Terumi Mei added. Kakashi mused inwardly, Brother Chentian? Surely, the Mizukage has no past with Lord Chentian. Chapter 97. The United Nations the Kazakage, also concur. Gaara spoke calmly. It seemed evident that these two shared a deeper connection. Rumors suggested that during the Second Shinobi World War, Terumi Mei and Uchiha Chentian were once a couple, though their relationship faltered due to village affiliations. The Tsuchikage Karatsuchi pondered how eloquently they speak of unity. Are we merely to serve as cannon fodder? Reikage A. Darui let out a scoff, stating, having reached the level of a Kage, even if merely at the lower tier. I am acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Otsutsuki I encountered 2 years ago. Below the Kage level is essentially fodder. Even Kage-level shinobi pose but a minor inconvenience to those Otsutsuki. Only those of the 6 paths caliber can inflict real harm upon them. Fodder? You are overly optimistic. The tactic of overwhelming numbers is utterly futile against the Otsutsuki. Even Kage-level shinobi are but mere ants in comparison. Uchiha Chentian cast a fleeting glance at Reikage AI Darui and inquired, what is it that you truly wish to achieve? He was met with a look of confusion from Karatsuchi. Firstly, to enhance the overall strength of our ninja. Secondly, to delve into the research of scientific ninja tools. Thirdly, to establish a United Nations of sorts, uniting all nations within the ninja realm. Should any nation contemplate the invasion of another, they shall face the combined might of all my allied countries. As the following text exceeds 10,000 characters, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Uchiha Chentian addressed the 5 Kages, noting that aside from Reikage AI Darui, whose expression was somewhat grim, the others displayed little alteration in their demeanor. Rather, they were predominantly filled with astonishment. Notably, Tsuchikage, representing the weakest of the 5 great countries, stood to gain the most from the establishment of this United Nations. Henceforth, as of today, the United Nations is officially inaugurated, and you, the 5 Kages, shall serve as the permanent members of this assembly, while I shall assume the role of the President of the United Nations. Uchiha Chentian remarked, tick-tock, tick-tock, within the confines of a dimly lit cell. A figure clad in a black and white striped prison uniform lay languidly in the corner. Hey, you over there, come give this esteemed gentleman a back rub. A towering giant, measuring 2 meters and 2 centimeters, called out to Uchiha Sasuke. Haha, with such a slender physique, I doubt he could endure much of a roughhousing. Though he possessed commendable looks, his fate seemed sealed upon encountering inmates with peculiar predilections. He was bound to face a rather unfortunate destiny. The indecent discourse sparked a lively commotion along the corridor, as the conversations of these individuals echoed throughout. Uchiha Sasuke's expression remained unchanged, yet in the next moment, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, resembling a 6-pointed star overlaid with a triangular pinwheel, suddenly began to revolve. A surge of pitch-black flames instantaneously erupted around the 2-meter-tall criminal. Fire! It's fire! Why am I ablaze? The criminal screamed in terror. What are you shouting about? Isn't there snow beside you? Just lie down in it, and the flames will be extinguished," scoffed another inmate. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when the anguished cries began to resonate around them. "No. What kind of flame is this? Why can't it be put out?" Someone cried in horror. "Stay away. Don't let the fire touch us. Help. Quickly. Open the door and save us." The wretched screams echoed through the corridor. Meanwhile, those who had focused their attention on Uchiha Sasuke had long since vanished. Has Naruto not yet realized the existence of Otsutsuki Ishiki? In the depths of his mind, Uchiha Sasuke contemplated the situation. Having discovered traces of Otsutsuki Ishiki, he and Uzumaki Naruto urged Kakashi to dispatch someone to locate the true form of Otsutsuki Ishiki. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke had already been imprisoned for 3 days. The chaotic flames of Amaterasu danced wildly, accompanied by the pitiful cries for help from the inmates, swiftly alerting the entire monitoring room. Urgent notifications were sent to Warden Burrow, the only one capable of quelling such a riot. A Chunin-level guard, unable to contain himself, gazed at the black flames depicted on the surveillance screen. A tall figure clad in a black cloak, adorned with scientific ninja tools, let out a mocking laugh. "A prison riot, is it? It seems we have some fun ahead." Burrow, Kekai, and a mysterious organization led by a figure known as Zaijin, whose inner members donned black cloaks and bore scientific ninja tools, were the focus of the chaos. "Lord Burrow, help!" cried an inmate, his hands gripping the iron bars, tainted by the black flames. "Very well," Burrow replied with a sinister grin, nodding in acknowledgement. He reached out, his hands swiftly moving towards the inmate's cheek, unleashing a surge of green chakra that coursed rapidly into the inmate's body. In an instant, a man towering at 2 meters and 2 centimeters was transformed into toxic sludge by Burrow's venom. However, Burrow's expression faltered as he noticed the black flames that had initially engulfed the inmate now creeping toward him. What manner of flame is this? A potent toxic chakra emanated from him, and after several tense seconds, he finally extinguished the Amaterasu flames. Witnessing this scene, Burrow's face contorted with dread as he turned to survey the surrounding cells. In just a few minutes, dozens of inmates had already been reduced to ashes by the black flames, which had now vanished without a trace. What on earth is happening here? Within this experimental prison, who possesses such formidable abilities? It is inconceivable that anyone could wield such powerful fire techniques. As this thought crossed his mind, Burrow's brow furrowed deeper, and he hastened towards the end of the corridor. With each cell he passed, he cast a glance inside, recalling the abilities and strengths of the inmates. Inmate number 130. Siyadayu, Chunin level, fire release ninjutsu. Inmate number 511, Tanin Karatsuchi, Jonin, lightning and earth release. Approximately half an hour later, Burrow abruptly halted. His gaze fixated on a frail figure within a cell, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Uchiha Sasuke, impossible. How could you be here?" Burrow exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, have I been recognized? However, it is quite astonishing that someone would recognize me in such a small country. It seems that I have indeed arrived at the right place." Uchiha Sasuke uttered softly. Burrow's piercing gaze, akin to a blazing torch, fixated upon the youth before him. "Ha ha, I never anticipated it would genuinely be you. Others proclaim you as the hero of the Fourth Great War, indeed a figure surpassing the 5 Kage of our era. Thus, allow me to witness whether the legendary individual possesses such formidable prowess." With a fierce grip, Burrow clasped the iron pillar with both hands, his fingers tightening with immense strength, effortlessly wrenching it apart. Crack! The once unyielding pillar, as thick as an adult's arm, was swiftly dismantled by Burrow's might. Chapter 98. Uchiha Markopu. Burrow's body radiated a green luminescence, and in the next moment, his right foot struck with tremendous force towards Uchiha Sasuke, the sound of the sonic boom reverberating incessantly. The speed was so remarkable that even Uchiha Sasuke felt a twinge of astonishment. However, in the face of this sudden onslaught, within the eternal gaze of Uchiha Sasuke, Burrow's seemingly lightning-fast attack was decelerated to an agonizing crawl. The velocity of his advance was astonishing, yet the retreat was swifter by tenfold. Burrow's form, akin to a cannonball, crashed through the iron wall. Steel technique. Burrow roared, his body enveloped in a vibrant green glow, transforming instantaneously into a being of iron, exuding a toxic miasma. What a monstrosity! Has his body been altered into a machine? Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat taken aback. The Eternal Eye. Amaterasu. Suddenly, Sasuke's Eternal Eye flickered, and a surge of black flames ignited upon Boruto's form. What? Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback. Before him, Boro was engulfed in black flames, with green sparks of electricity dancing around his right hand. His fingers converged with tremendous force, forming a blade-like hand that descended upon Uchiha Sasuke with great intensity. Clang! Sasuke Uchiha wielded a sword in his left hand, relentlessly clashing with Boro. Has his entire body been transformed into machinery? In his heart, Uchiha Sasuke silently declared, "Lightning release, Chidori." The left hand of Uchiha Sasuke crackled with electric sparks. With a swift motion, Chidori descended in an instant. Its velocity so remarkable that the very air could not react, tearing apart in a manner reminiscent of rippling waves. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a clap of thunder, as terrifying arcs of lightning burst forth, creating shockwaves that caused the ground beneath to fracture under the immense pressure. Boruto's entire lower body was instantly obliterated. The offensive power was commendable, reaching the pinnacle of the Super Shadow realm, while the defensive capability attained the mid-tier of the same realm. However, the speed was lacking, merely reaching the peak of the shadow level. Uchiha Sasuke spoke calmly. Suddenly, the remaining upper half of Boruto unleashed a barrage of green chakra-infused projectiles from the palm of his hand, their velocity slicing through the air as they hurtled directly towards Uchiha Sasuke. Oh! Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat astonished as he activated his Rinnegan, the Eye of Reincarnation, and unleashed the power of Heavenly Hand. Uchiha Sasuke instantly swapped positions with Boro. No! Boro's voice echoed with a mixture of disbelief and fury. He could not comprehend how he had exchanged places with Uchiha Sasuke, nor could he fathom why the missile intended for Sasuke was now hurtling towards him. Boom! The earth fractured violently, unleashing a colossal inferno that radiated outward. A towering flame surged into the sky, and the immense force of the explosion reverberated throughout the prison. Accompanied by the terrifying roar of the blast, the entire structure began to collapse. In response, Sasuke's left eye ignited with a blood-red hue, rapidly spreading through his pupil. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Susanoo. A massive surge of chakra erupted, instantly manifesting into a skeletal form towering over several meters. Was this prison truly destined to crumble? Uchiha Sasuke paid no heed to the criminals crushed beneath the falling stones. As he gazed upward, a massive purple giant surged into the sky, its colossal form obliterating the entire prison before soaring into the heavens. He harbored no concern for the fate of those prisoners. During his 3 days within that prison, Uchiha Sasuke understood well, there were hardly any virtuous souls among those confined. Most were rogue ninjas, notorious for their malevolence. Fire style, great fireball technique. A middle-aged man unleashed a small column of fire from his mouth, which, upon its emergence, erupted into a colossal fireball. The intense heat transformed the surroundings into a veritable steam chamber, igniting the flora beneath the ground in an instant. Wind style, tornado technique. Uzumaki Naruto formed hand seals, summoning a fierce gust that swiftly morphed into a whirlwind. Although Naruto had a penchant for crafting Rasengan, it did not imply he was ignorant of other wind techniques. After all, his chakra nature was inherently wind, with his fondness for the Rasengan merely a matter of personal preference. Suddenly, a crimson light flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes, morphing into 3 tomo that formed a kaleidoscopic pattern. With a fierce glare, the kaleidoscope spun within his gaze. Armed with the power of the Sharingan, strange scarlet patterns rapidly spread across his body, while a formidable chakra materialized in his hand, manifesting as a long blade over a meter in length, black as ink, and emanating a chilling aura. Bang! The sound of a dull collision echoed as Uzumaki Naruto was sent flying like a sandbag, crashing violently against a large tree dozens of meters away. The tremendous impact caused the 30-meter-tall tree to topple over. Humph! It seems this so-called hero of the 4th Great Ninja War, Uzumaki Naruto, is nothing extraordinary. The middle-aged man scoffed. Sharingan? Are you the Uchiha clan? At that moment, Naruto's voice resonated behind the middle-aged man. What? The man gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for Naruto's unscathed appearance at his back. Had that last attack been a shadow clone? How had he managed to switch places with a substitution technique? The man pondered. Unbeknownst to him, he had been contending with Naruto's clone all along. Indeed, I too belong to the Uchiha clan. My name is Uchiha Marco. Uchiha Marco gazed at Naruto Uzumaki with a cold smirk and spoke. Uchiha Marco, weren't you supposed to have perished during the 3rd Great Ninja War? It appears you must have fled back then, becoming a cowardly deserter. The voice of Uchiha Sasuke resonated. Although the Uchiha clan is a prominent family within Konoha, it does not imply that every member possesses the ability to become a ninja. Some Uchihas, due to their inadequate talents, ultimately lead lives as commoners. In truth, The number of Uchiha ninjas is not as vast as other clans, but the formidable power of the Sharingan ensures that nearly every Uchiha who awakens their eyes excels among their peers, which is the source of the clan's renown. Uchiha Marco, a nin of the Uchiha clan, possesses average aptitude. The current ability of Uchiha Sasuke to recognize him stems from the fact that Marco once served as his guardian, protecting the young Uchiha Sasuke during a certain period of his childhood. SAS. Sasuke. Uchiha Marco gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Sasuke, who descended from the heavens. The Uchiha Sasuke, who once stood 3 or 4 heads shorter than him, now towered over Marco by half a head. Uchiha Sasuke stands at a height of 1.8 meters. Uchiha Marco measures 1.75 meters, while Naruto Uzumaki reaches an impressive 1.82 meters. Is it the kaleidoscope? No, it is the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Sasuke Uchiha's gaze rested upon the eyes of Uchiha Marco. Chapter 99. Otsutsuki Niji and Hyuga Niji. How could this individual possess the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan when he lacks any blood relatives? Could it be that he has transplanted the cells of a previous generation? Uchiha Sasuke gazed at Uchiha Marco and mused to himself, if his left eye possesses the Rinnegan, then his right eye must undoubtedly be the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. A mere Naruto Uzumaki was able to compel me to utilize my eternal eye. If another Uchiha Sasuke were to join him, I would stand no chance against them. Uchiha Marco contemplated, Naruto, leave it to me. This is no longer a matter concerning Otsutsuki Ishiki. It has now become a matter of the Uchiha clan. This individual must have awakened the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan due to Ishiki. Otherwise, given his innate talent, being able to awaken even the 3-tomo Sharingan would have been his utmost limit. Uchiha Sasuke remarked nonchalantly, the Rinnegan, is it? Uchiha Marco gazed warily at Uchiha Sasuke, fully aware of the formidable power possessed by the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. He also understood the immense strength that lay beyond it in the Rinnegan. The kaleidoscope of abilities and the overwhelming might of armed Haki were not lost on him. The eternal eye of Uchiha Marco swiftly reverses, as a radiant blue light converges around him, enveloping his entire being. The dominant armament, the ocular technique of Marco's left eye, awakened by his yearning for power, enhances his strength. The kaleidoscope, the bloodthirsty crimson lotus, the ocular technique of Marco's right eye, summons a cascade of molten magma, which descends like a blood-red lotus flower, thus earning its name. When combined with the dominant armament, the potency of the bloodthirsty lotus reaches its zenith. Uchiha Marco's right hand suddenly clenched tightly, and with a thunderous crash, he struck downwards. A torrent of molten lava cascaded from the heavens, instantly transforming into countless lotus flowers, hurtling towards Uchiha Sasuke at a velocity that surpassed sound itself. Boom! The eternal eye of Uchiha Sasuke emanated an overwhelming ocular power, conjuring ethereal ribs that rapidly took form, colliding with the oncoming bloodthirsty lotus in a thunderous clash. Boom! The seemingly terrifying crimson lotuses erupted upon impact with the scarlet ribs. Soon, a towering complete Susanoo, standing at 200 meters, manifested before Uchiha Marco. Is that the complete form of Susanoo? Uchiha Marco gazed at Uchiha Sasuke in terror. Oh, what an expression you wear. Your Mangekyō Sharingan must have just recently awakened, hasn't it? Logically speaking, with your ocular prowess, you should be able to summon a complete Susanoo. Is it that you are still not entirely familiar with your own Mangekyō? Uchiha Sasuke spoke calmly. Humph, why should it concern you? Go to hell, Uchiha Sasuke. The kaleidoscope of Uchiha Marco radiated a crimson glow. The bloodthirsty blood lotus, a magnificent bloom measuring 50 to 60 meters, materialized before Uchiha Sasuke. Propelled by a torrent of searing energy, it surged directly towards Susanoo with unrelenting force. Susanoo, wielding the dual sword style. Uchiha Sasuke's hands manifested 2 swords, which crossed each other and struck forward with precision, mirroring the movements of Susanoo. The twin blades unleashed arcs of light, each extending 100 meters. With a resounding crash, the blood-red lotus collided with the sword's radiance. The lotus was instantly obliterated by the luminous blades, transforming into countless sparks that cascaded from the heavens, only to ignite a sea of flames upon touching the ground. In response, Naruto Uzumaki performed a one-handed hand sign and unleashed a colossal torrent of water. The deluge surged downwards, extinguishing all traces of fire. Bang! 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 Uchiha Sasuke employed spatial manipulation to transport himself before Uchiha Marco, immediately launching a series of physical assaults. A barrage of punches, side swipes, horizontal kicks, and the grand windmill technique, a classic repertoire of martial arts, was unleashed, rendering Uchiha Marco utterly defenseless. Bang, bang, bang. Marco's figure soared through the air, tossed about with ease. Every punch and kick delivered by Uchiha Sasuke generates a sharp, piercing shriek as it slices through the air. At this moment, Uchiha Marco finds himself gasping for breath, his body marred by countless wounds. Boom. Uchiha Marco was struck down to the ground by a kick from Uchiha Sasuke. Slowly, he began to rise from the earth. His body bent forward as if bereft of all strength, his hands hanging limply at his sides. It is over. The voice of Uchiha Sasuke resonated from behind Uchiha Marco. In the next instant, Marco lost consciousness on the spot. Sasuke, your strike was truly ruthless. Aren't you afraid of killing him in one blow? Uzumaki Naruto remarked in astonishment. Gazing at the nearly lifeless form of Uchiha Marco sprawled on the ground. A ninja of the Super Shadow Realm is not so easily extinguished, especially one who possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan. The potency of the Mangekyō's ocular power can safeguard him, ensuring that as long as he does not sustain a fatal injury, he will survive. Uchiha Sasuke remarked softly, "Let us proceed. Take him back to Konohagakure." Uchiha Sasuke abruptly rose and made his way towards the direction of Konoha. "Hey, isn't that your clansman? Why should I be the one to carry him?" exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. However, upon noticing that Sasuke had already vanished into the distance, he had no choice but to reluctantly hoist Uchiha Marco onto his back with the assistance of a shadow clone. Shortly after Naruto and Sasuke departed, a young man resembling Hyuga Neji appeared at the very spot they had just vacated. Aside from his white hair, he bore an uncanny likeness to Neji. Naruto Uzumaki? Sasuke Uchiha. The man mused aloud, his features mirroring those of Neji. This was Otsutsuki Neji, a clone of Hyuga Neji, yet possessing a lineage even purer than that of Neji himself. In the Hokage's office, a middle-aged man found himself pinned to the ground by two Umbu operatives. "Now, tell me, how did you awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan and evolve it into the eternal Mangekyō? Was Otsutsuki Ashiki assisting you? And where is Otsutsuki Ashiki?" Nara Shikamaru coldly inquired of Uchiha Marco. "Haha, so you are already aware. What difference does it make if I divulge the truth? Sooner or later, everyone in the ninja world will be sacrificed to the Ten Tails," he retorted. Uchiha Marco laughed maniacally. After his laughter subsided, he turned to Uchiha Sasuke and remarked, "You are indeed correct, Uchiha Sasuke. With my innate talents, evolving the Sharingan to its three-tomo form is the pinnacle of my capabilities. Even if fortune were to favor me with the awakening of the Mangekyō, it is utterly unattainable for me to reach the eternal Mangekyō in this lifetime. However, Lord Ishiki possesses the power to elevate me to that level, granting me the awakening of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan." Uchiha Marco remarked with a chilling smile. "I now possess the cells of the ancient Tsutsuki, and I no longer belong to the Uchiha clan. I should now be considered a member of the Tsutsuki lineage." Uchiha Marco chuckled with delight. "What a foolish fellow. The cold path of Uchiha Sasuke. What do you say?" Uchiha Marco was engulfed in fury. Chapter 100, Otsutsuki Neji and Hyuga Neji, 2. It seems you are unaware that in order to cultivate the chakra fruit from the Ten Tails, one must sacrifice an Otsutsuki to the Ten Tails. Only then can a flawless chakra fruit be produced. Do you comprehend this? If you truly ascend to the status of Otsutsuki, you will inevitably be offered as a sacrifice to the Ten Tails. Itachi Uchiha spoke calmly. At that moment, Kakashi interjected, "The Otsutsuki, also known as the Otsutsuki clan. This clan hails from an extraterrestrial lineage, with its members inherently endowed with formidable abilities, negating the need for the arduous training that ordinary individuals undergo. They possess the capacity to utilize the Tenseigan for reincarnation, embodying an existence that transcends death. With lifespans spanning millennia, they can reincarnate through the Tenseigan, truly surpassing mortality. The Otsutsuki clan commands a vast array of powerful beings, the Ten Tails, which they wield as instruments for invading other worlds. The clan members are categorized into Guardians and Protected. During standard operations, Guardians and Protected form partnerships to act in unison, with the exception of Otsutsuki Kagaya. In times of dire peril, a protected individual can transform their Guardian into a chakra fruit. Upon consumption, the Protected not only gains the Guardian's power, but also awakens the golden Rinnegan upon their forehead. Each time the divine tree blossoms, the Protected sacrifice their Guardian to the tree. So, what of it? Uchiha Marco retorted defiantly, "What a truly foolish individual." Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and spoke, "The Rinnegan. It has slain the gray bone." A sharp, thorn-like bone spike suddenly pierced through the body of Uchiha Marco from an obscure corner. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had never anticipated that Uchiha Marco would be slain before their very eyes. Marco, I shall take your eyes. At that moment, a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Hyuga Neji appeared before Uchiha Marco, extracting his eyes with ruthless precision. Neji, what on earth are you doing? Kakashi exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Wait, this fellow cannot be Neji. Uchiha Sasuke interjected, his Rinnegan fixed intently on Neji. Hyuga Neji? I am not that inferior being. I am the noble Otsutsuki Neji, and sharing a name with that lowly creature is an affront to my dignity, Otsutsuki Neji declared with an air of arrogance. Whoever you may be, now that you have come, you shall not leave, Nara Shikamaru retorted coldly to Otsutsuki Neji. This jutsu appears to be that of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Once touched, it leads to oblivion. Uchiha Itachi spoke with a serious expression. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards Otsutsuki Neji. Bang! 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 Uchiha Sasuke and Otsutsuki Neji were engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, each delivering strikes in swift succession. 8 trigrams 216 palms. Otsutsuki Neji exclaimed, his azure Byakugan eyes emanating a formidable power. In that instant, Sasuke's movements were abruptly slowed. With a thunderous crash, Sasuke was struck by over 100 palms in that fleeting moment, his body propelled backward with tremendous force. Thud! He landed on the ground. Pressing his right hand against his chest, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. In the realm of taijutsu, he had utterly fallen behind. Damn it! Sasuke, remain calm. We are in Konoha. You cannot recklessly use the Rinnegan. Uchiha Itachi urgently addressed Uchiha Sasuke. You rascal. In an instant, Naruto Uzumaki shouted, Shadow Clone Technique, and transformed into numerous clones that surged towards Otsutsuki Neji. Bang! Bang! Within a mere 3 to 4 seconds, Naruto's clones were swiftly dismantled. I have no time to indulge you in games. With that, Otsutsuki Neji delivered a powerful palm strike to the last of Naruto's clones. His body recoiled rapidly, and his Rinnegan shimmered with a celestial blue light, unleashing an overwhelming ocular power. Between his hands, a truth-seeking orb materialized. At that moment, as the orb departed from his grasp, it rapidly expanded, bursting forth to fill the entire office. Soon, a massive black sphere, measuring 1,000 meters in diameter, floated in the air. Complete body, Susanoo. As Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi unleashed the full power of their eyes, 2 towering giants, each standing at a height of 200 meters, materialized in Konoha. Begone! Uchiha Sasuke wielded Susanoo, delivering a powerful blow to the colossal Shinju. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi safeguarded the surrounding Hokage buildings that had crumbled under the weight of the giant Shinju, in the form of a towering, 100-meter-tall Nine-Tails. Naruto Uzumaki unleashed his Nine Tails, swiftly dismantling the falling debris. By the time Sasuke and the others regained their composure, the figure of Otsutsuki Neji had already vanished from sight. At that moment, Hyuga Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee hurried towards the Hokage office. Naruto, what happened? Neji inquired. But the others regarded him with peculiar expressions. Your hair has turned black, Naruto exclaimed, staring at Neji in bewilderment. You should be Hyuga Neji, not Otsutsuki Neji. Just then, Nara Shikamaru addressed Neji. What do you mean, Otsutsuki Neji? What on earth are you talking about? What have you discovered? Neji responded with a puzzled expression. This is all very confusing. There is a person named Otsutsuki Neji who looks exactly like you, shares your name, and possesses the Rinnegan. But with white hair, Shikamaru explained. Could he be your twin brother? Naruto asked curiously. Impossible. My father never mentioned having a twin brother, Neji asserted firmly. That's not necessarily true. Your family's history is quite complicated. Lord Hayashi might have sent your brother away to protect him, Shikamaru suggested. Perhaps. But I think I should ask my father for clarification. Neji nodded, acknowledging Shikamaru's reasoning. Nevertheless, he felt the likelihood was slim, for if it were true, his father would have brought his brother home long ago. After all, the Hyuga clan no longer distinguished between the main house and the branch family. Soon, Neji returned home to inquire with his father, Hayashi Hyuga, whether he had a twin brother. Hayashi replied, You were born alone, you have no twin. This matter quickly reached the ears of Uchiha Chihiro. Could it be a clone? It must be that guy Ishiki who gave the chakra fruit to Uchiha Marco, as he possesses the ability to create chakra pills or fruits. Chapter 101. The Panga Tattoo. Uchiha Chentian pondered, realizing that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Ishiki had been observing from the sidelines. The Ishiki of this era is exponentially more formidable than the one I encountered during the Warring States period. Back then, His power had not fully recovered, and his combat skills were not significantly superior to those of Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, the current Ishiki does not solely rely on his ocular techniques. In terms of practical combat experience, he is not inferior to Naruto and Sasuke of Boruto's era, having entirely suppressed them in their encounters. Enough of such thoughts. It is time to delve into my Tattoo Sage techniques. The Tattoo Sage technique, also known as the Otsutsuki's wedge, manifested as a colossal figure of Pangu wielding a giant axe, exuding an air of dominance and extraordinary might. Two marks appeared on his palms, resembling the sun and moon, while a peculiar golden mark emerged on his right cheek. His muscles bulged like coiling dragons, radiating a powerful aura. His strength surged threefold, achieving the perfect six paths state in physical arts, while his ninjutsu progressed infinitely towards divine mastery. At this moment, Uchiha Chentian was oblivious to the extent of his newfound strength. He merely comprehended that he could effortlessly confront 7 or 8 versions of his former self. Henceforth, let it be known as the Panga Tattoo. Uchiha Chentian murmured to himself, reflecting on the trends within the Naruto universe. In Naruto Shippuden, the fashionable accessory was colored contact lenses, while Naruto Next Generation saw tattoos rise to prominence. Naturally, Uchiha Chentian sought to be at the forefront of these trends. He adorned his body with the Pangu tattoo, a seal that harnessed the power of the Otsutsuki's wedge through myriad pathways, liberating decades of chakra stored within him. The intricate patterns of this celestial seal depicted the legendary Pangu creating the world, and upon breaking the seal, it could release a quantity of chakra equivalent to 3-tailed beasts. One-tailed beast roughly equates to the chakra of a perfect sage of 6 paths. Naruto and Sasuke were no different in this respect. However, it was a pity they could not encounter Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. In a distant snowy mountain, far removed from the 5 great nations, the figure of Otsutsuki Niji emerged. The land of snow, despite being a large nation, boasted a population comparable to that of a small country, numbering merely in the hundreds of thousands. You ought to consider yourself fortunate for not having met Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Had you truly encountered them, your return here would not have been so effortless. And you might have even been captured alive, remarked a figure resembling Jiraiya, known as Guishin. Guishin was a clone of Jiraiya, possessing identical ninjutsu and taijutsu capabilities. The sole distinction between them lay in their temperaments. Jiraiya was vivacious and lecherous, exhibiting a rather impulsive and immature demeanor, whereas Guishin displayed a far greater composure and wisdom in his endeavors. As a modified being, Guishin wielded power surpassing that of Jiraiya himself. Created by Amato with a singular purpose, to eliminate Sharingan's first form. Ultimately, Guishin fulfilled his mission by summoning the flames of a volcano, compelling Sharingan to reincarnate prematurely into Otsutsuki's first form. With strength at the lower tier of the 6 paths, coupled with his extensive combat skills, he could contend even against those of the upper tier of the Otsutsuki clan, Guishin stated. Is that so? I find myself intrigued. Otsutsuki Niji retorted dismissively, observing Niji's arrogance. Guishin shook his head, choosing not to engage further, and instead turned to depart. What a perplexing individual, Niji thought, feeling somewhat exasperated by Guishin's indifference. Nevertheless, this figure was no ordinary opponent. His ability to discern that Niji had faced Naruto and Sasuke in Konoha indicated that he had an extensive network of informants within the village. A glimmer of wariness flickered in Niji's gaze as he regarded Guishin. Marco's Mangekyō Sharingan has been retrieved, hasn't it? A figure with pallid skin and gray-white hair adorned with a long, curved horn, possessing a singular eyebrow that segments both hair and beard into distinct strands. The left eye is a stark white, while the right glimmers in gold, its center embellished with 8 black, star-like spokes radiating from a platinum star, housing a unique ocular technique. Emblazoned on the chest, back, and garment are ancestral Magatama patterns. This individual is none other than Otsutsuki Ishiki. Should Uchiha Chentian be present, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for this is Ishiki fully resurrected, not merely a reincarnation forced upon him after inhabiting the body of Kagaya. I have returned, Lord Ishiki. Otsutsuki Niji respectfully declared to Ishiki. Indeed, Niji, during your visit to Konoha, did you encounter Uchiha Chentian? Ishiki inquired. Lord Ishiki, Uchiha Chentian was not in Konoha. As the legends suggest, he remains in the Sage City, Niji replied. Is that so? It is fortunate that Uchiha Chentian is absent from Konoha. Otherwise, your return would be uncertain, Ishiki remarked, his eyes betraying a wary apprehension at the mere mention of Chentian. Is Uchiha Chentian truly that formidable? Why must we take such precautions to avoid him? Niji asked, perplexed. His strength is something I cannot fully comprehend. However, after he transformed Kinba and Bas into chakra fruits, his power escalated to unimaginable heights, at least surpassing the sixth path. Should you encounter him, I advise you to flee at the first opportunity, Ishiki stated calmly. Understood. Lord Ishiki. Niji nodded, yet his heart brimmed with curiosity about Uchiha Chentian. Since his birth, he had never known defeat, considering himself invincible save for Ishiki. Now, learning that there exists one who instills trepidation in Ishiki, his curiosity was piqued. Remarkable. To be capable of perfectly unleashing the power of the Two Tails, Niji exclaimed, his gaze turning toward a woman with long, rice-colored straight hair. She was a stunning beauty from the hidden cloud village, characterized by her large eyes and an air of regal pride. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from her, filling the atmosphere with intensity. The wooden figure let out a long howl towards the heavens, emitting a roar akin to that of a fierce beast. A powerful surge of chakra erupted, revealing a blue, cat-like demon-patterned chakra on the surface of its body. Its hair stood on end, its eyes transformed to a striking white, and its strength instantaneously reached the pinnacle of a shadow-level ninja. In the storyline, the wooden figure was ultimately defeated by Fade Wan's curse technique, leading to its capture. Eventually, the Two Tails was sealed away by the Phantom Dragon, resulting in the demise of the wooden figure. However, due to Uchiha Chentian's rebirth technique, the wooden figure was naturally resurrected. Has it finally emerged? The Two Tails is on the move, Otsutsuki Niji observed with a calm demeanor. In Chapter 102, I Technique, Cloud-Piercing Palm and Wind God Leg. A formidable chakra gathered in the wooden figure's mouth, formed by compressing yin-yang chakra in a ratio of 2:8 into a spherical shape. Possessing immense power capable of causing earthquakes, a colossal tailed beast ball hurtled towards Otsutsuki Niji. Come forth. Niji's eyes narrowed as his sky-blue Rinnegan radiated an overwhelming amount of ocular power. In the next moment, a transparent, formless force instantaneously neutralized the tailed beast ball. Rinnegan, Northern Abyss Devour. The power of the tailed beast ball was absorbed by Niji's Rinnegan, driven by a desire for immense strength as his Byakugan evolved into Rinnegan. His left Rinnegan awakened the devouring eye technique and space-time ninjutsu, while his right eye harnessed the wind god leg and cloud-piercing palm, both physical techniques. What? The wooden figure exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom that its tailed beast ball had been so easily dispelled. Rinnegan, pressure. With a fierce glare, an overwhelming aura descended upon the wooden figure. The terrifying weight bore down on its shoulders, causing it to sputter blood and collapse to the ground. The wooden figure felt as if its bones were shattering. Now, I shall take the Two Tails. Niji smiled, placing a hand upon the unconscious wooden figure. And with his immense power, he extracted the Two Tails from her being. Since the Two Tails had not been forcibly sealed within the wooden figure, her life was spared despite the extraction. However, without immediate assistance, her fate would be no different from death. Now, only the 8 tails and 9 tails remain. Niji mused. The 8 tails posed little threat, yet capturing the 9 tails, belonging to Naruto Uzumaki, would be a formidable challenge. During his time in Konoha, he had clashed with Naruto and Sasuke. In terms of physical techniques, he had completely overwhelmed both. However, based on their performances, it was evident that Naruto and Sasuke were not far behind in strength, possessing the capability to contend with him. Furthermore, in Konoha, both had been unable to unleash their true power. If he were to face both Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously, he pondered whether he could withstand their combined might. Never mind, I shall deal with the 8 tails first. In the depths of Otsutsuki Niji's mind, thoughts swirled. A few moments later, he vanished from sight. Uchiha Sasuke hovered in midair, his form descending from the heavens. Alas, he had arrived too late. Uchiha Sasuke gazed at the figure of the Jinchuriki lying upon the ground. She was not dead. It appeared that the Two Tails had willingly entered her body rather than being sealed. Thus, even with the tailed beast extracted, the Jinchuriki would remain alive. Uchiha Sasuke spoke as he lifted the wooden figure and utilized the Rinnegan's teleportation technique to depart from the scene. The Rinnegan glimmered with a celestial blue light as a formidable chakra manifested in the palms of Otsutsuki Niji. With a powerful thrust, a tempest of clouds erupted, accompanied by a whistling wind, as a mass of white clouds surged towards the 8 tails Jinchuriki. Such a powerful technique. I must not be struck. A peculiar chant resonated, followed by a thunderous crack in the air. A colossal octopus leapt from below the ground, its massive form soaring over 100 meters into the sky. With a swift motion, a gigantic tentacle descended from above, startling even Otsutsuki Niji. Boom. A wave of white energy burst forth, radiating from Otsutsuki Niji's epicenter, unleashing an overwhelming force. Niji launched a kick, and in an instant, a multitude of shadowy kicks appeared, coalescing into a tremendous whirlwind. With a resounding explosion, Niji's kick obliterated the octopus's appendage. Subsequently, he was propelled backward, spinning gracefully in the air before lightly landing on the ground. He gazed calmly towards the distant killer bee. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Another perfect Jinchuriki. His power must surpass that of an average Kage. He mused, reflecting on the earlier two tails whose strength paled in comparison. Wow, such immense power. Killer Bee's strange chant echoed. Otsutsuki Niji scrutinized the odd figure before him. A towering man over 190 centimeters tall, with dark skin and light yellow hair. Adorned with black sunglasses, 7 swords, and a large blade named Samahata. The iron character, symbolizing the iron armor seal, adorned his right shoulder, while his left cheek bore the marks of horns. Impressive indeed, Bull Demon. It seems I must borrow your strength. Killer Bee communicated with the Eight Tails within him. Let us unite our forces to vanquish this Otsutsuki. The Eight Tails replied. Gurgling sounds echoed as water began to boil around Killer Bee. A crimson chakra, reminiscent of water, enveloped him, while 2 horns sprouted from his head, followed by the sudden emergence of 8 tails, unleashing a powerful aura accompanied by a fierce whirlwind. Rinnegan. The pressure emanating from Otsutsuki Niji intensified, releasing a tremendous amount of ocular power. An overwhelming force descended upon Killer Bee, the 8 tails. Boom. The earth fractured instantly, the ground collapsing as Killer Bee's colossal form pressed down heavily, causing the terrain to cave in. How infuriating. At this moment, even the formidable Killer Bee could not restrain himself from uttering a string of curses. In his 8 tails mode, Killer Bee opened his mouth wide, gathering and compressing an immense amount of chakra within. In the next instant, he unleashed it. Enormous-tailed beast balls hurtled towards Otsutsuki Niji. Boom. Otsutsuki Niji's body swiftly maneuvered beneath the ground, effortlessly evading Killer Bee's tailed beast balls. In the realm of Super Shadow, the 8 tails Jinchuriki exhibited such remarkable prowess, leaving Otsutsuki Niji somewhat astonished. With a flourish, Killer Bee, in his 8 tails mode, expelled a torrent of ink, transforming it into clones. Suddenly, he forcibly broke free from the pressure of the Rinnegan and maneuvered behind Otsutsuki Niji, employing a swastika-shaped technique to restrain Niji's body. In the blink of an eye, Niji was completely engulfed in darkness, sealing him away. Haha, Otsutsuki Niji, it appears that in the end, you succumbed to the lyrical prowess of Killer Bee. His voice echoed triumphantly. Clap, clap. The sound of Otsutsuki Niji's applause resonated. Impressive attack. It is no wonder you are comparable to the Nine Tails, he remarked in praise. Are all members of the Otsutsuki clan such monsters? Killer Bee exclaimed, momentarily reverting to a more conventional tone. Your attack has concluded, now it is my turn. Otsutsuki Niji stated calmly. His Rinnegan began to glow. Rinnegan, cloud dispersing palm. A brilliant azure light emanated from Niji's Rinnegan, and a surge of powerful chakra manifested upon his palms, which burned with a blue aura. He thrust both palms forward directly at Killer Bee. The wave of energy accompanied by a colossal surge of clouds roared forth, transforming into a gigantic tiger, towering at 30 meters and stretching 100 meters in length. Its mouth was adorned with white whiskers interspersed with black, measuring about 2 to 3 meters long, while the dark stripe on its forehead bore a resemblance to the Chinese character for king. It opened its massive jaws and lunged at Killer Bee in his 8 tails mode. A tremendous roar erupted from the colossal tiger. Boom. Thunderous explosions reverberated, resonating across a vast expanse of thousands of meters, accompanied by bursts of fireworks. In the epicenter of the explosion, a mushroom cloud rose majestically, towering 1,000 meters high. Oh no, could that guy have perished alongside the 8 tails? Killer Bee pondered anxiously. Even if the 8 tails can be revived, how many years would that take? Otsutsuki Niji sensed the chakra aura of Killer Bee rapidly diminishing, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of regret. The Rinnegan glowed anew, as another eye emitted a torrent of ocular power. Chapter 103. The 8-tailed sage mode and invisible force swiftly consumed the immense energies beneath the ground. Mere seconds later, the negative chakra from the cloud-dispersing palm gradually dissipated into nothingness. Wounded and half-crouched on the ground, Killer Bee fixed his gaze on Otsutsuki Niji with unwavering intensity. I will not allow you to take the GY key. Killer Bee shouted defiantly. Such fervor. I must admit, I underestimated you. I thought my cloud-dispersing palm had extinguished your life. Otsutsuki Niji replied with a smirk. 8-sword style. Killer Bee concentrated his chakra into 8 blades, launching a fierce assault towards Otsutsuki Niji. 8 colossal beams of sword light cascaded from the heavens, descending upon him. With the Rinnegan activated, Otsutsuki Niji's eyes flared with intensity, and an overwhelming pressure instantaneously dispersed the oncoming sword lights. "I no longer have time to indulge you," he declared, executing the 8 trigrams 108 palms. In an instant, Otsutsuki Niji unleashed a barrage of 108 palm strikes towards Killer Bee. "Ah!" Killer Bee cried out, blood gushing from his mouth as he was propelled backward, soaring over 100 meters into the air. Upon landing, he skidded across the ground for another 30 meters. 8 tails emerge. Otsutsuki Niji's eyes radiated a cerulean light as a potent ocular force surged forth, instantly seizing control of the 8 tails within Killer Bee. A colossal octopus with 8 arms materialized, only to be sealed within the confines of Niji's ocular technique. Kaleidoscope. Amaterasu. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke's voice resonated, as a drop of blood trickled from his Sharingan, igniting a powerful black flame with destructive capabilities. The dark fire materialized beside Otsutsuki Niji. In a flash, Otsutsuki Niji vanished from sight, leaving behind only the ominous black flames in the spot he had occupied. Yet, his momentum did not falter. He retreated rapidly, performing several somersaults as the Amaterasu flames ignited the ground where he had just stood. Such speed, he managed to evade the flames of Amaterasu. The voice of Uchiha Sasuke resonated. "Oh, whom did I think it was? It turns out to be my defeated subordinate," spoke Otsutsuki Niji with a smile upon his face. "In the realm of taijutsu, I must concede my defeat to you. However, when it comes to ninjutsu and dojutsu, the outcome remains uncertain. Otsutsuki Niji, allow me to witness the true power of your Rinnegan." With that, Uchiha Sasuke activated his complete Susanoo. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan of Uchiha Sasuke unleashed an immense surge of ocular power, summoning forth the formidable Susanoo. A colossal skeleton emerged, which soon became adorned with countless crimson flesh, ultimately transforming into a humanoid form draped in the armor of the Yatagarasu, towering at a staggering 200 meters, embodying the visage of a war deity. The moment Susanoo materialized, it grasped a massive sword, aiming it at Otsutsuki Niji. The first strike, Otsutsuki Niji evaded it. The second strike, Otsutsuki Niji dodged once more. The third strike, though he escaped direct harm, inflicted a wound upon his arm from the sword's fierce energy. The expression on Otsutsuki Niji's face darkened ominously. With the Rinnegan activated, he channeled the power of the wind god technique. His feet became enveloped in a celestial azure chakra as he focused his gaze upon Uchiha Sasuke. In his perception, the speed of Susanoo slowed dramatically. Otsutsuki Niji unleashed a flurry of kicks towards Susanoo, each foot appearing as a phantom, generating a multitude of afterimages. These thousands of foot shadows coalesced into a colossal wind dragon, hurtling towards Susanoo. With a tremendous impact, the two forces collided mid-air, unleashing a blinding radiance that illuminated the sky. The azure chakra clashed violently with the violet chakra, creating a tempestuous force that generated shockwaves. The very fabric of space cracked like glass under the pressure, intricate crystalline fissures spreading in all directions. With a thunderous boom, the ferocious shockwave shattered the earth within 100,000 meters, the explosive force cascading outward like a Category 12 hurricane. The ground fractured and spread like a spider's web. After 3 or 4 seconds, the complete Susanoo shattered like glass, revealing the form of Uchiha Sasuke within. However, Otsutsuki Niji was not unscathed, despite breaching Sasuke's full Susanoo. He too had suffered from the residual power of the attack. A torrent of boiling blood erupted from Otsutsuki Niji's mouth, his left foot bleeding profusely. Although the bone remained unscathed, the disparity was evident when compared to Uchiha Sasuke, who emerged relatively uninjured from the ordeal. The gap between them had become unmistakable. 6 paths of the lower realm, your strength is commendable. Yet, your offensive capabilities still leave much to be desired. While you have managed to breach the defenses of Susanoo, you remain a distance away from inflicting true harm upon me. Uchiha Sasuke spoke calmly. Do not become too complacent, Uchiha Sasuke. Your fortunes shall soon take a turn for the worse. With the power of the Rinnegan, he unleashed the cloud-dispelling palm and the wind god leg. Otsutsuki Niji emanated a celestial azure light, as an overwhelming chakra surged from his hands and feet. Behind him, 8 truth-seeking orbs materialized, one resting on the back of his left hand, while he wielded the 6-path staff in his right. Have you truly absorbed the chakra of 8-tailed beasts? Upon witnessing Otsutsuki Niji transform into the 8-tails sage mode, Uchiha Sasuke noted that, due to the absence of the 9 tails, it could not achieve the 10 tails form. However, with Niji's intrinsic 6 paths power and his awakening of a sage mode rivaling that of a 10 tails Jinchuriki, he laughed maniacally. Ah, Uchiha Sasuke. Let your blood cleanse the humiliation you have brought upon me. With the Rinnegan activated, Niji unleashed the wind god as pressure palm. He raised both hands, striking toward Sasuke, generating a multitude of palm waves, accompanied by a formidable wind dragon. A mass of white clouds transformed into a colossal tiger. The dragon rode the clouds, while the tiger soared upon the wind. The roars of the dragon and the howls of the tiger echoed ominously. Roar, bark, howl. A dragon and a tiger, exuding a fearsome aura, charged towards Uchiha Sasuke. Sage Art, Lightning released Kirin. Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan and Sharingan whirled with an intense fervor, as an endless cascade of lightning descended from the heavens. He clenched his hands into tight fists, channeling and compressing lightning chakra rapidly between his palms. His Sharingan glimmered with an otherworldly crimson hue. In the next moment, a colossal Chilin emerged from behind Sasuke, transforming instantaneously into a bolt of lightning that cleaved through the sky, accompanied by a resounding thunderous roar. Wherever the Chilin traversed, be it towering trees or the solid earth, everything was effortlessly shredded as if made of mere paper. Chapter 104. Sage Sasuke vs. Tailed Beast Sage Niji. Boom. Uchiha Sasuke's body swiftly retreated. His arms crossed defensively before him, as a surge of violet chakra ignited around his forearms. His feet sank into the earth, and he slid along the ground for 30 or 40 meters before coming to a halt. Is this truly the extent of your power, Uchiha Sasuke? Where has your former grandeur vanished? Descended Otsutsuki Niji, hovering in midair, adopting a lofty demeanor while gazing down at Sasuke with nostrils flared toward the heavens. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke remained expressionless, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Otsutsuki Niji. Uchiha Sasuke did not respond to Otsutsuki Niji. His Rinnegan emitted an overwhelming ocular power, while Sasuke joined his hands together, swiftly forming hand seals. A golden chakra enveloped him, as golden shadows appeared around his Mangekyō and Rinnegan. Behind him, a colossal serpent materialized. A golden aura ignited around Uchiha Sasuke, as 8 orbs of truth emerged beside him, orbiting him in a slow, mesmerizing dance. Originally at the lower realm of the 6 paths, Uchiha Sasuke's strength ascended to the middle realm. Sage mode? Otsutsuki Niji gazed at Uchiha Sasuke in astonishment. The kaleidoscope. Sage Art, Amaterasu. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke's voice resonated, and a surge of black flames imbued with golden light materialized instantaneously upon Otsutsuki Niji. Such formidable flames, their temperature far exceeded that of before. Otsutsuki Niji was taken aback, swiftly maneuvering, yet the flames of Amaterasu relentlessly pursued him, their speed nearly matching his own. No matter how he accelerated, it remained the same. Shadow clone technique. Substitution technique. In an instant, Otsutsuki Niji manifested thousands of clones, ultimately employing a substitution technique to evade the relentless pursuit of the Amaterasu flames. Could one truly elude Amaterasu with shadow clones in the substitution technique? In the depths of his heart, Uchiha Sasuke contemplated. Utilizing his shadow clone as a mere substitution technique was a common skill among CH9. Yet evading the relentless pursuit of Amaterasu required a speed that far surpassed that of lightning. Without lingering on the thought for too long, Uchiha Sasuke promptly employed his ninjutsu, F-Senkan no Jutsu. Uchiha Sasuke unleashed a torrent of flames directly from his mouth, without any hand seals. The inferno spreading out in all directions, concealing countless shurikens within its fiery embrace. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams palm, great return, proclaimed Otsutsuki Niji with a resonant voice. Although this was a secret technique passed down through the esteemed Hyuga clan, it was, in fact, a maneuver originating from Otsutsuki Yuki village. At the moment of attack, he released a substantial amount of chakra from the chakra points within his body, executing a rotational motion akin to a spinning top. Capable of deflecting all physical assaults, truly a form of absolute defense. A hemispherical chakra dome enveloped Otsutsuki Niji, beginning to repel Uchiha Sasuke's ninjutsu assault. Upon witnessing his ninjutsu being rebuffed by Otsutsuki Niji, Uchiha Sasuke let out a fierce shout, a golden wave of energy radiating from him, swiftly dispersing the flames. Uchiha Sasuke took a step forward, his Rinnegan emanating a formidable ocular power. The Super Shinra Tensei, centered around Uchiha Sasuke, unleashed a tremendous repulsive force that rapidly expanded in all directions, causing debris to scatter and the ground to fracture instantaneously, as if heralding an apocalyptic event. The combination of Shinra Tensei and the essence of natural energy erupted like a cataclysmic tide. Uchiha Sasuke transformed into a beam of light, piercing the heavens above. The Rinnegan's pressure clashed with Otsutsuki Niji's Rinnegan. An intangible force and an invisible repulsion collided at their core. Rinnegan versus Rinnegan. Otsutsuki Niji, in Sage mode with 8-tailed beasts, possessing strength at the level of the 6 paths Rinnegan techniques: Cloud Dispelling Palm, Wind God Leg, North Sea Devour, Space-Time Ninjutsu. Pressure, Truth-Seeking Orbs, Super-Tailed Beast Bomb, 80 Gods Vacuum Palm. Uchiha Sasuke, Sage mode, possessing strength at the 6 paths level. Mangekyō Sharingan techniques: Amaterasu, Susanoo. Flame Release, Kagetsuchi, Flame Release, Raijin. Rinnegan abilities: Deva Path, Earth Explosion Star, Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, Space-Time Portal, Chakra Absorption. Hidden Light technique, classified as SS rank. In the hands of Sasuke Uchiha, a shuriken crackling with electric energy materialized, infused with lightning chakra. With a fierce throw towards Otsutsuki Niji, it transformed into countless shurikens, creating a net-like formation of blades. A single shuriken multiplied into thousands. With the power of the Rinnegan, Niji executed the cloud-raising palm. His hands clenched tightly, muscles bulging rapidly, unleashing a vast sea of clouds. Countless cloud tigers roared, their thunderous cries echoing with devastating intensity, erupting without warning. The two formidable forces collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that generated a 12th-level tornado, instantly engulfing a radius of 10,000 meters. The 8 forms of the demon dragon ensued. The carp leaped over the dragon gate, and the lightning-infused dragon roared. The lightning dragon surged forth from the sea. The lightning-flying dragon soared in the heavens. The lightning-soaring dragon experienced regret. The lightning twin dragons summoned water, and the lightning black dragon battled the heavens. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke unleashed the first 7 forms. This was Sasuke's unique technique, combining lightning release chakra with the 8 forms of the dragon, perfectly tailored to his prowess. 7 dragons of varying shapes emerged behind Uchiha Itachi, while 7 lightning dragons circled around Uchiha Sasuke. The resounding roar of the divine dragon echoed, heralding the activation of the Rinnegan. With the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, it required the utmost refinement of chakra, complemented by the extraordinary body techniques only possible with the Rinnegan. Otsutsuki Niji swiftly gathered chakra into his palm and unleashed a series of powerful punches, each wave radiating terrifying energy, creating a multitude of formidable strikes. The 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, as officially described, harnesses the power of sage arts to shake the heavens, embodying both offense and defense in a merciless barrage. Each punch was a lethal blow, leaving no opportunity for even a mouse to escape. In the brief span of 1/10 of a second, the sky was filled with countless colossal fists, each appearing as real as life itself, with every fine hair and vein distinctly visible and chakra pulsating through them. The clash of the lightning-released Dragon 8 forms versus the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack caused the river waters to boil and the mountains to tremble, as a terrifying aura spread swiftly like a hurricane. Even the shadows of the 5 great nations, situated thousands of miles away, sensed the collision of 2 formidable chakras. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke and Otsutsuki Niji transitioned from a battle of ninjutsu to a contest of taijutsu, with each of their moves generating immense momentum that cracked the earth, while energy surged and exploded in the air. The truth-seeking orbs surrounding them clashed rapidly, dimming with each impact. The ground was littered with numerous piles of rubble. A dazzling golden and white light clashed above, while beneath the surface, they collided swiftly, generating sparks of electricity and a breathtaking spectacle. Rinnegan, Heavenly Power Technique. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Sasuke ignited. Chapter 105. The Defeat of Otsutsuki Niji. In an instant, his position exchanged with that of Otsutsuki Niji. The truth-seeking orb, originally aimed at Uchiha Sasuke, unexpectedly struck Otsutsuki Niji instead. Boom. The air shattered with a resounding noise as Otsutsuki Niji was sent flying, his body crashing into dozens of trees. A white figure descended rapidly, creating a massive crater upon impact. Otsutsuki Niji, with a grim expression, lay powerless on the ground, his arm obliterated by his own truth-seeking orb. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan of Sasuke Uchiha ignited as he instantaneously summoned a colossal meteorite, exceeding a diameter of 1,000 meters, into the sky. This immense rock obscured the heavens, casting a shadow over the sun. Descend. Uchiha Sasuke spoke calmly. Upon landing, a thunderous roar erupted, and a cloud of dust ascended as the ground was struck, creating a bottomless pit. A white mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the surrounding earth began to crumble. After a considerable time, the figure of Otsutsuki Niji had yet to appear. Chidori Sharp Spear. Sasuke Uchiha gathered a concentrated mass of chakra in the palm of his other hand, the crackling energy producing a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds calling. A violet lightning bolt pierced directly through the chest of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand high, while the body of Otsutsuki Niji was impaled by the electric spear, lifting him off the ground. Yet how infuriating! Otsutsuki Niji's eyes were fixated intensely on Uchiha Sasuke, utterly indifferent to the fact that his body had been pierced. Such vitality is truly remarkable. Even in such a dire state, he continues to recover. However, you must have expended a considerable amount of chakra, haven't you? Uchiha Sasuke gazed at Otsutsuki Niji with a cold smirk. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Niji's eyes flickered, revealing the Rinnegan, and with a spatial shift, he made his move. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke sensed the impending danger. With a resounding thud, Otsutsuki Niji's fist connected with Sasuke's right cheek, the immense force causing his cheek to cave in, blood trickling forth. Uchiha Sasuke's body swiftly retreated, dissipating some of the force, yet the residual energy left his head buzzing. Instinctively, he directed his Rinnegan towards Otsutsuki Niji, striking him with precision. Boom! Otsutsuki Niji's body crashed heavily into the ground, creating yet another deep crater. Gritting his teeth, he rose once more, his cerulean eyes reflecting a chilling intent to kill. Uchiha Sasuke took deep breaths, clearly exhausted from his efforts. At that moment, the golden light surrounding him began to fade, and the Rinnegan vanished as he was forced to relinquish Sage Mode due to insufficient chakra. Ah, have you truly exhausted your natural energy? Otsutsuki Niji laughed heartily at the sight. Indeed, Sasuke had depleted his resources, but Niji was not in a much better position. With that, Sasuke formed a series of intricate hand seals, and a concentrated surge of energy ignited between his palms, radiating a fierce glow. Was this ninjutsu? No, it felt different. He sensed no chakra. Otsutsuki Niji gazed at Sasuke in astonishment. Space Energy Cannon. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke directed the energy from his hands towards Otsutsuki Niji. Is this a form of taijutsu? The energy birthed from the suppression of air and space? Naturally, Otsutsuki Niji's Rinnegan could discern the secrets behind Uchiha Sasuke's spatial energy cannon. Yet, while this technique may appear straightforward, it demands immense strength, control, speed, and a resilient physique. Lacking any one of these elements renders it ineffective. Otsutsuki Niji let out a pained cry as his body crashed through countless trees, ultimately landing on a small hill. Although it fell short compared to Uncle Chentian's spatial energy cannon, the power of this advanced shadow-level attack was more than sufficient to contend with the current Otsutsuki Niji. Uchiha Sasuke pondered within himself. The 8 dragon forms had exhausted his natural chakra, and at that moment, he could only resort to taijutsu. He unleashed a rapid series of punches, each strike resembling the might of a colossal dragon. Once more, Otsutsuki Niji brought Uchiha Sasuke crashing down to the ground. The 6-Padzine release sealing technique. Uchiha Sasuke's hands moved swiftly as he formed intricate seals, while his Mangekyō Sharingan whirled with fervor. In a mere second, countless intricate symbols encircled the formidable Otsutsuki Niji, binding him in an instant. Come forth, Naruto. As the voice of Uchiha Sasuke faded, the figures of Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Niji descended from the heavens. Haha, Sasuke. I knew you would undoubtedly defeat this foe. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed with a grin directed at Uchiha Sasuke. Stop with the trivial chatter. Did you bring the sage's elixir? Uchiha Sasuke spoke to Uzumaki Naruto. Senjutsu, the elixir derived from natural energy by Uchiha Chentian, can restore the sage power of a super shadow unit. Indeed, I possess 2 more. As he spoke, Uzumaki Naruto produced a golden, radiant Senjutsu and handed it to Uchiha Sasuke. Upon consuming the elixir given by Naruto, Sasuke's aura began to elevate significantly. I can endure this. But where is that Otsutsuki Ashiki? Uchiha Madara observed the scene before him and calmly remarked, could he sense our presence nearby? Senju Hashirama responded with a hint of confusion. No, brother. The sheer magnitude of chakra at the 6 paths level has permeated the entire ninja world. There is no need to ascertain whether you and Madara are in proximity. We all are aware that a battle is underway. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at this Otsutsuki, who is overly confident in his own abilities, believing he can effortlessly defeat Sasuke without resorting to combat in another dimension. After pondering for a considerable time, Senju Tobirama finally spoke. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Uchiha Madara found Senju Tobarama's words to be quite reasonable. After leaving that remark, he turned and departed. Madara, where are you going? Senju Hashirama called out curiously, watching Madara's figure gradually fade away. Going back to sleep. Am I expected to stay here for the night? The voice of Uchiha Madara echoed from a distance. Indeed, he was set to return. It was far too hot here. Konoha was far more pleasant. Senju Hashirama remarked with a smile. Uchiha Madara, that fellow, actually spoke words of this place. It seems that after Izuna's resurrection, the impact on Madara has been profound. Senju Tobarama exclaimed in surprise. In truth, this is the authentic Madara. The former Madara was entangled by the grief of Izuna's death, along with the conflicts involving the Uchiha clan and the village. Particularly after Izuna perished in battle, Madara succumbed to hatred and lost his way. However, now that those matters have been seen through, Madara has naturally returned to his former self, Hashirama stated with a smile. He truly cherished this way of life. Perhaps. Tobarama pondered. Konoha. Otsutsuki Niji was brought to the new Hokage's office. I hope this fellow won't destroy my office again. The sixth Hokage, Kakashi, expressed his concerns. Chapter 106, Otsutsuki Itachi. Even if he could break the seal, his chakra is completely depleted. He possesses little strength left to wreak havoc here. Moreover, we have so many people present now. I trust he lacks the power to do so. Uchiha Sasuke calmly remarked, haha, just a joke. However, Kakashi's expression turned serious as he addressed Otsutsuki Niji. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Can you elucidate your connection to Hyuga Niji? Why do you bear such an uncanny resemblance to him? Upon hearing Hyuga Niji's name, Otsutsuki Niji suddenly broke into a contemptuous laugh. What exactly are you laughing at? Niji furiously demanded, noticing Otsutsuki Niji's cold smirk and the disdainful gaze directed at him. I am a creation of Otsutsuki Ishiki, formed from the genes of the Hyuga clan. I possess the cells of all the clan S elite, along with the bloodline of Otsutsuki Ishiki. The reason for my identical appearance to Hyuga Niji is likely due to the abundance of his cells within me, Otsutsuki Niji replied with indifference. Oh. So you are merely a pitiful experiment, Hyuga Niji retorted coldly. It was hard for him to harbor any goodwill towards someone who was crafted from his own cells and resembled him so closely. Filthy lowborn, do not be so arrogant. You should know that my bloodline is far purer than yours. I am a member of the exalted Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Niji seethed in anger. Niji's reference to him as a mere experiment infuriated him even more than his previous defeat at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke. Lowborn? If I am lowborn, then you are merely a mongrel. To claim you are of the Otsutsuki clan is laughable. You have long been discarded by Ishiki, Hyuga Niji coldly replied. Infuriating. Otsutsuki Niji's gaze bore into Hyuga Niji with intensity, while Hyuga Niji met his glare with equal coldness. The two pairs of Rinnegan clashed in an invisible confrontation. How is it possible? You show no signs of being influenced by the Otsutsuki bloodline, Otsutsuki Niji exclaimed in astonishment. Although his chakra had been sealed, the innate suppression of bloodline rank could not be entirely concealed. There is nothing impossible about it. While my strength may not rival Naruto or Sasuke, it exceeds your expectations. Otherwise, the Hyuga cells within you would not be subordinate to me, Hyuga Niji stated coldly. Is that so? While I hesitate to concede, your argument holds merit. However, I am not the only creation of Ishiki. There is another individual named Satomu who is far more formidable than I. The expression on Otsutsuki Niji's face transformed into a serene calm as he addressed Hyuga Niji calmly. Sasuke? The crowd looked on in confusion. Could it be? Upon reflecting on the events that had transpired within his own Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji suddenly recalled Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Haha, you guessed correctly, Hyuga Niji. The individual known as Sasuke is fully named Otsutsuki Sasuke. If I am a creation born from the cells of the Hyuga clan, then he is a creation derived from the cells of the Uchiha clan, Otsutsuki Sasuke. Speaking of Uchiha Sasuke, he bears a striking resemblance to you. Nay, one might argue that he resembles your elder brother, Uchiha Itachi, even more closely. If I am fashioned primarily from Hyuga Niji's genes, then that individual, Sasuke, was crafted using the genes of both you and your brother. Otsutsuki Niji remarked with a cold smirk. As his words fell, the expressions of both Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi darkened significantly. Wait, if that is how you see it, then shouldn't Master Chentian's aptitude surpass that of Sasuke and Itachi? Logically speaking, why would the focus be on the genes of Sasuke and Itachi? Hyuga Niji queried. Somewhat perplexed, Hyuga Niji was correct. Ishiki had lived on this planet for over a millennium, and disregarding Uchiha Chentian, there was also Uchiha Madara. One would assume that Madara's genes would be more suitable, followed by Uchiha Chentian. Kakashi also expressed his confusion. Uchiha Madara's genes are indeed formidable, yet at that time, Lord Ishiki was still in slumber. As for Uchiha Chentian, his genetic material is significantly inferior, even less remarkable than that of the majority of the Uchiha lineage. That Tsutsuki created from his genes is nothing but a failure, inferior even to that fellow Marco. Tsutsuki Niji stated calmly. What? That is impossible. If what you say holds true, then how could Master Chentian be so powerful? Hyuga Niji responded incredulously. I cannot say for certain. But the results of the research indicate as much, Tsutsuki Niji replied placidly. Just as the crowd grappled with the authenticity of Tsutsuki Niji's claims, Orochimaru interjected. He speaks the truth. Chentian's genetic material is indeed quite subpar, barely surpassing that of an ordinary Uchiha, not much stronger than an average human. You perverse snake. No wonder you constantly deceived me into trading my father's belongings for toys. It seems you have been secretly researching my father's cells all along. Uchiha Senju confronted Orochimaru, saying, so you have only just realized it. Orochimaru licked his lips and replied to Uchiha Senju with a sinister smile, humph. Uchiha Senju let out a cold snort. Remaining silent, Orochimaru then spoke once more, stating, it is not that Uchiha Chentian's genes are inferior. Rather, it is quite the opposite. You should all be aware that a ninja's training involves extracting energy from the 130 trillion cells within their body, with each cell absorbing chakra. The reason why Uchiha Chentian's genes are deemed less than those of other Uchiha is due to a misdirection in his training. The energy within Uchiha Chentian's cells has transcended chakra, becoming a different form of energy that now exceeds the chakra in his body. This explains why his genetic makeup appears inferior. The calculations have always been based on chakra, while the research has focused on the least prevalent energy. This misconception has led you to perceive Uchiha Chentian as being of a lower caliber than other Uchiha. However, I trust that much time has passed. The current training can elevate you to such formidable heights. I believe he has come to this realization now, Orochimaru stated calmly. So that is how it is. It seems my information has become outdated, Tsutsuki Niji muttered to himself. You have keen eyes. Orochimaru suddenly remarked, addressing Tsutsuki Niji. What? Before Niji could comprehend the meaning of Orochimaru's words, his eyes were swiftly plucked from their sockets. Chapter 107. Elixir of Immortality, 10,000 Paths. Tsutsuki Niji screamed as he lost his reincarnation eyes. Without them, reaching the level of a Kage was a remarkable feat, and given that his chakra had been sealed, he was barely stronger than an average Ni. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto shouted at Orochimaru, while Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened as he glared at him. Niji was captured by Sasuke, who had fought vigorously to bring him back to Konoha. The fact that Orochimaru could so easily extract Niji's reincarnation eyes left Sasuke feeling enraged. They were comparable to the Rinnegan. I shall offer you 5 elixirs in exchange for Niji's reincarnation eyes. What do you say, Sasuke? Orochimaru grinned at Uchiha Sasuke. No. I demand 10. I have already used 5 elixirs on Niji. If I only receive 5, I will have gained nothing. Uchiha Sasuke remarked that a single elixir could restore the full ocular power of an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, while 3 could rejuvenate the complete potency of the Rinnegan. Well, very well. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, ultimately acquiescing. He possessed the Rinnegan, yet had not thoroughly studied the Rebirth Eye. Although the Rinnegan could transition into the Byakugan and the Rebirth Eye, it was not the true Rebirth Eye, and Orochimaru was incapable of unleashing its full might. Thus, he naturally wished to experiment with the Rebirth Eye. However, Sasuke demanded 10 elixirs from him at once, which caused Orochimaru considerable distress. Each elixir represented a year's worth of his efforts, and losing even one was disheartening. A perfect body, even without eyes, could remarkably regenerate a pair of Byakugan. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Orochimaru gazed upon Otsutsuki Niji. The power of 6 paths Yin-Yang release could reconstruct the physical form, as long as one did not perish. Even a severed head could be regrown. Damn you, wretched inferior being. I shall slay you one day. Niji's newly formed Byakugan fixed a fierce glare upon Orochimaru. Despite the regeneration of his eyes, they were merely ordinary Byakugan, and restoring them to their previous rebirth state would require no less than a decade or more. Unless one had access to chakra fruits. I hope you will give me a pair of rebirth eyes when that time comes, Orochimaru chuckled with delight. Chakra, the essence of the divine tree, was merely sustenance for the Otsutsuki clan, who wielded dominion over it. Their lack of effect from chakra stemmed from this very reason. explaining why they possess the ability to effortlessly create chakra fruits. While this so-called natural chakra is indeed labeled as such, it does not truly belong to chakra but rather to an entirely different power. The furnace is finally lit. This elixir is indeed difficult to refine. Uchiha Chentian gazed at the 10 golden elixirs radiating within the Bagua furnace. Each elixir possessed the potential to forge an unparalleled shadow-level warrior, and 10 would yield 10 such beings. However, it was imperative to perfectly refine the power contained within these elixirs after consumption to achieve this feat. A pinnacle shadow-level individual, upon ingesting one elixir, had an 80% probability of transcending to an extraordinary level. These elixirs were particularly beneficial for those with eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and Rinnegan, significantly enhancing their recovery capabilities. Yet, the arduous process of refining these 10 elixirs had consumed nearly half a year of Uchiha Chentian's collected natural energy, along with numerous rare spiritual entities that possessed lifespans spanning centuries. As for Otsutsuki Itachi, it seemed that an increasing number of unfamiliar Otsutsuki figures emerged. The narrative brimming with such characters was indeed chaotic. Reflecting on the messages relayed from his clones, Uchiha Chentian mused to himself. Nevertheless, what realm lies beyond the 6 paths? In the divine domain? Is it a path to immortality, or something altogether different? Uchiha Chentian furrowed his brow slightly. Although his physical prowess had reached the flawless 6 paths realm, he remained utterly perplexed regarding the realms beyond. Even with the full exertion of his myriad abilities in evolution, he could only grasp concepts related to the laws. He was well aware of what these laws entailed. However, he found himself in a quandary about how to truly comprehend these principles, such as the laws of fire, water, and other elemental doctrines. Uchiha Chentian found himself perplexed by the circumstances surrounding him. Although he had acquired the memories of Pushur, his understanding of the 6 paths was merely superficial. The strength of the 6 paths was indeed formidable. A single great divine tree could raise an entire small nation to the ground. And in the event of a protracted conflict lasting several months, it could extinguish the lives of a significant portion of the beings within the shinobi world. Furthermore, the realm beyond the 6 paths possessed the capability to obliterate the shinobi world with a mere gesture, along with the gift of eternal life, unlike the Otsutsuki clan, which relied on chakra fruits to extend their existence. As for Niji, had he truly been captured? What a fool he was. Having disregarded their prior agreement to act in unison, it was evident that they were aware of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha's 6 paths level prowess, yet he still provoked them, ultimately falling victim to Sasuke Uchiha's grasp. A man stood amidst the snow, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Clad in a flowing white coat adorned with 6 black tomo symbols on his chest, he bore a striking red whirlpool emblem on his back, accompanied by 3 rows of tomo, 3 in each row. Dressed in the traditional garb of the Otsutsuki clan, he was none other than Otsutsuki Sasuke, the Rinnegan. With a swift motion of his Rinnegan, Uchiha Sasuke unleashed an invisible force that forcibly extracted the 8-tailed beasts from the body of Otsutsuki Niji. One by one, the diminutive tailed beasts, each measuring only 30 to 40 centimeters in size, erupted from Niji's form, each possessing a distinct appearance and varying numbers of tails, ranging from 1 to 8. At this moment, the 8-tailed beasts were in a state of unconsciousness, their chakra completely depleted. Although the quantity of chakra possessed by the tailed beasts was formidable, it was specifically potent against shadow-level adversaries. It required the combined strength of 9-tailed beasts to merge into the 10 tails. Thus, the 8-tailed beasts could only be considered minor entities, barely endowing a Jinchuriki with the power of the 6 paths. Otsutsuki Niji had ascended from the lower realm of the 6 paths to the middle realm by assimilating the chakra of the 8-tailed beasts. However, following his defeat by Uchiha Sasuke, Niji's chakra reserves were entirely exhausted, and since the 8-tailed beasts had not fused into a singular entity, their dispersed forms lacked the combined strength that would have rendered them formidable. This was the reason for the diminished size of the tailed beasts. Nonetheless, they remained tailed beasts. Even in their current state of chakra depletion, they would fully recover within a span of 8 to 10 days. I never imagined that such mighty tailed beasts could appear in such a pitiful state, Kakashi remarked, reflecting on the changes. The times have changed. The tailed beasts no longer symbolize destruction and chaos, stated the Hokage advisor, Nara Shikamaru, with calmness. Chapter 108. The 9-tailed beasts, 9 siblings indeed. The most perilous creatures in the ninja world are no longer the tailed beasts but the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan. The tailed beasts may claim a few thousand lives at most, whereas the Otsutsuki seek to annihilate all life on this planet, Kakashi lamented. We are likely in the most prosperous era the ninja world has ever seen. Shadow level prowess no longer signifies strength, only those of Super Shadow level represent true elite power. Thankfully, our Konoha possesses Super Shadow level shinobi who far surpass those of other villages. As he spoke, Nara Shikamaru felt a sudden surge of pride. Yet, despite these assertions, the dangers facing the ninja world now may surpass those of the past. Lord Jinchuriki once uttered a profound truth. With great power comes great responsibility, Shikamaru concluded. What happened to you all? You've grown so much. At this moment, the Eight Tails was the first to awaken, exclaiming in astonishment to the others. The Eight Tails, a creature with the upper body of a bull and the lower body of an octopus, possessed the unique ability to escape by severing its tail. Its Jinchuriki was Killer Bee from the Land of Lightning's Hidden Cloud Village. Remarkably, it was the only tailed beast among all Jinchuriki that survived the loss of its beast without succumbing to death. The one tail, Shikaku, resembling a tanuki and covered entirely in sand, was the most defensively robust of the nine-tailed beasts. However, it currently appeared as an adorable little tanuki. The two tails, Matatabi, was an ethereal cat engulfed in blue flames, yet now resembled merely a rather attractive kitten. The three tails, Isabu, was a massive turtle cloaked in gray, adorned with hard spikes. With one eye tightly shut, now it had transformed into a peculiar turtle measuring merely 20 centimeters. The four tails, Son Goku, was a red-furred monkey crowned with a tightening headband and bearing two tusks. At present, it appeared as a small red monkey, approximately 50 centimeters tall, significantly larger than the other tailed beasts. The five tails, Kokuo, had the head of a dolphin and antlers akin to a deer, exhibiting remarkable speed and force. Now, it resembled a small horse. The six tails, Saikin, was a slug covered in slime, with 7 pores on its chin capable of releasing potent dissolving fluid. It now looked like a frog. The seven tails, Chome, despite being named Seven Tails, was actually a beetle with 1 tail and 6 wings, currently measuring 30 centimeters. Akin to a large, colorful insect. It is not that they have grown. Rather, we have diminished, the three tails stated calmly. It must be due to our chakra being drained. The seven tails remarked. Yet even if our chakra has been absorbed, our size should not have shrunk. The four tails expressed in confusion. Could it be that Otsutsuki Niji has meddled with us? The two tails speculated. That seems unlikely. That proud individual would not resort to such tactics, the four tails countered. It is truly astonishing that, one day, the chakra of all 8 of us tailed beasts could be drained by another, even if that entity is Otsutsuki, the five tails reflected. Ninja today have become increasingly bizarre. First, there was Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama, and now we have Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Chentian, Uchiha Senju, and Hyuga Niji, each one approaching or rivaling the power of the Sage of Six Paths. The six tails bore a complex expression, uncertain whether this era was beneficial or detrimental for beings like them. As the tailed beasts discussed their diminished forms, one tail suddenly inquired, "Strange, where is Nine Tails? Why is that fellow not here? Could it be that Kurama has perished from having its chakra completely drained?" A single tail exclaimed, "You wretched raccoon, even in death, The Nine Tails remain unscathed. No sooner had the tail uttered these words than the Nine Tails emerged from the swirling body of Naruto. Although this was not the true form of the Nine Tails, it was nonetheless larger than the other 8-tailed beasts, standing at 2 meters tall and stretching over 3 meters in length. Upon the manifestation of its clone, the Nine Tails approached the single tail, casting a downward glance at the diminutive figure before him. A sinister smile spread across the Nine Tails' visage. "What are you plotting, Nine Tails?" A lone tail raised its gaze towards the colossal Nine Tails. Its body trembled slightly, for although it was aware that the Nine Tails would not take its life, it also understood that falling into the hands of the Nine Tails would undoubtedly lead to considerable suffering. Among the nine-tailed beasts, the relationship between the lone tail and the Nine Tails was the most strained, despite being persistently oppressed by the Nine Tails. The lone tail's defiant nature was a constant source of frustration for the Nine Tails. In the era of the Sage of Six Paths, the 9 great-tailed beasts, while not bound by the affection of siblings, coexisted without significant discord. However, as time passed, a shift occurred. Initially, it was widely accepted that the strengths of the 9-tailed beasts were nearly equal, a notion embraced by all, including the beasts themselves. Yet, dissenting voices emerged, asserting that the tailed beast with the most tails was the mightiest. This assertion found favor with the Nine Tails, who believed that a tailed beast's power was determined by the number of tails it possessed. For the Nine Tails, being the one with the most tails meant it should be regarded as the strongest. Nevertheless, This belief did not sit well with the other tailed beasts, who, though they harbored some discontent, chose not to voice their objections, recognizing the undeniable strength of the nine tails, especially since their own tail counts were not the lowest. The situation was different for Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, who felt particularly aggrieved. If the nine tails claimed supremacy based on tail count, it implied that Shikaku was the weakest among them. This notion was intolerable, for they were all tailed beasts, born from the division of the 10 tails by the Sage of Six Paths. While the nine tails were indeed formidable, it was unjust to label Shikaku as the weakest simply due to the number of tails. Thus, a rift developed between the one-tailed and the nine tails, leading to frequent quarrels whenever they crossed paths. The one-tailed often sought to provoke the nine tails, and though the nine tails would soundly defeat it each time, the immortal nature of the tailed beasts meant that Shikaku could not be killed. As time passed, the nine tails grew weary of the continual disturbances and began to evade encounters with the one-tailed, which led Shikaku to mistakenly believe that it had intimidated the nine tails. Consequently, it often boasted in front of the other tailed beasts, though none believed its claims. Yet, Shikaku remained oblivious to the truth. From that point onward, the enmity between the one-tailed and the nine tails evolved into a distorted narrative, becoming increasingly exaggerated. As for the other eight-tailed beasts, their diminutive forms were likely a result of Otsutsuki Kinshiki forcibly absorbing their power, which in turn diminished their life force, leading to their reduction in size. Naruto Uzumaki proclaimed that although he does not possess the Rinnegan or the reincarnation eye, his perceptual abilities surpass those of any other. In certain matters that the Rinnegan cannot perceive, Naruto can sense them. At present, he perceives a decline in the vitality of the tailed beasts, exacerbated by the depletion of chakra, which has resulted in a reduction of his physical form. While the tailed beasts reside within the body of Otsutsuki Niji, they are not sealed within it, nor did they willingly enter. In the face of the tailed beasts' extreme reluctance, when Otsutsuki Niji forcibly absorbed their chakra, he inadvertently siphoned some of their life force, leading to their diminished size. 3 days later, at the border of the Land of Water and the Land of Snow, the elite squad of Konoha, consisting of Hinata Niji, Rock Lee, and Tenten, encountered Otsutsuki Sasuke. A colossal skeletal hand, measuring 10 meters in length, appeared before Hinata Niji with an overwhelming presence. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palms, heavenly spin, Niji shouted. Although his heavenly spin was significantly weaker than that of Otsutsuki Niji, it exhibited greater finesse. Otsutsuki Niji's technique possessed sheer offensive power, and while its defensive capabilities were not lacking, they did not embody absolute defense. A surge of formidable chakra erupted from Hinata Niji, emanating a brilliant sky blue hue from his chakra points. His body began to rotate like a top, executing a circular motion that effectively rebounded all physical attacks, achieving a state of true invulnerability. A hemispherical chakra shield enveloped Otsutsuki Niji, commencing the reflection of Otsutsuki Sasuke's assaults. A thunderous clash resonated through the air as an overwhelming shockwave erupted, forcing Niji to retreat rapidly. After being propelled several hundred meters away, he finally came to a halt. Despite Niji's prowess being at the peak of the Super Shadow level, he found himself significantly outmatched by Otsutsuki Sasuke, who had attained powers at the Six Paths level. Even with his formidable heavenly spin, it was challenging to counter Sasuke's Susanoo. Nevertheless, Niji's performance astonished Otsutsuki Sasuke. He could sense a force rebounding from the Susanoo, a strength that, while trivial to Sasuke, was nonetheless noteworthy. Impressive. It is worth noting that even Otsutsuki Niji's heavenly spin could not reflect the power of my Susanoo's attacks. Yet you have managed to do so, despite your strength being merely at the peak of Super Shadow. Otsutsuki Sasuke commended Niji, a hint of admiration evident in his tone. You possess an innate and formidable strength, yet you place undue emphasis on mere power, neglecting the importance of your foundation. Should we be evenly matched? Vanquishing you would be a trivial task. Hinata Niji remarked with a snort. Ah, you speak true. Our Otsutsuki clan is inherently endowed with immense power, and thus we do not concern ourselves with foundational matters. Possessing great strength without the wisdom to wield it effectively is merely a display of brute force. However, your words apply only to the likes of Niji, whom I deem as inconsequential. Otsutsuki Sasuke responded calmly. Is this fellow being deliberate? My name, too, is Niji. Hinata Niji glared at Otsutsuki Sasuke, his expression darkening. Oh, I had forgotten that your name is also Niji. My sincerest apologies. Otsutsuki Sasuke smiled, unfazed. Lee. The prowess of Otsutsuki Sasuke is far beyond our capability to confront. Have you relayed the message to Naruto and Sasuke? Tintin spoke gravely to Lee. I have informed them. Naruto and Sasuke are currently en route to our location, Lee replied. Hinata Niji gazed upon the towering Susanoo, standing at an imposing height of 300 meters, surpassing even Sasuke's own. With a fierce tone, Hinata Niji declared, Do not underestimate me. I, Hinata Niji, am not inferior to anyone. Even if you possess the power of the Sage of Six Paths, what Uchiha Sasuke can achieve, I, Hinata Niji, can attain as well. Tsutsuki Sasuke. Today I shall prevail over you. The 8th Gate of Liberation. Open. The first gate, the opening gate, invigorating all cells, enabling the activation of the lotus. The second gate, the rest gate, open. The third gate, the life gate, open. The fourth gate, the wound gate, open. The fifth gate, the limit gate, open. A tremendous aura radiated from Hinata Niji. The 8 gates technique, is it? Such a forbidden art, while indeed powerful, how much strength can it truly bestow upon you? Tsutsuki Sasuke remarked calmly. His Rinnegan allowed him to perceive that although Hinata Niji's strength had significantly increased, even a typical ninja who opened the 5th gate would typically possess the capabilities of a jonin. However, for Hinata Niji, even upon reaching the 5th gate, the augmentation of his strength would be limited. Is that so? Hinata Niji spoke softly. In the next moment, he let out a powerful shout. Utilizing the 8 gates, he opened up to the 5th gate. Although this did not significantly enhance his strength, when combined with sage techniques, Niji's power surged from the pinnacle of the Super Shadow stage to the perfect Super Shadow stage, and it continued to rise rapidly. Not everyone possesses the innate talent for physical training like Lee and Guy, who can effortlessly unlock the 7th gate. While Niji is also a practitioner of taijutsu, much of it parallels ninjutsu. Although he is adept at the 8 gates, he has only progressed to the 5th gate thus far. Even though his sage techniques are not yet perfected, the integration with the 8 gates still provides a considerable boost in his capabilities. Universal Pull. Niji's Azure Byakugan flared as he directed the universal pull towards the distant Otsutsuki Shursui, the formidable gravitational force drawing him towards Shursui. Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, and the Heavenly Spirit's Earthly Star are fundamentally the basic ocular techniques of the Rinnegan and the Tensigen. However, the Rinnegan is more suited for executing these 3 techniques, which explains why the Otsutsuki rarely employ them while in Byakugan mode. Is that the Tensigen? This fellow can actually manifest eyes akin to Otsutsuki Niji's. As Shursui felt his body being irresistibly attracted, he glanced at Niji with a hint of astonishment. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Huh, Shursui exclaimed, summoning his formidable 6 paths power to forcibly break free from the universal pull's grip. Observing Shursui's escape from the gravitational force, Niji was not overly surprised. Instead, he unleashed another ocular technique from his Tensigen. Chapter 110, Lunar Deity, 8 Gates. Literally with his right palm facing Otsutsuki Shursui, Niji swiftly released 8 truth-seeking balls. He then spun these orbs with both hands, their surfaces enveloped in a layer of green chakra, forming a silver halo. From this halo, a tremendous vortex was unleashed towards Shursui. Unfazed, Shursui's eyes began to rotate, his 6-tomo purple Rinnegan emanating a powerful purple ocular energy, manifesting a colossal hand. Rinnegan, Heavenly Demon left hand. Boom. The clash of 2 terrifying forces erupted, the sound reverberating through the air, which seemed to tear apart like fabric. Crash. The powerful shockwave sent ripples through the surrounding rocky basin, akin to water splashing into oil, creating an explosive cacophony. Waves of immense energy surged forth, causing the space to resonate with sharp cracking sounds. What? Hinata Niji was taken aback as his silver wheel rebirth was effortlessly shattered by a colossal hand, which was now advancing toward him. In the next instant, the chakra of the Byakugan surged throughout his being, enveloping him in a cerulean cloak of chakra, resembling a blue meteor as he deftly evaded the assault of the giant hand. Rebirth blade slash! Niji bellowed, as the truth-seeking orb morphed into a massive sword that cleaved through the air, summoning a tempest so fierce that the ground itself buckled and split under the force of the blade. A radiant arc of light surged forth, aimed at Kaguya Otsutsuki. The Susanoo controlled by Kaguya effortlessly dispersed the blade's brilliance with a single swing. The Rebirth Eye, Moon God manifestation, centered around Niji, conjured a gigantic skeletal frame of Azure Chakra. In the blink of an eye, an equally armored giant appeared, towering at 300 meters. Boom. The moment Niji transformed into the Moon God, he collided violently with the divine warrior form of Kaguya's Susanoo. The resounding clash reverberated through the air as both titans staggered back, their immense forms crushing mountains beneath their weight. The Moon God retreated 10 steps, while the Susanoo only took 3, a clear testament to their disparity in strength. Niji could not endure for long. Tenten, I will leave Niji in your hands shortly. Lee stated gravely. Understood. However, even if Niji is not Kagaya's match, he shouldn't be defeated so swiftly, Tenten replied. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded Lee's serious demeanor, puzzled by his foreboding words. Though the fifth gate combined with sage techniques could bestow Niji with power rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths, it was merely a temporary state. He had yet to master this technique fully. For a short duration it was manageable, but extended use would lead Niji's body to ultimately shatter under the strain. Lee spoke earnestly. What should we do? Are we just to stand by and watch Niji's body explode? Tenten exclaimed, despair creeping into her voice. No, there remains hope. If Niji and I join forces, we can surely defeat Kagaya. I just do not know how long Niji can hold on, nor how much longer my body can endure. Lee contemplated inwardly. Lee, are you planning to? Tenten realized Lee's intentions. She had some understanding of the 8 gates and had trained in it herself, but could only unlock the 3rd gate. Even compared to Lee, she was far inferior, let alone Niji. I never expected that, aside from Naruto and Sasuke, you would possess such strength. Yet, as a lesser being, despite the bloodline of my clan, I still cannot compare to the true Otsutsuki. As he spoke, Otsutsuki Sasuke's colossal fist, imbued with immense power, shattered Hyuga Niji's celestial technique, disregarding Niji's attempt to strike him with the Tensigen. Although Niji managed to break through half of Sasuke's Susanoo with his attack, the latter did not falter and continued his relentless assault. Coughing, Niji, having had his celestial technique disrupted, clutched his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood, rendering him unable to utilize the celestial technique. Driven by a yearning for the power of the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, Niji's left eye awakened the Tensigen, capable of manifesting a celestial entity rivaling the Susanoo for battle. Just as Niji found himself in dire straits, a voice resonated from afar. They Tiger. Lee, having opened the 7th gate, lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Otsutsuki Sasuke. A fierce blue apparition, exhaling waves of heat akin to dragon breath, surged forth. Its massive form entwined with serpentine ripples as it barreled towards Sasuke. In an instant, Lee's kick sent Sasuke crashing to the ground. Lee, what brings you here? You are no match for